Chapter 1, Spirit Pet Creation Simulator. 250. 250. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the small forest, where a 15-year-old boy lay on the ground with a foot firmly pressed on his head. However, the boy paid no attention to the foot on his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked ahead, hoarsely shouting. There lay a husky, motionless and covered in blood. Despite the boy's calls, there was no response. It was clear that the dog was already dead. Ye Qianxing, remember this, some people you can't afford to offend in your lifetime. This time, it only cost you your dog's life. If you dare to provoke me again, it will be your life next time. That a disdainful voice came from above him, the very person whose foot was on his head. The person looked to be about the same age as Ye Qianxing, but was much stronger, accompanied by several lackeys. The most critical part was a terrifying wolf, as tall as an adult. Crouched beside him, Ye Qianxing's husky, 250, had been killed by this wolf. Hearing the boy's threatening words, Ye Qianxing's tear-filled eyes turned completely crimson, as if a fire of rage burned within. "Zhou Wei, I will kill you. I will kill you." Ye Qianxing roared, struggling to get up, but Zhou Wei pressed down harder, forcing his head back to the ground. "Kill me? Ha, you think you're worthy? Right now, I'm the one who wants to kill you. It's as simple as a thought." As he said this, the wolf beside him seemed to rise menacingly. The wolf's mouth was aimed at Ye Qianxing's face, the stench almost making him vomit. Looking at the gaping maw before him, Ye Qianxing felt a surge of fear. At that moment, a soft yet cold female voice broke through the fear, rescuing Ye Qianxing from his dread. Enough! The speaker was an incredibly beautiful girl, resembling an ice queen, who had been watching the scene unfold. She had remained silent when Ye Qianxing was knocked down and when 250 was killed, but now she finally spoke. "You killed his spirit pet and have already beaten him. It should be over now. After all, he is my nominal brother. Don't make it difficult for me," the Ice Queen said. Zhou Wei frowned at her words, but he seemed to fear this Ice Queen, so he reluctantly withdrew his foot. "Since it's for Senior Sister Ox's sake, he'll let this waste go this time. Let's go." With that, Zhou Wei called his lackeys and the wolf and left directly. Ye Qianxing quickly crawled to 250's corpse, feeling its coldness. Although he said nothing, tears streamed down his face. This was not just a pet, it was the only memory left to him by his parents. Seemingly sensing Ye Qianxing's sorrow, a rare look of sympathy appeared on the Ice Queen's face. "You." She approached Ye Qianxing, about to speak, but saw him suddenly rise, clutching 250's corpse and heading in a direction as he passed by her. Ye Qianxing glanced at her, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a stranger. The Ice Queen was taken aback. Ye Qianxing had never dared to show her such an attitude before. After leaving the small forest, Ye Qianxing went straight to the back mountain, digging a hole with his bare hands, blood streaming from his hands, yet he seemed completely unaware why. With no one around, Ye Qianxing finally couldn't contain his grief and began to cry loudly while preparing to place 250 into the pit. At that moment, a mechanical voice, half real and half illusionary, echoed in his mind. "Ding! The system has been activated by the host's bloodline. The Spirit Pet Creation Simulator is now at your service." This sudden voice caused Ye Qianxing, who was sobbing, to abruptly stop. System? This term was somewhat familiar to him. It seemed there had been mention of such a thing in Earthstar before the new era, but it had only existed in legends. He never expected it to become real for him. About 500 years ago, Earthstar experienced an unprecedented cataclysm that led to the dawn of a new era. The cataclysm began with a meteor shower. As the meteors passed, the sky split open, creating a massive black hole that could not heal for a long time. Countless monsters emerged from the black hole and descended upon Earthstar. These monsters were unknown to humanity, some only existing in legends, while others had never even been mentioned in tales. These monsters were referred to as evil spirits by the humans of that time. The evil spirits descended upon Earthstar, but they did not coexist peacefully with humanity. On the contrary, they fed on humans and slaughtered them mercilessly. Weak and fragile, humans could not resist. Fortunately, they possessed advanced technological capabilities. Although only powerful technological weapons could threaten the monsters, this provided humanity with a brief respite. Humans began to establish base cities, delineating safe zones to fend off the evil spirits, preserving the spark of human civilization and struggling to survive in the cracks. Humans proved to be wise beings capable of thriving in adversity. Decades later, scientists discovered a special substance within the evil spirits. If this substance was ingested by a person, there was a certain probability that that person would mutate, gaining the strength to fight against the evil spirits. However, there was a drawback. The success rate was low, and failure meant certain death. After the cataclysm, the human population drastically decreased, making it impossible to take such high risks, so scientists turned their attention to animals. They found that animals could also mutate after ingesting the special substance from the evil spirits, and the success rate was much higher than that of humans. Thus, humans utilized this discovery to create many mutated animals. However, these mutated animals became more aggressive and uncontrollable. While scientists racked their brains, someone accidentally discovered that humans could sign soul contracts with the mutated animals. Once signed, the mutated animals would obey like pets, and as long as the mental strength was strong enough, a contract could be formed with them. Thus, a new profession emerged. Spirit tamers, and the mutated animals were given a new name: spirit pets. Spirit pet creation simulator. Could it be related to spirit pets? Ye Qianxing thought. Just as he was about to mentally call out to the system, the mechanical voice rang out again. Initial reward distribution. 1 mysterious treasure chest. Will you open it? Mysterious treasure chest? Ye Qianxing was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied yes in his mind. Immediately, he seemed to have a hallucination before his eyes. A treasure chest radiating dazzling golden light suddenly opened, revealing 4 items. A ball of black flame, a drop of scarlet blood, an almost transparent light orb, and an old, worn pocket watch. Chapter 2. First Spirit Pet, Hellhound. What are these things? And what exactly are you? Ye Qianxing couldn't help but ask. This system is called the Spirit Pet Creation Simulator, and as the name suggests, the host can autonomously simulate and create spirit pets through this system, with a high degree of freedom. Moreover, the created spirit pets will be 100% loyal to the host. Creating spirit pets requires materials the host can find them on their own or obtain materials through mysterious treasure chests. The system will periodically provide the host with mysterious treasure chests. After the system's explanation, Ye Qianxing finally understood and couldn't help but feel excited. In this era, to survive, one must become a spirit tamer. It's not difficult to become a spirit tamer as long as one's mental strength is strong enough. They can sign a contract with a spirit pet, but the key is that the production of spirit pets is extremely difficult. It not only requires special substances from the evil spirit, but also does not guarantee success. This results in the price of a spirit pet being very high, even to the point of being priceless. The production line of spirit pets is monopolized by the government and some large factions, so even if someone can obtain the special substances from an evil spirit, they cannot create a spirit pet. However, the current Ye Qianxing is different. With the help of the system, he can not only create spirit pets, but also has a high degree of freedom to do so according to his own will. Does creating a spirit pet require materials? Ye Qianxing looked at the 4 materials in front of him, which might be able to create a powerful spirit pet. As Ye Qianxing focused, the information of these 4 materials began to appear in his mind. Blue light ball, a mysterious soul, 3-star material. Black flame, hellfire, a spark from the underworld that can burn souls, 5-star material. Blood drop, a drop of blood from an ancient deity, containing terrifying energy, 4.5-star material. Broken pocket watch, an item worn by an ancient taboo existence, possessing the ability to manipulate time, currently in a broken state, 5-star material. The so-called star rating is the level defined by the system for these materials, currently divided into 10 stars. In theory, the higher the star rating, the stronger the ability and potential. However, it also depends on how Ye Qianxing uses them. If used well, it could be worth more than expected, but if not, it would be a waste. The 4 materials in front of him all have relatively high star ratings, so it seems that the initial reward chest is quite good. Can materials be found by myself? Does that mean everything in the world can be used as materials, including the spirit pets themselves? Ye Qianxing seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked. In theory, yes, the system replied. Ye Qianxing quickly turned his gaze to the corpse of Air by Wu lying in the pit. Mutated Husky, a spirit pet with a special bloodline, currently in a state of severe injury near death, 5-star material. Special bloodline? 5-star material? Ye Qianxing always thought that Air by Wu was just an ordinary spirit pet with a low level because, although it had mutated, it was not much different from an ordinary husky. However, seeing the system's definition, Heir by Wu was definitely not as ordinary as he imagined. Since Heir by Wu was left to him by his parents, doesn't that mean his parents were not ordinary people either? Although he had many doubts in his heart, Ye Qianxing could not think too much at this moment because one sentence struck his heart. Status: severe injury near death. This means that Heir by Wu is actually not dead. System: is there any way to save him? Ye Qianxing shouted in his heart. The mysterious blood contains immense energy and has a chance to help him recover. The system's voice immediately responded. Ye Qianxing was extremely excited as long as he could recover. That was enough. However, just as he was about to give that drop of blood to Heir by Wu, a bold idea suddenly occurred to him. He took out the mysterious blood drop, blue light ball, and underworld fire seed from the four materials and attached them all to Heir by Wu. I hope my guess is correct, Ye Qianxing thought. According to what the system said, not all materials can be used to create a powerful spirit PET, as the saying goes. Making the best use of things means applying the right items to the right objects. Therefore, Ye Qianxing did not use the highest star-rated pocket watch. He felt that those three materials were the most suitable for Heir by Wu. If he was not mistaken, soon, Heir by Wu would evolve into a legendary creature. The blood of the ancient deity first merged into Heir by Wu's body, and in an instant, Ye Qianxing noticed that Heir by Wu's body began to shake violently. Its physique started to grow, and its height, which was originally just over 1 meter, surged to more than 2 meters. Its muscles bulged, stood on end, and its fangs and claws became long and sharp. The wound on its neck healed rapidly. Then the blue soul and underworld fire seed also merged into Heir by Wu's body in succession. The black flame burned on the surface of Heir by Wu, and suddenly, it opened its eyes, with pupils that had turned into deep black holes, as if they could swallow a person's soul. Now, Heir by Wu looked extremely imposing. Spirit pet. Health: Doger by Wu. Attributes: demon type. Rating: 5-star growth type. Level: F5. Abilities: Dread Soul Intimidation, effective against targets not exceeding 2 levels below it. The greater the level difference, the weaker the effect. The combat power of the intimidated will be affected. Underworld Flame strike summons. Underworld Flame, for attack, possesses both physical and soul attack effects. Soul devours souls for level enhancement. Weakness: mechanical type. Promotion condition: absorb 10 souls to advance to E level 010. Evolution route: consuming a level canine inner pill can evolve into a 2-headed hell dog 01. Indeed, according to Ye Qianxing's thoughts, Heir by Wu evolved into the legendary demon, the hell dog, which guards the underworld. Ding! Spirit pet creation complete. The host can gain 1/10 of the spirit pet's power and 1 skill. The system's prompt sounded, and Ye Qianxing was thrilled again because he felt a sudden surge of power within him. Originally, due to malnutrition, he was much weaker than his peers, but now he felt stronger than some professional boxers. Ding. Since this is the host's first creation of a spirit pet, the system rewards an additional skill solidification opportunity. The host can fuse 2 skills of the spirit pet. Please choose. I choose Underworld Flame Strike and Dread. Ye Qianxing chose these 2 skills without hesitation, directly ignoring Soul Devour. Heir by Wu needed this skill to level up, but he did not. Moreover, just the thought of devouring other souls made Ye Qianxing feel uneasy, so he decisively refused. As Ye Qianxing confirmed the skills, a strange feeling surged in his heart, as if these 2 skills were innate to him and could be used at will. Especially the Underworld Flame Seed, which also generated in his body, located in the Dantian, nurturing his soul at all times. Although Heir by Wu is currently only at the lowest level 5 stage, it might be able to fight against level 9 stage spirit pets. Just the 1/10 power and 2 skills given to me make me confident that I can fight against level 1 stage spirit pets alone, Ye Qianxing thought. From what Ye Qianxing currently knows, spirit pets are divided into 9 levels, from high to low: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with each level further divided into 9 stages. That F is the lowest level, but Heir by Wu, relying on its powerful bloodline and those extraordinary skills, is likely to have few rivals among levels. Even when facing a level spirit pets, it might still have the strength to fight back. Even Ye Qianxing himself felt that he could fight against level spirit pets. It should be noted that other spirit tamers do not have the ability to gain spirit pet powers like him. However, Ye Qianxing has heard a rumor that if a spirit tamer's compatibility with a spirit pet reaches 100%, there's a chance to reach the awakening realm. Achieving unity with the PET in this way, the spirit tamer can use the spirit pet's abilities and possess its power. However, Ye Qianxing is also unsure whether this rumor is true, and achieving 100% compatibility is not an easy task. Chapter 3: The so-called Home Ding. Please sign a contract with your spirit pet as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded again. Only by signing the contract could he truly be called a spirit master. For others, only after signing the contract would the spirit pet truly be loyal to them. But this issue did not exist for Ye Qianxing. The spirit pet created by the system was 100% loyal to him. However, there were still several benefits to signing the contract. Firstly, after signing the contract, the spirit master could create a contract space where the spirit pet could reside. And if the spirit pet was injured, it could recover faster within the contract space than in the outside world. Secondly, the spirit master would establish a soul connection with the spirit pet, making communication much easier. For others, their concern was not whether they could sign a contract, as it was quite simple as long as their mental strength was not too weak. Their worry was whether they could find a spirit pet to contract with them. But Ye Qianxing was different. He was precisely worried about the issue of mental strength because he had suffered an injury at a young age, resulting in the loss of most of his memories before the age of 3. His mental strength had also been severely damaged. Although he had not become a fool, he would get a headache whenever he tried to think carefully about something, which was a side effect of his impaired mental strength. System: can I still contract a spirit pet with my impaired mental strength? Ye Qianxing asked. Products from the system are guaranteed to be top quality. Host, don't worry. Just go ahead, the system replied. Since the system said so, Ye Qianxing did not think too much and bit his fingertip, pressing a drop of blood onto the forehead of Wu. Wu did not resist. A minute later, Ye Qianxing was surprised to find that the contract had actually succeeded. Moreover, at the moment of success, a scene suddenly flashed through his mind, his parents' faces. Ye Qianxing was stunned. The memories he had lost included those about his parents. Before this, he could not remember his parents' looks or names. He only remembered Wu. But now, he actually recalled his parents' appearances. Could it be that after contracting the spirit pet, my mental strength has recovered? It must be the system's doing, Ye Qianxing speculated. There was only this possibility. In order to contract the spirit pet, the system had helped him repair some of his mental strength. This meant that his memories could possibly be fully restored. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes, and joy spread across his face. Perhaps after recovering his memories, he could remember who his parents were and even possibly find them. Having no parents had always been a painful spot in his heart. Master, just as Ye Qianxing was lost in thought, a somewhat childish voice echoed in his mind. Ye Qianxing instinctively looked up and saw Wu in front of him, looking at him. The voice in his mind was their communication through the bond of their souls. Wu, can you change back to your previous form? Although this looks cool, it can easily scare people, Ye Qianxing asked. He was just casually asking, but unexpectedly, Wu responded affirmatively. In the next moment, the black flames on Wu disappeared, and its size returned to its previous form. This guy actually had this ability. This was good. If he encountered a battle in the future, he could confuse his opponents, making them underestimate him, achieving a playing dumb to eat the tiger effect. As the sky grew darker, Ye Qianxing put Wu back into the contract space and left the back mountain, heading home. However, this so-called home held no feelings for Ye Qianxing at all. When he was 3 years old, Ye Qianxing's parents went missing, and he was sent to an orphanage. After staying in the orphanage for 3 years, he was adopted by a family at the age of 6, which was the home he had now. Ye Qianxing was excited, thinking he could finally experience the warmth of a family, and initially his adoptive parents were indeed nice to him. However, it wasn't too long before they discovered his impaired mental strength. The reason his adoptive parents had adopted him was that they only had one daughter and no son. Although their daughter had much stronger mental strength than her peers and was destined to be a powerful spirit master, they still wished for a son. Even if that son was a bit ordinary, it wouldn't matter. But Ye Qianxing's impaired mental strength essentially meant that he could not contract a spirit pet, and he would only become someone below even the lowest tier of people. This was something they could not accept. Therefore, his adoptive parents even went to the orphanage to make a scene, demanding to return him. This incident caused quite a stir in the orphanage, and Ye Qianxing received a lot of attention, though it was mostly endless ridicule and occasional pity. However, due to legal regulations requiring adoptive parents to take responsibility after adopting an orphan, they ultimately had no choice but to keep Ye Qianxing. But their attitude towards him turned extremely poor. They would scold and hit him at the slightest provocation, as if all the blame lay on him. Ye Qianxing had always endured it. After all, one must bow their head under a roof, and he still needed to rely on this family to survive. He endured it for nearly 10 years. His home was in an apartment building on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. In this era, with evil spirits rampant and human territory shrinking, to be honest, living in an apartment was already considered quite good. More than half of the people in Jiangnan City could only live in shared rentals or basements, often with 10 or more people living in a room of about 100 square meters. Pushing the door open and returning home, Ye Qianxing saw his adoptive parents and his stepsister sitting on the sofa. This stepsister was the Ice Queen who had previously stopped Zhou Wei, named Lin Ruoxi. Ye Qianxing's impression of her was neither good nor bad, although she seemed to look down on him. She didn't vent her frustrations on him like his adoptive parents did, so he at least didn't dislike her. However, after today's incident, Ye Qianxing was completely disappointed in Lin Ruoxi. When Erbai Wu was bitten by Zhou Wei's spirit pet and nearly killed, Lin Ruoxi was right there. She had the ability to stop it, but chose to remain indifferent. Although Erbai Wu was not meant to die and survived, this incident still left a knot in Ye Qianxing's heart. Seeing Ye Qianxing return, his adoptive mother Qi Yin frowned and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze, asking sternly, "Why are you coming back so late? Where have you been messing around? Your clothes are all dirty. I tell you, if this shirt is ruined, I want to buy you a new one. You might as well go to school naked." Ye Qianxing was already used to his adoptive mother's words, so he silently walked towards his room. Chapter 4: The Shared Apartment. However, Ye Qianxing did not expect that Qi Yin was not going to let this go easily this time. Seeing that he ignored her, Qi Yan's anger grew even more. "Have you grown some temper now? You dare to ignore me? Do you believe I will kick you out and let you go back to being an orphan with dead parents?" Just scolding was not enough. Qi Yin stood up and shoved Ye Qianxing hard. Yet the originally weak Ye Qianxing did not budge at all. Qi Yan's strength seemed to have no effect on him. This made Qi Yin even more annoyed. "Mom, enough. Let it go back and rest." Just as Qi Yin was about to unleash her fury, Lin Ruoxi finally spoke up to advise her. She knew that Ye Qianxing had just experienced a life-and-death separation, and his mood must be poor. It would be bad if he did something impulsive in a fit of rage. Although she had always looked down on this brother, she didn't want things to escalate too much. "Yes, wife, don't let him make you sick. Anyway, he will soon reach the legal age, and we won't have to support him anymore." Lin Kaiquan, the adoptive father, also advised. In this era, 16 is the legal age, and in a few months, Ye Qianxing would turn 16, which would inevitably lead to him being kicked out of the house. When Ye Qianxing heard Qi Yan's words about his dead parents, his body trembled violently, and anger surged within him. The disappearance of his parents had always been a pain in his heart, although he had no memories of them. They were always his bottom line. It was acceptable to hit or scold him, but insulting his parents was absolutely intolerable. "You better take back what you just said." Ye Qianxing suddenly turned around, his voice filled with anger, his cold gaze fixed on Qi Yin. This startled Qi Yin. She was actually intimidated by Ye Qianxing's imposing presence. She had no doubt that if she dared to say a word against him, this familiar yet strange boy would strike. However, her long-formed arrogance wouldn't allow her to back down. So even though she trembled under Ye Qianxing's gaze, she remained silent. Ye Qianxing calmed down. Just as tensions rose, a cold voice sounded, and Lin Ruoxi stepped in front of Qi Yin. In fact, Ye Qianxing's sudden change surprised her as well. At that moment, she felt as if the boy before her had become unfamiliar. The terrifying aura emanating from Ye Qianxing made even her feel a bit afraid. However, she would not allow her mother to be harmed. So she resolutely stood in front of Qi Yin, ready to summon her spirit pet at any moment. As someone whose mental strength was stronger than her peers since childhood, Lin Ruoshi's talent was among the top in the entire Jiangnan city, and she had now contracted a powerful spirit pet of the first rank. The strength of a spirit master's mental power determines the quantity and quality of spirit pets they can contract. Mental power can be cultivated later, but there is a limit, and the height of that limit depends on the spirit master's innate talent. A talented spirit master has a higher upper limit for their mental power, while an average spirit master's limit is naturally lower. It seemed that Lin Ruoshi's presence gave Qi Yin a sense of security. She was no longer as scared and looked at Ye Qianxing with increasing displeasure. "How dare you threaten me after I've raised you for 10 years, you ingrate? I truly regret taking you in. Get out of my house right now," Qi Yin shouted, pointing at Ye Qianxing. Lin Ruoshi frowned, wanting to say something, but unexpectedly, Ye Qianxing spoke first. "Fine, I didn't want to stay here anyway. Over the years, when have you treated me like family? This home, I don't need it." On the dim street, Ye Qianxing stood still with a suitcase in hand, seemingly lost in thought. Just now, he had completely severed ties with his adoptive parents. If you don't want to stay, then get lost. With your trash talent in today's society, you're nothing but a waste. Without me, living another day is a question. The words Qi Yin said before he left made Ye Qianxing sneer in disdain. Live? With the system he possessed, he wasn't thinking about how to survive, but how to live better than anyone else. A figure appeared in Ye Qianxing's line of sight. With a graceful figure and beauty like that of a celestial being, though her face showed no emotion, resembling an iceberg. It was Lin Ruoshi, who had been his nominal sister just 10 minutes ago. Now, they had no relationship at all. "What do you want?" Ye Qianxing asked, his voice devoid of emotion, as he was thoroughly disappointed with his family. "You should go back and apologize to my mom. I will convince her to keep you," Lin Ruoshi said. Hearing this, Ye Qianxing was slightly taken aback. From what he knew of Lin Ruoshi, this icy woman wouldn't say such things. However, Ye Qianxing didn't develop any fondness for her because of it. His tone remained emotionless. "I want to go back, and I want to apologize. Besides, I did nothing wrong and don't need to apologize." Sensing the stubbornness in Ye Qianxing's words, Lin Ruoshi fell silent for a moment and then pulled out a wad of cash from her pocket. "You need money for food and shelter outside. I can only give you this." Lin Ruoshi handed the money to Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing was once again taken aback. Lin Ruoshi's behavior surprised him. Was this sympathy or charity? But after hesitating for a moment, he accepted it because he indeed needed the money, although he was confident that he wouldn't lack money in the future. He needed a place to stay for tonight. At that moment, he was completely broke. Ye Qianxing looked at Lin Ruoshi meaningfully. It seemed she wasn't entirely devoid of humanity. After all, they had lived together for 10 years and called her sister for 10 years. Even raising a dog would evoke feelings, let alone a human. This made Ye Qianxing's resentment toward her fade a little. "This money is a loan. I will pay you back in the future," Ye Qianxing said. Lin Ruoshi, however, said nothing more and turned to leave. Carrying his suitcase, Ye Qianxing searched for several hours and finally found a relatively cheap shared apartment. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and a small living room. It wasn't large, but it was quite nice in this day and age, with a monthly rent of 2,000, which took away half of Lin Ruoshi's money. However, Ye Qianxing didn't feel bad about it. He could earn that amount back in no time. The landlord said that the other room in the apartment was occupied by a girl, but she was quite mysterious, often not at home, and seemed to have a bad temper, so Ye Qianxing should be cautious. The word mysterious piqued Ye Qianxing's curiosity, but it was just curiosity. After tidying up the room, he fell asleep immediately. The next day, after washing up, Ye Qianxing went to school. The tuition was paid annually, and this year's had already been paid, so there was no way to get a refund. It was better to go than not. As soon as he entered the classroom, Ye Qianxing heard a familiar voice. "Oh, it only took 1 night for your injury to heal. Your recovery ability is impressive." Without needing to look, Ye Qianxing knew who was speaking. It was Zhou Wei, the one who had bullied him yesterday and almost killed him. Chapter 5. Settling scores. You really are asking for trouble. Entering hell when there's a road to heaven. Ye Qianxing thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He was just about to take revenge, and this guy had come looking for him. "Ye Qianxing, your spirit pet is dead. Why are you still coming to school?" Zhou Wei stepped in front of Ye Qianxing with a mocking smile. But since Ye Qianxing was a head taller than him, Zhou Wei had to look up at him, creating a sense of superiority. In fact, Ye Qianxing was only 7 meters tall, about the same height as Zhou Wei. But perhaps due to inheriting a tenth of the strength of the Hellhound, his body had been modified, and his height had increased to 75 meters. Zhou Wei realized this awkwardness and became displeased. Do you not know to lower your head when I'm talking to you? As he spoke, Zhou Wei raised his hand to slap Ye Qianxing on the head, clearly using considerable force. If it had been the old Ye Qianxing, he would have definitely taken that slap. But unfortunately for Zhou Wei, times had changed, and he had encountered a tough opponent. Zhou Wei's hand suddenly stopped in midair, his wrist caught firmly by Ye Qianxing. You dare to retaliate? Zhou Wei was taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. No one had ever dared to retaliate against him after enjoying his power for so long. In his rage, Zhou Wei exerted more strength, tried to break free from Ye Qianxing's grip. At this moment, it became clear that Ye Qianxing's strength was unexpectedly powerful. His grip on Zhou Wei's wrist felt like a vice, making it impossible to break free. Fight back? I'll show you what a real counterattack looks like. Ye Qianxing's voice was cold, and with a sudden exertion of force, a crisp crack was heard as Zhou Wei's wrist was directly crushed. Oh! Zhou Wei let out a cry of agony, but Ye Qianxing remained unfazed, delivering another kick to his abdomen that sent him flying several meters away. This was still Ye Qianxing holding back. Otherwise, with just a tenth of the power he possessed from the Hellhound, not only would Zhou Wei be in trouble, but even an ordinary tier spirit pet wouldn't fare well. This is just interest. We'll settle our accounts later, Ye Qianxing said coldly to Zhou Wei. He couldn't kill anyone in front of so many witnesses at school, nor did he have the strength to do so. But that didn't mean he would let it go. If it weren't for the system's arrival, 250 would undoubtedly be dead. His resentment towards Zhou Wei had reached the point of wanting to kill. Ye Qianxing's powerful counterattack left the entire classroom in stunned silence. They were all too familiar with Ye Qianxing, the most useless one in the class. Not only was he an orphan without parents, but it was also said that he had mental barriers preventing him from contracting spirit pets, destined to be at the bottom. The previous Ye Qianxing had always been seen as someone to bully, but now he had changed. He had become a stranger in their eyes. Not only did he dare to resist Zhou Wei, but he also defeated him in an instant. After all, Zhou Wei was a black belt in Taekwondo and could easily handle 2 or 3 students. How could someone who appeared so weak like Ye Qianxing defeat him? Boss, are you okay? Zhou Wei's lackeys rushed to his side to help him up. Kill him for me, Zhou Wei shouted angrily, his face turning pale. However, those lackeys had seen Ye Qianxing's strength. If even their boss wasn't a match for him, they dared not act. They exchanged glances, but no one made a move. You useless fools, get lost. Zhou Wei's face grew even darker as he shoved a few lackeys aside and glared at Ye Qianxing. You worthless piece of trash. You dare to hit me? I'll make you regret being alive in this world. Ironback Kangwolf, come out, Zhou Wei shouted, and a colorful vortex appeared beside him, revealing the contract space. A leg emerged, followed by a second leg, then the wolf's head, body, and tail. Soon, a massive wolf appeared. This wolf was more than twice the size of an ordinary wolf, with sharp fangs, and the strangest thing was that its back was covered in sharp iron spikes. This was Zhou Wei's spirit pet, the Ironback Kangwolf. With the Ironback Kangwolf present, Zhou Wei's aura instantly changed. Although he didn't understand why Ye Qianxing had suddenly become so powerful, he thought that no matter how strong he was still just one person and could never be a match for a spirit pet. Ironback, tear him apart. Spirit pet. Ironback Kangwolf attribute. Combat type rating, 1.5 stars level. 3 abilities, Claw Strike Bite. Ironback charge weakness, flying and ghost types. The abdomen is its most vulnerable spot. Promotion condition, 1 drop of Wolf Fairy Blood evolution route. None. The attribute table of the Ironback Kangwolf appeared before Ye Qianxing, and the system rated it as 1.5 stars, indicating that its future potential and combat power among spirit pets of the same level were quite ordinary, not even comparable to 250 as 5 stars. Ye Qianxing narrowed his eyes, but did not immediately summon 250. He wanted to see if he could match a typical Tier 3 spirit pet with his current combat power. Although he was confident that his strength could rival that of an average spirit pet, he had never tested it before, making this a good opportunity. Ironback, tear him apart, Zhou Wei shouted angrily, and the Ironback King Wolf let out a fierce roar, startling many students in the classroom. Yet Ye Qianxing remained completely unfazed, even showing a glimmer of battle intent in his eyes. Just as the Ironback King Wolf was about to charge, a crisp yet authoritative female voice rang out. Zhou Wei, what do you think you're doing? Don't you know that summoning spirit pets in the classroom is prohibited? The speaker was a girl who looked to be about the same age as Ye Qianxing. She was tall and strikingly beautiful, though her curves were not yet fully developed, perhaps due to her youth. Her reprimand instantly drew the attention of everyone in the classroom, including Zhou Wei. The Ironback King Wolf also halted, looking at Zhou Wei with a human-like expression, seemingly questioning whether it should continue. Zhou Wei's expression changed upon seeing the girl, but he quickly turned his gaze back to Ye Qianxing, his eyes burning with rage. Go! Following Zhou Wei's command, the Ironback King Wolf leaped forward without hesitation. Its sharp claws aimed directly at Ye Qianxing. Zhou Wei, you dare! The girl exclaimed in shock, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the Ironback King Wolf attacked Ye Qianxing. Many students in the classroom shut their eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness the impending bloody scene. At that moment, everyone thought Ye Qianxing was as good as dead, for they had never heard of anyone being able to counter a spirit pet solely with their own abilities. Zhou Wei wore a cold smile, his eyes fixed on Ye Qianxing, his lips curling into a sinister grin. Hee, Ye Qianxing, daring to provoke me? This is your fate. Become Ironback's lunch. Chapter 6. Battle with Ironback King Wolf. As the Ironback King Wolf's claws were about to strike Ye Qianxing, Zhou Wei seemed to envision the scene of brain matter splattering, continuously sneering. However, the next moment, his smirk froze in surprise as the Ironback King Wolf suddenly halted. Ye Qianxing's pupils transformed into two deep, swirling black holes. One of the skills granted to him by the Hellhound was intimidation. It could cause temporary dizziness to opponents not exceeding 2 levels below him, with the duration of the dizziness depending on the strength of both the opponent and the user. Ye Qianxing's strength might not be strong, but 3 seconds of intimidation was enough for him to accomplish many things. Get away from me, Ye Qianxing shouted, launching a kick that struck the Ironback King Wolf in the abdomen. The Ironback King Wolf let out a mournful cry and was sent flying back, crashing to the ground. The abdomen is a weak point for all wolf-like creatures. Moreover, the system had indicated that the Ironback King Wolf's weakness was its abdomen. How could Ye Qianxing overlook that? The mournful cry of the Ironback King Wolf and the sound of it hitting the ground caused the students in the classroom to open their eyes, filled with astonishment. Am I dreaming? Ye Qianxing actually defeated the Ironback King Wolf. Is this guy even human? How could a human defeat a spirit pet, especially a ferocious one like a wolf? Everyone found it unbelievable, including the girl who had tried to dissuade Zhou Wei. As for Zhou Wei, he was wide-eyed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Oh, whoa! The downed Ironback King Wolf howled in fury, getting back on its feet, albeit still somewhat unsteady, but it was not mortally wounded. It seemed that even a direct hit to its weak point from Ye Qianxing's strike couldn't take it down in one blow. But that didn't mean Ye Qianxing was weaker than it. Just now, Ye Qianxing had only acted on a whim, hence he hadn't used his full strength. The Ironback King Wolf arched its body, baring its teeth, clearly displaying extreme anger. The iron spikes on its back stood up like a porcupine, and if one were to run into them, they would likely be turned into a sieve. Ye Qianxing understood that the Ironback King Wolf was preparing to unleash a powerful move, so he focused his mind, clenched his fists, and got ready for battle. Just as the Ironback Wolf lunged at Ye Qianxing, who was ready to unleash a show of force, the girl shouted again, "Fire, fire, come out." As her voice fell, a wave of heat instantly filled the classroom, and the temperature rose sharply. The Ironback Wolf had just leaped up when a ball of flame shot towards it. Struck by the flames, the Ironback Wolf was sent flying, and when it got back on its feet, a hint of fear flashed in its eyes. Ye Qianxing turned to look, only to see a small bird appearing beside the girl. Though it was a small bird, its size was comparable to that of a young eagle, with fiery red feathers. And the sudden heat came from this bird. Spirit Pet, Fire Spirit Sparrow, Phoenix Bloodline, Attribute, Fire Rating, 4 stars, Growth Type, Level, 9 Ability, Flame Impact Weakness, Water and Rock Promotion Condition. Consume 5 petals of Earth Flame Flower along with a Fire Element Inner Pill to promote to Level 05 Evolution Route. Rebirth in Fire. Endure Level Fire to activate Phoenix Bloodline. The Fire Spirit Sparrow was surprisingly rated as 4 stars by the system, indicating its strong potential and combat power for its level. It was clear that it could instill fear even in the ferocious Ironback Wolf. The system also indicated that it possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix, a mythical beast in ancient legends before the New Era, noble like the Phoenix itself. Even a trace of this bloodline represented immense potential. No wonder it was rated as 4 stars. This was still unactivated, and if successfully activated, its rating might rise further. Zhou Wei, if you don't recall your spirit pet, don't blame me for being rude, the girl said coldly to Zhou Wei, her threat very clear. Zhou Wei clenched his fists, but forgot that his wrist had already been crushed by Ye Qianxing, causing him sharp pain. This only fueled his anger. He had never been treated this way before, but the Fire Spirit Sparrow beside the girl indeed held a strong deterrent power. What are you all doing? At that moment, a cold voice filled with authority rang out, and a woman radiating the charm of a mature woman entered. This was their mentor, Jianglin. Jianglin was beautiful, considered the dream lover of all the students and teachers in the school, yet no one dared to show any inappropriate intentions towards her, as she was also a powerful spirit master. All students and teachers both loved and feared her. Jiang Lin's icy gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the girl and Zhou Wei. Xia Xiaoyu, as the class monitor, do you not know that summoning spirit pets in the classroom is prohibited? What if a student gets hurt? Jiang Lin spoke sternly to the girl. Mentor Jiang Lin, it was Zhou Wei who summoned his spirit pet first. I tried to advise him, but it was useless, so Xia Xiaoyu recounted the events in detail, without embellishment, as it was indeed Zhou Wei's fault. After hearing the whole story, Jiang Lin looked at Zhou Wei, but noticed the injuries on him, frowning slightly. Quickly recall your spirit pet. Then go to the infirmary for treatment. Jiang Lin's tone was filled with authority, leaving no room for refusal. Even Zhou Wei, known for his rebelliousness, dared not disobey her. With a sullen face, he shouted at the Ironback Wolf, "Ironback, come back." After recalling the Ironback Wolf, Zhou Wei, with the help of a few lackeys, made his way to the infirmary, glaring fiercely at Ye Qianxing as he passed by, clearly indicating that this matter was not over. Ye Qianxing sneered, of course. This matter was far from over. What had just happened was merely interest. The real debt would be settled slowly. Jiang Lin's gaze shifted back to Xia Xiaoyu. While the primary responsibility lies with Zhou Wei, you are also at fault. Your Fire Spirit Sparrow is a high-damage spirit pet. If something goes wrong, it could easily hurt a classmate. I'll punish you to run 5 laps around the playground. All right, mentor, Xia Xiaoyu replied without showing any signs of dissatisfaction, and was about to leave when Ye Qianxing spoke up. Mentor Jiang Lin, this matter ultimately stemmed from Zhou Wei and me, so I also bear some responsibility. I volunteer to be punished alongside the class monitor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin glanced at Ye Qianxing with a thoughtful expression, along with a hint of curiosity. She had seen the scene where Ye Qianxing fought the Ironback Wolf. Being able to confront a spirit pet with sheer personal ability was no ordinary feat. That was why she had not intervened immediately. She wanted to see if Ye Qianxing could truly defeat a level spirit pet, but unfortunately, Xia Xiaoyu had interrupted her, leaving her no choice but to step in. Otherwise, if things escalated, it would not be good. Though puzzled, Jiang Lin did not inquire further about Ye Qianxing, as if she had not seen the previous scene, and quickly withdrew her gaze. Since you want to be punished, then go ahead. Chapter 7. Childhood Friends Xia Xiaoyu on the playground. Ye Qianxing and Xia Xiaoyu ran side by side. Xiaoyu, you really didn't need to be punished. This is clearly a personal feud between Zhou Wei and me. Ye Qianxing smiled gently at Xia Xiaoyu. They were quite familiar, to the point where calling them childhood friends was not an exaggeration. Both Xia Xiaoyu and he were orphans. They had known each other in the orphanage and became good friends. However, Xia Xiaoyu's luck was much better than his. From a young age, She had shown extraordinary mental strength talent and was directly taken in by the president of the Jiangnan City Spirit Master Association branch. The Spirit Master Association had branches in every base city, established at the beginning of the new era, and could be said to be a superpower that could rival the national army. Xia Xiaoyu's status rose significantly after being taken in by the president of the Jiangnan branch. With her already impressive talent, combined with countless resources, she became a standout among her peers. Just when they thought they would have no further intersection, they unexpectedly found themselves in the same class at school. It was indeed fate. Ye Qianxing, don't say that. I can't just sit back and watch Zhou Wei bully you, Xia Xiaoyu said with a sweet smile, warming Ye Qianxing's heart. In the orphanage, there were always some bad kids who bullied Xia Xiaoyu, and back then, he always protected her. Now, this girl intended to turn the tables and protect him. I'm a man. How could I need a girl like you to protect me? Didn't you see how I made Zhou Wei fall apart? As he spoke, Ye Qianxing clenched his fist, putting on a fierce expression. Xia Xiaoyu chuckled. But, Ye Qianxing, you really have improved a lot. You actually managed to beat Zhou Wei. She only praised him, but did not ask why he suddenly became so strong. She was not being nosy. She just knew that everyone had their own secrets, and believed that if Ye Qianxing wanted to tell her, he would do so without her asking. By the way, Ye Qianxing, I heard something. Xia Xiaoyu seemed to think of something, her expression suddenly changing, halfway through her sentence, but unsure how to continue. What is it? Ye Qianxing asked, puzzled. Ye Qianxing, I think I heard Zhou Wei say he killed Bai Wu. As she spoke, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes turned red. She had a very good relationship with Bai Wu, because Ye Qianxing had entered the orphanage with Bai Wu back then. Girls naturally loved such cute little animals, and Xia Xiaoyu was no exception. Over the years, she had formed a strong bond with Bai Wu, and now hearing that Bai Wu had died, how could she not be heartbroken? Not only was she sad, but there was also a flash of guilt in her eyes. She knew that Zhou Wei's actions against Ye Qianxing were because of her. As the daughter of the president of the Jiangnan City Spirit Master Association, and extremely beautiful, Zhou Wei had confessed to her long ago, but Xia Xiaoyu had completely ignored him. On the contrary, she had a great relationship with Ye Qianxing, laughing and playfully teasing each other every day, which made Zhou Wei feel deeply dissatisfied and jealous. In his eyes, a woman he couldn't have should never be obtained by anyone else, especially since Ye Qianxing was just a worthless person in his view, an orphan with mental barriers. The fact that Xia Xiaoyu was willing to associate with such a waste while ignoring him struck a heavy blow to his already inflated ego. Naturally, Zhou Wei didn't dare to vent his frustration on Xia Xiaoyu, so he set his sights on Ye Qianxing. This led to the initial scene where he hid in a small grove on Ye Qianxing's way home and taught him a harsh lesson. Ye Qianxing noticed the guilt in Xia Xiaoyu's eyes and smiled as he patted her head. Silly girl, this isn't your fault. The source of all wrongs is Zhou Wei. Teaching him a lesson today is just collecting a bit of interest. I'll settle the real score with him slowly. As he spoke, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but clench his fist. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Ye Qianxing, Xia Xiaoyu trembled internally at that moment. She seemed to sense a hint of strangeness from him. The arrival of the system had completely changed Ye Qianxing. From now on, he no longer feared being bullied or humiliated. Sensing Xia Xiaoyu's tension, Ye Qianxing quickly retracted his killing intent and wore a gentle smile, a demeanor he had only shown to Xia Xiaoyu so far. Besides, Bai Wu was still alive and well. If you don't believe it, just watch. Saying this, Ye Qianxing opened the contract space, and Bai Wu soon appeared. The moment he saw Xia Xiaoyu, he jumped in her arms, rubbing his head against a slightly protruding part of her body, which made Ye Qianxing feel a wave of envy and jealousy. He wished he could swap bodies with Bai Wu. Damn it, you Lu dog, come here. Ye Qianxing shouted. But Bai Wu just gave him a disdainful look with his signature silly dog expression and continued to rub against Xia Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Bai Wu, Xia Xiaoyu's heart filled with joy, and she hugged him tightly. But then she seemed to remember something and looked at Ye Qianxing in surprise, specifically at the entrance of the contract space beside him. You contracted with Bai Wu? You became a spirit tamer? It was no wonder Xia Xiaoyu was so surprised. The impact of this news was simply too great. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have been surprised. But Ye Qianxing was definitely an exception. Having known Ye Qianxing for so long, Xia Xiaoyu understood him very well. He had sustained a head injury in childhood that left him with mental barriers, and unless he found a treasure to heal his soul, it was basically impossible for him to contract a spirit pet. Trying to force it would only backfire, resulting in severe injury or even death. I got lucky and found some treasures that not only healed Air by Wu, but also cure my old soul ailment. Ye Qianxing couldn't reveal the system's existence, so he had to come up with a reason. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xia Xiaoyu. It was just that this matter was too mystical. Regardless of whether she believed it or not, knowing too much would not be good for her. Although Xia Xiaoyu thought his explanation was far-fetched, she had no other explanation, so she had to accept it. Brother Qianxing, since you've become a spirit tamer, you won't be eliminated in the upcoming final assessment, Xia Xiaoyu said happily. As the final assessment was just around the corner, students would be classified based on their assessment results, with talented students entering first and second-tier elite classes, while those with average talent would enter ordinary classes. As for those who couldn't contract spirit pets, they would be advised to withdraw from the school. In the school's view, if a student couldn't contract a spirit pet by the age of 16, their chances of becoming a spirit tamer in the future were very slim. Even if they could, their potential would be extremely limited, making it not worth the resources to cultivate them. The previous Ye Qianxing was basically destined to be advised to withdraw, and Xia Xiaoyu felt helpless about it. Even her adoptive father, who was the president of the Jiangnan City branch, couldn't intervene. However, now that Ye Qianxing had become a spirit tamer, all her worries vanished, even if he could only enter an ordinary class in the end. It was better than being withdrawn. The two of them playfully bickered and quickly completed 5 laps around the playground. Ye Qianxing, with 1/10 of the power of a hellhound, could easily contend with most ordinary spirit pets. With his physical fitness, he could run 10 laps without breaking a sweat. As for Xia Xiaoyu, despite coming from a wealthy family, she was not a pampered princess. On the contrary, nourished by countless supplements and often exercising, her physical fitness was better than most boys her age. Although she was a bit out of breath and her face was flushed after 5 laps, she managed to keep up. Back in the classroom, Instructor Jiang Lin was teaching. Although it was a new era, subjects like language and math were not as important as before. It didn't mean they didn't need to learn theoretical knowledge. After several hundred years of development, humanity had gradually gained a better understanding of evil spirits, including their types, characteristics, habits, and weaknesses, all of which were recorded in the evil spirit record. What they needed to study was this evil spirit record, as knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would lead to victory in every battle. If one didn't understand their opponent, even with great strength, it would still be dangerous. However, if one was extremely familiar with these evil spirits, they might even achieve the ability to defeat the strong with the weak. Although everyone's main objective was still spirit pet battles, there were some who, with average soul talent, chose to study and research matters related to evil spirits or spirit pets. If one could develop methods to cultivate spirit pets, they would be highly sought after. And even if they were physically weak, they would earn the respect of many spirit tamers. Furthermore, making achievements in this area would greatly contribute to the country and humanity, and such individuals might even be admitted to schools with special treatment for dedicated training. Of course, these things were not particularly important to Ye Qianxing. With the system, he could see through any evil spirit and spirit pet information at a glance. It was no exaggeration to say that if he wanted, even the top doctors in the world who understood evil spirits and spirit pets the most would have to worship at his feet. However, Ye Qianxing's goal was still to improve his strength, and he wasn't interested in these matters. While Ye Qianxing was indifferent, Xia Xiaoyu and her classmates listened attentively. Many of them would become spirit tamers in the future, and fighting against evil spirits was an absolute necessity. They had to take it seriously for their future safety. Bored and restless, the day's classes came to an end. At lunchtime, Xia Xiaoyu treated everyone again, and after paying his rent, Ye Qianxing found himself with empty pockets. At this moment, he realized it was time to start making money. He couldn't keep relying on Xia Xiaoyu for food and drinks. Although he knew Xia Xiaoyu wouldn't mind, he cared. He was a solid man and couldn't depend on a girl to support him. With that thought, Ye Qianxing unknowingly returned to the apartment. When he opened the door, he found it was surprisingly unlocked. He distinctly remembered locking it before leaving. Could someone be inside? While pondering this, Ye Qianxing walked into the living room, and at that moment, a sound of a door opening came from the bathroom. Ye Qianxing instinctively looked over, his eyes widening and his nose feeling a bit hot, as if he was about to have a nosebleed. The bathroom door opened, revealing a stunning figure in Ye Qianxing's view, a young woman in her 20s with a delicate face and an incredibly sexy figure. A perfect combination of an angelic face and a devilish body. However, Ye Qianxing was quite accustomed to seeing beautiful women, whether it was Lin Ruoxi or Xia Xiaoyu, both of whom were not inferior in looks to this beauty. Although they might fall short in terms of figure, that was likely due to age. What truly left Ye Qianxing stunned and nearly caused him a bleed from his nose was the fact that this devilishly beautiful woman was currently completely naked, without a stitch on. Having lived for 16 years, Ye Qianxing was definitely a little virgin. Just seeing a pair of long legs and a flat stomach could make him blush. This scene really caught him off guard for a moment. The beauty, clearly not expecting anyone to come in, was momentarily dazed before quickly running into the bathroom. Within seconds, she reemerged, this time wrapped in a bath towel. However, this sight only made Ye Qianxing unable to hold back a nosebleed. Sometimes, a hint of mystery could indeed be quite alluring. Nevertheless, Ye Qianxing quickly regained his composure, hurriedly averted his gaze, wiped his nose, and coughed. Ahem, you should be, before he could finish his sentence. Ye Qianxing felt a gust of wind rush toward his face. Instinctively, he dodged, and a shadow flashed past him. Soon enough, he saw what it was, a gleaming dagger. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the dagger would have sliced right across his eyes, and he would likely have ended up blind. The owner of the dagger was the beauty, whose cold face now bore a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting Ye Qianxing to dodge. But her surprise only lasted a few seconds. Moments later, her icy gaze returned as she swung the dagger again, aiming for Ye Qianxing's eyes. Damn! Ye Qianxing barely had time to exclaim before he hurriedly dodged. The beauty was clearly skilled. Her dagger danced with a fierce wind, and for a moment, Ye Qianxing found it difficult to defend himself. After all, although he possessed 1/10 of the power of a hellhound, he had no idea how to use it properly. Each of her attacks aimed at his eyes left Ye Qianxing feeling utterly helpless. He knew that she was definitely trying to gouge out his eyes because he had seen her naked, but it was indeed his fault, although it was unintentional. He had still seen her, making it difficult for him to retaliate. Hey, beauty, first of all, it was indeed my mistake to see you naked, but it was unintentional. Let's talk this out. Before he could finish, the beauty became even angrier, increasing the speed and force of her attacks, which made Ye Qianxing feel a surge of impatience amidst his helplessness. It seems I need to subdue you to have a proper conversation. I'm sorry. With that, Ye Qianxing stopped dodging and grabbed both of her hands. The beauty, underestimating his strength, did not evade and found her hands caught. She began to struggle fiercely, prompting Ye Qianxing to use his strength to push her down and pin her beneath him, finally subduing her. However, the position was indeed somewhat ambiguous, but Ye Qianxing had no choice but to do it this way. Chapter 9, Mercenary City. Beauty, I mean you no harm. This is truly a last resort. Although the position was ambiguous, Ye Qianxing dared not think of anything else at this moment and quickly explained, "Calm down and listen to me. I'm a tenant in this apartment and just got back. What happened earlier was purely an accident." To his surprise, Ye Qianxing's words managed to stop the beauty from struggling. "Let me up," came her cold voice. Because they were too close, a faint fragrance wafted into Ye Qianxing's nose as she spoke, nearly causing him to lose control again. Suppressing that impulse, Ye Qianxing replied, "I can let you up, but you have to promise me not to attack again." The beauty nodded, and Ye Qianxing carefully got up. But just as he did, she kicked out with her leg, aiming directly at Ye Qianxing's private area. "Damn!" Ye Qianxing yelled, finally believing an old saying he had heard. The most charming is also the most dangerous. Ancient wisdom is indeed not to be doubted. This girl was too ruthless, kicking at his private area. Even though his physical condition was extraordinary, that area was still extremely vulnerable. If she landed a hit, he would probably become the first eunuch of the new era. In this critical moment, Ye Qianxing didn't think much and directly unleashed his intimidation. Indeed, In that instant, the beauty's movement halted. Ye Qianxing quickly stepped back, and after 5 seconds, the beauty regained her senses, looking at Ye Qianxing with a gaze filled with surprise and caution. Just moments ago, she had felt as if her soul was attacked by some force, and it was clear that this was the doing of the man before her. Being able to attack a person's soul made her immediately wary of Ye Qianxing. Beauty, you didn't keep your word. You promised to not attack if I let you go, Ye Qianxing said angrily. I only moved my leg. To his surprise, the beauty replied in such a manner that left Ye Qianxing speechless. She was playing word games with him. Beauty, it was truly a misunderstanding. I moved in here yesterday, and the landlord said you often weren't home, so I thought you wouldn't be here today, which led to the earlier misunderstanding. Besides, you also share some responsibility. Who told you to come out naked after your shower? Seeing that the beauty didn't seem inclined to attack him anymore, Ye Qianxing finally breathed a sigh of relief and explained. The beauty wanted to say that she had no idea someone had moved in here. She had only returned today, and previously there had been no one else, which is why she had come out without clothes. But ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to say it. You better forget what just happened. Otherwise, I have countless ways to kill you. With that final threat, the beauty walked straight back to her room. Hey, beauty, what's your name? After all, we're roommates now, Ye Qianxing called out, but she completely ignored him and slammed the door shut. Ye Qianxing. No wonder the landlord said she had a bad temper. After washing up, Ye Qianxing returned to his room, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, deep in thought. Right now, the urgent matter was to make money. A penny can defeat a hero. He was not only broke, but also in debt. There were many ways for a spirit tamer to earn money, but most of them took time, and there were indeed quicker ways, such as becoming a mercenary to earn commissions. All right, it's settled. With that thought, the night passed, and the next morning, Ye Qianxing did not go to school, but headed toward the mercenary city. Attending classes at school was not mandatory. It was similar to universities before the new era, where skipping a few classes was not a big deal. It all depended on self-discipline, and the instructors wouldn't care too much. After all, this was for his future safety. If he didn't care about himself, the instructors wouldn't care either. Ye Qianxing had a system, so he didn't need to study, making it all the more irrelevant. The mercenary city was a gathering place for all mercenaries in Jiangnan City, where one could take on tasks and earn commissions. It was Ye Qianxing's first time in the mercenary city, and he wasn't very familiar with it. But he managed to find the task hall with the help of a map, where tasks and commissions were received. The task hall was large, with a massive screen displaying a multitude of tasks. There were also many staff members in the hall, responsible for assisting mercenaries who came to take on tasks. You can imagine it as a place similar to a bank. The task hall was crowded with mercenaries. Ye Qianxing casually found a spot in line, and it took over an hour before it was finally his turn. Hello, esteemed spirit tamer. Are you here to take on a task, or to collect a commission? The person receiving him was a girl around 20 years old, who was quite pretty. However, the reception staff here were mostly ordinary people, either lacking the talent to contract spirit pets, or coming from families that couldn't afford to have spirit pets. In short, although the threshold to become a spirit master was not very high, spirit masters in the entire Celestial Empire accounted for less than 1/10 of the total population, and those with exceptional talent were even fewer. I came to take on a mission. The receptionist showed a respectful demeanor towards Ye Qianxing, as ordinary people often felt inferior to spirit masters, and Ye Qianxing did not exhibit arrogance, instead speaking calmly. As someone who was once thought to never become a spirit master, Ye Qianxing understood the struggles of these ordinary people very well. To put it bluntly, in the current Celestial Empire and even the entire world, ordinary people were serving spirit masters. Although most spirit masters were responsible for protecting ordinary people, there were still some who considered themselves superior and bullied ordinary people, like Zhou Wei, who had previously bullied Ye Qianxing due to his identity as a spirit master. The receptionist was slightly taken aback by Ye Qianxing's calmness, but quickly regained her composure and said with a smile, "Please show me your mercenary badge." Mercenary badge? Ye Qianxing was taken aback. This was his first time here, and he didn't know what a mercenary badge was. Seeing Ye Qianxing's confusion, the receptionist thought he had simply forgotten it and continued with a smile. "Dear Spirit Master, if you forgot to bring it, You can tell me the name of your mercenary group. I have records here. Ye Qianxing forced a smile and said helplessly, Miss, this is my first time here, and I don't have a mercenary badge. I don't even know what a mercenary badge is. Huh? The receptionist was stunned. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Even those who came for the first time usually understood the situation beforehand. But Ye Qianxing seemed to have come on a whim with no time to gather information. Do I really need a mercenary badge to take on a mission? Ye Qianxing asked somewhat unwillingly. Yes, that's the regulation of the Mercenary Association. I can't do anything about it. The receptionist replied helplessly. Then how do I get a mercenary badge? Ye Qianxing inquired, realizing that since exceptions couldn't be made, he would have to follow the rules. Perhaps due to her professional demeanor, or because Ye Qianxing treated her well, the receptionist did not show impatience at his basic question and patiently explained, actually, obtaining a mercenary badge is not complicated. You just need to join a mercenary group that is officially registered with a mercenary association, and they will naturally issue you a mercenary badge. After hearing the receptionist's explanation, Ye Qianxing understood that he first needed to join a mercenary group. But how to join one? He asked this question, and the receptionist patiently answered again. You just need to go to the recruitment square according to the map. There are usually many mercenary groups recruiting members there. Okay, thank you, miss. I'll come back after I find a mercenary group, Ye Qianxing said in gratitude. And the receptionist waved her hand repeatedly. Dear Spirit Master, you are too polite. It's my duty to serve you. Hearing the receptionist's respectful tone, Ye Qianxing did not feel pleased. On the contrary, he sighed. After hundreds of years of accumulation, these ordinary people indeed held great awe for spirit masters. This awe had seeped into their bones and was hard to remove. But after all, weren't spirit masters also ordinary people once? Why must they be considered inferior? However, although Ye Qianxing felt this way, he knew that he couldn't change it by himself. It would require time. After saying goodbye to the receptionist, Ye Qianxing turned to leave. Just a few steps away, he encountered a big man. This big man was extraordinary, with a muscular build, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Even though Ye Qianxing was considered tall, he seemed ordinary in front of him. This man resembled an iron tower, and the surrounding ordinary people, even some spirit masters, trembled at the sight of him. His physique was simply inhuman. Shoo, be quiet. That's Kuei Wu from the Iron Blood Mercenary Group. I've heard he's a high-level spirit master, and he has a bad temper. If he hears what you just said, you're doomed. Iron Blood Mercenary Group? The #1 mercenary group in Jiangnan City's Mercenary City? People who recognized the ironed, tower-like man whispered among themselves. However, the big man paid no attention and walked right past Ye Qianxing without even looking at him. Ye Qianxing quickly recovered from his brief surprise and planned to leave the task hall. But just as he took a few steps, he heard a commotion behind him, and a familiar female voice rang out. It was the receptionist who had just attended to him. Dear Spirit Master, please follow the rules of the task hall and do not cut in line. The receptionist said to the big man, What if I do cut in line? Ask them if they have any objections. The big man shouted, his loud voice startling the receptionist, causing her eyes to redden. However, with her professional demeanor, she forced a smile and said, Sir, this is our regulation. Please abide by it. Are you out of your mind? I'm cutting in line, and they have no objections. What right do you, an ordinary person, have to tell me this? Hurry up and get to work. The big man's voice rose again, loud enough for everyone in the task hall to hear, and they all turned to look at the scene. Naturally, the people in line did not dare to object to the big man cutting in. Just looking at his tower-like physique was enough to intimidate anyone. It was better to avoid trouble, as waiting a little longer wouldn't kill them. But the receptionist seemed determined to enforce the rules. She insisted that cutting in line was not allowed. Even though she was already scared to the point of tears, she still stood her ground. You're really asking for it. If you don't get to work, I'll make sure you regret it. With the receptionist's persistence, the big man became furious. As a noble spirit master, he viewed ordinary people as inherently inferior, and anyone who dared to oppose him was provoking him. Although the Celestial Empire had laws against killing, few people actually followed them. A spirit master could kill an ordinary person without fear of consequence. After all, many believed that spirit masters were above ordinary people, and the so-called laws were merely to restrain ordinary individuals. At this moment, the receptionist was terrified her face pale and trembling. But her strong sense of professional ethics compelled her to uphold the rules. You really are asking for death. The big man could no longer hold back and reach for the receptionist. Everyone present knew that once the big man grabbed her, she would be doomed. But no one dared to step in. No one wanted to offend a powerful spirit master for the sake of an ordinary receptionist. It would be foolish to do so. However, a fool eventually appeared. Just as the big man was about to grab the receptionist by the neck, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, grabbing the big man's hand. "It's you." The receptionist was taken aback. She had thought she was doomed. But unexpectedly, someone was willing to step forward to save her. And that person was the young man who was still unfamiliar with the mercenary group. The big man was also stunned. He was surprised that this skinny guy could actually grab his hand. The tall man thought that Ye Qianxing was indeed just a skinny monkey. But this skinny monkey was able to grip his hand, which was quite unbelievable, right? He even tried to exert more force, but his hand felt as if it was frozen in place and couldn't move at all. How could this skinny monkey have such great strength? This was the only thought in the tall man's mind at that moment. This sudden scene also surprised the others in the hall, who had expected a bloody scene, but instead, they were witnessing a Clich D heroic rescue. Damn, who is this kid? He even dares to provoke Kuei Wu? They didn't recognize him. It was their first time seeing him, but judging by his age, he should have just recently become a spirit tamer and was just visiting the mercenary city, coincidentally encountering this scene, probably trying to play the hero. Huh, what era is this? Still playing the hero to save the beauty? Provoking Kuei Wu, this guy is finished. Chapter 11. Everyone is equal. Almost everyone in the task hall believed that Ye Qianxing was doomed, as far as they knew. Everyone who had provoked Kuei Wu had met a bad end. However, to their surprise, Kuei Wu did not immediately attack, but instead spoke. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" At this moment, Kuei Wu was also helpless. If it were someone else, he wouldn't waste a single word and would directly swing his fist. But now, it wasn't that he didn't want to hit, but he couldn't move. Despite the fact that this boy looked like a skinny monkey, his strength was immense. He was using all his might, but still couldn't break free. Kuei Wu was very confident in his strength. If he didn't use his spirit pet and relied solely on his own power, he would dare to say that he had few rivals in the entire Jiangnan city because he was the undefeated champion of the underground boxing ring before becoming a spirit tamer. Yet this seemingly weak boy possessed such powerful strength within. This kid was definitely not an ordinary person, which is why Kuei Wu didn't get angry immediately. He wanted to know who Ye Qianxing really was and whether he was someone he could afford to provoke. Just an ordinary student. "I'm stopping you because I can't stand you bullying others," Ye Qianxing said casually, showing no signs of worry on his face. Ordinary student? An ordinary student can have such great strength? Who are you trying to fool? The more Kuei Wu thought about it, the more he felt that Ye Qianxing was not an ordinary person. He was likely a child of a prominent family who had been taking various rare treasures to refine his body since childhood, which was why he had such strength. After some consideration, Kuei Wu decided to endure for the time being and find out Ye Qianxing's identity first. If he really was a child of a prominent family, then it would be best to let it go. But if he had no background, Kuei Wu was not a magnanimous person, and he would make Ye Qianxing regret coming into this world. "All right, I'll let it go this time for your sake, little brother." Kuei Wu's words immediately shocked those present who had heard of his reputation. Not only did he not attack, but he also said he would spare the boy. This was truly unbelievable. Could it be that this boy was from a prominent family? Was Kuei Wu afraid to provoke him? That seemed to be the only explanation. Realizing this, the crowd looked at Ye Qianxing with a bit more awe. At this moment, Ye Qianxing was completely unaware that he had unknowingly been labeled as a member of a prominent family. Ye Qianxing was a bit stunned that this tower-like man would give him face. He had been ready to go hard, but who knew this guy would be so cowardly? But could just end like this? Ye Qianxing didn't let go of Kuei Wu's hand and continued, apologized to her. The onlookers gasped again. He actually wanted Kuei Wu to apologize? However, they were also eager to see if Kuei Wu would apologize under this boy's pressure. Kuei Wu's expression changed. He thought that just admitting defeat would be enough, but now he was being asked to apologize. How is that possible? Well, have I ever apologized to anyone, let alone to a lowly person? Then this matter won't be so easily settled. Ye Qianxing displayed an extremely strong attitude. Not to mention that the receptionist had patiently answered so many of his questions. He was grateful. But even without that, Ye Qianxing would never stand by and watch a young girl being bullied. He had once been an ordinary person, so he knew how painful it was to be bullied by those who considered themselves superior spirit tamers. Therefore, if he saw such oppression of ordinary people by spirit tamers, he would definitely intervene. Little brother, are you really going to make an enemy of me for such a lowly inferior person? Kuei Wu's tone turned unfriendly. The reason he had been polite to Ye Qianxing was that he was unsure of his identity, not that he had a good temper. With Ye Qianxing pressing him step by step, he was beginning to get angry. The remaining bits of rationality were still suppressing his anger. But everyone could see that if Ye Qianxing continued to insist, Kuei Wu might really strike. Lowly? Inferior person? Ye Qianxing it. Why do you have to say she is lowly? Who isn't born of parents? Who doesn't have 2 arms and 2 legs? What makes you superior and her inferior? Just because I am a spirit tamer and she is just a little receptionist. Kuei Wu gritted his teeth. Absurd. Which spirit tamer isn't transformed from an ordinary person? Who says spirit tamers are above ordinary people? If there were no ordinary people in this world, what would spirit tamers eat, drink, wear, or live on? Everyone is equal. No one is superior. Ye Qianxing sepulk passionate. Apart from a few mercenaries, there were many ordinary staff members present, and they had all been bullied by spirit tamers to varying degrees. Hearing Ye Qianxing's heartfelt words now stirred their blood, and they developed great admiration for him. But some spirit tamers simply couldn't accept it. All right, I don't want to argue with you about this. Let go of me. Let's not interfere with each other. Kuei Wu said impatiently. I've said it before, apologize to her, and I'll let you go. Ye Qianxing insisted. Then you must be determined to oppose me. Don't blame me for being rude. Kuei Wu's eyes had turned red, and he raised his other fist, striking fiercely at Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing it. Perhaps in terms of spirit tamer rank, he was not as good as Kuei Wu, but daring to clash head-on with him, Kuei Wu was just a little brother. Ye Qianxing tilted his body, easily dodging Kuei Wu's punch, then directly grabbed his hand and performed a shoulder throw. Kuei Wu was slammed to the ground, blood gushing from his nose, and his eyes turned even redder. All right, kid, you've completely angered me. Kuei Wu's face twisted in rage as he roared. Raging Bear, come out. With this shout from Kuei Wu, a spatial door appeared next to him, which was the contract space. Soon, a massive black bear appeared beside Kuei Wu. The black bear stood upright on its hind legs, over 3 meters tall, almost 4 meters, truly a tower of a creature. Standing next to it, Kuei Wu looked like a little brother. Roar! As soon as the black bear appeared, it pounded its chest and let out a fierce roar. The sound wave resonated like a shock wave, causing the eardrums of everyone present to hurt, and their eyes were filled with fear. Ye Qianxing also stared at the black bear, narrowing his eyes as information about the raging bear appeared before him. Chapter 12: The Initial Battle of the Fool Spirit Pet. Raging Bear Attribute. Combat Type Rating. 2-star level. 3 abilities. Savage Charge. Roaring Intimidation. Iron Claw Tier Weakness. Flying Type. Ghost Type. The nose is the most vulnerable spot. Promotion conditions. A 2-star Spirit Pet. And a Pure Strength Type. Not easy to deal with. However, this does not mean that Ye Qianxing is afraid. On the contrary, a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. How come you're fine? Kuei Wu was surprised to see that Ye Qianxing not only showed no signs of fear, but was also full of fighting spirit. Just now, the roar of the rampaging bear was not just an ordinary shout. It was a skill called Frenzied Roar, which stunned everyone present, including the mercenaries. Yet, Ye Qianxing remained completely unaffected. This is too unreasonable, right? In response to Kuei Wu's surprise, Ye Qianxing merely smiled disdainfully. Playing intimidation in front of him? Isn't that a bit overconfident? If the rampaging bear's intimidation was a soul shock, Ye Qianxing might be affected since mental strength has always been his weakness. But this guy's intimidation was merely sound wave-based. How could Ye Qianxing be afraid? Since you want to play, I'll accompany you. The fighting spirit in Ye Qianxing's eyes grew stronger. As his thoughts arose, the contract space appeared beside him, and in the next moment, the figure of 250 appeared next to Ye Qianxing. Is this a husky? As soon as 250 appeared, the aura around Ye Qianxing instantly diminished, especially with his foolish-looking face, which left the people who had just recovered from the frenzied roar in a state of confusion. Did I see it wrong? Is this a husky? No, you didn't see it wrong. Look at its eyes. It must be purebred. Someone actually uses a husky as a spirit pet? Aren't they afraid it will run off with the enemy? I feel like it's looking down on me. The appearance of 250 made everyone widen their eyes. Even Kuei Wu, who was originally furious, now wore an incredulous expression. Then, as if he thought of something, his dumbfounded face turned into anger. Good. I originally thought you were from a big family and had some reservations, but it seems I was overthinking it. Kuei Wu felt he had been played. Which big family spirit pet would be a husky? This kid was simply a rookie who wasn't afraid of tigers. As for why Ye Qianxing had such powerful strength, he directly ignored that question. Bear, kill that husky for me, and I'll treat you to dog meat hot pot today. Since he no longer worried about this guy's identity, Kuei Wu showed no mercy and directly ordered the rampaging bear to attack. The rampaging bear roared and charged at 250, each step causing the ground to shake. It truly was not an exaggeration to say it was a powerhouse. However, Ye Qianxing showed no signs of worry. 250, show it who's boss. 250 nodded at Ye Qianxing, then looked at the rampaging bear with a disdainful gaze. In the next moment, his body began to change. His size increased dramatically. Fangs and sharp claws grew wildly, and deep red to black ghostly flames surrounded him. Instantly, he transformed from a foolish-looking dog into a dignified divine dog. This sudden change left the rampaging bear, which was charging at him, momentarily stunned. But 250 would not waste this opportunity. He pushed off the ground, leapt high, and pounced on the rampaging bear. He actually initiated the attack. Roar! The rampaging bear reacted to 250's attack, its eyes flashing with disdain. Although 250 was also large compared to it, he looked like a child. After all, which adult would be afraid of a child's attack? However, underestimating 250 would ultimately come at a price. 250 swung a paw, and the rampaging bear did the same. But just then, 250's pupils turned into a black vortex, and the rampaging bear's body suddenly stopped. 250's paw struck the rampaging bear's face hard, leaving 4 bloody scratches. Roar! After a few seconds of shock, the rampaging bear's eyes turned red. It was furious. As a bear, being injured by a dog made the rampaging bear feel immense humiliation. Bear, charge in recklessly, Kuei Wu ordered. The rampaging bear crouched down, pushed off with its hind legs, and shot towards 250 like a cannonball, moving at high speed. 250, ghostly flame strike. Ye Qianxing also issued an order. 250, opened his mouth, and a black flame shot out just as the rampaging bear arrived, crashing through the black flames and colliding heavily with 250. Ow! 250 let out a cry of pain, flying backward and landing beside Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing was startled and quickly checked 250's injuries. Realizing he was quite hurt, the rampaging bear was indeed a power-type spirit pet and was a level higher than 250. Under the heavy blow, it was natural for 250 to be injured, but the rampaging bear would not fare well either. Being hurt by the ghostly flame also inflicted significant damage to its body and soul. The physical injuries were manageable, but the soul injuries were the true effects of the ghostly flame. However, Ye Qianxing still felt guilty. It was his failure to give the right command. Although the ghostly flame strike was powerful, it couldn't block the enemy's attack. This would only lead to mutual injuries. He should have had 250 use intimidation first, then look for an opportunity to dodge and counterattack. Ultimately, his lack of combat experience led to 250's injury. I'm sorry, 250. It's my fault that you got hurt. Quickly return to the contract space to rest. Ye Qianxing said with a pained expression. But master, what will you do if I go back? The voice of 250 echoed in his mind. Don't worry, I have my ways. Saying this, Ye Qianxing recalled 250 into the contract space. Although 250 still had fighting strength, it would only worsen his injuries. Ye Qianxing couldn't bear it. After all, 250 was not just a spirit pet in his heart, but also family. Hee, fool. You actually dare to recall your spirit pet. Bear, tear him apart. Seeing Ye Qianxing recall his spirit pet, Kuei Wu sneered and issued another command. The rampaging bear, which had already been injured by the ghostly flame and was lying on the ground resting, had to stand up again after receiving its master's order, glaring at Ye Qianxing. Someone like you, who doesn't care about their spirit pet at all, is completely unworthy of being a spirit master, Ye Qianxing said coldly, preparing for battle. His recalling of 250 was not without purpose. The rampaging bear was already injured, and he might still have a chance to fight it. Chapter 13. The Young City Lord. How childish. Do you think being a spirit master is just child's play? If you can't even save your own life, how can you care about your spirit pet? Godi. Kuei Wu mocked coldly, giving the order for the rampaging bear to attack. Although the rampaging bear felt intense pain with every move at this moment, it still charged at Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing was ready for battle at any moment. However, at that moment, a loud shout echoed through the hall. Stop it! The voice was not loud, but anyone who recognized the owner of this voice held their breath. Kuei Wu's expression changed upon hearing the voice. He raised his hand to signal the rampaging bear to stop and turned to look at the speaker. Ye Qianxing was facing Kuei Wu, so he immediately saw the person who spoke. It was a young man who looked to be about the same age as him, and behind him was a group of people in matching uniforms. The respectful looks from the mercenaries and staff in the hall towards the young man indicated that his identity was definitely not ordinary. Isn't this the young city lord? Why is he here? He seems to be planning to intervene. Could it be that the young man has some connection with the young city lord? People began to whisper among themselves, but with Ye Qianxing's hearing, he naturally caught all of it. Young city lord? Is this young man the son of the lord of the mercenary city? Just as Ye Qianxing was puzzled about the young man's identity, Kuei Wu also spoke up. Young lord, do you want to get involved in my affairs? Although Kuei Wu did not show the same reverence towards the young lord as others did, Ye Qianxing could sense some apprehension in his tone, indicating that he did not dare to offend this young lord lightly. Hehe, Kuei Wu, don't you know the rules of the mercenary city? No matter what grievances you have, fighting is not allowed within mercenary city, the young lord said casually while fiddling with his hair. Unlike Kuei Wu's apprehension, he seemed unconcerned. Young lord, let's be straightforward. This rule is indeed in place, but it is usually only meant to restrain ordinary mercenaries. Do me a favor and stay out of this. Do you think I need to give you face? The young lord scoffed, causing Kuei Wu's face to turn pale. However, he could not afford to offend the young lord, so he had to endure. Then can you consider the reputation of the Iron Blood mercenary group and not get involved in this matter? Kuei Wu directly invoked the name of the Iron Blood mercenary group, not believing the young lord would still disregard it. Unfortunately, he underestimated the young lord. No, I can't. The young lord shook his head with a smile. Are you trying to make an enemy of my Iron Blood mercenary group for an unknown brat? Kuei Wu's expression darkened completely. Hee, Kuei Wu, I know your worth. You're not qualified to represent Iron Blood. The young lord sneered coldly. Hearing this, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but find it amusing as he watched Kuei Wu's increasingly gloomy face. This young lord was quite adept at retorting. Kuei Wu was so furious that his chest heaved, but he didn't know how to respond. All right, if it weren't for the fact that you are from the Iron Blood mercenary group, I wouldn't waste my breath with you. Get lost quickly, or I'll have the law enforcement team arrest you. As he spoke, the group behind the young lord made a move. Kuei Wu's body trembled slightly. The mercenary city's law enforcement team had a notorious reputation, and being caught by them would not be pleasant. After weighing the options, Kuei Wu decided that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, and he would seek revenge later. He shot Ye Qianxing a fierce glare before leaving directly. Ye Qianxing watched Kuei Wu's departing figure, knowing that this guy would not let it go so easily, but he too would not let it go. This guy had hurt him, and Ye Qianxing would never let him off the hook. Hey, brother. Just as Ye Qianxing was lost in thought, the young lord had already come to his side, patting him on the shoulder. Ye Qianxing confirmed he didn't know him, so there was only one explanation. This guy was quite familiar. Thank you. Although Ye Qianxing was not afraid of Kuei Wu, he still felt it necessary to express his gratitude as the young lord had helped him. No need to be polite. I can't stand that guy either, acting like he asked the boss. Besides, I know what happened. He broke the rules first, and you were just offending the staff here, so I have to help you. The young lord spoke casually, showing no airs of spoiled rich kid, which suited Ye Qianxing's taste. But brother, I'm quite surprised by you. I saw the fight just now. Although Kuei Wu is not a decent person, that raging bear he summoned was quite formidable. For someone so young to be able to contend with him, that's impressive. The young lord gave Ye Qianxing a thumbs up, making Ye Qianxing feel somewhat embarrassed. By the way, brother, my name is Sudara. What about you? Ye Qianxing. Sudara remembered the name and continued asking, which mercenary group are you from? You're so strong. Your mercenary group must be quite remarkable, right? Actually, I just arrived at Mercenary City and haven't joined a mercenary group yet. I was planning to find one to join when this incident occurred. Ye Qianxing scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Sudara felt a bit awkward as well. So he said, all right, I won't disturb you in your search for a mercenary group. By the way, be careful of Kuei Wu. He is the kind of person who will seek revenge. If you run into any trouble, you can come find me. Okay. Ye Qianxing, replied. But he wouldn't actually seek out Sudara. His principle was to avoid troubling others whenever he could solve things himself. He didn't like being in debt to others. After leaving the mission hall, Ye Qianxing followed the signposts, turning left and right until he finally arrived at the recruitment square. At this time, the recruitment square was bustling with activity, crowded with people, and the shouting was incessant. Ye Qianxing almost doubted whether he had arrived at a recruitment square or a market. The Evil Wolf mercenary group is recruiting. No age or level restrictions. Come sign up. The Taigu mercenary group is hiring. Priority for strength-type spirit pets. The GG mercenary group is recruiting. The groups shouting for recruits in the square were likely low-level mercenary groups. Those well-known mercenary groups didn't need to recruit, as spirit tamers would rush to join them. Ye Qianxing wandered around the recruitment square. Although his purpose for joining a mercenary group was just to get a mercenary badge, that didn't mean he could just choose any group. He had plenty of time to take a look. As he walked, Ye Qianxing suddenly stopped in a corner of the recruitment square, where there was also a mercenary group recruiting. The reason Ye Qianxing stopped here was that he saw a familiar face, his mysterious beauty roommate. As soon as he saw her, the scene from last night flashed in his mind, and he felt something flowing in his nose, prompting him to quickly snap back to reality. There were very few mercenaries coming to the outskirts, and in this corner, there was no one else but Ye Qianxing, so the beauty naturally saw him, her eyes flashing with a trace of hostility and vigilance. Hee, beauty, what a coincidence we meet again. Ye Qianxing similit biditely. The beauty roommate merely snorted coldly, ignoring him, which made Ye Qianxing feel a bit awkward. But soon, an older voice broke the tension. Ha ha ha, young man, do you want to join my carefree mercenary group? The speaker was an old man who looked to be in his 50s, wearing a tank top and holding a fan, resembling an ordinary old man enjoying the sun. Seemingly noticing Ye Qianxing's confusion, the old man continued, my name is Ye Xiaoyao. Yi as in leaf, Xiaoyao as in carefree, the leader of the carefree mercenary group. This is my daughter. You two should know each other. Ye Qianxing nodded, but before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted. I don't know him. Ye Qianxing felt embarrassed immediately, wanting to go crazy. Don't know? I saw everything you had. How can you say you don't know me? Of course. This thought was only in his mind. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, not only would his beauty roommate come after him, but her father would probably join in too, and he would end up getting double-teamed. Old man Ye Xiaoyao noticed Ye Qianxing's embarrassment and coughed. Ahem, it's all right. Knowing each other now is the same. This is my daughter, Ye Qinghan. Ye Qinghan, a pretty nice name, but sound a bit cold. However, looking at her expressionless face that resembled frost, Ye Qianxing immediately felt that the name was tailor-made for her. My name is Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing politely introduced herself as well. Oh, you also have a surname, Yi? Perhaps we were from the same family 500 years ago. The old man laughed heartily, seemingly trying to build rapport with him. I am Yi as in night and day. Same. The old man had thick skin and showed no signs of embarrassment. Little Yi, when do you plan to start working? Huh? Working? Ye Qianxing was taken aback by the old man's sudden question. Working? What does that mean? Yes, I forgot to mention, I officially announced that you have been hired by my free and easy mercenary group. Ye Xiaoyao said. Hired? But I haven't said I want to join yet. Ye Qianxing scratched his head, still quite confused. He didn't remember ever expressing a desire to join the free and easy mercenary group. He only stopped to greet Ye Qianxing. Now he even began to doubt whether he had amnesia and forgot that he had said he wanted to join the free and easy mercenary group. Little Yi, didn't you come to the recruitment square to join the mercenary group? The old man asked. Yes, Ye Qianxing nodded, looking bewildered. Then that's settled. Look, we already know each other. If you don't join our free and easy mercenary group, which group will you join? After saying this, the old man seemed to feel it wasn't enough, so he asked, Don't you think my daughter is pretty? Ye Qianxing nodded again in confusion. See, if you join my free and easy mercenary group, you'll be able to get close to her. Isn't that great? The old man had a kind smile, resembling a creepy uncle tempting a young girl with a lollipop. Dad, upon hearing this, Ye Qianxing frowned, wanting to say something. But the old man quickly signaled her not to speak. He then continued, So, shouldn't you join the free and easy mercenary group? At this point, Ye Qianxing was so confused that he didn't even know what he was saying, but he soon realized he had fallen into a trap. So he hurriedly planned to change his words. Hey, wait, However, before he could finish, he saw the old man pin a badge with his name, Ye Qianxing, onto his clothes. Now you're officially a member of my free and easy mercenary group, and your information has been recorded. When do you have time to start working? The old man had a smug smile on his face, like a lecherous uncle revealing a smirk after successfully tempting a girl. Ye Qianxing's mouth twitched. Indeed, experience beats youth. Unknowingly, he had been pulled into this old man's trap. But speaking of which, how could this old man be so fast? He had quickly prepared his information and badge. This must be the speed of someone who had been single for decades. Sigh. In the end, Ye Qianxing sighed. In fact, as long as he was willing, he could completely refuse. However, no matter how he thought about it, he had lived under the same roof as Ye Qianxing, and with the old man smiling like that, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, his goal was just to join the mercenary group to take on missions. Since it had come to this, he might as well accept it. I have time right now, Ye Qianxing said. Great, then let's not delay. Let's head back to headquarters. Saying this, the old man quickly packed up his things and pulled Ye Qianxing away from the recruitment square. This left Ye Qianxing puzzled again. It was still early. Weren't they going to recruit more people? After a while, the old man brought Ye Qianxing to a library, the Free and Easy Library. This is the headquarters of our Free and Easy Mercenary Group. The old man pointed at the library and said. The library was small, only 2 stories high, with many bookshelves on the first floor. Apart from the books, it was empty, looking very desolate. Guild leader, why is there no one here? Ye Qianxing asked. Other mercenary groups were bustling, but why was it so quiet here? Before Ye Xiaoyao could respond, Ye Qianxing spoke up. No need to look further. Our entire free and easy mercenary group has only 3 members. Him, me, and you. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Ye Qianxing's face changed dramatically, and he felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Only 3 people? What kind of mercenary group is this? He felt he had been scammed, and badly. He finally understood why Ye Xiaoyao was so eager to recruit him, even without looking at his spirit pet. It must be because they had been struggling to find people and finally caught him today, so they wouldn't let him go. Chapter 15. Taking on a mission, Ye Qianxing saw Ye Qianxing's face turn pale and immediately revealed a gloating smile, as if she was very pleased to see him in such a predicament. Ye Qianxing sighed and could only continue to comfort himself in his heart. Since he was already here, he might as well accept it. After all, his ultimate goal was just to take on missions to earn money. Little Yi, you haven't eaten yet. Stay for lunch, and we can discuss the mission, Ye Xiaoyao said. Hearing about the mission, Ye Qianxing's eyes lit up. This meant he wouldn't have to waste time looking for missions himself. However, Ye Qianxing seemed a bit displeased. I can complete that mission on my own. I don't need him, Ye Qianxing said. Having one more person is one more guarantee, Ye Xiaoyao advised. He might end up being a burden instead of helping. I don't want to have to protect him while dealing with the enemy. Ye Qianxing scoffed coldly. Ye Qianxing didn't like hearing that. What did she mean by burden? He was a strong man who needed a woman to protect him? What a joke. I've decided. I must participate in this mission, Ye Qianxing declared. You? Don't come crying to me for help later, Ye Qianxing snorted, her tone full of disdain. Ye Qianxing glanced at Ye Qianxing and thought, this girl really holds a grudge. Wasn't it just an accident that he saw her naked body? Did she have to keep targeting him? Besides, it wasn't just her who got the short end of the stick. He was afraid of getting a needle in his eye. Of course, he could only grumble about this in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. You don't have to worry about my safety. I'm not very strong, but I can protect myself, Ye Qianxing said, making a fist and giving Ye Qianxing a strange smile. Ye Qianxing seemed to remember what happened last night, and her expression changed immediately. Her disdain turned back into coldness, and she huffed before going upstairs. Little Ye Qianxing has been spoiled by me. Although she has a sharp tongue, she's not a bad person at heart. Don't take it to heart. Ye Xiaoyao quickly tried to smooth things over, as he didn't want this hard-won team member to be driven away by his daughter. Guild leader, you're overthinking it. How could a grown man like me hold a grudge against her? Ye Qianxing said nonchalantly. That title is too formal. Since you've joined the free and easy mercenary group, we're family now. Just call me Uncle Yi, Ye Xiaoyao said. Ye Qianxing naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request, so he changed his address to Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi personally cooked, and although it wasn't lavish, it was 3 dishes and a soup, which was quite good in this era of food scarcity. During the meal, Uncle Yi also told Ye Qianxing about the mission. This is a 2-star mission. The star rating is determined by the difficulty of the task set by the mercenary city, with the lowest being the ordinary level, which is the kind of task that any random mercenary can complete, but the commission is very low, so generally, few mercenaries are willing to take it. Above the ordinary level, there are star ratings. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, and so on, with the difficulty increasing exponentially with the star rating. A 2-star mission is already considered fairly difficult and is generally only undertaken by skilled spirit masters. It seems that Ye Qianxing, since she dares to say that she can take on this task alone, is at least a level spirit handler. Judging by her age, she doesn't seem much older than me, yet she has contracted a level spirit pet. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. This task was officially released, stating that a level evil spirit of the ghost type had appeared on the national highway outside Jiangnan City, causing many merchant caravans to encounter accidents, resulting in both loss of life and property. Now, many merchant caravans dare not go out, which has greatly affected Jiangnan City. That's why the official released this task, hoping someone could eliminate that ghost-type evil spirit. This task is still somewhat challenging, and since this is your first task, I'll let you accompany Qianxing mainly to help you get accustomed to it. In the future, you can also take on tasks alone. We have little interference in our team members' freedom. As long as you can gather when needed, it's fine, Uncle Yi explained. Ye Qianxing nodded. Uncle Yi was doing this for his own good, so Ye Qianxing thanked him. After finishing the meal and resting for a while, Ye Qianxing came down from the 2nd floor, not even glancing at Ye Qianxing, and walked straight out the door. Go ahead. Unde ye nodded at Ye Qianxing, who understood that it was time to start the task, and hurriedly followed. Ye Qianxing first went to the parking lot, and then entered a military off-road vehicle. Ye Qianxing stood outside the car, feeling a bit lost, unsure if Ye Qianxing would let him in. After a while, the car window rolled down, and Ye Qianxing's icy face appeared before Ye Qianxing. If you don't get in now, I'll leave. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Ye Qianxing's face lit up with joy, and he hurried to the passenger seat, only to find he couldn't open the door. Then he heard Ye Qianxing's voice again. Sit in the back. Ye Qianxing's mouth twitched, but he had no choice but to open the back door and sit inside. As soon as he settled in, Ye Qianxing slammed on the gas pedal. The tremendous impact caught Ye Qianxing off guard, causing him to crash against the backrest. Although his physical condition was extraordinary now, such a sudden jolt still hurt a bit. Hey, I already said last night was just a misunderstanding. Once or twice is enough. Don't go too far. Ye Qianxing finally expressed some dissatisfaction. He had tolerated it once or twice because of Ye Qianxing's good looks, but high attractiveness couldn't always justify her capriciousness. I said, you must forget about last night. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Qianxing's voice was filled with murderous intent, and Ye Qianxing shivered slightly. He had no doubt that she would actually kill him. If that happened, he wouldn't even have a place to argue his case. Thus, adhering to the principle of not fighting with women, Ye Qianxing chose to endure it. The car drove for over half an hour before finally exiting the city gate. The new era Heavenly Empire had established many base cities to protect humanity, and outside these base cities was referred to as the wilderness, occupied by evil spirits and full of danger. The National Highway was a relatively safe route developed by the Heavenly Empire, connecting various base cities. Generally, to reach other base cities, one had to use the National Highway because the evil spirits near it had been cleared out. Even if there were incoming evil spirits, they would be detected by special devices, but the evil spirit that appeared this time was of the ghost type and had not been detected, which led to these incidents. As the off-road vehicle traveled on the National Highway, Ye Qianxing looked outside the window. This was his first time leaving the city. As he was watching, Ye Qianxing suddenly noticed a colorful mist ahead, within which there seemed to be graceful figures dancing. Ye Qianxing focused intently on the mist and soon saw that the figures were a group of stunningly beautiful fairies. Their dance was captivating, making Ye Qianxing unable to help but become entranced. This dance could only be found in the heavens. It is rare to hear of it on earth. This phrase probably describes the dance before him perfectly. Chapter 16. Trapped in a dream at this moment. Ye Qianxing was completely absorbed in the beautiful dance before him, not thinking at all about how such a situation could occur in the wilderness. Just as Ye Qianxing was lost in his reverie, a sudden dog bark echoed in his mind, instantly bringing him back to consciousness. Looking ahead again, there was no mist or fairies, just a massive rock wall. Unbeknownst to him, they had already left the National Highway. There was a rock wall ahead, but the car showed no signs of slowing down. Ye Qianxing quickly glanced at the driver's seat, where he saw Ye Qinghan with a dazed expression, her mouth slightly curling up as if she were smiling. To be fair, when she smiles seriously, Ye Qinghan's attractiveness could easily double. However, this was not the time to admire beauty. If she didn't wake up soon, they would likely face a fatal accident. Ye Qinghan, wake up. Ye Qianxing shook her vigorously, but she showed no response. Sorry, but I have to resort to this. Seeing that shaking her didn't work, Ye Qianxing had no choice but to take a more drastic measure. He slapped Ye Qinghan's face hard. The sound of the slap echoed, and for some reason, after that slap, Ye Qianxing felt quite satisfied. Unfortunately, Ye Qinghan remained expressionless. Master, use intimidation. At that moment, the voice of 205 echoed in his mind. He had managed to awaken from the dream thanks to 205. Otherwise, with his damaged soul power, it would have been impossible to break through the illusion on his own. Ye Qianxing directly used the intimidation skill on Ye Qinghan. This skill belonged to soul intimidation, akin to suddenly slapping someone's soul awake. Sure enough, the next moment, Ye Qinghan's dazed expression returned to clarity. Ye Qinghan was about to speak when she realized they were about to crash into the rock wall, so she hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Due to the high speed, slamming the brakes generated immense inertia. Ye Qinghan was fine since she had her seatbelt on, but Ye Qianxing had no protection at all and was thrown forward, crashing through the window and flying out of the car. Ye Qinghan took several deep breaths to finally calm her racing heart and rushed out of the car to Ye Qianxing. Are you okay? Ye Qinghan asked with concern. Although she was quite annoyed with Ye Qianxing, the accident was caused by her, and if anything happened to him, she would feel responsible. Even if she didn't have to bear legal responsibility, she would still feel guilty. Ye Qinghan's question received no response, and Ye Qianxing lay on the ground motionless, which only heightened her worry. She hurriedly picked Ye Qianxing up, wanted to take him back to the car, but just as she lifted him, she found that Ye Qianxing was actually staring at her with his eyes wide open. Uncle Yi was right. You're just sharp-tongued but have a good heart. Ye Qianxing chucked it. Normally, someone would be dead or severely injured after flying out like that. But fortunately, Ye Qianxing was no ordinary person. With 1/10 the power of a hellhound, his physical condition was much better than that of an average person, so he had only sustained minor injuries. The reason he lay still was to see if Ye Qinghan would care for him. It seemed that despite her contradictions, she wouldn't abandon him when it came to life and death. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Ye Qinghan's expression suddenly changed, and she let go. Ye Qianxing fell onto the ground with a thud, exclaiming in pain. I just wanted to find a place to bury you, Ye Qinghan said coldly. However, Ye Qianxing could still sense some relaxation in her tone. It seemed she had genuinely been worried about him. Ye Qianxing had long since stopped caring about Ye Qinghan's sharp tone. He got up, dusted himself off, and then looked around. Where are we? It seems we've left the national highway. Ye Qinghan also scanned the surroundings, frowning. What exactly is going on? I clearly remember we were driving on the national highway, and then we talked about Ye Qinghan, but didn't he continue? I assume what she wanted to say afterward was about the scene she saw in the illusion, which must be something she cares about deeply to make an ice queen like her smile. We were all trapped in the illusion before, and it must be the work of that ghost-type evil spirit. Ye Qianxing said seriously. Ghost-type evil spirits are very good at attacking and controlling souls, and it's evident that we just unknowingly fell into that evil spirit's illusion technique. Illusion? Ye Qinghan frowned again. Although spirit masters possess strong mental power, it still pales in comparison to the ghost-type evil spirits, so it's normal to fall for it. Just thinking about almost losing her life because of it made Ye Qinghan feel a wave of fear. Then how did I wake up in time? That is my credit. To be precise, it's my spirit pet. Ye Qianxing said proudly, simultaneously summoning By Wu. When Ye Qinghan saw that Ye Qianxing's spirit pet was actually a husky, an odd expression appeared on her face. Even if you can't afford a good spirit pet, at least don't buy a husky. Aren't you afraid it will suddenly run off with the enemy? Ye Qianxing could naturally see what Ye Qinghan was thinking, but he didn't explain much. He was used to it. Anyone who saw his spirit pet was a husky would have that expression. By Wu is a demon-type spirit pet, a nemesis to ghost-type spirits. If it weren't for him, both of us might have lost our lives. Hearing this, although Ye Qinghan was still half convinced, it was not the time to dwell on it. The sky was getting darker. The urgent task was to find that ghost-type evil spirit. Otherwise, we would be in greater danger after dark. Ye Qinghan said, as the night is the domain of ghost-type evil spirits. However, saying it is easy. They didn't know each other's location at all. By Wu, can you smell that evil spirit? Ye Qianxing uskit By Wu. As a canine spirit pet, By Wu naturally had a strong sense of smell, and moreover, he leveled up by consuming souls. So he was even more sensitive to the scent of ghost-type evil spirits. By Wu nodded at Ye Qianxing, indicating no problem. And thus the two followed By Wu as lead back to the national highway. It's nearby, Ye Qianxing said, of course. This was what By Wu told him. Ye Qinghan immediately showed a vigilant expression. The attacks of ghost-type spirits were too bizarre. Having experienced the last crisis, she even developed some shadows. Little Black, come out. Ye Qinghan called out, and a door to the contract space appeared. In the next moment, a completely black panther appeared beside Ye Qinghan. The panther's size was similar to an ordinary leopard, but it was surrounded by countless flashes of thunder and lightning, its fur bristling, giving it a somewhat cool appearance. Chapter 17. Life hanging by a thread spirit pet. Thunder leopard attribute. Lightning rating. 2.5 stars. Growth type. Level. 4 ability. Thunderbolt. Moves like thunder. Can temporarily increase speed to the limit. Heaven's wrath. Calls down lightning from the sky to attack opponents. Like divine punishment. Weakness. Rock level up conditions. Evolution path. The information about the Black Panther appeared plainly before Ye Qianxing, and this turned out to be a level 4 spirit pet. Does this mean Ye Qinghan is a level 4 spirit master? Little Black is lightning type, which has a certain restraining effect on ghost-type evil spirits, Ye Qinghan said. Ye Qianxing nodded. He didn't deny this. However, in reality, the primary counter to ghost-type spirits is demon-type, such as his Hellhound, By Wu. After all, the Hellhound is known as the guardian beast of hell, and all ghostly resentful spirits are no match for it. Woof, woof. At this moment, By Wu suddenly barked loudly in a certain direction. However, Ye Qianxing and Ye Qinghan looked over and saw nothing. The older generation says dogs can see things that people cannot. It seems there is indeed some truth to that. Ye Qianxing chuckled. However, Ye Qinghan had no mood to joke with him and instead vigilantly watched the direction where By Wu was barking. By Wu. Use Nether Flame Strike to force it out. Ye Qianxing gave the order. Whoosh. The black nether flame shot out from By Wu's mouth but stopped mid-air. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed in Ye Qianxing's and Ye Qinghan's minds. The scream was directed at the soul. Ye Qianxing instantly felt a splitting headache, as if it was about to explode. Ye Qinghan's soul was stronger than Ye Qianxing's, but it was still unbearable. At this moment, under the cover of the nether flame strike, a phantom shadow of a woman appeared. It should be their target, that ghost-type evil spirit. Evil spirit, resentful ghost attribute, ghost level, 7 ability, dream, hypnotizes the target, making them indulge in a dream. Resentful energy greatly increases the target's hatred value. Able to amplify a small hatred to several times. Weakness, demon type, lightning type. The center of the forehead is where its soul origin is stored. The nether flame has extra damage effects on souls, which is why this resentful ghost screamed sharply. But while she screamed, it was Ye Qianxing and Ye Qinghan who suffered. Little Black, Heaven's wrath. Ye Qinghan, enduring the pain in her soul, gave the command. And suddenly a loud rumble echoed. A lightning bolt, as thick as an adult's arm, fell from the sky. The lightning struck the resentful ghost, and the sharp scream suddenly stopped. Ye Qianxing finally sat down, letting out a long breath. This evil spirit should be dead, right? Ye Qianxing asked, but did not receive a reply from Ye Qinghan. Ye Qianxing originally thought Ye Qinghan was ignoring him, but the next moment, he felt a chill on his back. A wave of cold surged into his heart. Almost at the same time, a hurried voice from Wu rang in his mind. Master, be careful. Ye Qianxing instinctively dodged, but it was still too late. A sharp pain struck his left shoulder. At that moment, a dagger was deeply embedded in his left shoulder, blood flowing continuously. And the critical point was that the one holding the dagger was actually Ye Qinghan. Is she trying to take the credit for herself and bury me in the wilderness? However, when Ye Qianxing saw Ye Qinghan's eyes had turned blood red, a flash of insight struck him. It's the resentful energy, one of the abilities of the resentful ghost, which can greatly amplify a person's hatred value. Ye Qinghan already held resentment towards Ye Qianxing because of what happened last night. Although that resentment had diminished due to earlier events, under the amplification of the resentful energy, it surged instantly, leading her to attack Ye Qianxing without hesitation. Wu, seeing Ye Qianxing was injured, hurriedly wanted to help, but Ye Qianxing shouted loudly, "Don't worry about me. Quickly go deal with the resentful ghost, or Ye Qinghan's state of hatred cannot be lifted." Wu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rushed towards the resentful ghost, while Ye Qianxing grabbed Ye Qinghan's arms, preventing her from moving. Although Ye Qinghan was blinded by the resentful energy and became much more irritable, she still couldn't match Ye Qianxing's strength, so she was unable to break free from Ye Qianxing's grip. However, her movements only worsened the injury on Ye Qianxing's shoulder, causing blood to flow even faster. The Thunder Leopard looked on in confusion as it watched its master and Ye Qianxing entangled together. It couldn't understand why these two were suddenly fighting when they were supposed to be on the same side. What are you still doing here? Can't you see your master is in trouble? Hurry up and help take care of that evil spirit so your master can recover. Ye Qianxing shouted at the Thunder Leopard, feeling that this leopard was acting foolishly, even dumber than Husky. Although Wu has an advantage against the vengeful spirit in terms of attributes, the level difference makes it impossible to defeat it in a short time. Help from the Thunder Leopard is necessary. The Thunder Leopard nodded as if it understood, and finally ran towards the battlefield between Wu and the vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, Ye Qinghan was exerting all her strength to suppress Ye Qianxing, preventing her from moving. Minutes passed, and Ye Qianxing's shoulder was already covered in blood, his face pale, and his strength gradually waning, but the battle over there had not yet ended. Just at this critical moment, Ye Qianxing suddenly remembered a key point. Attacking the vengeful spirit's forehead was its weakness. He spoke to Wu and Xiaohe. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he completely ran out of strength. Ye Qinghan kicked him down, then pounced on him, a cruel smile curling at the corner of her mouth. The next moment, Ye Qinghan raised a dagger and stabbed it fiercely towards Ye Qianxing's neck. Was he about to die? Was he really going to die under a woman? He let out a bitter laugh. His peak life had not yet been realized, and he felt truly unwilling. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his neck, it suddenly stopped. The blood-red color in Ye Qianxing's eyes faded, and she regained clarity when she saw that she was pressing down on Ye Qianxing and the dagger was still at his neck. Her expression changed instantly. On the other hand, Ye Qianxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Qianxing waking up meant that the vengeful spirit had been dealt with. Ye Qianxing, throw down the dagger in my hand, she said, looking at the blood hole in Ye Qianxing's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Don't give me that I anymore. If you don't help me with treatment, I'm really going to die. Ye Qianxing glared at Ye Qianxing. She had just been shouting about wanting to kill him, and now, seeing him injured, she was at a loss. Realizing this, Ye Qianxing hurriedly ran back to the car, took out a first aid kit, and began to bandage Ye Qianxing. Chapter 18. The cunning old fox as an experienced mercenary, Ye Qianxing always carried a first aid kit with him on missions to ensure personal safety. Watching Ye Qianxing carefully bandaging him, Ye Qianxing was surprisingly captivated. Actually, if you don't throw a tantrum, you're quite pretty. Unintentionally, Ye Qianxing blurted out his thoughts, immediately regretting it. Sure enough, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as Ye Qianxing deliberately applied more pressure while bandaging. 10 minutes later, the wound was bandaged. Ye Qianxing's skills were quite good. At least he acknowledged that he couldn't do it this well. Thank you, Ye Qianxing said gratefully. Don't think too much of it. I only bandaged you because your injury was caused by me, Ye Qianxing replied, then walked silently back to the car. Ye Qianxing stretched his limbs and then walked towards Bai Wu. The vengeful spirit had disappeared, clearly having been dispersed. And at that moment, the sharp-eyed Ye Qianxing noticed that Bai Wu was actually holding a small, glowing orb in its mouth. The orb was not large, about the size of a ping-pong ball, but when its information appeared before Ye Qianxing, he couldn't sit still. Soul Source Orb, the essence of a level spirit type evil spirit, containing soul power equivalent to dozens of ordinary souls. Containing soul power equivalent to dozens of ordinary souls was a great find. Bai Wu, swallow it. You should be able to level up, Ye Qianxing said excitedly, not expecting such an unexpected reward. Bai Wu nodded without hesitation and swallowed the Soul Source Orb. A powerful pressure emanated from Bai Wu's body, and Ye Qianxing knew this was a sign of successful leveling up. Hellhound, Bai Wu attributes, Demon type rating, 5 stars, Growth type, level, 3 abilities, Intimidation, Soul Intimidation effective against targets no higher than 2 levels above. With decreasing effect as the level gap increases, the combat power of the intimidated will be affected. Nether Flame Strike summons nether flames to attack. With both physical and soul attack effects, Soul Devour, devour souls for level enhancement. Weakness, mechanical type level up requirement. Devour 100 souls to level up 30100, evolution route. Consuming an inner pill from a level canine evil spirit or spirit pet can evolve into a 2-headed hellhound, 01. Not only did Bai Wu level up, but it directly advanced to level 3, and it also showed that it had already absorbed 30 souls, indicating that the Soul Source Orb was worth 40 ordinary souls. Moreover, it seemed that Bai Wu could level up for every 10 souls absorbed. This was a huge profit. Not only had he completed the mission, but he had also helped Bai Wu level up. On the ride back to the leisure library, Ye Xiaoyao was extremely happy to learn that the mission had been completed, laughing heartily. Good, don't worry. I won't shortchange you a single penny of your commission. Give my share to him. This mission relied mainly on him, and he got injured because of it, Ye Qianxing said, which surprised Ye Qianxing. When did this Ice Queen become so nice to him? Was it because of the charm he displayed? Oh, Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you to be so capable. You really are someone who doesn't reveal their true strength. Ye Xiaoyao praised repeatedly, causing Ye Qianxing to feel a bit embarrassed. No, actually, it was also thanks to Qing Han and Xiao Hei's help. Ye Qianxing quickly waved his hands humbly. Hey, since Qing Han said her share goes to you, it must go to you. Saying this, Ye Xiaoyao took out his wallet from his pocket and started pulling out money, 1 bill at a time. Looking at the bulging wallet full of red bills, Ye Qianxing exclaimed, "This old guy was surprisingly rich." However, after receiving 2 shares of the commission, he would also have money. Ye Xiaoyao pulled out a stack of red bills in front of Ye Qianxing. making Ye Qianxing's eyes light up. Was the commission really this much? But soon, his expression changed from excitement to confusion, then to gloom. Ye Xiaoyao took out 10 bills from that stack of red bills and handed them to Ye Qianxing. Here, the commission was supposed to be 500 each. Qinghan's share goes to you, so it's 1,000. Receiving these thin 10 red bills, Ye Qianxing felt a sentence in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. Uncle Yi, did you make a mistake? How could a 2-star mission have such a low commission? Cough, cough. The commission is certainly more than this, but Xiao Yi, you know that the mercenary group needs to operate, and operating requires money, so I deducted some from your commission as group fees, Ye Xiaoyao said, his face as thick as a city wall, without blinking. Ye Qianxing instantly felt an urge to curse. This was just a small expense? You deducted at least 70 to 80%. Shady businessman, shady businessman. Ye Qianxing looked at Ye Qinghan, only to see a smug smile on her face. He finally understood why Ye Qinghan had unhesitatingly given her share of the commission to him. It wasn't generosity at all, but rather that she didn't care about that little commission. Uncle Yi, let's discuss something. How about, hey, old Qin, what? You want to play chess with me? All right, I'm coming right now. Before Ye Qianxing could finish, Ye Xiaoyao answered a phone call and ran out of the library as if he were flying. Ye Qianxing's face darkened instantly. If you're going to act, at least act convincingly. Did your family use a power bank to answer the phone? Ye Qianxing's expression, as if he had just eaten something unpleasant, made Ye Qinghan unable to hold back and chuckle, but seemingly to maintain her aloof demeanor. She quickly returned to her Ice Queen appearance. Then, as if she was about to burst out laughing again, she had to run up to the second floor. Back at the rental place, Ye Qianxing looked at the 1,000 yuan in his hand, realizing it wasn't enough to pay Lin Ruoshi back. It seemed he would have to secretly take on tasks next time and quietly collect the commissions. He could never let that old fox trick him again. However, it was better to hold off for now, since the final assessments were just around the corner. Therefore, for the past few days, Ye Qianxing had not skipped any classes and went to school on time. The old fox Ye Xiaoyao didn't say anything about it. After all, joining the group wouldn't limit his personal freedom. Thus, a week passed, during which the system gifted Ye Qianxing a mysterious treasure chest. Upon opening it, he received a blue water cube, a wand that looked similar to those in certain TV dramas, and a thick and long iron rod. Blue water cube, cosmic cube, containing great power within, embodies spatial power, 5-star material. Magic wand, Queen Scepter, a representative of the elite, can enhance any attribute, 3-star material. Iron rod, pillar of heaven, can be large or small, long or short, indestructible and incredibly heavy, 4-star material. Looking at the descriptions of these 3 materials, Ye Qianxing was quite satisfied. The star ratings were not low. Chapter 19. Final assessment. On a bright morning, Ye Qianxing got up early and headed to school. Today was the day of the school's final assessment, during which the school would classify students based on their performance. Those with good grades would enter the elite class. Those with average grades would go into the regular class, and those who failed would be advised to withdraw. As soon as he arrived at school, Ye Qianxing was stunned by the lively scene before him. He thought he had come early enough, but it turned out he was one of the last to arrive. The school playground was already filled with students. Ye Qianxing squeezed through the crowd for a long time before finally locating his class's position. At this moment, everyone in the class was present, and their mentor, Jiang Lin, glanced at him before saying, "All right, with the last arrival, Ye Qianxing, our class is complete." Ye Qianxing suddenly felt embarrassed. Jiang Lin's words were clearly a jab at him for arriving the latest. However, this was the earliest he had gotten up so far. "Qianxing Gij." A sweet voice rang in Ye Qianxing's ear, and without looking, he knew it was definitely Xia Xiaoyu. He patted Xia Xiaoyu on the head, a habit of his, and she showed no displeasure, even enjoying it. Just then, Ye Qianxing felt a chill and turned to see a pair of cold eyes staring back at him. It was Zhou Wei. His injuries seemed to have healed, and he was now glaring at Ye Qianxing with a frosty expression. Upon noticing Ye Qianxing looking back at him, Zhou Wei revealed an evil smile and made a knife gesture across his neck with one hand. Ye Qianxing was not to be outdone and raised his middle finger at Zhou Wei, causing the latter's expression to darken immediately. Ye Qianxing then turned back around, ignoring him. Although he could guess that this guy was up to no good, Ye Qianxing felt no fear. He would meet force with force. If Zhou Wei was looking for trouble, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way sooner rather than later. Brother Yi. At that moment, another familiar voice came. And before Ye Qianxing could look for the owner of the voice, a hand patted his shoulder. Ye Qianxing quickly turned around and was a bit surprised. The person was none other than Su Tila, the little lord he had met in the mercenary city. Haha, Brother Yi, it's really you. I just thought your back looked familiar, but I wasn't sure. Now it seems my eyes are still quite good, Su Tila said straightforwardly with a hearty laugh. Brother Yi, what a coincidence. We're actually in the same school, and our classes are even next to each other. Su Tila was in class 3, while Ye Qianxing was in class 4. Yeah, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you, a little lord, to be in this school too. Ye Qianxing laughed, finding Su Tila's personality quite to his liking, so he didn't mind becoming friends with him. The school Ye Qianxing was attending was Jiangnan City No. 2 High School. While it was decent, it wasn't top tier. Schools like No. 1 High School, Experimental High School, and Aristocratic High School were better. Logically, Su Tila, being a rich second generation, should be in one of those schools. Well, No. 2 High School is pretty close to where I live, so I just came here. It's all the same to me. I don't lack resources, Su Tila shrugged, causing Ye Qianxing to twitch the corner of his mouth. All right, you have money. You could be willful. While the two were chatting, the final assessment finally began. The assessment was divided into 2 parts. The first part was to test the soul talent. In a way, this could be considered an elimination round, directly eliminating students with poor talents. Although talent alone could not definitively determine a person's future achievements. It was undeniable that those with extremely poor talent, who couldn't even contract a spirit pet, couldn't become spirit tamers, let alone achieve anything significant later on. Due to the large number of students, this first part was assessed independently by class. The assessor for Ye Qianxing's class was none other than their mentor, Jiang Lin. Students, if you have spirit pets, summon them directly. If you don't have one, don't be discouraged. We will send specialized personnel and equipment to test you. Mentor Jiang Lin said. For those with spirit pets, the assessment was easy. They just needed to check the quality of the spirit pet. If they could contract a high-quality spirit pet, it indicated that the spirit tamer's soul talent was not weak. After all, higher-quality spirit pets had higher requirements for the tamer, and if the tamer's talent was too weak, the spirit pet would reject them. Testing a person's soul talent required a complex procedure, but testing a spirit pet's quality was simple. Only a drop of the spirit pet's blood was needed. Thus, Mentor Jiang Lin suggested summoning the spirit pets for testing. However, since some students came from average families and couldn't afford spirit pets, but might still have strong talent, the school took a humane approach by using specialized equipment and personnel for testing to avoid wasting talent. However, testing soul talent was only the first hurdle, unless it was determined that a student had very high soul talent, allowing them to skip the second part. Otherwise, they would still need to contract a spirit pet to pass. Mentor Jiang Lin began calling names, and the students whose names were called stepped forward to summon their spirit pets for testing. Zhang San. A boy stepped forward and summoned his spirit pet, which was a beetle, but its size was comparable to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. Zhang San took a drop of blood from the beetle and handed it to Mentor Jiang Lin, who placed it on a special stone. This stone could test the bloodline strength of the spirit pet, indicating its quality. Zhang San, spirit pet, black beetle, average quality, recommended for class division, regular class. Mentor Jiang Lin announced. Zhang San's expression was normal. He already knew the quality of the black beetle, so he had no other thoughts about the result. Li Si. In fact, generally speaking, as long as the family conditions were not too poor, parents would always find ways to buy a spirit pet for their children. After all, they couldn't waste their children's future no matter how frugal they were. Mentor Jiang Lin continued to call out names, and over a dozen students went up, all having spirit pets. Zhou Wei. Soon, Mentor Jiang Lin called Zhou Wei's name. Zhou Wei walked up with his head held high and opened the contract space. Soon, a gigantic mantis appeared. Ye Qianxing was startled. Didn't he remember this guy's spirit pet being a wolf, the ironback howling wolf? How did it change to a mantis? Spirit pet, dual blade mantis attribute, fighting system, wind system rating, 2.5 stars, growth type, Level 2 abilities, Dual Blade Slash, Wind Blade Weakness, Electric System, Flying System Promotion Conditions, Evolution Path. Looking at this Mantis's attribute table, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, having money means being willful. While others have to go through great efforts to acquire a spirit pet, he can just change it whenever he wants, and he even got a fairly high-level one. However, being able to contract the dual blade mantis also shows that Zhou Wei's soul degree is indeed quite strong. It's just unclear whether he used any special methods to enhance it. Chapter 20. Livestream Eating Excrement Zhou Wei, Spirit Pet Dual Blade Mantis, Elite Quality. Recommended for the second-tier top class. Wow. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the class, as the previous dozen or so students were all from the ordinary class. And Zhou Wei was the first to enter the top class. Although it was second tier, it was already very strong. Zhou Wei seemed to enjoy the envy of his classmates, strutting down with his head held high, while also casting a provocative glance at Ye Qianxing. However, Ye Qianxing showed no reaction to this. While Ye Qianxing didn't care, Xia Xiaoyu was displeased. Just then, Minter Zhonglin called her name, so she went up and summoned her Fire Spirit Sparrow. Xia Xiaoyu, Spirit Pet Fire Spirit Sparrow. Perfect quality, recommended for the first-tier top class. As soon as this was said, the excitement below was several times greater than when Zhou Wei just spoke. Perfect quality, first-tier top class. Indeed, our class leader is strong. When she came down, Xia Xiaoyu specifically glanced at Zhou Wei, also with a provocative expression, which made Zhou Wei's previously proud face darken a bit. However, he seemed to think of something and started to smile again. Ye Qianxing had anticipated that the Fire Spirit Sparrow would have perfect quality, having the bloodline of the vermilion bird. It was normal for the system to rate it as 4 stars. Nevertheless, he still congratulated Xia Xiaoyu. Next, Ye Qianxing. At this moment, Minter Zhonglin called out Ye Qianxing's name. Instantly, all the students' gazes were focused on him. Because if anyone in this class will be persuaded to drop out due to insufficient talent, they would undoubtedly think it was Ye Qianxing. In their eyes, Ye Qianxing was almost certain to be expelled. Ye Qianxing ignored the gazes of his classmates and walked directly to Minter Zhonglin. However, just as he took a few steps, a sarcastic voice rang out. Ye Qianxing, did you walk into the wrong place? The place to test soul talent is over there. Without needing to look, it was clear that it was Zhou Wei speaking. But I say, you don't need to waste our time testing. The outcome is bound to be failure anyway. Why not just give up and save yourself from embarrassment? Oh, how do you know I'll definitely fail? Ye Qianxing turned around and asked with interest. Haha, how would I know? Not just me. You can ask anyone here. Who doesn't know you have a mental block? You can never become a spirit master in this life. Zhou Wei laughed heartily. Although the surrounding classmates didn't speak, their eyes made it clear that their thoughts were the same as Zhou Wei's. They didn't believe Ye Qianxing could become a spirit master. However, Ye Qianxing was not angry at this, and instead gave a charming smile, saying, since you're so sure, how about a bet? Let's wager whether I can pass the assessment. Oh, you dare to bet? All right, if you can pass the assessment, I'll live stream eating excrement. Zhou Wei still appeared very confident. Okay, it's a deal. Everyone here and Minter Zhonglin will be witnesses, so don't try to cheat later. Haha, Ye Qianxing. Are you addicted to acting? Fine, I want to cheat, but what if you lose? You can do whatever you want. Good, Zhou Wei shouted, thinking that Ye Qianxing was simply jumping into the pot, and he must teach him a lesson when he loses. Ye Qianxing gave a charming smile, and then walked straight to Minter Zhonglin. You dare to bet in front of me? You're getting a bit too cocky. Minter Zhonglin shot Ye Qianxing a glance. She was actually aware of Ye Qianxing's situation, but seeing him so confident made her a bit suspicious, reminiscing about what she had seen before. Minter Zhonglin, I can't help it. If he doesn't believe me, I can only bet with him. Minter, do you believe in me? If you don't, I can also bet with you. Ye Qianxing said with a smile. Don't worry. Our bet won't be as disgusting as live streaming eating excrement. Just agree to one condition of mine. All right, hurry up and summon your spirit pet. Zhonglin rolled her eyes at Ye Qianxing. Minter, you first say whether you accept this bet. If you keep talking, I might just cancel your assessment opportunity. Zhonglin became impatient and directly threatened Ye Qianxing with the cancellation of his assessment opportunity. Frightened, Ye Qianxing quickly shut up and began to summon. In the incredulous eyes of his classmates, the portal to the contract space quickly appeared beside Ye Qianxing. Contract space, am I seeing things? Ye Qianxing really contracted a spirit pet. How is this possible? Can someone with a mental block actually succeed in contracting? Suddenly, voices filled with surprise erupted. And at this moment, Zhou Wei's face turned pale to the extreme. He never expected that this waste, Ye Qianxing, would actually contract a spirit pet. Thinking about the bet made in front of everyone, losing meant live, streaming, eating excrement, Zhou Wei felt an impulse to find a hole to hide in, especially when a few classmates secretly glanced at him, deepening his discomfort. Looking back at Ye Qianxing, the figure of Bai Wu quickly revealed itself. Without transforming, his true form was still an ordinary husky, but anyone who dared to underestimate him because of this would have to pay the price. Originally extremely surprised that Ye Qianxing had contracted a spirit pet, the classmates were now dumbfounded upon seeing Bai Wu. Someone is using a husky as a spirit pet? Zhou Wei, who originally planned to sneak away, was first startled. He remembered Bai Wu had clearly been killed by his ironback wolf. How could it still be alive now? Could it just be a similar-looking husky? Though confused, Zhou Wei quickly started to sneer. Even though Ye Qianxing had contracted a spirit pet, it was just this husky. What was the difference from having no contract at all? What battle power could a husky have? Zhou Wei, how about it? It's time to fulfill your promise. Remember to tell me your live stream channel number. Ye Qianxing said with a strange smile toward Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei's face instantly darkened, but then he revealed a look of disdain. Ye Qianxing, although I'm quite surprised that you can contract a spirit pet, you should take a look at what spirit pet you contracted. A dumb husky? Contracting a dumb husky is no different from not contracting a spirit pet at all. Do you expect a dumb husky to fight, relying on tearing up the house? Aren't you afraid it will run away from the enemy? Ha. Zhou Wei laughed heartily, and most of the classmates around also appeared to be unable to hold back their laughter. It couldn't be helped. Even before the new era, huskies had already been labeled as destructive and disobedient. Even in the new era, very few people would choose to contract with a husky. Because who knows when this fool might sell you out. Chapter 21. A bright spot? So you mean you want to breach the contract? I, Zhou Wei, have always been a man of my word. There's no way I would breach the contract. Our bet is on whether you can pass the final assessment. Although you have become a spirit master, your spirit pet is this husky, which is no different from not having a contract. You still won't be able to pass the second round of the assessment. Zhou Wei snorted coldly. In his view, 205 is just a trash spirit pet that is even below ordinary quality with no attack power at all. The second round of the assessment will require them to go to the Spirit Beast Forest to obtain an inner core of a level evil spirit. And Zhou Wei does not believe that this husky would be a match for a level evil spirit. Are you playing word games with me? Fine. Then I'll make you lose convincingly. Ye Qianxing smiled charmingly, looking at his classmates who were trying hard to hold back their laughter, and thought to himself that he would definitely surprise them later. Teacher Jianglin, could you help me assess the quality of 205? Ye Qianxing took a drop of blood from 205 and handed it to Jianglin. In fact, Jianglin also had a strange expression when she saw Ye Qianxing's spirit pet. She never expected that he would contract a husky. Doesn't he know that before the new era, huskies were defined as one of the least aggressive dog breeds? Don't worry, Teacher Jiang. I will definitely make you see something impressive later. Ye Qianxing flashed a sunny smile. At least in his own opinion, it was a sunny smile. Teacher Jiang was half convinced but still dripped 205's blood onto the stone. Buzz! Suddenly, the surface of the stone burst forth with light, and Jianglin beside it felt a flash before her eyes. The strong light was so intense that she couldn't even open her eyes. After more than half a minute, the brightness finally faded, and Jianglin's expression, along with all the students present, changed. Especially Jianglin, while the students might not know what such intense light represented. She did. The stronger the light, the higher the quality of the spirit pet. Even the currently highest quality spirit pet, the fire spirit sparrow, only produced light comparable to a small light bulb, while the drop of blood from 205 emitted a brightness like a large light bulb. Up until now, Jianglin had never seen a spirit pet of such quality. Teacher, please announce it quickly. Seeing Jianglin in a daze, Ye Qianxing hurriedly called out to her. Huh? Oh. Jiang Lin came to her senses, but her voice still trembled a bit. Ye Qianxing, spirit pet, mutated husky, quality perfect, recommended for the top class. Since there has never been a husky as a spirit pet before, she had no idea what to call it. Ye Qianxing, because the highest quality test we can do here is only perfect quality. I'm afraid you'll have to bear with it for now. Jiang Lin said a bit apologetically. 205, as quality was obviously higher than that of the fire spirit sparrow. But the highest quality they could test at their school was perfect, and she couldn't help it. It's fine, Ye Qianxing casually replied. He had no objections to this point. After Jiang Lin announced Ye Qianxing's results, the students below instantly stopped their noise, and this area fell silent. An existence that surpassed perfect quality, what quality could that be? Just a husky. How could it possibly have such high quality? No, impossible. There must be a mistake. Teacher, I request you to retest. At this moment, Zhou Wei's incredulous voice sounded. Jiang Lin frowned. Do you think I deliberately let it slide? Realizing that Jiang Lin's tone seemed to carry dissatisfaction, Zhou Wei quickly realized that his earlier words might have been too extreme and could be misinterpreted, so he hurriedly explained. Teacher, I didn't mean that. I meant that there must be something wrong with this stone. This husky cannot possibly be of perfect quality. Hearing Zhou Wei's words, the other students nodded in agreement. Perhaps this was the only explanation. The stone must be faulty. I request a retest. Jiang Lin was somewhat tempted by this, as she also found it hard to believe that a seemingly ordinary husky would have such high quality. However, she did not directly agree to Zhou Wei's suggestion, but looked at Ye Qianxing to ask for his opinion. Ye Qianxing smiled and nodded. He knew very well how high the quality of 205 was. One test, or even hundreds or thousands of tests, would yield the same result. Soon, Jiang Lin replaced the stone for testing, but the result was still the same. The dazzling light made it impossible for Jiang Lin to open her eyes. She finally believed that Ye Qianxing's spirit pet truly possessed a quality that surpassed perfection. I hereby officially announce that Ye Qianxing's assessment results are valid, and the assessment will continue. Ye Qianxing returned to his own seat amid the envious and jealous gazes of his classmates, while Zhou Wei looked at him with a cold expression, but Ye Qianxing seemed to be oblivious. Brother Qianxing, I knew you could do it. If anyone among the students present was not envious of Ye Qianxing at all, it would probably only be Xia Xiaoyu. On the contrary, she was very happy. Of course. Who do you think I am? Ye Qianxing boastet shamilisti. The assessment was still ongoing when Sudara came over to Ye Qianxing again. Qianxing, have you finished the assessment? Which class were you assigned to? The top class. Sudara, what about you? Ha ha ha, me too. We could be in the same class now. Qianxing, you really didn't disappoint me. Sudara laughed heartily. Ye Qianxing was somewhat surprised that Sudara was assigned to the top class. Although his family was wealthy and could afford high-quality spirit pets, if his mental strength was insufficient, he wouldn't be able to contract one. His being assigned to the top class meant that the quality of the spirit pet he contracted was at least on par with the fire spirit sparrow. After waiting for more than an hour, the assessments for the entire school were almost over. Those who failed the first round left in disgrace, preferring to leave on their own rather than being advised to withdraw by the school, which allowed them to preserve a bit of their dignity. About 2/3 of those who remained passed the first round, but this did not mean they could relax their vigilance, as the second round was much more difficult. Not only difficult, but also more dangerous. The second round of assessments would officially take place tomorrow. But one thing I must remind you is that the Spirit Beast Forest is full of dangers, and there may even be level and even higher level evil spirits inside. Although the school will do its best to ensure your safety, nothing is absolute. Therefore, if anyone wishes to voluntarily give up, it is best to let me know before tomorrow. Jiang Lin warned everyone with a serious expression. Chapter 22. Imperial Club. When it was revealed that there might even be level evil spirits in the Spirit Beast Forest, many students were frightened. However, no one chose to give up. After finally getting through the first round, how could they willingly give up now? Besides, the tutor also said that the school would do its best to ensure their safety, and as long as they didn't act recklessly, they should be fine. Qianxing, let us go out and celebrate, Sudara said as he put his arm around Ye Qianxing's shoulder. Huh? Well, Ye Qianxing want to refuse. The place is Sudara. as a rich second generation, would go to our definitely very high end, and he currently doesn't have much money. Ye Qianxing embarrassment. Sutira lafit heartily. Bro, it's on me. Just enjoy yourself. All right, since you, the rich guy, are treating, I'll accept your offer. Ye Qianxing no longer refused. At worst, he could treat him back when he had money in the future. Friends are just about helping each other, right? By the way, can I bring someone along? Bring who? Sutira asked, in confusion. Ye Qianxing pointed to Xia Xiaoyu beside him, and Sutira was stunned the moment he saw Xia Xiaoyu's appearance. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, he was still amazed by Xia Xiaoyu. However, Sutira clearly was not an impolite person. After a moment of surprise, he regained his composure and withdrew his gaze. Qianxing, I didn't expect it. You have a beautiful girlfriend, Sutira said with a mischievous smile. While Ye Qianxing had no particular thoughts about it, but Xia Xiaoyu beside him turned red directly. Are you sure you want to bring her along? What's wrong? Is there a problem? If it's not convenient, then Ye Qianxing didn't finish speaking, and Su Tila quickly said, No, of course it's fine. Su Tila had a strange smile on his face, leaving Ye Qianxing puzzled, not knowing what this guy really meant. After leaving the school gate, Su Tila made a phone call, and the next moment, a luxury car appeared. Ye Qianxing had only seen such luxury cars in pictures on TV, and this was the first time he saw one in person. I want to drive a supercar, but there are 3 of us, and a supercar won't fit. So we had to switch to this one, Su Tila said helplessly. Ye Qianxing twitched his mouth. It turned out to be your worst car. Truly a big tycoon. No, we must carry out a hit the tycoon operation today. Sitting in the car, they quickly arrived at their destination, and what came into view was an extremely luxurious building. In this new era, building such a structure in Jiangnan City, where every inch of land is precious, must have cost a fortune. This is the Dihao Club, where everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment is available. Generally, even rich people can't get in. Come on, let me take you guys to see it, Su Tila said grandly, waving his hand. Ye Qianxing had heard of the Dihao Club. It was the highest-rated club in the city, combining entertainment, dining, and more. For Su Tila to invite them here was quite generous. When they reached the entrance of the club, several bodyguards dressed in suits stood there with their chests out, and beside them squatted a few spirit pets. Ye Qianxing glanced around and saw that they were all high-level, with even one being a level 10. Using spirit masters and spirit pets to guard the door, the Dihao Club was indeed luxurious. After showing their identification, the bodyguards invited them into the club. Waiter, I want the biggest private room, the one number T1. As soon as they entered the club, Su Tila shouted, drawing many people's attention. This is a high-end club. Only the rich or noble can enter here, and everyone is well-mannered. So even though there were many people, it was very quiet, making Su Tila's shouts seem very abrupt. Feeling the gazes from the crowd, Ye Qianxing felt a bit embarrassed and shot Su Tila a glare, fearing they would make a fool of themselves. However, what surprised Ye Qianxing was that when those people saw Su Tila, they didn't show any signs of dissatisfaction or disdain, but rather nodded at him as a greeting. It seemed that Su Tila held a respectable position in the upper circles of Jiangnan City. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Oh, I thought who it was. Ye Qianxing, you think you deserve to enter the Dihao Club? Did you sneak in? I can tell you, once you're discovered, you'll be in for it. Ye Qianxing looked towards the source of the voice and saw Zhou Wei approaching with a few people. The mocking words obviously came from him. But if you kneel down and give me a few kowtows now, I might consider helping you, huh? Qianxing, who is this idiot? He laughs like a duck quacking. It's quite ear-piercing. At this moment, Su Tila frowned and said, even digging at his ear, showing a very disdainful expression. Just as you said, it's a duck. Ye Qianxing shrugged. Oh, so it's a duck. Su Tila deliberately raised his voice when saying the word duck. Seeing that these people actually ignored him, Zhou Wei's face instantly darkened. Hey kid, weren't you the one who shouted for room T1? Zhou Wei asked Su Tila. Yes, that was me. What's the matter? Su Tila raised his head, looking down at Zhou Wei. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. You and Ye Qianxing are both country bumpkins. Who in the Dihao Club doesn't know that room T1 is not open to the public? Even I might not be able to get in. And you bunch of loser bumpkins dare to speak so boldly? Zhou Wei's tone was filled with disdain. His Zhou family was one of the top families in Jiangnan City. But if he wanted a private room in the Dihao Club, he could only go to room D1 at most. Room T1 has never been open to the public since the establishment of the Dihao Club. It's said to be reserved for the owner. Hee hee, you say I'm a country bumpkin? And say I don't deserve to go to room T1? Su Tila chuckled and then asked the waiter, do you think I have the qualifications to enter room T1? Of course you do, the waiter replied respectfully. Then hurry up and arrange it. Yes. The waiter was about to leave. Hey, Zhou Wei immediately stopped the waiter. Are you stupid? Room T1 is not open to the public. Do you want to get fired? However, the waiter smiled disdainfully in response to Zhou Wei. Room T1 is indeed not open to the public, but this gentleman is the owner of our Dihao Club. He certainly has the qualifications to enter room T1. What? The owner of the Dihao Club? This country bumpkin next to Ye Qianxing is actually the owner of the Dihao Club? Zhou Wei's face turned dark. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father had told him that the owner of the Dihao Club had a special status, so if unnecessary, he should never provoke him. A person even his father feared turned out to be someone who looked so young, and this person was still with the poor guy Ye Qianxing, looking like they had a good relationship. What's going on in this world? Has it gone mad? Kid, did you hear that? I'll tell you. Ye Qianxing is my brother, so be polite to him in the future, or be careful that I want to be polite to you. Su Tila said fiercely to Zhou Wei, then turned to the waiter, remove this kid's name from the Dihao Club's list, and he is not allowed to step into the Dihao Club again. Yes, the waiter immediately nodded. Although Zhou Wei's status was not low, Su Tila was the boss, so he obviously listened to the boss. Su Tila disdainfully glanced at Zhou Wei, whose face was darkened, and then led Ye Qianxing and Xia Xiaoyu towards the private room. Sir, please leave the Dihao Club. The waiter smiled at Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei's face was dark, but he didn't dare to cause trouble here and could only leave reluctantly. As he left, he noticed the guests in the club looking at him with mocking eyes, as if to say, didn't you see we all dare not disrespect Su Tila? You really have no sense. On the way to the private room, Ye Qianxing smiled at Su Tila. I can't believe you are the boss of this club. Sigh, this is just a business of my dad. He didn't want to manage it anymore. So he gave me the boss position to help him manage it. Su Tila Saif, who knew he actually just wanted to be a rich second generation who was a bit of a nuisance. Entering room T1, Ye Qianxing found that this private room was indeed large, about 100 square meters, with a large round table in the middle, sofas on both sides, a big screen TV, and even a microphone. It was simply a combination of dining and singing. During dinner, Su Tila let Ye Qianxing order whatever he wanted. When Ye Qianxing saw the menu, he gasped. Even the cheapest dishes cost over 1,000. If he came by himself, just ordering one dish would be enough to bankrupt him. After dinner, Su Tila didn't plan to leave, but looked at Ye Qianxing with a strange smile. There are still activities to come. As he spoke, the door of the private room opened, and a group of women dressed revealingly, but looking extraordinary walked in. They were all there for singing and drinking. We want to return until we're drunk tonight. Su Tila laughed heartily. Ye Qianxing finally understood why this guy was smiling strangely, because at that moment, someone pinched the flesh on his waist, and Xia Xiaoyu was pouting at him. Ye Qianxing wanted to say he was innocent, as he had no idea there would be such activities before coming. But Su Tila found it hard to refuse the warm invitation, so that night, Ye Qianxing spent almost the entire evening in agony. The young lady saw that he was with young Master Su, and all leaned closer to him, making Xia Xiaoyu's lips pout even more prominently. And the strength with which she pinched Ye Qianxing's waist increased. In the midst of this gentle ambience, Ye Qianxing felt truly what it was like to be both pained and happy. The next day, Ye Qianxing and the others arrived at the school gate, where hundreds of students had already gathered. These hundreds were all students who had passed the first round and were almost officially becoming spirit tamers. Once they completed the second round of assessments, they could start learning the formal art of beast taming. After everyone was assembled, they entered several large buses under the guidance of their class mentors. An hour later, the bus convoy left Jiangnan City and arrived at the entrance of a forest. The new era had already lasted over 500 years, and now, except for some base cities, most uninhabited areas had turned into wild lands or forests overgrown with weeds. This forest was the closest to Jiangnan City, called the Spirit Beast Forest. Students, we've arrived at the Spirit Beast Forest. Before we go in, I must remind you once again that the outskirts of the spirit beast forest are mostly inhabited by low-level evil spirits. There are in Team many low-level evil spirits. But if you venture deeper, there is a high possibility of encountering high-level evil spirits, so please try to stay around the outskirts. A middle-aged man with a big belly and a bald head addressed all the students. He was the school's director, and he was in charge of this assessment. Mercenary group? Which mercenary group? Ye Qianxing asked. To protect hundreds of students, this mercenary group must have a considerable number of members, probably one of the top-ranked mercenary groups. The director glanced at Ye Qianxing and said, Iron Blood Mercenary Group. Wow. Many students gasped when they heard the name Iron Blood Mercenary Group. What's wrong with you? You look so surprised, asked a classmate who was unaware of the situation. Don't you know? The Iron Blood Mercenary Group is ranked first among the mercenary groups in Jiangnan City. I didn't expect them to be willing to protect us. Many students who knew about the Iron Blood Mercenary Group showed excitement. Their dream was to join the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, but unfortunately, their recruitment was very strict, and it was impossible for newbies like them to get in. Compared to the excitement of these students, Ye Qianxing and Su Tila frowned. Tila, is that big guy from the Iron Blood Mercenary Group? Ye Qianxing asked. Yeah, and his status in the Iron Blood Mercenary Group is not low, Su Tila nodded. But Qianxing, you don't have to worry too much. It should just be a coincidence, and they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly since we are students of the school. Ye Qianxing nodded. He wasn't worried, but just felt it was a bit troublesome. The assessment had a time limit of 3 days, and they were to gather here at the same time 3 days later. If they were not on time, it would be considered a failure. Their goal was to obtain any evil spirit's inner core, and of course, if they had the ability to obtain a high-level evil spirit's inner core, that would be even better. All right, I've said what I needed to say. I now officially announce that the second round of assessment begins. I wish you all good luck. With the director's command, hundreds of students surged into the forest like a swarm, and in no time, they disappeared into the vast spirit beast forest. This assessment did not have many rigid rules. As long as they could obtain an evil spirit's inner core, how to obtain it was entirely up to their own abilities. Therefore, some people would team up with acquaintances to increase their chances of success. Naturally, Ye Qianxing, Xia Xiaoyu, and Su Tila form a team. Chapter 24. Ice Qilin. It's so quiet here, almost eerily so. Not long after entering the spirit beast forest, Ye Qianxing and the others were stunned by the surrounding environment. Apart from the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves and their footsteps, there was not a single other sound. No birds chirping or cicadas buzzing. It felt like entering a dead zone. The surrounding trees towered like giants, blocking most of the sunlight, making it dark and cold, even though it was clearly the middle of the day. All three of them summoned their spirit pets. In such an environment, if they encountered a sudden attack, they wouldn't have time to summon them. The fire spirit sparrow seemed to sense Xia Xiaoyu's fear, flying above her and releasing warm air to help calm her trembling body. Ye Qianxing finally got to see Su Tila's spirit pet, which was a majestic lion with snow-white fur. However, upon closer inspection, it looked more than just a lion. It had a single horn on its head, and while its back was covered in white fur, its belly was covered in scales, resembling the mythical Qilin from legends before the new era. Spirit pet, Ice Qilin, Qilin subspecies attributes, mutated frost type rating, 4-star, growth type, level, 9 abilities. Frosty Mystique can release a cold frost aura, turning the ground within several dozen meters into snow, with a chance to freeze opponents. Ice Pillar can condense the cold frost aura into ice pillars, dealing significant damage to enemies. Note, this skill is more effective in icy environments. Weakness, fire-type promotion requirements. 1 Ice Frost type, Evil Spirit Inner Core, paired with a cold flower to promote to level up evolution route. Chance to evolve into a true Qilin upon obtaining a strand of Dragon Chi. When Ye Qianxing saw the attribute list of Su Tila's spirit pet, he couldn't help but gasp. It was indeed a Qilin. Though just a subspecies, it was already very powerful. As a legendary ancient divine beast, the Qilin possessed the bloodline of dragons, which was incredibly noble. While the subspecies Qilin was not a true Qilin, it was certainly not something an average spirit pet could compare to. Moreover, this subspecies Qilin was an ice Qilin. The frost type was a mutation of the water type, but it dealt more damage than the water type. Su Tila truly was a super rich second generation to have such a formidable spirit pet. However, it also indirectly indicated Su Tila's powerful soul talent. Otherwise, a spirit pet like the Ice Qian, which had a noble Qian bloodline, would not agree to form a contract with him. Look at my big white beauty. Let me tell you, this is a subspecies Qian, very rare. My dad went through a lot of trouble to get him. Seeing Ye Qianxing and Xia Xiaoyu staring at her spirit pet, Su Tila proudly said that being able to contract this Ice Qian was his proudest achievement. Yeah, it really is handsome, but it's a pity the name is too ordinary. It doesn't match him. Ye Qianxing sighed, as if feeling it was unworthy for the Ice Qian. Upon hearing this, the Ice Qian gave Ye Qianxing a deep look, and he could vaguely see a hint of mutual appreciation in its eyes. Please, as if the name Air by Wu sounds good, Su Tila retorted, speechless. He couldn't refute because Ye Qianxing's words were indeed reasonable. Looking at the wise gaze of Air by Wu, its intelligence was definitely at a level of Air by Wu. At that moment, Air by Wu was looking at Ye Qianxing with a signature disdainful expression, as if it wanted to say, "Why does it always come back to me?" As the two teased each other, even Xia Xiaoyu's previous fear had dissipated, and unknowingly, they had walked for over half an hour. Why haven't we seen a single evil spirit after such a long time? Ye Qianxing did it. That's normal. The spirit beast forest is so vast. It's impossible for evil spirits to be everywhere. Moreover, they generally have their own territories and usually won't leave unless something happens. We'll find them eventually if we keep looking, Su Tila explained. After walking for more than half an hour, Ye Qianxing and the others suddenly stopped. It's the earth flame flower. Xia Xiaoyu's excited voice rang out. Ye Qianxing looked in the direction she was pointing and saw several clusters of red flowers growing beside a tree. The earth flame flower grows above the ground, but its roots reach deep into the underground magma, containing immense fire energy. 500 years ago, it wasn't just evil spirits that descended upon the Earth star. Many seeds from other worlds also entered along with the evil spirits. These seeds fell to the earth, gradually growing and eventually transforming into spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs are of great benefit to evil spirits, spirit pets, and even humans themselves, making them quite valuable in the human world. Many mercenary groups venture into the wilderness not only to hunt evil spirits, but also to search for these spiritual herbs. My father once consulted a specialized spirit pet breeder, and to upgrade Hua, the earth flame flower is necessary. However, the earth flame flower is generally hard to find, so I didn't expect to be so lucky to find it here. Xia Xiaoyu's tone was filled with excitement. The fire spirit sparrow was her spirit pet, and she would definitely be happy if it could upgrade. Xia Xiaoyu was right. The upgrading condition for the fire spirit sparrow was indeed the earth flame flower, which was also mentioned in the system. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and pick it. Su Tila couldn't hold back any longer and directly jogged over to the earth flame flower, bending down to pick it. Wait. Ye Qianxing quickly stopped her, and Su Tila paused, looking at him in confusion. Picking the earth flame flower requires skill. If you pull out like that, these few earth flame flowers will be ruined, Ye Qianxing explained. The roots of the earth flame flower are connected to the magma deep underground. Pulling it out completely is impossible. Forcing it would only tear the roots, and then these earth flame flowers would be wasted. The proper way to pick the earth flame flower is to only take the petals, so that years later, the earth flame flower here will bloom again and can be used again. After listening to Ye Qianxing's explanation, Su Tila scratched her head. There's this way of doing it? Yes, that's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Teacher Zhang Lin also mentioned it during class. Xia Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Seeing that both of them said so, Su Tila finally believed it. Qianxing, how do you know so much about this? I saw you sleeping in class. Xia Xiaoyu looked at Ye Qianxing with wide eyes, puzzled. As the class monitor and top student, she hadn't thought of these things, so how could Ye Qianxing, who was recognized as a poor student, know? Cough, cough, what can I do? I'm just exceptionally talented, Ye Qianxing said shamelessly, not knowing that, as Xia Xiaoyu said, he had been sleeping in class. But who made him have system? With the system, there was nothing he couldn't recognize. Chapter 25. Earthflame Envoy, just pick the flowers? All right, watch me. Su Tila bent down again, this time reaching for the flowers. Just then, a flame suddenly shot up from the ground, striking Su Tila directly. "Watch out!" Ye Qianxing exclaimed and rushed forward. However, the Ice Kirin was more in sync with Su Tila and reacted faster than Ye Qianxing. With a fierce roar, it stomped its hooves against the ground, causing frost to instantly form around it. Just as the flame was about to hit Su Tila, the frost formed an ice shield around her, blocking the flame. Phew! Su Tila let out a long breath. Just now, she had nearly walked through the gates of hell. It seemed that in the future, she needed to have her spirit pet by her side, no matter what she did. "Thank you, Daba." Su Tila thanked the Ice Kirin and then quickly ran to its side, while Ye Qianxing and Xia Xiaoyu frowned, looking at the spot where the flame had erupted. At that moment, they saw a monster covered in flames that had appeared near the Earth Flame Flower. Spirit Pet, Earth Flame Envoy Attribute, Fire Rating, 3 stars, Growth Type, Level, 9 abilities, Critical Strike Gun, Flame Blade Weakness, Water and Divine Fire Upgrading Conditions, Evolution Route. This is the Earth Flame Envoy, an evil spirit ranked 4, 300 in the Evil Spirit Record, which loves to consume Earth Flame Flowers. Therefore, wherever there are Earth Flame Flowers, there will definitely be Earth Flame Envoys. I almost forgot about this. Causing Brother Su to almost get hurt, Xia Xiaoyu said apologetically. The Evil Spirit Record is a compilation of all known evil spirits in the world, documented by humanity over the past few hundred years, containing information on tens of thousands of evil spirits, including their habits, characteristics, etc. It even ranks them based on their overall combat power. Although the Earth Flame Envoy is only a low-level evil spirit, it ranks over 4,000 because of its significant potential for development. The Earth Flame Envoy can evolve into the Heaven Flame Envoy, Demon Flame Envoy, Fierce Flame Sovereign, and Fire Demon. The Fire Demon is its final evolution, and in the Evil Spirit Record, it ranks as high as 98, making it a truly formidable low-level evil spirit. The Evil Spirit Record is a key theoretical knowledge that the school focuses on. Under normal circumstances, Xia Xiaoyu's memory wound allow her to forget these things. But perhaps due to her first personal experience, she was a bit nervous. "It's fine, I don't blame you." Su Tila shook his head nonchalantly. "However, our immediate priority is to deal with it. Although the Earth Flame Envoy is only a low-level spirit, its flame attacks come from the underground magma, so they are hotter than ordinary flames. We need to be careful." Xia Xiaoyu frowned and said, "Daba's attribute is restrained by it, and my Huahua shares the same attribute. But its flame quality ISNT is high, so although we can win in numbers, we can't be careless. The mutated frost type is indeed stronger than the water type, but it also has a downside. Water type attacks can counter frost type attacks." Seeing Xia Xiaoyu getting into the zone, Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. He didn't plan to let the silly one take action, as with its low-level strength, it could easily crush the Earth Flame Envoy. Ye Qianxing intended to let these two gain some experience and get used to fighting against evil spirits. Roar! The Earth Flame Envoy let out a roar, and a fire bullet shot out from it, heading straight for the group. "Hua, fire impact!" Xia Xiaoyu decisively commanded. The fire spirit sparrow chirped, flapping its wings, and 2 streams of flame flew out, colliding with the fire bullet. The fire bullet first passed through one stream of fire, but was blocked by the second. Daba! Frosty ground. The ground froze once again, and the Earth Flame Envoy looked down, seeing that its feet had been frozen. "Good opportunity. Daba, quickly use Ice Pillar." As Su Tila gave the command, the horn on Daba's head suddenly shone with blue light, and in the next moment, a sharp ice pillar appeared in midair, shooting towards the Earth Flame Envoy. Just as it was about to hit, the Earth Flame Envoy suddenly erupted with intense flames, melting the frost on the ground, and then it dodged to the side. The ice pillar stabbed into a tree behind it, narrowly missing. However, before the Earth Flame Envoy could feel pleased, a fireball shot toward its face. It turned out that Xia Xiaoyu had anticipated that the Earth Flame Envoy would dodge, which was why she commanded Huahua to launch the fire impact. The flames directly hit the Earth Flame Envoy in the face, knocking it back, but that was all. The Earth Flame Envoy, covered in flames, was not afraid of Huahua's fire attacks. That's enough. A cold glint flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes. It was time for him to take action. it would be difficult for Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila to defeat the Earth Flame Envoy. Firstly, the Earth Flame Envoy was not afraid of ordinary fire attacks, so Huahua could hardly inflict damage on it. And the Ice Kirin was also restrained by the Earth Flame Envoy. At this rate, they could fight for hundreds of rounds without any effect. The silly one understood and nodded. A stream of black flames shot out from its mouth, heading straight for the Earth Flame Envoy. The Earth Flame Envoy did not dodge or evade. In its eyes, all fire attacks were ineffective against it. However, when the black flames finally struck its body, it finally regretted it, as it instantly felt intense pain from its soul. My nether flame is not an ordinary fire. Ye Qianxing sneered and nodded at the 205. The 205 charged at the Earth Flame Attendant, slashing at its head with a claw. At that moment, the Earth Flame Attendant was unable to react due to the damage to its soul, and its head was shattered by the immense power of the 205, a phantom soul floating out, which was directly swallowed by the 205. Then, the body fell to the ground, the flames dissipating to reveal its true form, which looked disgustingly black like coal. Ye Qianxing, when did your 205 level up? Su Tila exclaimed, as the last time she saw it. It was only at level 5, while fighting the Berserk Hunting Bear with Kuei Wu, and it had only been a few days. Being able to instantly kill a level 5 Earth Flame Attendant, the 205 had definitely reached level 6. A few days ago, Ye Qianxing casually said, then walked to the corpse of the Earth Flame Attendant and took out a fiery red, spherical stone from its body. This is the Evil Spirit Inner Pill, the source of energy for the evil spirit, and also the proof of passing this assessment. Then Ye Qianxing walked over to the Earth Flame Flower, gently plucking the flower, which had exactly 5 petals. Thank you, Brother Qianxing. With this, Huahua can level up. Xia Xiaoyu was very excited. Do you have something to store the Earth Flame Flower petals? Ye Qianxing asked. No. Can I just put it in my pocket? Xia Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Of course not. Once the petals leave the body, the energy inside will start to leak out. If there was something to seal the energy, it wouldn't be a problem, but if there isn't, it will run out of energy in less than an hour. Ye Qianxing said, of course. All of this was told to him by the system. Xia Xiaoyu's expression changed, as she didn't know this, and no one had told her. Chapter 26 Fire Spirit Sparrow level up, but Xia Xiaoyu wouldn't doubt that Ye Qianxing was trying to scare her. What should we do then? I found the Earth Flame Flower with great difficulty, and Huahua is waiting to level up. Xia Xiaoyu said anxiously. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Since we can't store it, let us just use it now, Ye Qianxing said. Use it now? But there are no breeders here, and if the spiritual medicine is used improperly, not only will the spirit pet not level up, but it could also be dangerous, Xia Xiaoyu said. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly, causing Xia Xiaoyu's anxious heart to slowly calm down. Qianxing, you're a breeder? At this moment, Su Tila's voice came, sounding quite surprised, as becoming a breeder is not a simple matter. It requires not only strong talent, but also enough time to study. Ye Qianxing didn't seem like a breeder at all. Well, not exactly, but I know how to cultivate spirit pets. Ye Qianxing touched his nose. He hadn't bred spirit pets before, but the system had clearly provided the method. He just needed to follow it. The 205 leveled up just by following the system's method, right? After a moment of silence, Xia Xiaoyu seemed to have made a certain decision. Brother Qianxing, I believe you. Don't worry. When have I ever lied to you, your brother Qianxing? Ye Qianxing smiled and patted Xia Xiaoyu's head, then took out the fire-type inner pill from the Earth Flame Attendant and held it in his hand. The next moment, with a crack, the inner pill actually cracked directly in Ye Qianxing's hand. How is this possible? Su Tila's eyes widened. Ye Qianxing had already created countless surprises for him, but this time was definitely the most shocking. This is the evil spirit inner pill, its hardness comparable to stone. If he used a tool, he could understand, but Ye Qianxing completely crushed it with sheer strength. How much strength does one need to crush a stone? This is beyond human capability. But what shocked him even more was that Ye Qianxing continued to ravage the crushed inner pill, and soon the originally intact evil spirit inner pill was turned into powder. Then Ye Qianxing sprinkled the inner pill powder over the 5 petals of the Earth Flame Flower, rubbing it continuously to form a small pill as much as possible. Huahua, come here, Ye Qianxing beckoned. Hua Hua looked at Xia Xiaoyu and, after she nodded, flew in front of Ye Qianxing. Swallow it. Ye Qianxing handed the small pill to Hua Hua. Seeing the appearance of the small pill, Hua Hua shook its head repeatedly, its eyes full of human-like disdain. Ahem. It may look ugly, but I can't help it. There are no tools here, so we have to make do. Don't worry, the effect won't be affected. Ye Qianxing said awkwardly. After staring at Ye Qianxing for a full minute, Hua Hua finally opened its mouth, and Ye Qianxing quickly tossed the small pill in. The moment Hua Hua swallowed the small pill, the flames on its body instantly expanded, its feathers standing up, and the surrounding temperature skyrocketed by dozens of degrees, forcing Ye Qianxing and the others to retreat. Su Tila even ordered his big white to release cold air to counteract the heat wave. After more than 10 minutes, the flames on Hua Hua finally began to recede slowly. Spirit Pet, Fire Spirit Sparrow Attribute, Fire Rating, 4-star, Growth Type, Level, 1 Ability, Flame Impact Weakness, Water Wings Level Up Conditions. Soon, Hua Hua's attribute sheet appeared before Ye Qianxing's eyes, and indeed, she had successfully leveled up to level 6. Hua Hua, you really leveled up. Xia Xiaoyu's excited voice rang out. As Hua Hua's contract master, she could naturally feel that Hua Hua had been promoted to level 6 at the first moment. Gigi. The Fire Spirit Sparrow flapped its wings, circling above Xia Xiaoyu's head, looking very happy. It really succeeded. Su Tila swallowed hard and quickly ran to Ye Qianxing's side. Qianxing, you really know how to cultivate spirit pets. Huh, that is great. Quickly help me see how big white can level up. The ice qilin, as a subspecies of qilin, is a rare species. So there are very few experts who understand this spirit pet. Su Tila had looked for many breeding experts in Jiangnan City, but had not received any accurate answers. Now seeing that Ye Qianxing also knew how to cultivate, he hurriedly came to ask him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Tila regretted it. Since even breeding experts couldn't provide a solution, asking Ye Qianxing would only add to the embarrassment. Who would have thought that Ye Qianxing would give an unexpected answer? I also know how to help Big White level up. I'll help you shortly, but before that, we have something to do. What is it? Activate Hua Hua's Vermilion Bird bloodline to help her improve her quality. These words stunned both Su Tila and Xia Xiaoyu. Activate the bloodline? Improve quality? This is something only top breeding experts can do. Brother Qianxing, what did you just say? Vermilion Bird bloodline? Is it the ancient mythical beast Vermilion Bird from the legends before the new era? Xia Xiaoyu asked with wide eyes. When her adoptive father gave her Hua Hua, he did mention that Hua Hua contained a special bloodline, which was extremely powerful, and her perfect quality was because of this bloodline. But what specific bloodline it was? Her adoptive father also said he didn't understand. Now Ye Qianxing actually said that Hua Hua possessed the Vermilion Bird bloodline. And combined with what she had seen with her own eyes, when Ye Qianxing helped Hua Hua level up, it made her believe it even more. Yes, Hua Hua has the bloodline of the ancient mythical beast Vermilion Bird, but because it hasn't been activated, she currently has extremely high quality but lacks matching combat power. If activated, her strength will increase several times, Ye Qianxing said with great confidence. Hua Hua has a 4-star rating and perfect quality, which can completely crush the Earth Flame Attendant. But in battle, it was obvious that although both sides were of equal level, Hua Hua was simply not the opponent of the Earth Flame Attendant, precisely because her bloodline had not been activated. So, Brother Qianxing, do you have a way to help her activate her bloodline? When she asked this question, Xia Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. Of course, if there was no way, I wouldn't be able to say it either. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. In fact, the solution was very simple. So simple that no one would even think of using this method. At this point, Ye Qianxing surprisingly paused, leaving Xia Xiaoyu and Sudara anxiously waiting. Oh, what is the method? Qianxing, don't keep us in suspense. Sudara asked impatiently. She hated this kind of baiting. All right, I'll say it. The method is rebirth through fire. In mythology, the Vermilion Bird can undergo rebirth through fire, and each time it does, it brings about a rebirth. According to the system, to activate Hua Hua's bloodline, this is the only method. It essentially means letting Hua Hua die once, and then be reborn with a new body, which will be a body that activates the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Chapter 27. Rebirth through fire, rebirth through fire? When she heard these 4 words, Xia Xiaoyu's expression changed. There won't be any risks, right? Don't worry. The fire spirit sparrow carries the vermilion bird bloodline. Flames can't harm her at all, so there won't be any risks. Ye Qianxing comforted. Xia Xiaoyu glanced at him, then exchanged looks with Huahua before finally nodding. All right, then Qianxing, you help Huahua activate her bloodline. Don't rush. Huahua needs a higher level of flame to activate her bloodline. Although the level 2 flames are sufficient, they would harm her soul, so they can't be used. We can only find a level 3 fire-type evil spirit, Ye Qianxing explained, then walked over to the corpse of the earth flame attendant. Huahua, roast it until it's cooked. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Huahua looked at Ye Qianxing with a strange expression, as if to say, have you gotten so hungry that you want to eat something so disgusting? Not just Huahua. Even Xia Xiaoyu and Sudara looked at Ye Qianxing with unusual expressions. Qianxing, if you're hungry, I have a small cookie here. It's not that I want to eat it. There's a food chain even among evil spirits. Although the earth flame attendant is dead, there is still fire energy in its body that can attract fire-type evil spirits. Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes at Sudara and explained. Letting Huahua roast, it is just to spread the meat's aroma further. After Ye Qianxing's explanation, Huahua finally sprayed a large mouthful of flames onto the earth flame attendant's body, causing the flames to crackle and pop as they burned the corpse. In no time, a fragrant smell of meat wafted out. It must be said, although it looks a bit ugly, it smells quite good. I'm starting to drool. Sudara swallowed hard and said. Several hours had passed in the spirit beast forest, and he was getting a bit hungry. Qianxing, let's use it for dinner later. Let's talk about that later. We need to find a place to hide and wait for the evil spirit to take the bait. With that, the group found a concealed spot to hide. The meat aroma drifted away with the wind, and a few hours later, Sudara began to grow impatient, but Ye Qianxing's keen hearing picked up some movement. Shoo! Ye Qianxing quickly hushed them. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the sound of crawling could be heard, accompanied by hissing. The next moment, a 2-meter-long, fire-red snake appeared beside the corpse of the earth flame attendant. Spirit pet, red scale snake attribute, fire and poison rating, 2 stars level, 2 abilities, flame eruption, constrict weakness, water and divine fire. Its throat is its vital point, very good. It's indeed a level 3 evil spirit. Since it's uncertain what level of fire-type evil spirit the corpse of the earth flame attendant can attract, even a level 3 one is not impossible. Ye Qianxing was even prepared to wait. It seems luck is on our side. Xiaoyu, hurry and let Huahua go out to provoke that red scale snake. Isn't the red scale snake of dual fire and poison attributes going to be bad for Huahua? Xia Xiaoyu started to worry again. Don't worry. Once rebirth is complete, all toxins will disappear. Since Ye Qianxing said so, Xia Xiaoyu no longer hesitated and let Huahua go out to provoke the red scale snake. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Huahua shot out a fire arrow toward the red scale snake. The red scale snake, already highly alert and quick to react, easily dodged it and then coldly stared at Huahua. When it discovered that Huahua was only level 2, the red scale snake was furious. How dare a level 2 provoke it? It felt completely disrespected. Hiss! The red scale snake hissed, and a large burst of flames erupted from its mouth. Huahua, however, flapped her wings and dodged. Quick, tell Huahua not to dodge. She needs to take the flames head on, Ye Qianxing said urgently. Xia Xiaoyu nodded and then communicated with Huahua in her mind, telling her not to dodge. Huahua hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Seeing its attack dodged, the red scale snake grew even angrier. Its abdomen began to swell, seemingly gathering energy. Sure enough, after a few breaths, flames erupted from the red scale snake's mouth again, this time covering a large area. Huahua wouldn't be able to escape and was directly engulfed by the flames. Huahua let out a mournful cry as the flames ignited her entire body, and she fell to the ground, rolling uncontrollably. Huahua! Xia Xiaoyu was shocked at the sight and wanted to rush out to save her, but was stopped by Ye Qianxing. To improve her quality, these pains are necessary. I guarantee you, Huahua will be fine. After hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Xia Xiaoyu still couldn't bear it, but stopped. Under the burning flames, Huahua initially struggled violently. But after a few minutes, she curled up. The red scale snake watched this scene with wide eyes, and Ye Qianxing seemed to see a cold smile on its face. A few minutes later, Hua was completely motionless, but the flames continued to burn around her. If it weren't for the connection between souls that allowed Xia Xiaoyu to feel a glimmer of life in Hua, she would have been unable to hold back. At this moment, the red scale snake began to slowly crawl toward Hua, believing that her flesh was tastier than the earth flame attendants. Just as the red scale snake reached Hua's side, an anomaly occurred. The flames suddenly seemed to be absorbed by Hua's body and vanished. And then Hua transformed into an egg. The red scale snake's eyes widened in shock, clearly not understanding what had happened. But its instincts told it that this was definitely not a good thing. So the red scale snake's abdomen swelled again, and it spewed flames to cover the egg. Ha ha ha! This red scale snake is great. Originally, Hua would need at least an hour to break free and be reborn, but now, under its flames, this time will be greatly shortened. Ye Qianxing laughed. The flames sprayed for a full 10 minutes, and the red scale snake was so tired it could no longer breathe fire, but the egg showed no signs of change. The red scale snake shook its head vigorously, indicating its confusion, and then gave up on Hua. However, just as it turned around, a crisp cracking sound suddenly rang out. The sound wasn't loud, but in the quiet forest, it was extremely piercing. The red scale snake quickly turned around and saw cracks appearing on the eggshell. 1, 2, 3. The red scale snake stared blankly at this scene, while Ye Qianxing and the others watched nervously. Although Ye Qianxing was confident, it was their first time, and it was inevitable to feel a bit anxious. Boom! As the cracks multiplied, the egg finally shattered completely, and a massive surge of fire energy erupted, sending the nearby red scale snake flying. Screech! A high-pitched cry echoed throughout the forest. Almost in that instant, all the evil spirits in the spirit beast forest and the spirit pets entering the forest shuddered involuntarily. This was the absolute suppression from the bloodline. Perhaps only Ye Qianxing's level 2 and Sudara's big white were unaffected, as their bloodlines were not much inferior to the vermilion bird. Chapter 28 Evolution of the Vermilion Bird. The wave of flames lasted for more than 10 minutes before finally dissipating, incinerating all the nearby trees and turning the red snake into roasted snake meat. Under the protection of the frost power of Bai, Ye Qianxing and the others were not greatly affected. As the flames faded, a magnificent bird, comparable in size to an eagle and entirely red, appeared before everyone. Spirit pet, vermilion bird, phoenix subspecies, attribute, divine fire rating, 6. 5 stars, growth type, level, 5 abilities, fiery feather incineration, area attack, infernal fire / single target damage, fire immunity, immune to all fire damage, weakness, divine water promotion requirement, evolution route, successful. Ye Qianxing slapped his thigh in excitement. Hua had successfully evolved into a vermilion bird. It was rumored that the vermilion bird was a subspecies of the phoenix, from the fire phoenix lineage, but its reputation was not any less than that of the phoenix, and in terms of true combat power, it might even surpass the phoenix. The divine fire attribute was far superior to the regular fire attribute, and ordinary water attributes could not restrain divine fire. Its power was many times stronger than mundane fire. And at least in Jiangnan City, Hua would not encounter any opponents capable of restraining her. Xia Xiaoyu was equally amazed. The Hua before her was completely different from the previous one, not just in appearance, but her aura had increased exponentially. As Xia Xiaoyu was connected to Hua's soul, she could naturally feel her current strength. Although she had just leveled up, in terms of combat power, she could probably rival even the level 6 evil spirits. So cool. Sudala couldn't help but exclaim. This was the true appearance of a vermilion bird, and just in terms of looks, it was enough to compare with Bai. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon seeing Xia Xiaoyu, Hua flitted over, chirping and nudging her head against Xia Xiaoyu, instantly losing all her majesty. Brother Qianxing, I don't know how to thank you. Xia Xiaoyu's eyes turned red with emotion. Silly girl, do we need to thank each other for our relationship? Ye Qianxing smiled and gently patted Xia Xiaoyu's head. Qianxing, I didn't expect you to be so amazing, actually evolving Hua into a vermilion bird. Her quality is probably higher than Bai's now, right? Sudala remarked. Indeed, her quality is higher than Bai's, and by more than one tier. She is even above the 250 mark. Ye Qianxing replied honestly, noting that the system rated Huahua at 5 stars, which was 1.5 stars higher than the 250 mark. Sensing Sudala's slight disappointment, Ye Qianxing smiled. Tila, actually Bai also has room for improvement. Right now, he is just a Qilin subspecies, and he has the potential to evolve into a true, orthodox Qilin. Upon hearing this, Sudala's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, how can we help him evolve? Does it require fire? If so, let Huahua roast him right away. Hearing this, Ye Qianxing's mouth twitched as he glanced at Bai, who was looking at Sudala with a resentful expression, as if lamenting how he ended up with such a master. If Huahua roasted him, we might end up having Qilin meat for dinner tonight, Ye Qianxing teased, only to see Bai's resentful gaze shift to him. Ahem, back to the point. Evolving Bai is somewhat difficult. Qilin actually possesses dragon blood, so to help Bai evolve, we need to infuse him with dragon energy. Dragon energy? Sudala was taken aback. Before the new era, no one believed such creatures existed. But with the arrival of the new era, people not only believed in dragons, but had even seen them. However, even among evil spirits, dragons were extremely rare, and obtaining dragon energy was indeed a very challenging task. But Sudala quickly calmed himself. He wasn't afraid of difficulties. He was only afraid of impossibilities. As long as Bai had the potential to evolve, he believed that one day he would be able to help Bai evolve into a true Qilin. As night fell, Ye Qianxing and the others lit a campfire to cook the corpses of the red snake and the earth flame guardian. The inner core of the red snake had already been removed, and although its meat was toxic under Huahua's divine fire, even the most potent toxins could be killed by high temperatures. Although there were no seasonings, the three of them, having been hungry all day, still found the meal delicious. Burp, evil spirit meat, TSK, this is my first time eating it. What a luxury, Ye Qianxing said contentedly, feeling a sense of happiness. Before, he rarely ate even ordinary animal meat, having to subsist on coarse grains, so he felt very fortunate at this moment. Indeed, relying on one's abilities to sustain oneself is truly satisfying. Qianxing, I have a question. You're so familiar with spirit pets, and you even managed to evolve Huahua into a vermilion bird. You're better than those so-called breeding experts. Why are you still short on money? Sudala asked. How does knowing about breeding spirit pets relate to being short on money? Ye Qianxing. Of course it does. You're so capable. If you became a breeder, many people would seek you out. Spirit tamers are willing to spend a lot of money to breed spirit pets, so spirit pet breeders are among the most sought-after professions. Sudala said, his face filled with yearning. Even those very powerful spirit tamers wouldn't dare to easily offend a breeder. At that moment, Ye Qianxing was also surprised. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head as he slapped his own forehead. Right? How'd I not think of it before? I could become a breeder. Seeing Ye Qianxing's reaction speed, Sudala couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So you only just realized it after I talked about it for so long? It wasn't that Ye Qianxing was slow, but he had never considered this direction before, and he hadn't had much exposure to the spirit tamer community. He had only heard about breeders, but didn't understand them at all. Tila, what processes are needed to become a breeder? Ye Qianxing asked. Sudala looked at him oddly, realizing that this guy really didn't know. So he explained, to become a certified breeder, you first need to take a breeder certification exam. Once you have that certification, the rest is easy. For example, you can rent a storefront and open a spirit pet breeding shop, then build your reputation. With your abilities, I estimate it won't be long before your name resonates throughout Jiangnan City. Listening to Sudala's words, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, envisioning his future life. Thus a night passed, with 3 powerful spirit pets guarding them. They slept very soundly until the next morning. Brother Qianxing, where are we going next? Xiao asked. Ye Qianxing yawned and took out a map, which was given to them by the school to prevent them from getting lost or encountering danger deep in the forest. He pointed to a location on the map. Our next destination is Snow Peak Mountain. Chapter 29, The Snowy Wolf Pack. According to the map, Snow Peak Mountain was not far from them, and it was considered the outskirts of the monster spirit forest, so it wouldn't be too dangerous. Snow Peak Mountain was covered in snow year-round. Even when the temperature outside was over 20 degrees, it still retained its snowy mountain characteristics. Some speculated that it was because many frost-type evil spirits gathered there, which changed the climate. Ye Qianxing chose Snow Peak Mountain as the next destination, not to investigate the reason for its year-round coldness, but because there were numerous frost-type evil spirits within, and there must also be frost-type spiritual herbs. Qianxing, thank you. Sudala understood Ye Qianxing's intention. Among the three, only his spirit pet was frost-type, and Ye Qianxing was clearly trying to help by level up. We don't need to be so polite between us. Besides, didn't I promise to help by level up? Ye Qianxing smiled and waved his hand. The group moved quickly, and since there were not many evil spirits at the outskirts of the monster spirit forest, they did not encounter any along the way. An hour later, they finally reached their destination. As soon as Ye Qianxing and the others entered the territory of Xiefeng Mountain, they felt the temperature drop suddenly. The temperature in the demon spirit forest was already lower than outside, but upon arriving at Xiefeng Mountain, it plummeted to just a few degrees. Ye Qianxing was fine, as he had a strong physique, but Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila were not so lucky, shivering from the cold. Seeing this, Hua began to emit flames, and a faint flame barrier appeared around the three of them, allowing Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila to relax their trembling bodies. Hua is amazing, Su Tila praised, then glanced disdainfully at Dabai. To this, Dabai could only roll his eyes at him. Was this my fault? After walking for about 10 minutes in Xiefeng Mountain, which was covered in white snow, they felt as if they were walking in place. Wait, have you noticed something? Ye Qianxing suddenly stopped, frowning. What is the problem? Su Tila asked. Why have we been in Xiefeng Mountain for so long, without encountering a single evil spirit? Even if there aren't many evil spirits in the demon spirit forest, it's impossible not to see any at all. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Su Tila and Xia Xiaoyu also realized this issue. According to the map, there should be some frost-type evil spirits in Xiefeng Mountain. Ye Qianxing looked around, then his gaze fixed on a certain spot. Su Tila also looked in the direction Ye Qianxing was staring at, but it was still just a white expanse, nothing unusual. Hua, spit a fire over there, Ye Qianxing said. Having evolved into a vermilion bird with Ye Qianxing's help, Hua would hardly resist Ye Qianxing's orders now. So it sprayed a jet of fire towards the spot Ye Qianxing pointed to. As soon as the flames hit the ground, the snow on the ground began to sizzle and evaporate. Immediately following this, a howl of agony echoed, and the next moment, everyone saw a wolf, its fur burning from the flames, struggling violently on the snow, trying to extinguish the fire. However, Huahua's flames were divine fire, far from something ordinary ice and snow could extinguish. After struggling for about 10 seconds, the wolf was burned to death. A wolf! A wolf! At that moment, howls of wolves echoed from all around, and one after another, wolves with snow-white fur emerged from the snow, howling towards the sky. We are surrounded, Sotila exclaimed, realizing they had unknowingly been encircled by the wolf pack. Had it not been for Ye Qianxing's strong perception, they might never have noticed. Evil Spirit, Snowfield Wolf Attribute, Mutated Frost-type rating, 1-star level, 19 ability, Group Combat Weakness, Fire-type, it's the Snowfield Wolf, everyone be careful. Ye Qianxing quickly said, the Snowfield Wolf is not particularly strong in combat power and is just a 1-star evil spirit. But many spirit tamers are reluctant to encounter it, because meeting the Snowfield Wolf means having to face a pack of 1-star evil spirits at once. Snowfield Wolves are pack-type evil spirits without any special abilities. Their only ability is group combat, making them difficult to deal with. Once one of their companions is injured, the Snowfield Wolves will go into a rage and fight to the death against their enemies. It can be said that Ye Qianxing would rather encounter a single 1-star evil spirit than a pack of Snowfield Wolves. A wolf, another wolf howl, even more intense than before, and the pack of wolves seemed to receive a command, rushing towards Ye Qianxing and the others. What should we do? Su Tila asked. Although he wasn't very good at studying, he had some basic understanding of evil spirits and knew that Snowfield Wolves were hard to deal with. He had now basically regarded Ye Qianxing as the leader of their trio. The Snowfield Wolves are pack animals, and all their actions are commanded by a Wolf King. Since we can't kill so many Snowfield Wolves, we need to deal with the Wolf King first. Ye Qianxing thought for a moment and said, Here is the plan. Tila, you and Xiaoyu cover me. Once I locate the Wolf King, I'll implement a decapitation strike. All right. Su Tila and Xia Xiaoyu replied in unison. At this moment, the wolf pack had already rushed close to them, and Sutila shouted to Dabai, Frosty Mystic Land, freeze this pack of beasts for me. Dabai roared, and with a stomp of its hooves, the already snow-covered ground began to tremble. In no time, the pack of snowfield wolves rushing towards them was frozen in place. In this kind of weather, Dabai's combat power was significantly stronger than usual. However, Dabai's level was limited, so the freezing time wouldn't last long. Taking advantage of this window, Xiaoyu commanded Hua to launch an attack. While Ye Qianxing scanned the area and finally spotted a wolf that looked at least twice as large as the pack of snowfield wolves. Evil Spirit, Snowfield Wolf King attribute, mutated frost type rating, 2-star level, 5 ability, control pack of wolves, ice and snowstorm weakness, fire type grade, found it. Ye Qianxing said with joy. The Snowfield Wolf King was deliberately hiding among the pack, even burying itself in the snow to avoid being found. But it didn't know that Ye Qianxing's system could see all of its information. Cover me. With a loud shout, Ye Qianxing ordered Wu to charge towards the Snowfield Wolf King. Seeing a creature that looked very similar to them, but with black and white fur, rushing over. The wolf pack momentarily didn't know whether it was friend or foe. There was no helping it. A husky possesses 90 of wolf genes, so it indeed looked very much like one. This made Ye Qianxing's decapitation strike easier. Wu easily reached the Wolf King without any obstruction from the pack, and without hesitation. It struck with a ghostly flame. Chapter 30, Void Blue Whale Awu. The Wolf King let out a cry of agony as the ghostly flame not only burned its body but also scorched its soul, causing immense pain. The wolves around the Wolf King immediately glared at Wu, as if to say it was a traitor. Wu disdainfully glanced at the pack of wolves, then, under their watchful gaze, swiped its paw at the Wolf King's head. The strength of Wu among level 1 spirit pets was top-notch, and the Wolf King had no defenses at all. With a loud crack, the Wolf King's skull was smashed open, dead beyond recovery. A phantom-like soul floated out of its body and was swallowed by Wu. Another soul consumed. Awu. After completing this, Wu suddenly howled like the wolf pack, causing the wolves to immediately crouch down, seemingly submitting. In the pack, the strong always rule. Since Wu had killed their previous Wolf King, they now regarded Wu as their new leader. Seeing this scene, Sutila and Xiaoyu were stunned. There's such a move? Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. Wu carries the bloodline of a hellhound, which has a suppressive effect on canine-type evil spirits or spirit pets. Moreover, the pack of wolves had witnessed their Wolf King being killed by Wu, intensifying their fear of it. All right, let them all disperse, Ye Qianxing said. Wu howled, and the pack of wolves scattered. Ye Qianxing walked to the Wolf King's corpse and retrieved its inner core, while Sutila also approached the corpses of the snowfield wolves that had just been killed by Dabai and Hua, collecting their inner cores. The requirement for the assessment was just one inner core of level 1 or higher, and they had now gathered enough. Next, we just need to find a frostbane flower to eliminate the cold poison from the inner cores, and then give it to Dabai to upgrade, Ye Qianxing said. Frostbane flower? But what if there isn't any here? Sutila said worriedly. There should be. Frostbane flowers are suitable for growing in such snowy mountains. We'll keep moving forward, and we'll find it, Ye Qianxing reassured, and Sutila finally let go of his worries, nodding. The group continued forward, and not long after they set off, several figures suddenly appeared at their original position. These little brats seemed quite strong, so it looked like we should notify them and make adequate preparations. That makes sense. After saying this, they headed in the direction where Ye Qianxing and the others had left. After walking for nearly an hour in the snow, there was still no sign of the cold-resistant flower. Sutera and Xiaoyu, being of ordinary constitution, inevitably began to feel fatigued. There's a small lake up ahead. Let's rest there, Ye Qianxing suggested. At this point, they had already ventured deep into Snow Peak Mountain, with temperatures dropping to over -30 degrees. Yet there was no sign of ice on this lake, which surprised Ye Qianxing. Taking advantage of the break for Sutera and Xiaoyu, Ye Qianxing began to observe the small lake. The water in the lake was extremely clear, clearly pure and unpolluted. Just then, Ye Qianxing suddenly noticed bubbles rising in the center of the lake. Watch out, something's happening. Ye Qianxing quickly warned, and Sudara and Xia Xiaoyu immediately perked up. In the spirit beast forest, danger lurked at every turn. Even the slightest rustle of grass could signal trouble. The bubbles rose faster and faster, as if some giant creature was blowing air from below. Could there be some giant evil spirit hidden in this small lake? Sudara recalled the sea monster she had seen before, feeling a mix of excitement and fear. Ye Qianxing remained silent, but he furrowed his brow, staring intently at the unusual movement in the center of the lake. Time passed slowly, and ripples began to appear on the surface of the lake. Amidst the group's tense emotions, the mysterious creature from beneath the lake finally surfaced, revealing its true form. What's going on? When they saw the true identity of the mysterious monster, all three were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. The cause of such a huge commotion was not the giant sea monster they had imagined, but a blue fish. This fish looked very much like a whale, but its size was dozens of times smaller, measuring about 2 meters long, not at all resembling a creature capable of causing such a large disturbance. Evil spirit, void blue whale, bloodline of When, attribute. Water, space rating, 3 stars, growth type, level, 6 abilities. Inner universe, creates a space within its body. Can contain all things, water spray, not very useful, weakness, frost promotion conditions. Evolution route. I can't believe it's really a whale. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but curse. This was truly unexpected. Whales, even the smallest, couldn't possibly be this small. However, since this creature had a space larger than that of a whale inside it, it indicated that while its body might not match a whale's size, it certainly ate more than a whale, which is a typical case of eating more without growing. What kind of evil spirit is this? I've never seen it in the evil spirit record, Xia Xiaoyu said, a bit puzzled. She had practically memorized the evil spirit record. Just a glance was enough to identify any spirit, but this little whale was beyond her comprehension. It should not have been recorded in the evil spirit record. This is the void blue whale, extremely rare, so it's likely no one has seen it, which is why it hasn't been included in the evil spirit record. Ye Qianxing aplanet. Not only does this void blue whale possess the bloodline of When, but it is also of the space attribute. Both are quite rare, and together, they're even rarer. It's perfectly normal that no one has encountered it. How do you know, Qianxing? Xia Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. Haha, what do I not know? Ye Qianxing laughed, offering no further explanation, and Xia Xiaoyu did not press further. My main concern is whether this evil spirit is dangerous, Sudara asked. It's just a level 6 spirit, and it's not an aggressive type, so it's not dangerous, Ye Qianxing replied. Just as the system indicated, this void blue whale only had 2 abilities. One was the space in its belly, and the other was the water spray, which the system defined as not very useful. So it was clear that this creature was non-aggressive. However, Ye Qianxing was now quite interested in the void blue whale. Sudara, listen to my instructions later and have to freeze this lake, Ye Qianxing said to Sudara. Huh? What do you want to do? Sudara asked, confused. Fishing, Ye Qianxing said with a strange smile. Meanwhile, the void blue whale, playing in the center of the lake, was completely unaware that it was being schemed against. Chapter 31. The second spirit pet. Void When. The group quietly approached, and the void blue whale seemed utterly oblivious, continuing to play in the water. Go! Ye Qianxing shouted, and Sudara quickly commanded Dubai to activate the frost mystic domain. In the next moment, icy air instantly covered the lake's surface, but then it vanished. The lake remained as it was, showing no signs of freezing. Sudara's eyes widened. He understood Dubai's ice power well enough to freeze the ground. So how could it not freeze this lake? There's definitely something wrong, Ye Qianxing said, narrowing his eyes. He had been puzzled about why the area was covered in ice and snow, yet this lake remained unfrozen. There was definitely an issue here. It seemed he would have to go into the water himself to catch fish. With that thought, Ye Qianxing stripped off his clothes, soon left with only a pair of flashy underwear. Oh no, Qianxing, you're being indecent, Xia Xiaoyu exclaimed. And only then did Ye Qianxing remember there was a girl present. Qianxing, I'm not saying you, but even if you can't stand the loneliness, you should choose the right time, Sudara said with a mischievous smile, causing Ye Qianxing's mouth to twitch. Get lost. All right, don't worry, I won't peek. Sudara continued to laugh lewdly, leaving Ye Qianxing at a loss for words. He simply jumped into the lake. At that moment, Erbai also jumped in. Although the void blue whale had little attack power, what if there were other evil spirits inside? When Ye Qianxing and Erbai got close, the void blue whale finally noticed them. Strangely, however, it showed no signs of wanting to flee, but rather continued to float there, watching Ye Qianxing with curiosity, as if it had never seen a human before. Erbai wanted to go forward to catch it, but Ye Qianxing stopped him and reached out to the void blue whale, intending to see if he could coax it. However, just as Ye Qianxing was about to touch it, the void blue whale seemed startled and quickly dove underwater. Chase! Ye Qianxing shouted, diving underwater to pursue. The void blue whale swam quickly beneath the surface, and no matter how hard Ye Qianxing swam, he couldn't catch up. However, he wasn't worried. The lake wasn't that big, and it couldn't escape far. As he got closer to the lake's bottom, Ye Qianxing discovered that the bottom was covered with blue plants. Cold-resistant flower can be used to block cold and dissolve ice-type toxins and frost energy. No wonder this lake couldn't freeze. It was because it was filled with these things at the bottom. Ye Qianxing soudainly realized it. But now is not the time to think about this. He continued to swim toward the void blue whale. Although he couldn't catch up, he kept it in sight. However, Ye Qianxing was not a fish and couldn't stay underwater for long. He couldn't engage in a prolonged battle. Just as they were in a stalemate, the void blue whale suddenly stopped, and a dog appeared in front of it. Ye Qianxing was delighted. This dog was Erbai, and he hadn't expected this guy to understand the tactic of surrounding their prey, with the front and back encircled. The void blue whale ultimately couldn't escape and was brought to shore by Ye Qianxing. On the shore, Xia Xiaoyu, who had been worried about Ye Qianxing's prolonged absence, finally sighed in relief. Qianxing, why did you go through so much trouble to catch it? Su Tila asked, eating fish and drinking fish soup. Such a large piece of meat should be enough for us for several days. Ye Qianxing similet sinisterly. The void blue whale in his hand seemed to understand Ye Qianxing's words, and fear was clearly evident in its eyes. What's wrong? Are you scared? If you want to avoid being eaten, that's fine, but you must obey me. Ye Qianxing finally revealed his purpose. He was actually eyeing the creature's vast stomach, as it would be very convenient to store anything inside it later. Ye Qianxing had initially thought that the void blue whale would resist to the death. But to his surprise, after he finished speaking, the whale kept nodding, which made the corners of Ye Qianxing's mouth twitch. How can you be such a principle-less evil spirit? At least put up a fight. You're such a coward. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but glance at the silly creature, not expecting that there would be a species in this world even more cowardly than a silly dog. All right, let's sign a contract. As he spoke, Ye Qianxing bit his index finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the void blue whale's head. In no time, he felt that his soul seemed to establish a connection with the whale. This was the sign of a successful contract. Since you have become my spirit pet, I won't treat you poorly. Saying this, Ye Qianxing took out the cosmic cube that had been obtained from a mysterious treasure chest in the system. This cosmic cube contained immense spatial power, which was very suitable for the void blue whale as it belonged to the space element. Soon, the cosmic cube fused into the void blue whale's body, causing its form to fluctuate between solid and ethereal. Ding! Spirit Pet created successfully. The host can gain 1/10 of its power and 1 skill. Ding! Detected Spirit Pet, star level upgrade. Actively activating hidden bloodline. Spirit Pet, Void Kuin, bloodline of Kuin, attributes, space element evaluation, 5-star growth type, level, 9 abilities, vast stomach, limitless. Can contain all things, spatial transfer, can shuttle within a certain range of space, alternate space, can open or close an alternate space, isolating itself from the real space. Promotion conditions, evolution path. Upon seeing the void blue whale, no, it should now be called Void Kuin, after seeing its information panel. Ye Qianxing was instantly excited. Although this creature had no attack power, it was an excellent support. Spatial transfer could allow them to escape quickly when faced with danger. An alternate space was even more powerful, allowing them to exist in an alternate space momentarily, rendering them immune to any attacks. However, this skill also had a downside. There was no oxygen or air suitable for human survival in the alternate space. Staying there for a short while was fine, but prolonged exposure would be dangerous. Please choose one skill to share as soon as possible. The system prompted. Well then, I'll choose spatial transfer. Ye Qianxing thought for a moment before deciding. He certainly didn't need to choose vast stomach, and while he wanted alternate space, as long as he had Void-Kun by his side, it could create an alternate space for him to enter. But spatial transfer was different. Even though Void-Kun could assist him with it, their mutual understanding wasn't very high yet, so it would be better for him to use it himself. Chapter 32. Encountering an enemy after acquiring the skills of spatial transfer and 1/10 of Void-Kun's power, Ye Qianxing felt that his strength had increased significantly. Although Void-Kun's combat power was not strong, it was still a level spirit pet, inheriting 1/10 of its power. Ye Qianxing estimated that his combat ability could now rival that of an average level spirit pet. If he added an intimidation, the underworld fire seed, and spatial transfer, he was confident he could contend with even level spirit pets. How can this void blue whale leave the water? And it can float in the air? A puzzled voice from Xiaoyu came. At this moment, Void-Kun was floating in the air, as if it were not on land, but in water. It possessed spatial power now, so floating in the air was quite normal. As for why it could leave the water, that was because it was no longer the void blue whale, but a Kun. Cool win. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Su Tila exclaimed in surprise. In the mythological legends before the new era, a Kun was also a very powerful divine beast, and it could evolve into a Pong. They couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary fish before them was actually a Kun. Ahem, one shouldn't be deceived by appearances, although it doesn't look like it. It truly is a Kun. After Ye Qianxing's explanation, the two finally managed to reluctantly believe it. Qianxing, since you have already tamed Void-Kun, we've rested enough. Let us continue on our journey. Su Tila said. The assessment period was only 3 days, and a day and a half had already passed. If they didn't find a winter flower soon, then his Dabai would have no hope of advancing. No need to look anymore. The winter flower is far away, yet close at hand. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. What do you mean? Su Tila was a bit confused. Brother Qianxing, you mean the winter flower is in the lake? Xiaoyu understood Ye Qianxing's implication. Yes, my Xiaoyu is smart, unlike certain someone, who is so foolish that they don't understand, even with such hints. Ye Qianxing praised while stroking Xiaoyu's head. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing refer to her as my Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red with shyness. Su Tila felt a bit awkward, but soon became excited. I'll go pick it. All right, let me go instead. Although the lake water isn't frozen, it's still quite cold. You're too weak. Ye Qianxing shook his head. Weak? You probably don't know who the little prince of nightclubs in Jiangnan City is. Su Tila huffed, but still gave up the idea of going into the water. Ye Qianxing went down to the lake bottom once more, picking all the winter flowers and storing them in Void-Kun's belly. These were all good things. One shouldn't pass up on them. Even if he didn't need them, he could trade them for money. Back on shore, Ye Qianxing took out a winter flower, wrapped it around the inner core of the snowfield wolf king, and fed it to the ice Qilin. Although the ice Qilin was of the frost element and had some resistance to cold, if it casually consumed the inner core of a frost-type evil spirit, it would probably be instantly frozen and perish. Therefore, a winter flower was needed to remove the cold air, leaving only the purest energy. After swallowing it, the ice Qilin suddenly erupted with a wave of cold air. Fortunately, Ye Qianxing was prepared and had given one winter flower each to Xiaoyu and Su Tila, which prevented collateral damage. Dabai needed quite some time to digest the energy from the inner core, but at that moment, Ye Qianxing suddenly sensed a sense of crisis approaching. This feeling of crisis was very mysterious, yet it undeniably existed. After gaining power, Ye Qianxing's perception of danger had also greatly improved. So the moment he felt the threat, he moved. Almost as soon as he dodged, a whistling sound rushed past his ear, and then Ye Qianxing noticed a significant crack appearing where he had just stood. Be careful, there's an enemy. Ye Qianxing shouted, and the silly creature, connected with his mind, reacted immediately, baring its teeth and glaring at the surroundings. It was very angry that someone dared to ambush its master, and it was furious at itself for not noticing sooner. If it weren't for its master dodging quickly, it would never forgive itself. Huahua also vigilantly watched the surroundings, guarding beside Xia Xiaoyu. Silly, don't worry about me. Protect Tila well. I'm fine. Ye Qianxing said. The Bai was currently in the process of advancing and could not protect Su Tila, but he had the ability to safeguard himself, so Su Tila needed protection more. Bai Wu hesitated for a moment, but still walked to Su Tla's side, keeping his attention on Ye Qianxing. He could not let his master be in any danger. At this point, hiding and seeking was pointless, right? Ye Qianxing shouted around, and sure enough, the next moment, several figures appeared from the surroundings, among them 2 familiar faces. Kuivu, Zhou Wei. Ye Qianxing was somewhat puzzled. How could these 2 guys be together? Ye Qianxing, I was just thinking about how to collaborate with the Iron Blood mercenary group to deal with you. But who would have thought you had already offended their people? Truly, heaven is helping me. Zhou Wei laughed heartily, thus answering Ye Qianxing's confusion. Kid, I originally thought you were someone from a great power, but who would have thought you were just an orphan without any background? Since that's the case, I won't hesitate to kill you, Kuei Wu said coldly. Kuei Wu, dare you try us? Su Tila glared at Kuei Wu with a dark expression. Young city lord, of course, we wouldn't dare to touch you, but him? What if I kill him? Do you think your father would be willing to offend the Iron Blood mercenary group over an irrelevant person? Kuei Wu chuckled. Sununtai tistai loantai vos momentarulushalis. Kuei Wu was right. The Iron Blood mercenary group was the most powerful mercenary group in Jiangnan City. Even if her father was the lord of the mercenary city, he would not dare to offend them easily. At least not for Ye Qianxing. It's okay. Ye Qianxing patted Su Tla's shoulder and then looked at Kuei Wu and Zhou Wei with a casual smile. Do you really think you've got me? At this point, Ye Qianxing, where does your confidence come from? Zhou Wei sneered coldly. There are 5 of us, 5 level spirit pets, and you only have 2 that can fight. What do you have to compete with us? Big White was in the process of leveling up, and the fact that Su Kuan had no fighting capability was something Ye Qianxing had stated in public. At least on the surface, only Huahua and Bai Wu were capable of fighting. It seemed that Ye Qianxing's side was indeed at a disadvantage. But as Ye Qianxing had said before, one should not be deceived by appearances. Sometimes, what you see is not necessarily the truth. Chapter 33. Zhou Wei's death. Enough talk. Let's get to it. Delay will cause changes. One of the Iron Blood mercenary group members said coldly. He had been following Ye Qianxing and the others, so he understood their combat power quite well, making him somewhat wary of Ye Qianxing. As soon as this Iron Blood mercenary group member finished speaking, the 5 spirit pets all bared their teeth. One was Zhou Wei's double-bladed mantis. One was Kuei Wu's raging hunting bear, and the other 3 were a tusked wild boar, a fighting kangaroo, and a crimson flame ape. All level spirit pets that should not be underestimated. Under their master's orders, the 5 spirit pets charged towards Ye Qianxing Huahua. Take care of the crimson flame ape and the tusked wild boar. Just hold them back. Bai Vu. You need to hold back the raging hunting bear and the fighting kangaroo. We don't need to win. Just wait for Big White to finish leveling up, and we will win. As for Zhou Wei and his double-bladed mantis, leave them to me. They have all gathered. Let's deal with them together. Ye Qianxing quickly assigned tasks. Although Huahua and Bai Wu had top combat power among their level, facing 2 level spirit pets at the same time would not yield a high victory rate. Fortunately, one of them was a crimson flame ape, which was fire attribute. Huahua was not afraid of flames, so the crimson flame ape posed no danger. As for the tusked wild boar, it was earth attribute and had no ranged attack capability, so Huahua flying in the air would not be in danger, only needing to occasionally spray fire to interfere. Its divine fire had quite a strong power, and the crimson flame ape and tusked wild boar would likely feel significant pressure from it. Bai Wu would have some difficulty dealing with the fighting kangaroo and the raging hunting bear, since both were combat types with considerable strength. But Ye Qianxing's order was only to hold them back, not to defeat them, which Bai Wu could manage. After giving the orders, Bai Wu and Huahua rushed towards their targets and quickly engaged the 4 spirit pets. Double-bladed mantis, kill him, Zhou Wei shouted loudly. At this point, there were no spirit pets left to protect Ye Qianxing and the others, and Zhou Wei could almost envision Ye Qianxing being sliced in half by his double-bladed mantis, revealing a cruel smile. The master's orders could not be refused. Although the double-bladed mantis looked down on attacking a human, it still approached Ye Qianxing. As its name suggested, the double-bladed mantis had two forelimbs as sharp as knives, and Ye Qianxing had no doubt that these two blades could even cut through iron. Want to kill me? You probably don't have the capability. Ye Qianxing, not retreating, but instead charging directly at the double-bladed mantis. Ha ha! Ye Qianxing, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate that you're actively seeking death? Since that's the case, double-bladed mantis, grant his wish. Zhou Wei laughed heartily upon seeing this, and the double-bladed mantis swung its blades, slicing towards Ye Qianxing's swish. The sound of the blades cutting through the air echoed as the two blades sliced through Ye Qianxing's body. Zhou Wei revealed a cold smile. But soon his smile froze, as the scene he imagined of blood splattering did not occur. Ye Qianxing's figure actually began to slowly disappear. This is an afterimage. How is this possible? At this moment, a member of the Iron Blood mercenary group exclaimed. An afterimage could only occur at maximum speed. He could not believe a human could achieve this. Ye Qianxing was not relying on speed, but on teleportation, using spatial power to move instantly. Because it was so sudden, an afterimage remained at his original position. Oh! The double-bladed mantis also showed a confused expression, but the next moment, a scream came from behind. Everyone quickly looked over to see Ye Qianxing, at some point, had already arrived in front of Zhou Wei. One hand tightly gripping his neck, lifting him directly. Zhou Wei's face turned red, even a bit purple, clearly due to lack of oxygen. Roar! Seeing his master captured, the double-bladed mantis let out an angry roar, wanting to charge over to kill Ye Qianxing. If you dare to move, I'll kill your master. Ye Qianxing said coldly, and the double-bladed mantis instantly stopped. Then Ye Qianxing turned to Kuei Wu. Tell your spirit pets to stop, or I will kill him. Hee, I think you're mistaken. He has nothing to do with our Iron Blood mercenary group. If he dies, Kuei Wu said coldly. TSK, Zhou Wei. Did you hear that? Look at who you're working with. Ye Qianxing said mockingly as he looked at Zhou Wei. Let me go. Our previous conflicts can be set aside. Zhou Wei rasped out these words with great effort. Not only that, but I can also help you deal with them. I don't need your help. As for setting aside our conflicts, Zhou Wei, you probably think too highly of yourself. You have humiliated me and almost caused heir by Wu to die. Do you think it could be so easily forgotten? Ye Qianxing's face revealed a fierce expression. What do you want then? I originally just wanted to teach you a lesson, but since you dared to bring people to kill me today, then sorry. I can only kill you. Saying this, Ye Qianxing tightened his grip, and a cracking sound came from Zhou Wei's neck. Zhou Wei's face was filled with disbelief. He could not believe Ye Qianxing actually dared to kill him. After all, he was the young master of the Zhou family. Did Ye Qianxing not fear the Zhou family's revenge? But at this moment, Zhou Wei could not think about so much. His pupils gradually constricted, and finally, his life force dissipated, dead beyond saving. Kuei Wu and the other Iron Blood mercenary group members squinted at Ye Qianxing, not expecting this young man to be so decisive, killing without even furrowing his brow. Double-bladed mantis, he killed your master. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take revenge for your master. Kuei Wu shouted at the double-blade mantis, which instantly roared in fury. It sensed that the connection between itself and its master had been severed, indicating that its master was truly dead. As a spirit pet, failing to protect its own master filled the double-blade mantis with shame and anger, causing it to enter a state of rage. Its speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Ye Qianxing, slashing down fiercely. What incredible speed! Ye Qianxing exclaimed, realizing he had no time to teleport, and hurriedly used a stunning technique. The double-blade mantis hesitated for a moment, but after a second, it regained its senses and continued to slash at Ye Qianxing. However, Ye Qianxing had already taken the opportunity to teleport away. A high-level spirit pet is indeed powerful. With my current strength, even if I reveal all my trump cards, I might only barely survive, let alone defeat the opponent, Ye Qianxing thought to himself. At that moment, the double-blade mantis attacked him again, but Ye Qianxing, now cautious, was prepared to teleport and dodged once more as the double blade mantis closed in. Chapter 34. The situation changes. It must be said that the ability to teleport is indeed the best survival skill. Every time the double blade mantis attacked him, Ye Qianxing used teleportation to evade, driving the double blade mantis into a frenzy, yet it was utterly helpless. Is he even human? Not only is he incredibly strong, but he can also teleport. The members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were stunned, unable to close their mouths. In their eyes, how could a human possess such abilities? This guy must have some secrets we don't know about. If we capture him and interrogate him, maybe we can gain this ability too, Kuo-Wu sneered. That's true, but the double blade mantis still can't touch him, and those two spirit pets are too troublesome. Once that Qilin finishes leveling up, we'll be completely helpless. One member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps said, with frustration. Kuo-Wu frowned, but then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Double blade mantis, since you can't catch this guy, then go after his two companions. Hearing this, the double blade mantis eyes flashed with a human-like glint, and it stopped pursuing Ye Qianxing, turning its attention to Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila. How despicable! Ye Qianxing's expression changed. Kuo-Wu was indeed treacherous, planning to use Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila as hostages. But at this moment, the double blade mantis was already charging at Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila, and with no spirit pet to protect them, they had no chance to evade. Fortunately, Ye Qianxing was already prepared. Shukong, send them into the alternate space. Ye Qianxing shouted Lude. At the same time, a blue fish suddenly appeared beside Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila, hovering in mid-air. It was Shukong. Ye Qianxing had instructed Shukong to hide in the alternate space as soon as these people appeared, secretly protecting Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila. Now it seemed that his decision was correct. As a wave of spatial ripples passed, although Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila remained in place, they had actually entered the alternate space. The double blade mantis strike passed through them as if they were not solid, but mere phantoms. The double blade mantis was filled with question marks on its face. Clearly, these two people were right in front of it, so why couldn't it hit them? This is spatial power. That fish is actually a space-type spirit pet. What kind of luck did this guy stumble upon to contract a space-type spirit pet? The members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were instantly shocked. It should be known that space-type spirit pets, or evil spirits, are extremely rare. There isn't even one in the entire Jiangnan city. Rare things are valuable, and moreover, the space type is incredibly powerful. If others find out, they might break their heads trying to seize or buy it. This kid must die, and his spirit pet must be obtained. Kuo-Wu's eyes turned red with greed. Although Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila were no longer in danger, Ye Qianxing did not relax. The alternate space was not suitable for humans to stay in for long. Given Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila's physical condition, they could probably only remain there for about half a minute. Therefore, almost as soon as they entered the alternate space, Ye Qianxing moved. He teleported behind the double blade mantis and punched its head, his fist covered in black flames, the flames of the underworld. Bang! The double blade mantis clearly did not expect Ye Qianxing to dare to take the initiative to attack, so it was caught off guard and was struck squarely on the head. Ye Qianxing's current strength could match that of an average high-level spirit pet, and the double blade mantis was not a defensive spirit pet. It was in for a tough time after being hit by Ye Qianxing's punch without any preparation. Moreover, this punch was infused with the flames of the underworld, which could not only harm its body, but also burn its soul. The main target was its soul, unless it was a ghost-type evil spirit or spirit pet. Their souls would not be very strong. Although Ye Qianxing's flames of the underworld were not very strong at the moment, they were enough to inflict some damage. Roar! The double blade mantis let out a miserable cry and became even more agitated. At this moment, it no longer attacked Su Tila and Xia Xiaoyu, but instead chased after Ye Qianxing. This suited Ye Qianxing just fine, and thus began a chase scene. However, Ye Qianxing's ability to teleport was not something he could use carelessly. Each use drained his stamina, and over time, he would eventually run out of energy. Just then, a massive burst of ice attribute energy erupted, accompanied by a furious roar. Ye Qianxing's face lit up with joy. It was Daba, who had successfully leveled up. Daba, go for it. Su Tila and Daba shared a mental connection and immediately reacted, feeling incredibly excited. Previously, they had felt guilty for being unable to help and instead dragging Ye Qianxing down. Now that Daba had leveled up, that guilt transformed into anger. Though Daba had been leveling up, he was aware that his master had faced several dangers. But he could only worry and not assist due to the need for uninterrupted leveling. Now that he had completed the level up, Daba's anger could no longer be contained and erupted without reservation. Frost Abyss. Daba stomped his four hooves, and a chilling aura erupted from the snow on the ground, instantly freezing all 5 spirit pets. In snowy weather, Daba's combat power was many times stronger than usual. Daba, Ice Pillar. Daba's horn glimmered with blue light, and a gigantic ice spear quickly formed in the air, soon becoming a massive ice spear over 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, piercing toward the 5 spirit pets on the ground. Puff! The gigantic ice spear easily penetrated the body of the fighting kangaroo. No! The fighting kangaroo's owner exclaimed, feeling the connection between his spirit pet and himself sever completely. His fighting kangaroo was dead. Boom! A massive flame erupted from the red flame monkey, melting all the nearby ice and snow and freeing the other 3 spirit pets. Retreat, retreat! One member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps shouted. At this point, Daba had successfully leveled up and they had already lost 1 spirit pet, while facing a mysterious human on the other side. The outcome was almost certain. However, the current situation was no longer something they could control. Want to retreat? Too late. Ye Qianxing's cold voice rang out. Ip yao, huo huo. And Daba had already formed a triangle surrounding them. Since you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed in return. Kid, we are members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. If you dare to kill us, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps will not let you go. A member of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps attempted to threaten Ye Qianxing. Don't worry, if your Iron Blood Mercenary Corps wants to avenge you, I'll send them down to accompany you. Chapter 35. Injured Ye Qianxing Big White successfully leveled up, and with 3 top-tier spirit pets on Ye Qianxing's side, along with Ye Qianxing's own combat power, the members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps stood no chance at all. At this moment, Ye Qianxing had already developed a killing intent, and after a dozen minutes, the spirit masters and spirit pets of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were almost completely slaughtered, leaving no survivors. This is the first time I've killed someone. Sutilas Walulharth. Killing evil spirits didn't affect him much, but killing a person was different. It was disgusting yet oddly exhilarating. This must be the primal bloodlust of humanity. Qianxing, why do you look so calm? In this new era, evil spirits are our enemies, but humans can't necessarily be our allies. In the face of interests, even brothers might turn against each other. Ye Qianxing sighed, although this statement sounded harsh. It was indeed a fact. To survive, one cannot harbor unwarranted kindness. Those who need protection must be protected at all costs, and those who pose a threat must not be shown any mercy. This was what Ye Qianxing had realized after enduring years of humiliation. Let's go. Now that Big White has successfully leveled up, and we have gathered the evil spirit cores needed for the assessment. There's a day and a half left before the deadline. We can use this time to train in the Spirit Beast Forest. As if sensing a strange smell in the air, Ye Qianxing spoke. After leaving Snow Peak, it was already getting late, and the 3 found a relatively open area to camp for the night. At night, the 3 of them lit a fire, roasting wild boar meat over it, which filled the air with a delicious aroma. Sutila, who had been hungry for a long time, couldn't help but let out a growl from his stomach. This wild boar was naturally one of the spirit pets from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, and it was delicious compared to ordinary pork. If others saw these 3 eating spirit pet meat here, they would probably drool with envy. Many people didn't even have spirit pets, while these guys were feasting on them, making it a spectacle that could bring tears to the neighboring children. Just as the 3 and 4 spirit pets were enjoying their meal, suddenly, Sutila casually glanced and saw a shadow in the distance, slowly approaching them through the darkness. The figure staggered as if it were a zombie from TV show. There's a ghost. Sutila trembled and said, Xia Xiaoyu, and Ye Qianxing hurriedly looked in the direction he was pointing and saw the figure as well. Xia Xiaoyu screamed, instinctively hugging Ye Qianxing, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, Night Qianxing's eyesight was much better than theirs. After a careful look, he could tell it was a person, and it seemed to be a woman, but the darkness made it hard to see her face clearly. Don't make a fuss. It's a person. She looks injured. Maybe she's a classmate. Night Qianxing said. After he said that, Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila finally regained their composure. Xia Xiaoyu blushed as she realized her earlier action and shot an angry glare at Su Tila. Hey, are you even a man? So cowardly. Su Tila was speechless. How could he be blamed? Who wouldn't be scared seeing a figure suddenly appear in such a place? Moreover, although there was no solid evidence that ghosts truly existed, people always feared them, stemming from a primal fear passed down through generations. Night Qianxing ignored their bickering and focused intently on the approaching figure. For some reason, he felt that the figure looked somewhat familiar. As the figure drew closer, illuminated by the fire, Night Qianxing could finally see her clearly. She was indeed a woman. Her clothes tattered, and he could vaguely see some fair skin. The woman had disheveled hair, making it hard to discern her features. But both her clothing and figure reminded Night Qianxing of someone. Ye Qianxing. Night Qianxing rushed forward. The woman looked up at him for a moment before collapsing. Night Qianxing quickened his pace, catching her and brushing the hair from her face. A familiar face appeared before him. It was indeed Ye Qianxing. But how did she end up in the spirit beast forest? And she looked injured. However, there was no time to ponder this. He hurriedly brought Ye Qianxing to the fire. In the light of the flames, he could see that her face was pale, clearly indicating she was hurt. Qianxing, do you know her? Su Tila asked. She's my roommate. Night Qianxing nodded. I can't believe you live with such a beautiful girl. Su Tila exclaimed. Startling Night Qianxing. What's with this living together? It's just a shared rental. What are you thinking? Night Qianxing rolled his eyes at Su Tila, then filled a bowl with water, intending to give it to Ye Qianxing. However, Ye Qianxing was completely unconscious and unable to drink. Looks like I have to help you, he said, taking a sip of water before leaning down. Brother Qianxing, what are you doing? At that moment, Xia Xiaoyu's voice rang out. Ahem. Of course I'm saving her. She can't drink water right now, so I have to help her, Night Qianxing explained. I can do this. Let me. Xia Xiaoyu hurriedly said. When she heard Night Qianxing say the woman was his roommate, Xia Xiaoyu's expression changed, and now seeing Night Qianxing intending to mouth feed her, she absolutely would not agree. She could tell that this woman's appearance was not inferior to hers, instantly giving rise to a sense of crisis. All right, you do it then. Night Qianxing sighed. Xia Xiaoyu took a sip of water and then poured it into Ye Qianxing's mouth. Watching the scene, Night Qianxing couldn't help but feel a hint of wickedness. This scene was a bit explosive. Soon, the bowl of water was gone, but Ye Qianxing still showed no signs of waking up. Looks like I have to use the last resort. Cardiac resuscitation, Night Qianxing said. Xiaoyu, do you know how to do cardiac resuscitation? I don't know. Xia Xiaoyu shook her head. Then it looks like it's just me. Night Qianxing smiled slightly and walked in front of Ye Qianxing. Xia Xiaoyu pouted, but could not stop him since she truly didn't understand. Actually, Night Qianxing didn't understand either, but he had seen enough to know it shouldn't be too difficult. With that thought, Night Qianxing placed both hands on Ye Qianxing's left chest, feeling a soft touch. Chapter 36. Ancient Song Tree. Night Qianxing shook his head fiercely, thinking to himself. Night Qianxing, at this moment, you can't think like that. Saving her is the priority. Casting aside impure thoughts, Night Qianxing planned to apply more force. However, just then, Ye Qianxing's eyes suddenly opened wide. Night Qianxing was startled and didn't dare to move. Why did she wake up at this moment? It's over. There's no way to clear my name now. Initially, just seeing her body had led to such a situation, and now he was directly on her. Wouldn't she chase him to the ends of the earth? Night Qianxing was about to explain when Ye Qianxing suddenly spoke. Big? Huh? Big. Night Qianxing instinctively replied before realizing something was off, and quickly said, That's not what I meant. I hadn't finished my sentence. He was interrupted by Ye Qianxing again. If you want to touch, you have to let me get up first, right? Night Qianxing swallowed hard at her words, hurriedly releasing his hands and standing up while feeling perplexed. Why did Ye Qianxing seem a bit off? Logically, she should be furious and want to kill him, but she didn't seem to care at all. I remember you. Your name is Night Qianxing, right? Ye Qianxing brushed off the dust on her clothes and shot a glance at Ye Qianxing, saying, "Call me big sister." This only made Ye Qianxing more confused, suspecting that something was wrong with her head. "Ye Qianxing, how did you end up here?" Ye Qianxing asked, which was exactly what he had been wondering. "Big sister?" Ye Qianxing exclaimed. "Are you out of your mind?" A glint of brilliance flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes as she lifted her leg and pressed it down on Ye Qianxing's shoulder, forcing him to bend his knees and squat down. "What strength?" Ye Qianxing was astonished. His own strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary level spirit pet. But Ye Qianxing seemed to be even stronger, and by quite a bit, leaving him unable to get up. Yet, he clearly remembered that Ye Qianxing hadn't had such strength before. "Let go of Brother Qianxing," Xia Xiaoyu shouted sharply when she saw Ye Qianxing being pinned down, while Huahua looked at Ye Qianxing with hostility. Ye Qianxing glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, then actually withdrew her leg and walked in front of her, hooking a finger under her chin. "Did you just kiss me? If you kissed me, then you belong to me." "Huh?" Xia Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded. Being teased by a man was one thing, but being teased by a woman? What was that? Ye Qianxing felt increasingly that Ye Qianxing was off. The previous Ye Qianxing had clearly been an ice queen, while the current Ye Qianxing seemed more like a female gangster. But they were clearly the same person. Could it be a case of split personality? A guess flashed through Ye Qianxing's mind. It seemed to be the only possibility. "Are you really Ye Qianxing?" Ye Qianxing asked. "Yes and no. Anyway, you can treat me as Ye Qianxing or not. It's up to you," Ye Qianxing replied vaguely, which only confirmed Ye Qianxing's suspicions further. Back to the previous question, how did you end up in the spirit beast forest, and why are you injured? Ye Qianxing asked again. "It's because of a mission. The target of the mission is a level plant-type evil spirit. Although it's level, that evil spirit's power is probably no less than level. It's quite troublesome. I accidentally fell into its trap and almost lost my life. That evil spirit nearly killed me. I'm so furious. I can't swallow this anger." As she spoke, Ye Qianxing suddenly became enraged, as if planning to go back for revenge. "Wait, was that mission accepted by the team, or did you take it on your own?" Ye Qianxing quickly stopped her and asked. "I took it on my own. What's wrong?" "That's good. Then I'll go with you. How about we split the commission when we get it? As long as it wasn't a mission that Ye Xiaoyao, that old fox, had helped to accept. He wouldn't be tricked by the old fox when it came time to collect the commission." "You?" Ye Qianxing looked at Ye Qianxing with disdain. "Don't say I look down on you, but if you go, you're probably just delivering food to that plant-type evil spirit. Fine, even if it's a split personality. This girl still looks down on Ye Qianxing, but he was already used to it. You don't need to worry about that. Just say whether it's okay or not. If you want to go to your death, I won't stop you. Do as you wish," Ye Qianxing shrugged. "Do you want to go with me?" Ye Qianxing then asked Xia Xiaoyu and Sudara. "Yes." Xia Xiaoyu answered without hesitation. She couldn't let Ye Qianxing be alone with this woman. "We're a team. Of course we go together." Sudara nodded as well. After a night passed, when the sun rose and there was some light in the forest, the three of them, led by Ye Qianxing, ventured into the depths of the spirit beast forest. The deeper parts of the spirit beast forest were much more dangerous than the outskirts. It was difficult to encounter an evil spirit on the outskirts, but as they delved deeper, they encountered one almost every short distance. Along the way, Ye Qianxing and the others encountered 5 or 6 evil spirits, most of which were at least level. However, the spirit pets of those present were all top tier, not something these ordinary level evil spirits could compare to, and in the end, Ye Qianxing only ended up with a few level inner cores. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. "See that tree? That's the plant-type evil spirit I mentioned." Ye Qianxing pointed at an old-looking big tree, but no matter how one looked at it, it just seemed like an aged, ancient tree. Of course, this was only what the naked eye could see at that moment. All the attributes of the ancient tree were revealed before Ye Qianxing. Evil spirit, Tiansong ancient tree attributes, plant type rating, 4 stars level, 8 abilities, vine binding, can control vines to bind targets, life drain, vines have barbs that can drain the life force of the bound, regeneration, strong life force, can quickly regenerate after vines are broken, weakness, fire, demon, life source located at the heart of the tree, the Tiansong ancient tree, with its powerful life force, was indeed difficult to deal with. Although it was only level, in terms of trouble, it was definitely no less than level, because no matter how you killed it, you couldn't truly kill it. It could completely recover quickly. Earth Rock Bear, come out. Just as Ye Qianxing was secretly calculating the combat power of the Qianxing ancient tree, Ye Qianxing suddenly shouted, and the contract space appeared beside her. The next moment, a soil-colored brown bear emerged from the contract space. Chapter 37, Life Source Spirit Pet. Earth Rock Bear Attributes. Rock Type Combat Type Rating. 3 stars, Growth Type. Level. 1 Abilities. Sandstorm, Heavy Punch, Stone Soul Explosion Weakness. Water. Ghost Promotion Conditions. Ye Qianxing frowned upon seeing Ye Qianxing's spirit pet. He clearly remembered that her spirit pet should be the Thunder Leopard. Did she have 2 spirit pets? This Earth Rock Bear was level, meaning Ye Qianxing was actually a level spirit master. Level that was definitely a top existence in the entire Jiangnan city. Bear, uproot that tree for me. Ye Qianxing issued the command. Roar. The Earth Rock Bear pounded its chest and roared vigorously, causing stones on the ground to fly up and shoot towards the Qianxing ancient tree. Puff, puff, puff. The Qianxing ancient tree, which had remained still, finally moved. Several vines swept away the flying stones like whips, but then they reached out towards the Earth Rock Bear. 5 vines bound the limbs and neck of the Earth Rock Bear, seemingly trying to tear it apart. However, the Earth Rock Bear was a level spirit pet, and it was a very strong defensive type. How could it be easily defeated by the Qianxing ancient tree? Roar. The Earth Rock Bear let out a furious roar, its muscles bulging, and then with several cracking sounds, the vines binding its limbs and neck actually broke apart. The Earth Rock Bear was now enraged, charging toward the Qianxing ancient tree, seemingly intending to uproot it. However, before it could get close to the Qianxing ancient tree, a net made of dozens of vines enveloped the Earth Rock Bear. The Earth Rock Bear struggled hard, but was unable to break free for a moment. Damn, this evil spirit isn't particularly strong, but it's really troublesome, Ye Qianxing said unhappily. Suddenly, Sudara let out a scream. A vine had somehow bound his waist, and the immense force pulled him away. Sudara. Ye Qianxing was startled, but reacting quickly. He grabbed Sudara's hand. Xiaoyu, tell Hua Hua to attack. Ye Qianxing shouted. Xiaoyu had been stunned by the sudden situation, but upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, she realized that plant-type evil spirits were usually afraid of fire. Hua Hua, hurry and help. Hua Hua spat out a flame, scorching the vine, which was instantly burned through, allowing Sudara to stop moving. Everyone be careful. This evil spirit is planning to attack us. Just as Ye Qianxing's voice fell, the vine that had been burned by Hua Hua suddenly moved again, sprouting a new vine from the break and attacking Ye Qianxing. What? Ye Qianxing never expected that the life force of this Qianxing ancient tree was so extraordinary. He was accidentally entangled by the vine. Ye Qianxing tried to break the vine, but found it impossible. The toughness of the vine was simply too strong. Hua Hua and Xiaoyu were just about to call for Hua Hua's help for Ye Qianxing when several more vines appeared on the ground, attacking Sudara, Xiaoyu, and Ye Qianxing. In the face of danger to her master, Hua Hua chose to save her immediately, while Ye Qianxing was already pulled over by the vine. Bai Wu quickly chased after, biting the vine, but couldn't break it at all. Damn, this thing is sucking my life away. Ye Qianxing suddenly felt something within him was draining away. The Qianxing ancient tree possessed the ability to absorb life. If he didn't find a way to escape, he might really die here. Right, the Netherfire. Although the Netherfire primarily targets souls, it also has physical damage, so it might be able to burn the vine off. With that thought, a ball of black flame began to emerge from Ye Qianxing. Almost the moment the flame appeared, the vine wrapped around him quickly withdrew, as if a mouse had seen a cat. Although it withdrew quickly, it was still burned by the Netherfire. Is it afraid of the Netherfire? A flash of inspiration struck Ye Qianxing's mind. Previously, Hua Hua's divine fire could also burn the vines, but the vines would grow back quickly. However, in the face of the Netherfire, the Qianxing ancient tree showed fear. Could it be because the Netherfire belongs to hell, containing the power of death, which can restrain its life force? With this thought, Ye Qianxing was suddenly delighted. In that case, it would be easier to handle. Bai Wu, it's afraid of the Netherfire. Ye Qianxing shouted to Bai Wu, and the two understood each other instantly. The man and dog worked together, and soon all the vines were forced back. Airby Wu kill it. Airby Wu acknowledged and charged toward the Qianxing ancient tree. The tree tried to use its vines to block, but under the burning of the Netherfire, it could only retreat step by step. Soon, Airby Wu arrived in front of the Qianxing ancient tree, and the Netherfire spouted out, instantly engulfing the entire tree in flames. Unfortunately, the Qianxing ancient tree was just a tree and couldn't move, so it could only let the Netherfire cover it. After several minutes, the once giant tree turned to ashes, leaving behind a glowing energy orb of pure white light. Source of life, a crystallization of the life force of a plant-type evil spirit, containing massive life energy, a 3-star material. Ye Qianxing collected it. A 3-star material was a decent reward, and most importantly, the massive life energy contained within could potentially save his life in a critical moment. Qianxing, amazing. You can actually kill a level evil spirit now. Your strength is already among the top in the entire Jiangnan city. Sudara praised, as even the number of spirit tamers at the Jiangnan city level was not large. Poureluk, Ye Qianxing, la fait jesuali. However, this statement was not modesty. Luck indeed played a significant part. If it weren't for his Netherfire being able to restrain the life force of the Qianxing ancient tree, he might have been in real danger this time. Luck is also a part strength. Little guy, it seems I really underestimated you. Ye Qianxing also stepped forward and patted Ye Qianxing's shoulder, saying, to be honest, Ye Qianxing found it hard to get used to this side of her, as his first impression of her was that she was extremely aloof. All right, this evil spirit is dead, and I should leave now. Little ones, see you next time. With that, Ye Qianxing jumped onto the back of the earth rock bear and left. Hey, remember to save my part of the commission. Ye Qianxing shouted to Ye Qianxing, but received no reply. He didn't know if she heard him. After resting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, today was the last day of the assessment, and they couldn't be late, otherwise it would be considered a failure. An hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the assembly point, where some students had already gathered. However, compared to when they came in, there were far fewer. Presumably, some had encountered danger during the assessment and lost their qualification after requesting help. Chapter 38. Special class following the crowd to the inspection area. After successfully submitting the evil spirit's inner core for testing, their assessment was considered complete. The 3 of them only took out the inner core of a level snowfield wolf, although they still had some level inner cores on them. It was often better to be low-key. While waiting in line, Ye Qianxing suddenly felt someone was watching him, so he looked around and quickly discovered that the dean was staring at him. Moreover, he felt that the dean's gaze seemed unfriendly. Qianxing, this dean is from the Zhou family. In terms of seniority, he is Zhou Wei's distant uncle. Xia Xiaoyu also saw this scene and whispered in Ye Qianxing's ear. From the Zhou family? Ye Qianxing narrowed his eyes. No wonder the look directed at him was so unfriendly. If he knew Zhou Wei had been killed by him, he probably wouldn't let it go easily. However, Ye Qianxing wasn't afraid, not to mention whether Zhou Wei's body had been consumed by an evil spirit. Even if it was still there, those who knew were already dead. Without witnesses, even if they could guess he was the murderer, it would be useless. The dean looked around. Perhaps he found it strange that Zhou Wei was missing, so he walked into the spirit monster forest with a gloomy expression. The testing time was quick. After more than half an hour, all qualifying members gathered together. There were significantly more eliminations in the second round of assessments than in the first, with over 300 who came, but now only a little over 100 qualified. Many can become spirit tamers, but few can become powerful spirit tamers. The school cannot spend a lot of resources to cultivate a spirit tamer with limited future achievements. Students, first of all, I want to congratulate you on successfully passing the assessment and officially starting to learn spirit taming techniques at the academy. The dean was absent, and a grade director temporarily took over his duties. Now, I will announce the final class assignments for each student. Zhang San, Ordinary Class. Li Si, Ordinary Class. Li Ning, Second Tier Elite Class. The classes had already been divided in the first round of assessments, but they were not final decisions, as the results of the second round of assessments could also affect the final class assignments. For example, that student Li Ning had only average spirit pet quality during the first round of aptitude testing, so he was recommended for the ordinary class. But this time, in the spirit monster forest, he killed an evil spirit that was considered upper level among level spirits. So he received extra points and could be assigned to the second-tier elite class. Lin E first-tier elite class. When this name was read, the grade director stopped, and Ye Qianxing's group exchanged glances as their names had not been called. Just as Ye Qianxing was about to inquire, the grade director spoke again. Due to special circumstances in this assessment, the Academy has decided to create a special class above the first-tier elite class, specifically for teaching students with outstanding qualifications. As for which students will enter the special class, it will be announced by our teacher Jiang Lin. With that, the grade director stepped aside, and Jiang Lin came up. Wow, a special class. I wonder who will have such good luck to enter this class. Sigh, anyway, I have no hope. I've already been confirmed for the ordinary class. Some students began to discuss, with some expressing envy, but more were curious about what special circumstances could lead the Academy to add a special class. There were not many who could enter the special class this time. Only 5. Jiang Lin opened her mouth, and the students below immediately stopped their chatter, straining their ears to listen. The students entering the special class are Xia Xiaoyu. Instantly, all the students' gazes converged on Xia Xiaoyu. However, Xia Xiaoyu, Ye Qianxing, and Su Tila did not appear particularly excited. When the grade director finished saying that the Academy would add a special class, they guessed that they would surely be included. Otherwise, how could their names not have been called until now? Su Tila. Jiang Lin continued to read. Su Tila chuckled, feeling a bit excited under the gaze of thousands. Zhu Leng. Jiang Lin read another name, and Ye Qianxing also looked in the direction where everyone was gazing. He saw a boy around 15 or 16, seemingly a bit shy, actually blushing under everyone's scrutiny. Zhou Yu. This time it was a girl, not exceptionally stunning in appearance but very pleasant to look at. The key was that she bore some resemblance to the previous Zhou Lang, and given that they shared the surname Zhou, they must be siblings. They also share the surname Zhou. What is their relationship to Zhou Wei? Ye Qianxing asked. It seems not. It should just be a coincidence of the same surname. Xia Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, speaking of which, Zhou Wei Zhou family has some connections with her adoptive father. So Xia Xiaoyu is aware of the Zhou family situation. Since she said it was a coincidence, it should be just that. The last one, Ye Qianxing. Wow. Immediately, everyone looked at him again. The students could still accept that Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila could enter the special class because they were quite well known in the Academy. One was the small lord of the mercenary city, and the other was the daughter of the president of the Spirit Manipulation Association in Jiangnan City, both with excellent talents. However, it was the first time they saw Ye Qianxing, so they couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Probably only the few classmates who were originally in the same class as Ye Qianxing could accept this, as they were all shocked by the talent Ye Qianxing displayed during the first round of assessments. I will call the names of the 5 students to come with me. The rest will follow the grade director. Jiang Lin continued, and the 3 of them followed Jiang Lin to prepare to leave, but at that moment, a furious shout rang out. Stop! The voice was very loud, silencing all the teachers and students. When everyone turned to look at the owner of the voice, they found that it was actually the director of instruction, who was carrying a somewhat damaged corpse on his shoulder. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was Zhou Wei's corpse. Ye Qianxing's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Wei was quite lucky, as he had not been completely devoured by the evil spirit. The director of instruction walked straight towards Ye Qianxing and the others, glaring angrily at Ye Qianxing. You murderer, I will kill you. As soon as the words were spoken, a dual-blade mantis appeared beside him. Although it looked very similar to Zhou Wei's dual-blade mantis, its aura was much stronger. Spirit Pet. Dual-blade mantis attribute. Fighting system. Wind system evaluation. 2.5 stars. Growth type. Level. 8 ability. Dual blade slash. Wind blade weakness. Lightning system. Afraid of bird type spirit pets. Promotion conditions. Evolution route. This dual blade mantis was actually a level 8 spirit pet. No wonder its aura was so strong. It was probably not far from level 9. Chapter 39 Confrontation. As soon as the dual blade mantis appeared, it charged at Ye Qianxing. A cold light flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes as he prepared to summon his own spirit pet. Although the opponent was a level 8 spirit pet, it did not mean he would be afraid. He had killed level 8 evil spirits before. However, at that moment, a figure blocked in front of Ye Qianxing. It was Jianglin. Director Zhou, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? This little beast killed my nephew. I want him to pay with his life. What's wrong with that? The director of instruction shouted angrily. His position in the Zhou family was not high, merely a collateral branch, while Zhou Wei was a direct descendant, the biological son of the head of the Zhou family. Now that he had died on his territory, he was undoubtedly in deep trouble. If he could kill the murderer, it would also minimize his own guilt. Hearing this, Jiang Lin frowned, showing a look of difficulty. If Ye Qianxing really killed Zhou Wei, then she indeed had no reason to stop it. Do you have any evidence to prove that I killed Zhou Wei? Just then, Ye Qianxing's voice came from behind the director of instruction. Since someone was willing to defend him, Ye Qianxing would naturally not admit to killing Zhou Wei. Evidence? I need no evidence to kill you. The director of instruction's face showed a fierce expression. Director, if there is no evidence that Zhou Wei was killed by student Ye Qianxing, then I will not allow you to harm him. Jiang Lin said with a somewhat unfriendly tone upon hearing this. The director's words were far too arrogant. What do you mean killing without evidence? If killing could be done without evidence, wouldn't this world be in chaos? Jiang Lin had a very good impression of Ye Qianxing. His displayed talent indicated that as long as he did not fall midway, he would definitely achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Moreover, Ye Qianxing was her student. Therefore, as long as the director had no absolute evidence, she would definitely protect Ye Qianxing. Teacher Jiang Lin, do you really intend to protect this little beast at the cost of going against my Zhou family? The director of instruction's face turned from anger to gloom. Although he held a higher status than Jiang Lin in school, he still felt some apprehension towards her strength. He is my student, and I must be responsible for his safety. If you have evidence of him killing, then without you saying, I will personally ensure he faces legal consequences. But if there is no evidence, then I will protect him. Don't even think about it. Not even if the head of your Zhou family comes personally. I will still say the same. Ye Qianxing looked at the imposing Jiang Lin in front of him for the first time and felt moved that she was doing this for him. The director's face grew even darker. Asking him to produce evidence was simply impossible, as he indeed had no evidence to prove that Zhou Wei was killed by Ye Qianxing. In fact, he was not even sure whether Zhou Wei died at Ye Qianxing's hands or by the evil spirit's mouth. But he had to find a scapegoat to reduce his own guilt. He knew about the conflict between Ye Qianxing and Zhou Wei. So, in his view, Ye Qianxing was the best candidate for a scapegoat. Director Zhou, if there is no conclusive evidence, then we will take our leave. Saying this, Jiang Lin signaled for Ye Qianxing and the others to leave first, while the director could only glare at them fiercely, not daring to make a move. Thank you. Teacher Jiang Lin, Ye Qianxing expressed his gratitude. Although he was not afraid of that director, it would still bring some trouble, and Jiang Lin helping him save him from those troubles. However, this would offend the Zhou family. No need to be so polite. You are my student, and I naturally must be responsible for your safety. Besides, I've been unhappy with Director Zhou for a long time. Jiang Lin casually said. Right? He acts like a big shot. I can't stand him either. Ye Qianxing quickly agreed, only to receive an eye roll from Jiang Lin. But to be fair, if I find out that you really killed Zhou Wei, I will personally send you to the disciplinary office to face legal consequences. Huh? Teacher Jiang Lin, are you really going to act against your own? Ye Qianxing said with a pained expression, as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. Oh, did you really kill him? No, absolutely not. I'm such a gentle person, I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. Ye Qianxing shook his head repeatedly. Su Tila and Xia Xiaoyu beside them could hardly listen anymore. How shameless can you be? You didn't even blink when you killed Zhou Wei and the others. Under Jiang Lin's lead, the 5 students of the special class took a special vehicle back to the academy. The academy had also specially arranged a training room for these special class students. Teacher, why did the academy decide to add an extra special class and only recruit a few of us? Xia Xiaoyu asked. While Su Tila and Zhou Lang, Zhou also looked at Jiang Lin, clearly curious. Your talents and the bloodline qualities of your spirit pets exceed the academy's budget and are much stronger than those in the first-class elite classes. It would be a waste to put you all together, Jiang Lin replied. Indeed, aside from personal talent, Su Tila's spirit pet the ice Qilin, a subspecies of Qilin, possesses the bloodline of a Qilin. Although it's unclear what powerful bloodline Xia Xiaoyu's fire spirit sparrow has. Its quality is also comparable to that of the ice Qilin. Moreover, Ye Qianxing's spirit pet exhibited an extraordinary quality during testing, surpassing perfection. The quality of the 3 spirit pets is a tier above those in the first-class elite class. If there were only 1 or 2, they could be trained together. But now that there are 5, the school decided to temporarily add an extra special class. All right, you all go back and rest for now. Your training will officially start tomorrow. By the way, Ye Qianxing, stay behind for a moment. Oh, Ye Qianxing nodded, but was a bit puzzled as to why he was being kept. Could it be that she found him too handsome and wanted to pull some strings? What should he do? Should he just go along with it? Ye Qianxing thought shamelessly. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Jiang Lin suddenly patted his shoulder. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Teacher Jiang Lin, why did you want me to stay? Ye Qianxing wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and asked. To his surprise, Jiang Lin didn't directly answer his question, but kept staring at him, her gaze seemingly penetrating, as if trying to see through him. Ye Qianxing swallowed hard. Could it be that he was right, and teacher Jiang Lin was attracted to his good looks? But being handsome wasn't his fault. Cough, cough, teacher Jiang Lin. Although I am indeed very handsome, if you keep staring at me like this, I might get embarrassed. Actually, if you want to pursue me, we could totally go to a CAF. And then Jiang Lin stared at Ye Qianxing for a few minutes, making him unable to hold back any longer. If this continued, even with his thick skin, he would feel embarrassed, especially with a beauty like Jiang Lin staring at him, making his heart race. Sure enough, after hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Jiang Lin finally averted her gaze. Don't think too much of yourself. With your looks, do you think you deserve me to pursue you? You should take a look in the mirror. Jiang Lin rolled her eyes at Ye Qianxing, causing his expression to darken. You can insult my dignity, but you can't insult my looks. Teacher, that's a personal attack. I strongly request that you take back that statement. Enough with the nonsense. Let me ask you, have you activated your awakening state? Jiang Lin interrupted the discussion about Ye Qianxing's looks and asked him a question he didn't understand. Awakening state? What is that? Ye Qianxing asked. Seeing his genuinely confused expression, Jiang Lin began to explain. The so-called awakening state is when a spirit master achieves a compatibility of 50% or more with their spirit pet, allowing them to share part of the spirit pet's power. The higher the compatibility, the more power can be shared. If the compatibility reaches 100%, they can even fuse with their spirit pet, enabling the spirit master to possess all the powers and abilities of the spirit pet. However, achieving more than 50% compatibility is very difficult. Many spirit masters spend their entire lives without succeeding. When I saw you battling Zhou Wei last time, you were able to contend with a spirit pet, the Ironback Wolf, by yourself, which is why I thought you had activated your awakening state. In fact, Jiang Lin had one more thing to say. At that time, Ye Qianxing's spirit pet was only at a lower tier. And even though its quality was excellent and its combat power was top tier among its level, the fact that Ye Qianxing could contend with the Ironback Wolf by relying solely on his own strength indicated that their compatibility was definitely more than 50%. Ye Qianxing was stunned after hearing Jiang Lin's words. He could share the power of his spirit pet because of the system, but it seemed that not just him, but some others could also possess extraordinary power. These individuals activated their awakening state through compatibility with their spirit pets, thus gaining part of their abilities and powers. In other words, the system directly helped him activate his awakening state. Ye Qianxing thought. Can you tell me what your compatibility with your spirit pet is? Jiang Lin asked again. I don't know either. Ye Qianxing shook his head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin fell silent again, unsure if she believed him or thought Ye Qianxing simply didn't want to tell her. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lin spoke again. Hit me. Huh? Ye Qianxing was taken aback, doubting if he heard correctly. Teacher Jiang Lin actually wanted him to hit her. Such a strange request. Could it be that she had a masochistic tendency? Stop ing and hurry up, Jiang Lin said impatiently. All right, be careful then, teacher. Ye Qianxing reluctantly complied, and threw a punch at Jiang Lin. However, he didn't use all his strength, just about 50%. He didn't want to hurt Jiang Lin. But just as his fist was swung out, before it could even touch Jiang Lin, she unexpectedly grabbed his hand. although Ye Qianxing only used 50% of his strength. Neither the speed nor the power was something an ordinary person could match. How could teacher Jiang Lin possibly catch it? So, Ye Qianxing increased his strength slightly, only to find that he still couldn't break free. Just as the words left his mouth, Ye Qianxing felt a wave of dizziness as he was thrown down by Jiang Lin with a shoulder throw. Teacher Jiang Lin, are you serious? Ye Qianxing supported his waist. Today, I'll teach you the first lesson. Don't overthink during a fight. After saying this, Jiang Lin delivered a flying kick, and Ye Qianxing barely had time to cross his arms to block, only to feel a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying. Although the kick didn't injure him, Ye Qianxing was still quite shocked, as the power of Jiang Lin's kick was immense. Even if he used all his strength, he probably wouldn't be able to match it. This kind of power, Ye Qianxing had only experienced in one person, and that was Ye Qinghan. It seemed that Ye Qinghan's strength was also due to reaching the awakening state. The Earth Rock Bear is a power-type spirit pet, and since Ye Qinghan had gained its power, she was able to suppress Ye Qianxing, while Ye Qianxing had obtained 10% of the power from the two spirit pets. What truly made them powerful was not just strength. The former was strong in spirit, while the latter possessed spatial power. Use all your strength. Let me see what level of awakening state you've reached, Jiang Lin said. Ye Qianxing stood up, dusted himself off, and his expression became serious. Since he knew Jiang Lin had activated her awakening state, he no longer had to worry about hurting her. Moreover, Ye Qianxing was also eager to see just how strong he really was. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Qianxing charged at Jiang Lin, and as he was about to get close, he jumped and kicked towards her. This kick was without mercy. He used all his strength. Facing Ye Qianxing's kick, Jiang Lin didn't dodge, but instead threw a punch directly. It would have been fine if it was just a punch, but the key was that her fist was covered in flames. If it hit, wouldn't his foot be roasted like a pig's trotter? But with the arrow knocked, he had to shoot. At that moment in the air, he couldn't withdraw his attack. With a punch and a kick colliding, Ye Qianxing performed a few flips in the air before landing, with a large hole burned in his shoe, while Jiang Lin also took a few steps back, clearly affected by Ye Qianxing's kick. Not bad, come again. Jiang Lin smiled with satisfaction and charged toward Ye Qianxing, striking out a palm covered in flames. Just as her palm approached Ye Qianxing, he quickly activated his soul shock, causing Jiang Lin's movements to momentarily freeze. Ye Qianxing let out a cold laugh and aimed a punch at her abdomen, but at that moment, the dazed look in Jiang Lin's eyes suddenly regained its luster, and her body continued to lean forward. Ye Qianxing's attack position instantly shifted from her abdomen upwards. Chapter 41, Control of Power Smack. Ye Qianxing's hand struck a place it shouldn't have touched. The scene froze in an instant. Ye Qianxing was also stunned at that moment, and he could even hear the sound of himself swallowing. Jiang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ye Qianxing's hand. Then her surprise turned to anger as she slapped him on the chest. Ye Qianxing was immediately sent flying backward as if he had been hit by a truck. Jiang Lin did not relent. The moment Ye Qianxing landed, she appeared in front of him again and stomped hard on his chest. Teacher, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Ye Qianxing shouted hurriedly. Jiang Lin glared at him for a moment before retracting her foot. What ability did you just use that made me lose consciousness for a short time? Jiang Lin asked, attempting to change the subject and ease the awkward atmosphere. That was the soul shock ability, a skill of my spirit pet, Ye Qianxing replied without hiding anything. Since Jiang Lin mentioned that the awakened state could gain the powers and abilities of spirit pets, it wasn't too mysterious. A compatibility rate of 50 to 70 can only gain 1/10 of the contracted spirit pet's power, and to gain the special abilities of the contracted spirit pet, one must exceed 70. Jiang Lin said, then looked at Ye Qianxing. My current awakened state has only reached 75, and that's because I have gone through many life and death crises with my spirit pet. You've only recently made the contract. How did you manage it? Maybe it's because I lived with my spirit pet for over a decade before the contract. Ye Qianxing fabricated a reason. He couldn't possibly say it was due to the system. If it were that simple, then there wouldn't be so few people in the world who could reach the awakened state. Jiang Lin shook her head, clearly not believing Ye Qianxing's explanation. Then I don't know. Ye Qianxing shrugged. If that is the case, he could only play dumb. Jianglin stared at Ye Qianxing for a long moment before finally looking away after a full half-minute. Forget it. Everyone has their secrets, and I don't want to know why. From now on, your courses will be the same as theirs, except that you'll have to stay behind after class. And I will spend some time teaching you about the awakened state. Teacher, is there anything else to learn about the awakened state? Or do you have any methods to improve the compatibility between me and my spirit pet? Ye Qianxing asked. I can't help with the compatibility issue. That depends on you. However, I have things to teach you about the awakened state, such as combat techniques and power utilization, Jianglin said. Huh? What do you mean? Ye Qianxing was a bit confused. Do you know why you couldn't defeat me in the recent battle? Jianglin countered with a question. Because your spirit pet's level is higher? Ye Qianxing replied. That is certainly one reason, but not the fundamental one. In fact, I didn't use my full strength when fighting you. The main reason I was able to win is that I know how to utilize the power within my body. While you possess part of your spirit pet's power, you actually cannot fully unleash that part during combat. You could even say you can only use less than 1/10 of that power, whereas I can now mobilize about 80 of my internal power, Jianglin explained. Hearing her explanation, Ye Qianxing's eyes lit up. He had always wondered, according to logic, 250 has already reached a level. And although he only has 250 1/10 of the power, he shouldn't be comparable to an ordinary level spirit pet. Now, hearing Jianglin's explanation, he finally understood. The reason lies in his inability to fully mobilize the power within him. In other words, he might have power comparable to a level spirit pet, but can only exert the strength of a level. It's like some people have similar physiques and muscles, but their strength differs greatly because their mastery of power is different. Teacher Jianglin, are you saying my strength still has room for improvement? Ye Qianxing asked excitedly. Of course, I guess you probably can't even use 1/10 of your internal power right now. If you can fully master the power within you, you might be able to single-handedly confront a level evil spirit. However, mastering power requires double the effort. If you're not afraid of hardship or fatigue, I can start teaching you how to properly use your strength from tomorrow, Jianglin said. I am willing. As long as I can become stronger, I'm ready to endure any hardship, Ye Qianxing declared with determination. Jianglin nodded. At least she was very satisfied with the firm resolve Ye Qianxing was showing. She had high hopes for Ye Qianxing, who could awaken without anyone's guidance and had such a high compatibility rate. If nurtured well, he would surely become a powerful figure in the future. For a mentor, being able to cultivate a talented student is their greatest pride. All right, you can go now. Rest well today. Starting tomorrow, you can officially begin your studies. Leaving the training room, Ye Qianxing found Sudala, Xia Xiaoyu, and the two new classmates waiting outside. He wasn't surprised that Sudala and Xia Xiaoyu were willing to wait for him, but why were the two new classmates also waiting here? Qianxing, you finally came out. How was it? Did teacher Jianglin call you for something? It wasn't anything embarrassing, was it? Sudala grinned as soon as she saw Ye Qianxing. Sudala, you're so shameless. Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes at Sudala, not saying much, but turned to the two new classmates. Qianxing, these two new classmates are pretty good. They're nice to get along with. We chatted quite a bit while waiting for you, Sudala said. Hello, I'm Zhou Yu, and this is my brother Zhou Lang. From today on, we're classmates. The girl smiled and extended a hand. Ye Qianxing nodded at her and shook her hand. Hello. Zhou Lang also greeted Ye Qianxing, but spoke softly. He was a very shy boy, the exact opposite of his sister. Qianxing, let's go eat together, Sudala suggested. But Ye Qianxing shook his head. I want to go today. I plan to take a test for a breeder certificate first. Didn't you say that being a spirit pet breeder makes a lot of money? I want to give it a try. Sure. Then Qianxing, go take the test. I believe with your strength, you'll definitely pass, Sudala said confidently, as his strength was evident. Chapter 42. Taking the breeder qualification test. Oh, you also know how to breed spirit pets? Zhou Yu asked in surprise. Before Ye Qianxing could be modest, Sudala spoke for him. Of course. Qianxing's breeding ability is quite remarkable. When he has time in the future, he can take a look at your spirit pets. He might even help them improve their quality. Don't listen to him bragging. He just likes to show off, Ye Qianxing said humbly. Zhou Yu nodded, not saying much, clearly not fully believing it. As Ye Qianxing was too young. Which of those famous cultivation experts is not middle-aged or elderly, unless he started learning about cultivation knowledge from a young age? But if that were the case, he wouldn't have been able to enter this special class. Whether Zhou Yu believes it or not, Ye Qianxing doesn't care. After chatting for a while, he left alone. The Cultivation Master's Qualification Certificate can be said to be one of the hardest certificates to obtain in this new era. Those with average or poor soul talents often choose to become Cultivation Masters. However, this profession is not something just anyone can do. The most basic requirement is to possess a Cultivation Master's Qualification Certificate, and this basic condition blocks 2/3 of the people. It is not an exaggeration to say that among the thousands of people who take the Cultivation Master assessment each year, only one might pass. It's that cruel and realistic. However, once someone passes, even if it's just the lowest level primary certificate, then that person will be removed from the ranks of the poor. Because being a Cultivation Master is currently the most lucrative profession. No spirit tamer would hesitate to enhance the strength of their spirit pet. Ye Qianxing is indeed short on money right now, which is why he decided to take the Cultivation Master certification exam. Solving his basic needs will allow him to devote himself fully to cultivation. Ye Qianxing soon arrived at the Jiangnan City Cultivation Master Association. Although it was already late, the association was still crowded with people, and Ye Qianxing had to exert a lot of effort to squeeze in. To participate in the assessment, one must first register. Ye Qianxing waited in a long line and finally got his turn after 10 o'clock at night. The receptionist was a pretty young lady, and when she saw that Ye Qianxing was actually a boy younger than her, she was immediately surprised. Most of the people coming to take the assessment were middle-aged. After all, those who could register must have studied, and it takes at least 10 years to learn to become a Cultivation Master due to the numerous knowledge points involved. Ye Qianxing looked only about 15 or 16 years old. Had he been studying since he was in the womb? Although puzzled, the receptionist maintained her professionalism and smiled as she said, "Hello, are you here to register? May I ask if you are applying for the primary or intermediate level?" The Cultivation Master's Qualification Certificate is divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and top level. Ye Qianxing estimated that with the system's help, he could probably manage to get a top-level certificate. Why is there no advanced and top level? Ye Qianxing asked. Sir, Jiangnan City is just an ordinary prefecture-level city, so the highest you can register for is intermediate. If you want to apply for advanced or top level, you'll have to go to a heavenly-level city or the imperial capital. The receptionist still smiled, but in her heart, she regarded Ye Qianxing as someone who didn't understand. "Oh, I see. Then I'll register for intermediate." Ye Qianxing sighed, but he was too lazy to go to other places to take the exam, so he decided to settle for it. "Huh? Sir, are you sure you're not joking?" The receptionist asked, surprised. "Of course. Can I register?" Ye Qianxing asked in confusion. "You can, but sir, the intermediate Cultivation Master assessment is very difficult. You might want to think it over." "Oh, as long as I can take the exam, I don't need to think it over. Just register me for the intermediate exam," Ye Qianxing said. He was originally worried that he would have to pass the primary level before taking the intermediate, which would be too troublesome. Seeing Ye Qianxing's firm attitude, the receptionist gave up on persuading him. "All right, please fill out your information." The receptionist took out a form, and Ye Qianxing looked it over. It was just his name, age, contact address, and the like, so he quickly filled it out. "The registration fee is 1,000 yuan. Please pay." The receptionist continued. "There's a registration fee?" Ye Qianxing was taken aback. He didn't know this. Yes, after all, the items needed for the assessment are provided by the association, so we do need some registration fees. The primary registration fee is 500 and the intermediate is 1,000, the receptionist explained with a smile. There was actually another reason she didn't mention. The registration fee was set high to prevent people with a casual attitude from causing trouble, like this young boy in front of her. After all, being a Cultivation Master is a highly profitable industry. Those who are confident about passing wouldn't care about this registration fee, while those who just want to try would back off when faced with this cost. All right then. Ye Qianxing nodded. He didn't feel like he was being taken advantage of. Fortunately, he had 1,000 yuan on him. When he handed the money to the receptionist, she was a bit surprised. She originally thought this little brother would back off when faced with difficulties, but she didn't expect him to actually pay. Could it be that he really has hidden talents? But he looks so young. How could he have the ability to take the intermediate Cultivation Master exam? He must be from a wealthy family and just here to give it a try. Yes, that's it. The receptionist forced herself to find a reason, then said to Ye Qianxing, "Okay, your exam time is tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Please remember to arrive on time. If you're late, you'll be responsible for the consequences." Ye Qianxing nodded, took his admission ticket, and returned to the apartment. As soon as he entered the apartment, he heard water running in the bathroom. Could it be that Ye Qianxing was also there? Just as Ye Qianxing was wondering, the bathroom door opened, and Ye Qianxing appeared before him. Her damp hair draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing pajamas. It seemed that the previous incident had left her with some psychological shadow, so she didn't dare to do anything. However, even though she was dressed this time, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but be mesmerized. The beauty who had just bathed was still very attractive. When Ye Qianxing saw Ye Qianxing, she was also slightly surprised. She thought he wouldn't be back so late. "If you keep looking at me, I'll gouge your eyes out." Ye Qianxing's cold voice rang out, scaring Ye Qianxing into quickly averting his gaze. "Cough, big sister, what made you think of coming back today?" Ye Qianxing asked. To his surprise, upon hearing Ye Qianxing's address, Ye Qianxing looked at him strangely and finally slowly uttered 2 words, "sick." After saying that, Ye Qianxing turned and went back to her room without looking back. Ye Qianxing scratched his head, then smacked his forehead. He almost forgot that this girl has a split personality. The current Ye Qianxing is the same one he initially met. Chapter 43. The failed evolution of the long-armed ape back in his room to rest. The next day, Ye Qianxing got up early and headed to the Cultivation Master Association. Just in time. As soon as he entered the examination room, he attracted everyone's attention because he stood out too much. In the large examination room, almost everyone was middle-aged or older, and he was the only one who looked so young. This candidate, did you walk into the wrong examination room?" "This is the Intermediate Cultivation Master Assessment Room," said a middle-aged man who looked like the examiner as he approached Ye Qianxing. "I didn't walk into the wrong room. I'm here to take the intermediate exam." Saying this, Ye Qianxing handed his admission ticket to the examiner. After checking it, the examiner confirmed that the admission ticket was real, but looked at Ye Qianxing with even more confusion. How could someone so young be here to take the Intermediate Cultivation Master Assessment? Did he really have the ability, or was he just here for fun? Regardless, since the admission ticket was genuine, this young boy was qualified to participate in the exam. After finding his designated spot, the other candidates continued to stare at him. Ye Qianxing ignored them, as if these people around him didn't exist. After a while, as the exam time approached, an elderly man with white hair and over 60 years old walked in. He was likely the chief examiner for this intermediate exam. "Oh, isn't this Professor Dongfang? I can't believe he is the one responsible for the intermediate assessment this time." Upon seeing the old professor, the examination room immediately erupted with murmurs. It seemed that this old professor, referred to as Professor Dongfang, was quite famous in the cultivation master industry in Jiangnan City. However, it's normal that Qianxing doesn't recognize it. In terms of understanding the profession of breeders, he is even less knowledgeable than those outsiders like Sudara. "Ahem, hello candidates. I am in charge of this intermediate exam, and the questions will be somewhat difficult. The task is to revive a mutated animal that has failed its mutation. It would be even better if you could help it mutate successfully." As soon as the old professor from the east finished speaking, a group of staff members brought in an iron cage. Inside the cage was a stone statue, which appeared to be a stone sculpture of a gibbon, with arms longer than its legs. "Professor, why did you bring out a statue? Didn't you say we were to revive a mutated animal?" a candidate began to ask, while the other candidates, though not speaking up, were clearly puzzled. To them, this statue really looked like just a statue. At this moment, however, the stone sculpture looked different in Qianxing's eyes. Spirit pet, gibbon, possesses the bloodline of the divine ape. Not activated, attribute, rock type rating, 3 stars, growth type, level, 8 promotion conditions, evolution route, current status, evolution failed. On the brink of death, this is actually a spirit pet that has failed its evolution. The old professor looked at the puzzled crowd with a flash of disappointment in his eyes. If they couldn't even see that, how could they talk about reviving it? Just as the old professor was about to explain, a voice rang out in the examination room. "If I'm not mistaken, this statue should actually be a gibbon. It has just been petrified due to a failed evolution." Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, and when they saw it was the young man speaking. Expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. The old professor's previously disappointed expression now showed some excitement, especially when he realized the speaker was a young person, which piqued his curiosity even more. That's right, this gibbon was originally just a level spirit pet with not high quality. Later, one of our breeders wanted to improve its quality and gave it a core from a rock-type evil spirit. Due to improper handling, it ended up like this. The old professor explained, which was similar to what Qianxing had guessed. The task of this exam is to revive this gibbon. You have 1 hour to think. Candidates who successfully revive the gibbon will pass, but everyone only has one chance, so think carefully. The old professor's meaning was simple. Only one person could pass this intermediate exam at most. So they not only had to come up with a solution, but also had to think of it quickly. Otherwise, if someone else got there first, they would be finished. However, since there was only one chance, they had to think carefully. Just as the old professor took out a book to pass the time, Qianxing spoke up. Please prepare a pot for me. Hearing Qianxing's words, the old professor was taken aback, as it had been less than a minute. In his opinion, even if there was a candidate who knew the solution, it couldn't be that fast. Do you have a solution? The old professor asked. Yes, but right now I need a pot, a big pot, one large enough to hold a gibbon. Qianxing nodded and replied. The old professor looked at Qianxing with some suspicion, but he still aimed to meet the candidate's request, so he nodded to the staff. Soon, they brought in a large pot. Qianxing filled the pot with water, then lit a fire and placed the pot on it. After a dozen minutes, the water in the pot began to boil, and Qianxing spoke again. Please prepare a vial of at least level spirit blood from a monkey-type spirit pet or evil spirit, 10 gold silver grasses, and a set of scales from a mutated pangolin. These items were quite valuable. How confident are you? The old professor asked, frowning. He was a leading figure in the field of breeders and had methods to revive this gibbon, but he definitely didn't need what Qianxing mentioned. I'm 10% confident, and the reason I need these items is not just to revive this gibbon, but to help it mutate and evolve, Qianxing said. These methods were obtained from the system, which is why he was so confident. Mutate? Evolve? The old professor was taken aback. He was confident he could revive the gibbon, but the cost would mean it could never become a spirit pet. However, according to this young man's words, he could not only revive the gibbon, but also help it mutate and evolve. But how could that be possible? Seemingly sensing the old professor's skepticism, Qianxing spoke again. If it fails, I will cover the cost of these materials. Qianxing trusted the methods the system provided, which is why he dared to say that. With Qianxing saying this, the old professor began to believe him a little. All right, I'll trust you this once. Go prepare. Soon, staff members brought the items that Qianxing requested. Qianxing first threw the 10 gold-silver grasses and the scales of the mutated pangolin into the boiling water, then placed the petrified gibbon in the water and began to wait. Chapter 44. Mutation and Evolution. Hey young man, what are you doing? Throwing the gibbon into boiling water? If you scald it to death, how are we supposed to take the exam? One candidate immediately shouted upon, seeing Qianxing's actions. Yeah, you can't be trying to mess things up, right? Soon, another candidate echoed. Qianxing glanced at them and said indifferently, if you have a way to revive it, I can take it out right now. Qianxing's words made those candidates shut up immediately, as they had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps if given some time to study, they could come up with a solution. But the key was they only had 1 hour. Just because we can't think of a solution now doesn't mean we won't later. Anyway, what you're doing could very likely lead to the death of this gibbon, and we absolutely won't allow that. In truth, these people were just trying to prevent Qianxing from succeeding. Although they were unsure if his method would work, they couldn't let even a 1 in 10,000 chance slip away. Qianxing frowned, and just as he was about to continue speaking, the old professor intervened. All right, since he is a formal candidate, he has the right to handle this gibbon. Once the old professor said this, no one dared to speak again. With no one else speaking, Qianxing turned his attention back to the gibbon. Young man, can you share your thoughts? The old man was increasingly curious about Qianxing and asked. The gold-silver grasses and the scales need some time to react, so Qianxing nodded. The gold-silver grasses and the scales of the mutated pangolin both contain rich gold elements. By dissolving these gold elements in hot water and integrating them into the gibbon, there's a high chance it will mutate from its petrification to metal. Oh, the old man was slightly surprised. He had never heard of such a method. He knew that a rock type could mutate into a metal type, but generally, such mutations occurred naturally in spirit pets, while breeders helped them with spirit herbs. This was something he had never heard of before. However, for some reason, the old man had a strange feeling that this method might actually work. He didn't even know why he felt this way, and it was precisely this strange feeling that kept him from speaking, allowing him to quietly observe Qianxing's actions. The gold-silver grasses and the scales of the mutated pangolin slowly dissolved in the boiling water. After about half an hour, there had been no changes, and all the candidates, including some invigilators, began to grow impatient. "Hey, young man, can you even do this?" An older candidate couldn't help but ask. Qianxing glanced at the old man and replied calmly, "What's the rush? The examiner already said we have an hour, and he hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so anxious?" That old man candidate looked a bit displeased, but had no way to refute. "Aka mipiaka, fine. I'll just wait until the time's up and see how miserable you look after you fail." In the end, the old man candidate could only snort coldly and stop talking. About 10 minutes later, an unexpected change occurred. The soup in the big pot suddenly turned from clear broth to a golden color, and the next moment, the golden liquid all rushed towards the stone sculpture of the gibbon. A minute later, the sculpture was completely covered in gold and had turned into a golden statue. How is this possible? This scene left the candidates in shock, exclaiming that it was impossible. Even the old professor widened his eyes. With his strength, he could naturally tell that this was not just a simple covering, but a transformation, as the rock had turned into gold. Next came the main event. Ye Qianxing's expression also began to grow serious. He took out a vial of the blood essence of a simian spirit pet and poured it onto the gibbon. "What effect does this drop of blood essence have on the gibbon?" the old professor asked. "It activates its hidden bloodline, completing its evolution," Ye Qianxing replied. "Once he activates the divine beast bloodline, its vitality will surge, and it will come back to life. One drop of simian blood essence can help it evolve," the old professor said in disbelief. "If it were that simple, why wouldn't those cultivators use it? If in a normal state, one drop of blood essence would not be enough to activate its bloodline, but right now it is on the brink of death. And the blood essence's role is to awaken its consciousness, allowing it to evolve with its own will," Ye Qianxing explained. This is why his expression was serious. Although the system indicated that this method had a 100 success rate, Ye Qianxing still felt somewhat nervous. Just as Ye Qianxing finished speaking, the golden statue of the gibbon suddenly opened its eyes, baring its teeth and letting out a painful roar. The simian blood essence had merely awakened its consciousness, but it was still in a near-death state. Even ants strive to survive, let alone a gibbon. So at this moment, it was using its own will to resist the pull of death. Amazing, truly amazing. The old professor couldn't help but swallow hard, astonished. The gibbon being able to awaken meant that Ye Qianxing's method was indeed effective. Could it really be that as long as the gibbon relied on its own will to survive, it could successfully evolve? Roar! Suddenly, a violent and powerful energy shockwave erupted from the gibbon, and the large pot instantly exploded, fragments shooting out in all directions. "Be careful." Ye Qianxing noticed a piece flying directly towards the old professor. At his advanced age, if he got hit, he would probably be dead for sure. Ye Qianxing had some regard for this old man and naturally did not want to see him get hurt, so he quickly dashed in front of the old professor, punching the fragment. "Thank you, young man." The old professor's voice rang out from behind, surprisingly without a hint of fluctuation. Did he really not feel any fear just now? This left Ye Qianxing somewhat surprised. "No need to be polite. To be honest, I have some responsibility for this unexpected incident," Ye Qianxing said, realizing he had not thought of this aspect. Wow! Just as the two were speaking, a gasp suddenly arose, and Ye Qianxing quickly looked over to see a giant figure radiating dazzling golden light appearing before them. Standing upright, it was nearly 3 meters tall, its body seemingly forged from gold, with muscular limbs like coiling dragons, exuding explosive power at first glance. Roar! It threw its head back and roared, both long and thick arms smashing against its chest, producing the sound of metal clashing, and a violent aura was released, pressing down on everyone present, causing them to involuntarily gasp in shock, a feeling of fear rising in their hearts. Chapter 45. The third spirit pet, Divine Arm Golden Ape at this moment. Its attribute information also appeared before Ye Qianxing's eyes. Spirit pet, Divine Arm Golden Ape possesses the bloodline of the universal arm ape. Activated at 50 attributes. Mutated Gold type combat type rating. 4-star growth type. Level 5 abilities. 1. Indestructible body forged from diamond. Extremely strong defense. 2. Mighty Fist. A charge strike that can unleash 150 of its own power. Promotion conditions. Evolution path. The Gold type is a mutated form of the rock type, with defense even stronger than that of the rock type by several times. What kind of monster is this? The previous old man candidate, who wanted to stop Ye Qianxing, was directly stunned by the sight of this giant ape. The Divine Arm Golden Ape, a mutated gold type and combat type, perfect quality. Ye Qianxing replied calmly, with the system rating it as 4 stars, which is equivalent to perfect quality. Impossible, this can't be. The old man candidate was instantly struck by lightning. It really mutated and its quality improved, but how is this possible? He clearly looked so young. How could he achieve this? It must be fake. He was correct. This gibbon had indeed evolved and mutated. The old professor spoke up at this moment, looking at Ye Qianxing with eyes full of admiration. Young man, you truly have opened my eyes. Not only did you revive it, but you also successfully helped it complete its evolution and mutation. I admit I couldn't do that. The old professor's words left everyone present stunned. Who is the old professor? The most elite figure in the breeder circle of Jiangnan City. The only senior breeder in Jiangnan City. Even he could not achieve what this young man, who looked only about 15 or 16, had done. This is too unbelievable. Purely luck, just luck. Ye Qianxing chuckled, humbly saying, Hey, young man, this cannot be explained by luck. It's just a pity that my highest authority here can only give you a junior certificate. Otherwise, with your abilities, you could even qualify for a senior certificate. The old professor said this without exaggeration. Being able to achieve this proves that Ye Qianxing has unique insights and astonishing talent in the field of breeding. The key is, Ye Qianxing is only 16 years old. At 16, to achieve such accomplishments can't merely be described as genius. That is simply monstrous. Come on, young man. I'll take you to receive your junior breeder certificate, the old professor said. Ye Qianxing nodded, and just as he was about to follow the old professor to leave, suddenly, the Divine Arm Golden Ape wrapped its long arms around his thighs, seemingly reluctant to let him go. What are you doing? Ye Qianxing looked at the Divine Arm Golden Ape, puzzled. Roar. The Divine Arm Golden Ape let out a few low growls while making several gestures towards Ye Qianxing. Do you want to come with me? Ye Qianxing asked speculatively, as he truly could not understand the gestures of this creature. Upon hearing this, the Divine Arm Golden Ape quickly nodded, its big eyes filled with hopeful expressions, just like a child seeing a lollipop. Although it had fallen into a coma due to its failed evolution, it still understood that it was this human who saved it, not only reviving it, but also helping it complete its evolution. As a primate and a mutated spirit pet, its intelligence was not low, and it naturally understood gratitude. Ye Qianxing saving it was like being its rebirth parents. To be honest, Ye Qianxing did want to take this Divine Arm Golden Ape with him. After all, it had evolved under his guidance and possessed the bloodline of the universal arm ape, which would only grow stronger in the future. However, it was still the property of the Breeder Association, and Ye Qianxing could not make that decision. As for buying it, that was even more impossible. He was struggling to make ends meet, let alone buy a spirit pet. Old professor, what do you think? Well, originally, according to reason, since you saved it, it should belong to you, but our association has indeed spent a lot of money on it, the old professor said, feeling somewhat troubled. The Divine Arm Golden Monkey seemed to understand the old professor's words, suddenly letting out a wild roar, slamming its long arms down onto the ground, quickly overturning the marble floor. The Divine Arm Golden Monkey glared fiercely at the old professor, seemingly threatening him. If you don't let me go with Ye Qianxing, I'll turn this association upside down. The old professor's mouth twitched. Well, I'll take charge and give it to you. The old professor sighed and said, of course, he couldn't have made this decision solely because of the Divine Arm Golden Monkey's threat. Ye Qianxing was so young and talented, he really wanted to befriend him. And wasn't this a good opportunity? Although he felt reluctant to part with a now improved quality Divine Arm Golden Monkey, he thought carefully and still deemed it worthwhile. This Then thank you, old professor. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. Ye Qianxing could naturally see the old professor's true thoughts. But having one more friend was much better than having one more enemy. After receiving the intermediate breeder certificate from the old professor, Ye Qianxing took the divine armed golden monkey back to the apartment. Since they had not yet signed a contract, he could not place it in the contract space. On the way home, the divine armed golden monkey's tall figure and shining golden body attracted the attention of many passers-by, all of whom looked at Ye Qianxing with envy. Just by appearance, the divine armed golden monkey was already impressive. Upon returning home, Ye Qianxing found that Ye Qianxing was not there, probably on a mission or at the Leisure Mercenary Corps. Thinking of Ye Qianxing reminded him of the commission for killing the celestial ancient tree. He forgot to ask her yesterday and wondered if she still remembered. After all, at that time, Ye Qianxing seemed to be a different persona. No, I need to find a time to ask her, otherwise it would be too much of a loss, Ye Qianxing thought, and then took the divine armed golden monkey back to his room. Buddy, how about I call you King Kong from now on? Ye Qianxing said to the divine armed golden monkey. The divine armed golden monkey quickly nodded. Whatever the master said was right. So King Kong, are you willing to sign a contract with me? King Kong nodded repeatedly. Ye Qianxing smiled. As long as the spirit pet agreed, the contract could be successfully established. He bit his index finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and placed it on King Kong as forehead. A few minutes later, he felt his soul had formed a connection with King Kong. At the same time, Ye Qianxing felt that some memories of his parents in his mind had increased, but they were still quite vague. Ding! It has been detected that the host has signed a contract with the spirit pet, gaining 1/10 of the spirit pet's power and 1 ability of the spirit pet. Please choose as soon as possible. The system's voice rang out, and Ye Qianxing was delighted. He didn't expect to gain his power and ability even without a contract created by the system. Chapter 46 Skill. Indestructible King Kong. King Kong was a true powerhouse. His strength was not something an ordinary spirit pet could compare to. Ye Qianxing felt his blood boiling as he inherited 1/10 of his strength. Please choose a skill to fuse with the spirit pet as soon as possible, the system reminded again. I choose Indestructible King Kong. Ye Qianxing thought for a moment and said, this skill was purely defensive. If he used it in battle, other people's attacks would feel like tickling. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Ding! Skill fusion successful. The method of using the Indestructible King Kong skill instantly appeared in Ye Qianxing's mind. With a thought, he transformed into a golden figure, and every time he moved, it made a clang of metal collision sound. I wonder how strong an attack I can withstand with this Indestructible King Kong. Ye Qianxing thought, then looked at King Kong. A flash of inspiration struck him. King Kong. Attack me, he said to King Kong. King Kong looked at Ye Qianxing with a hint of confusion and misunderstanding. Could it be that the master was a man with a masochistic tendency? The expression King Kong displayed was very human-like, and Ye Qianxing caught on to his thoughts. Awkwardly saying, ahem, I just want to test how strong my Indestructible King Kong skill is. So, you can use 1/10 of your strength to attack me first. King Kong finally understood and nodded, throwing a punch towards Ye Qianxing's abdomen. Bang! A sound like a temple bell echoed, and Ye Qianxing stood still without moving. He felt something, but he could withstand it. King Kong, add another 1/10 of your strength. Bang! Another bell-like sound rang out, and this time Ye Qianxing was pushed back several steps, but still did not feel much pain. King Kong's 2/10 of strength could not hurt him, but he could not resist it either. Continue to increase by 1/10 of the strength. Bang! 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 When it reached 5/10, which was half of King Kong's strength, Ye Qianxing's golden body was finally breached. Hey, what's all the noise? It's broad daylight. Can't you let people sleep? At that moment, a sudden angry shout came from next door. Ye Qianxing's testing noise was too loud, waking up the neighbors. I can now defend against half of King Kong's strength. King Kong specializes in strength and defense, so his power is also top-notch among spirit pets. Being able to withstand half of his strength means I can stand invincible against ordinary spirit pets and evil spirits. Ye Qianxing thought to himself, and he had to admit that this Indestructible King Kong skill was indeed extraordinary. By the way, King Kong, I have a gift for you. Ye Qianxing suddenly seemed to remember something and took out a metal rod from the system. This was something he obtained from the mysterious treasure chest last time. Its full name seemed to be Pillar of Heaven. It could be big or small, long or short, and was incredibly heavy. Wouldn't it be perfect for King Kong to use? Ye Qianxing recalled a character from the myths before the new era, Sun Wukong, who was also a monkey and wielded a Rui Jingu Bang, which could be long or short, quite similar to the Pillar of Heaven. King Kong happily took the Pillar of Heaven and immediately danced with joy, and Ye Qianxing was also very happy with this as a weapon. King Kong's strength would become even more powerful. After taking a nap, Ye Qianxing headed to school. As soon as he arrived at the training room, he saw Xia Xiaoyu and the others training. Jiang Lin had suggested they train the synergy between the spirit masters and their spirit pets. The method was simple. Let their spirit pets help them with their eyes covered enter the range of the serving machine, which would then shoot tennis balls at the spirit pets, while the spirit master's task was to instruct their blindfolded spirit pets to avoid the flying tennis balls. This training method not only improved the synergy between the spirit pets and their masters, but also enhanced the spirit pets' trust in their owners, making it very effective. When Ye Qianxing arrived, it happened to be the shy boy named Zhou Lang testing. At that moment, Ye Qianxing finally saw his spirit pet, which turned out to be a turtle. What could a turtle have that was special to be placed in the special class? However, after Ye Qianxing checked the information of that turtle, that thought quickly vanished. Spirit pet, Tyrannosaurus turtle, Xuanwu bloodline. 50 activated, attribute, water and earth rating. 5-star, growth type. Level, 9 abilities. 1. Turtle shrink, withdraws into its shell to protect itself from harm. 2. Water gun shot, concentrates water energy to attack. 3. Earth Guardian, can create a protective shield within a 3-meter radius. Advancement conditions, evolution route. Another spirit pet with a divine beast bloodline. And it had already activated 50% of the Xuanwu bloodline. No wonder it was placed in the special class. Xiaoba to the left. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus turtle had entered the range of the serving machine, and in an instant, a ball was shot out, prompting Zhou Lang to shout loudly. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus turtle saw the ball being shot, it immediately withdrew its head into its shell and let the tennis ball hit its shell. Xiaoba, I told you to dodge, not to take it head on. The Tyrannosaurus turtle peeked its head out halfway and glanced at Zhou Lang, as if to say, I'm a turtle. How can I dodge? I can barely move. Ahem, Zhou Lang, your spirit pet is an exception. This testing method seems unsuitable, Jiang Lin said as she walked over. The Tyrannosaurus turtle is slow, but its defense is really strong, so this method doesn't fit it. Okay, teacher. Zhou Lang nodded, blushing, and then took the Tyrannosaurus turtle aside. At this moment, Jiang Lin noticed Ye Qianxing's arrival. Why didn't you come this morning? Jiang Lin asked, her tone seemingly carrying some reproach. Oh, I went to take the breeder assessment, Ye Qianxing replied, but Jiang Lin seemed to doubt his words. You went to take the breeder assessment? Did you pass? It wasn't that Jiang Lin didn't trust Ye Qianxing. It was because she knew he was a very talented spirit master and definitely didn't have time to study for the breeder's courses. I barely passed the intermediate, Ye Qianxing said honestly, but Jiang Lin rolled her eyes directly at him. You got 3 points of paint, and you're opening a dye shop for me? Asking if you passed was just to give you a way out, and you actually climbed back up. All right, just in time. They're all done with their tests. You should give it a try too, Jiang Lin said, pointing at the serving machine. Okay, Ye Qianxing nodded, having just watched the Tyrannosaurus turtle's operation. He had figured out the routine of the serving machine. Chapter 47. Inch Punch. Ye Qianxing summoned Air by Wu and had him enter the range of the serving machine. The angles at which the tennis balls were launched were quite tricky, but he and Air by Wu were in sync, allowing him to issue commands immediately. Air by Wu's speed was also not weak. As long as Ye Qianxing could give commands in time, he could completely dodge them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The serving machine shot out 3 balls in a triangular formation towards Air by Wu. Jump lightly, about a meter, Ye Qianxing shouted, but in fact, he had already issued the command in his heart before speaking. Following Ye Qianxing's instructions, Air by Wu pushed off with all 4 legs, jumping 1 meter high, dodging the 3 balls perfectly. Jiang Lin was slightly surprised to see this. She found it a bit incredible that Air by Wu could dodge so easily. Qianxing, well done, Su Tila praised, noting that he had failed even the first round during his test. while Ye Qianxing had passed so easily. The second round begins. Jiang Lin said slowly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time there were 4 balls. Lie down, then shift left by a meter, Ye Qianxing instructed again. Air, by Wu complied. Lying down, and then spinning to slide to the other side. Third round, start. The third round featured 5 balls, with even trickier angles and faster launch speeds. But under Ye Qianxing's commands, Air by Wu still dodged effortlessly. Fourth round, 6 balls. Fifth round, 7 balls. And so on, until the 6th round, when 8 tennis balls were launched out at an extreme speed, covering almost the entire area. Air by Wu could hardly find a place to hide. And that was when the test finally ended. If Air by Wu were a higher level and faster, he would surely be able to dodge, Jiang Lin said. Very good. It seems your synergy with your spirit pet is already quite high. Jiang Lin nodded at Ye Qianxing, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration. Next, Jiang Lin had the 5 of them pair up for practical training. However, since there were 5 people, Jiang Lin directly excluded Ye Qianxing. Your synergy with your spirit pet is already high enough, so you don't need this training, was Jiang Lin's explanation. However, this didn't mean Ye Qianxing could slack off. While Xia Xiaoyu and the other 4 practiced, Jiang Lin called Ye Qianxing aside. I told you yesterday that I would teach you how to maximize your internal strength. Since we have time now, let's do it. Sure. Ye Qianxing's face lit up. He had been waiting for this. Have you heard the inch punch? Jiang Lin suddenly asked. In Bunk. Ye Qianxing was taken aback. He had heard of it as a martial art from before the new era, known for its powerful strikes. However, this martial art had never been widely recognized, so Ye Qianxing didn't know much about it. Inch punch is indeed a real combat technique that helps a person maximize their internal strength, condensing it together and then releasing it explosively from a fist. For example, you currently have 1/10 of your spirit pet's power, but because you don't know how to use it, you can only exert less than half of it at most. However, if you learn inch punch, then each punch you throw can reach your peak power or even exceed it, Jiang Lin said seriously. Teacher, if inch punch is so powerful, why has it fallen out of favor? Ye Qianxing asked in confusion. Because not everyone can enter an awakened state. Think about it. No matter how strong a person is, their power has limits. Even when exerting their strongest power, they might not be a match for an evil spirit of the same level. It's better to spend time improving the strength of your spirit pet than practicing the inch punch. After hearing Jiang Lin's explanation, Ye Qianxing suddenly understood. So it turns out that inch punch or similar martial arts weren't useless. It was just that the people using them weren't strong enough. This also reminded Ye Qianxing of a superstar from before the new era, Bruce Lee, who was proficient in inch punch and was rumored to be able to exert over 100 kilograms of force with a weight of 59 kilograms. Ye Qianxing had previously thought this rumor was false, but now he realized it was quite possible that it was true. Then, teacher, hurry up and teach me the inch punch. This kind of thing can't be rushed. It must be done step by step. First, I'll explain the basic principles of the inch punch to you. It emphasizes quick punches at short distances to unleash your strongest explosive power. Jiang Lin began explaining everything about inch punch to Ye Qianxing, and surprisingly, he listened intently. Time flew by, and soon the sun began to set, marking the end of class. Let's stop here for today. After finishing, teacher Jiang Lin left directly. Qianxing, tell me the truth. Do you have some little secret with teacher Jiang Lin? As soon as Jiang Lin left, Su Tila immediately adopted a mischievous expression and looked at Ye Qianxing. Little secret? What little secret could I have with her? Ye Qianxing responded, feeling speechless. Hee, you still want to hide it from us? Teacher Jiang Lin just disappeared with you. That can't be a coincidence. Did you two sneak off for a date? Su Tila raised an eyebrow at Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing's mo taichit. This guy had too much imagination. If he were to write a novel, he would definitely become a god. All right, stop guessing. She just thinks my synergy with my spirit pet is high enough. So the training method is different from yours, Ye Qianxing explained. In fact, Jiang Lin didn't want anyone to know she was teaching Ye Qianxing martial arts. Otherwise, it might be said that she was giving him special treatment. Really? Su Tila still seemed somewhat skeptical. Believe it or not, Ye Qianxing replied dismissively. Brother Qianxing, why is your synergy with air by Wu so high? My synergy with Hua is also high, but it's just not comparable to yours. At this moment, Xia Xiaoyu suddenly asked. And Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang also perked up their ears, curious about it. They were very interested. Why were they so different, being students of the same age? It might be because I have been with Herbe Wu since childhood, Ye Qianxing said casually. Of course, this is indeed one reason, but the biggest reason is still the system. Herbe Wu was created by Ye Qianxing through the system, sharing a deep connection, and their loyalty and rapport reached a full 100. Not just with Herbe Wu, but also with Xu Kuan and Jing Yang. The rapport with him also reached 100. Chapter 48. Opening a studio, but I have been with Hua Hua since childhood too. Why is the rapport so different from yours? Xia Xiaoyu is still puzzled. That might be because he's a bit silly. The others clearly had doubts about this explanation. And Ye Qianxing had to find a way to change the subject. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to smooth things over. By the way, Xiaoyu Tila, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. I'm planning to open a breeder studio. A breeder studio? Brother Qianxing, did you pass the breeder qualification exam? Sure enough, as soon as Ye Qianxing mentioned this, it immediately diverted the topic. Yes, I passed it yesterday, just casually got an intermediate certificate. Should be qualified to open a studio, right? Ye Qianxing said, taking out the intermediate certificate awarded to him by the Breeder Association. Wow, Qianxing, you didn't get a fake certificate to fool us, did you? There are no more than 10 people in Jiangnan City who can obtain an intermediate certificate. Su Tila was so shocked when she saw the certificate that her jaw almost dislocated. What does being an intermediate breeder mean? Just by making a name for himself. Almost all spirit tamers would rush to ask him for help. An intermediate breeder, even certain family powers in Jiangnan City, would not dare to offend lightly. Su Tila's reaction was still relatively calm. At least she knew something about Ye Qianxing's abilities. The siblings Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang were truly astonished. They had previously doubted Ye Qianxing's knowledge of breeding techniques, and now he presented an intermediate breeder certificate. This was simply unbelievable. Can there still be some trust between people? Why would I lie to you for no reason? Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes at Su Tila, who seemed to enjoy arguing with him. Ahem, it's not that I don't believe you, I'm just too surprised. Su Tila quería explain. By the way, Qianxing, you just mentioned wanting to open a breeder studio? Yeah, but I'm not very familiar with this field, so I wanted to ask for your opinions. Ye Qianxing nodded and said, the main issue is that he doesn't have funds. Opening a breeding studio also requires costs. And the two in front of him were both wealthy, so seeking their investment was definitely a good idea. Brother Qianxing, no matter what you do, I will support you. Xia Xiaoyu said, her words warming Ye Qianxing's heart. Yes, support, we must support. How about this, Qianxing, I will cover all the expenses for setting up the studio. Consider it me being your shareholder. Su Tila also quickly said, as she knew Ye Qianxing was short on money, and stated it directly. Well, then let us say the future earnings of the studio will be 70 for you and 30 for me? Ye Qianxing said. He wasn't a greedy person. If all the costs were covered by Su Tila, that would be a significant expense, and he deserved a larger share. Moreover, Ye Qianxing's goal wasn't to make a huge profit. He just needed enough to sustain himself. No way, it's 50-50. Qianxing, don't try to decline. I believe with your abilities, even a 50 share will definitely make me a lot, so I want to lose out. Su Tila said. Not to mention his relationship with Ye Qianxing, just this intermediate certificate alone was worth that much. Besides, how old is Ye Qianxing now? His future achievements are definitely immeasurable. Being able to bring such a future big shot on board, let alone 50, even if he gave all of it to Ye Qianxing, Su Tila wouldn't feel he was at a loss. Since Su Tila was so persistent, Ye Qianxing no longer declined. How about this? We have a day off tomorrow. I'll start planning and arranging today, and we should be able to open tomorrow. Okay. Ye Qianxing nodded. The sooner, the better. Hey, can we join you too? Although we don't know much, it's fine to do some miscellaneous tasks. We don't care about the salary. We mainly want to learn some skills. At this moment, Zhou Yu suddenly pulled Zhou Lang over to say. Ye Qianxing was a bit surprised to see the two of them. Logically, shouldn't they be fully focused on studying? However, since they were classmates and would see each other often, Ye Qianxing naturally wouldn't refuse. Of course, you can. After this pleasant decision, everyone went their separate ways. Yeah, why did you pull me into this? Should we spend more time on our studies? Zhou Lang softly asked. Brother, I can feel that Ye Qianxing is quite extraordinary. He managed to pass the intermediate breeder certification at such a young age, which shows he has put in a lot of effort in breeding. Yet his talent in spirit taming is also very strong. Being able to achieve remarkable results in 2 fields, I think it's very necessary to befriend him. Plus, befriending an intermediate breeder isn't a bad thing for us. Zhou Yu explained, and I must say her insight was indeed sharp. Zhou Lang didn't say anything further, presumably agreeing with Zhou Yu's words. After returning to the apartment, Ye Qianxing found that Ye Qianxing was not around again today. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to visit the Xiaoyao mercenary group to look for her. The next morning, Ye Qianxing received a message from Su Tila, saying that she had found a shop. After washing up, Ye Qianxing went to the place Su Tila mentioned at the intersection of Hepping Street. When Ye Qianxing arrived, he found that Su Tila, Xiao Yu, Zhou Yu, and Zhou Lang had been waiting there for a while. Qianxing, you're always the last to arrive. Slower than the girls. You didn't dress up specially for the opening of a new store, did you? Su Tila joked. Ahem, don't mind those details. Where's the shop you mentioned? Ye Qianxing coughed lightly, trying to ease the awkwardness. There, at the intersection. This street has a large flow of people, so we don't need to worry about business. Su Tila pointed to a small flat building not far away, and just looking at the exterior decoration felt good. I had someone take care of the configuration and decoration last night, all set up according to the standard of a typical breeder studio. If there's anything missing later, I'll send someone to buy it. Now we're just waiting for you to think of a name. A name? Ye Qianxing frowned. Coming up with a name was indeed a bit of a brain teaser. Let us call it the Divine Pet Creation Studio. Qianxing, that name is too arrogant. Others are naming it something like Spirit Pet Breeding, and you went straight for Divine Pet plus Creation. Su Tila gave Ye Qianxing a thumbs up. An arrogant name naturally needs to be matched by someone qualified. I think I'm very qualified. Ye Qianxing was quite confident about this. With the system in hand, there was no spirit pet he couldn't breed. No matter how poor your spirit pet is, as long as I want to, I can definitely help it rise to the top and become a divine pet. Chapter 49. Looking for trouble that is quite arrogant. I like it. Su Tila nodded vigorously, but this made Ye Qianxing feel a chill down his spine. Could this guy have a preference for men? I feel that the name Divine Pet Creation Studio is too long. How about we abbreviate it? Divine Creation Studio? Or Creation Divine Studio? Xiao Yu suggested. I feel the same way. How about Creation Divine Studio? It sounds pretty classy too. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Ye Qianxing didn't care much about naming, and Creation Divine Studio was indeed a good name, so they happily decided on it. Sudara immediately sent someone to customize a sign for the Qianxing Studio, while Ye Qianxing and his 4 companions entered the shop to take a look. Indeed, as Sudara said, all the configurations were set according to industry standards, and Ye Qianxing felt quite satisfied. By the way, Qianxing, should we hire some staff to help? After all, we all need to go to school and can't be here all the time, Sudara asked. No need. I'm planning to take the boutique route. Only accepting clients at specific times, and there will be a daily limit. Anyone who wants my help must make an appointment in advance, Ye Qianxing replied. This was something he had thought about from the beginning. He couldn't fully invest himself in this. His true goal was to enhance his own strength. And opening Qianxing Studio was just a side business. He knew how to prioritize. Huh, is that so? In that case, we might lose a lot, Sudara said, scratching his head. Have you heard of scarcity marketing? As long as we can build a reputation, we won't have to worry about not having customers. Once we limit the time and quantity, it will create a supply-demand imbalance, making customers wait eagerly, which will only increase their desire for our services. Moreover, since Qianxing Studio is targeting high-end consumers, the fees must be set quite high. This means our clients will only be a select few. But just that group will provide us with countless revenues. After all, the wealthy are often the ones most willing to spend on spirit pets. Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile, sharing his thoughts. Although she didn't fully understand what he was saying, Sudara felt it made a lot of sense. Qianxing, the scarcity marketing you mentioned is indeed a good method, but it requires customers to have a very high level of recognition of us. However, I believe with your strength, you can definitely achieve that, Xiao Yu, who understood Ye Qianxing's words, agreed. In the meantime, the sign that Sudara had ordered was delivered, and after setting off some firecrackers, their Qianxing studio officially opened. It must be said that the location chosen by Sudara was indeed excellent, with high foot traffic. In just a few minutes, a large crowd gathered outside, but no one came in. This was normal, although there were many people. There were also many breeding studios. And since they were newly opened and looked quite young, naturally, not many would believe in them. But as long as they waited for their reputation to spread, everything would be fine. Ye Qianxing appeared quite calm, though it was just a facade. Inside, he was still a bit anxious. After all, this was his first time opening a store, and all he had said before was just theoretical. The real world was always unpredictable. Don't worry, customers will come in soon, Xiaoyu said with a slight smile. How do you know? Sudara asked, but Xiaoyu did not answer, only smiled mysteriously. A few minutes later, a young man indeed walked in, looking around 14 years old but dressed in luxurious clothing, clearly a rich second-generation or third-generation heir. Hello, welcome to Qianxing Studio. How can I help you? Zhou greeted him, as she and Zhou Lang were acting as staff. The wealthy young man glanced at Zhou, then shifted his gaze to inspect the studio. The setup isn't bad, but this name, Qianxing Studio, it's really too arrogant, he said with a smirk. His tone mixed with disdain. Ye Qianxing frowned. This guy didn't seem like a customer at all, but more like someone looking for trouble. The name was chosen by me. Whether it's arrogant or not is none of your business. If you're here to do business, then don't waste words. If you're here to cause trouble, I advise you not to court death. Ye Qianxing finally spoke, his tone cold. Oh, so you're the owner of this studio. Is this how you treat customers? The wealthy young man squinted at Ye Qianxing, his expression full of arrogance, which made Sudara, beside him, quite displeased. Xiaoyu, I asked you to act as bait to attract customers, not to cause trouble. Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but shout. To be honest, this was the first time Ye Qianxing had seen her yell at someone. It seemed she knew this boy, Xiaoyu. He shares the same surname as Xiaoyu. Big sis, I thought you were taking me to some grand place, but it turns out to be such a small shop. Aren't you insulting me? If my little friends see me come to a place like this, they would laugh to death, Xiaoyu said, looking at Xiaoyu with some dissatisfaction. Just do what I told you to do and stop talking nonsense, Xiaoyu said fiercely. Big sis, with how much you're helping him. You wouldn't have a crush on him, would you? Xiaoyu asked with a strange expression. What are you talking about? Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red, making Xiaoyu feel that his guess might be true. Big sis, what do you like about this poor guy? Besides, our dad wouldn't agree to you being together. Why do you care so much? Forget it. I don't need your help anymore. Let's go. Xiaoyu began to regret asking this guy for help. This was not helping at all, but rather hindering. Ye Qianxing realized that this guy was actually Xiaoyu's younger brother, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's adoptive father was already quite old and thought he would never have children, so he decided to adopt Xiaoyu. Who would have thought that 2 years later, Xiaoyu was born? However, Xiaoyu's adoptive father did not show any favoritism towards Xiaoyu. He still treated Xiaoyu as his own daughter. No, now I actually don't want to leave. I want to see what this person is capable of that makes you like him, Xiaoyu said, then looked at Ye Qianxing with a provocative expression. However, after knowing that this guy was Xiaoyu's brother, Ye Qianxing no longer felt the anger he had before. Out of respect for Xiaoyu, he couldn't get mad at this guy. Chapter 50. Little brain evolution. You are Ye Qianxing, right? You actually opened a breeding studio. Do you understand how to breed spirit pets? Xiaoyu squinted at Ye Qianxing, his tone laced with disdain. I know a thing or two. Ye Qianxing replied with a slight smile. You dare to open a breeding studio with just a little knowledge? Do you know that if something happens to someone's spirit pet here, you will bear a great responsibility? Don't expect my sister to help you sort it out later. Xiaoyu scoffed. Ye Qianxing still smiled, but Sudara couldn't take it anymore. You don't know anything. Qianxing is actually a mid-level breeder. Mid-level breeder? Ha ha ha, don't make me laugh. How many mid-level breeders are there in Jiangnan City? You could count them on one hand. You should at least prepare a draft before you start bragging. Xiaoyu laughed even harder, clearly not believing it. Heh, this just shows how narrow-minded you are. Qianxing, show him your mid-level certificate, Sudara said with a chuckle. Ye Qianxing sighed. He initially wanted to endure this for Xiaoyu's sake, but why did this guy have to ask for a slap in the face? So, Ye Qianxing took out his mid-level certificate, and Sudara snatched it away, slapping it onto Xiao Liuxing's face. Open your eyes and take a good look. Xiao Liuxing was initially very angry at Sudara's actions, but when he saw the stamp on the mid-level certificate, his expression changed instantly. How is it? Feeling like you've been slapped in the face? Sudara laughed as she watched Xiao Liuxing's changing expression. You think just waving a fake certificate around can make it real? Let me tell you, making fake certificates is a crime. Don't drag my sister into this later. Xiao Liuxing said hatefully, actually, I can tell this certificate is real, but for the sake of face, I have to say this. Moreover, he believed that Ye Qianxing must have used connections to obtain this intermediate certificate. Otherwise, how could someone so young possibly become an intermediate cultivator? Xiao Liuxing enough. Xiao finally couldn't hold back. However, Ye Qianxing didn't want to ruin the relationship between the two siblings, so he quickly stopped the fuming Xiao and said to Xiao Liuxing, "Don't worry. The certificate is definitely real. I'm not bold enough to dare forge a certificate." "Oh, just because you say it's real, it is?" Xiao Liuxing still insisted. "Then how can I convince you?" Ye Qianxing asked. Xiao Liuxing thought for a moment, then opened the contract space door and summoned his spirit pet. "This way, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you can help my spirit pet successfully level up, I'll believe you." Ye Qianxing looked at Xiao Liuxing's spirit pet and saw a small white tiger. In fact, if it weren't for Ye Qianxing being able to see through all the information about the spirit pet, he might even think it was a kitten. This little brain tiger was just too cute. Spirit pet, Ice Crystal Young Tiger attribute, mutated frost type rating, 2-star, growth type, level, 7 abilities, 1. Tiger Roar, intimidation effect, 2. Freezing Strike, has a chance to freeze the target, weakness, divine fire type. Lightning type level up conditions, 1 level water type, evil spirit inner pill, 5 frost flowers, 10 cold resistance flowers evolution route. I can not only help it level up, but I can also help it evolve and improve its quality. Ye Qianxing smiled. This Ice Crystal Young Tiger had growth potential. Evolve? Improve quality? Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Xiao Liuxing was taken aback. While many junior cultivators could manage a level up when it came to evolution and quality improvement, even some intermediate cultivators wouldn't dare to guarantee success. After all, evolution was much more complicated than leveling up. "Are you sure?" Xiao Liuxing's expression became noticeably serious. 100% sure. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. Jokingly, he could evolve even a vermilion bird in Qilin, let alone a mere little brain tiger. Xiao Liuxing stared into Ye Qianxing's eyes for a long time, and in the end, he could not resist the temptation of evolution and nodded. "I'll believe you this once. If you really help Xiao Jingjing evolve successfully, then I will not only take back my previous words, but also apologize to you. But if you can't do it, then please stay away from my sister from now on. It's a deal." Ye Qianxing smiled confidently, and then said to the siblings Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang, "Please help me get these things. 1 level water type inner pill, 5 frost flowers, and 10 cold resistance flowers." Ye Qianxing didn't ask them to get the cold resistance flowers because he already had them in his space. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang agreed, and quickly ran to the back hall to get them, since they had decided to join Ye Qianxing. The two siblings were not afraid of tiring themselves. Moreover, they indeed wanted to see if Ye Qianxing had the capability. It must be said that Sudara had done a great job. All the materials were available in the back hall, except for some extremely rare and precious spiritual herbs and high-level inner pills. Almost everything was stored there. Soon, the materials were gathered. Ye Qianxing opened the alchemy furnace and sequentially placed the inner pill, frost flowers, cold resistance flowers, and so on inside, starting with a high flame and then switching to a low flame to simmer. After about half an hour, Ye Qianxing finally opened the alchemy furnace, and a bowl of deep blue viscous liquid appeared in his hands. "Let your Xiao Jingjing drink this." Ye Qianxing placed the bowl on the ground. The Ice Crystal Young Tiger seemed to have smelled something and scampered over, sticking its tongue into the bowl. "So stinky, why does it eat it so happily? Is it like stinky tofu, smells bad but tastes good?" Xiao Liuxing frowned. If it weren't for seeing Xiao Jingjing eating it so deliciously, he would have thought this was something Ye Qianxing had made up. Humans and animals have different senses of smell. Dogs even think poop smells good. Ye Qianxing shrugged, and immediately Sudara and the others looked at him with disdain. Why say such disgusting things? A minute later, the ice crystal young tiger finished drinking the entire bowl of blue viscous liquid. Suddenly, the temperature around dropped sharply, and snowflakes began to condense in the air. The ice crystal young tiger's body began to freeze, and soon it turned into an ice sculpture. What's going on? Xiao Yoxing was shocked and quickly asked. Don't worry, it's normal, Ye Qianxing replied calmly. Zhou Yu, Zhou Lang, help bring 10 boxes of ice over. Okay, Zhou Yu nodded. And soon the three of them led their spirit pets carrying 10 boxes of ice. The previously dropped temperature suddenly became even lower. Ye Qianxing placed the 10 boxes of ice around the ice sculpture, and immediately the 10 boxes of ice began to melt at a visible speed, and waves of cold air were absorbed by the ice sculpture. 5 minutes later, with the first cracking sound, the ice sculpture began to show cracks. Large chunks of ice started to fall off, and at the same time, a powerful aura spread out, causing spirit pets like the ice Qilin and vermilion bird to protect their owners. Bang! Finally, with an explosion sound, all the ice was shattered, and Xiao Jingjing's figure appeared before everyone. Its size had surged from that of a kitten to that of a large brain tiger, and its snow-white fur had turned into chunks of ice crystals, resembling barbs. Its small fangs had grown into large tusks, and its dark blue eyes released a chilling aura. The cold air it emitted froze the ground, forming a thick layer of ice. Roar! It let out a tiger roar, and the bone-chilling cold wind swept through the entire room, causing everyone except Ye Qianxing to shiver involuntarily. At this moment, the attribute information of the brain tiger also appeared before Ye Qianxing's eyes. Spirit pet, ice crystal saber-toothed tiger attribute, mutated frost type rating, 3-star, growth type, level, 2 abilities, 1, tiger roar, intimidation effect, 2, freezing strike, has a chance to freeze the target, 3, ice crystal barrier, defensive skill, 4, frenzied bite, physical attack, increased power in rage state, level up conditions, evolution route, evolved, truly evolved, ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. Moreover, the quality has also been upgraded to elite. Xiao Yoxing was overjoyed. He was connected to Xiao Jingjing's soul, so he could certainly see its current state. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang also stared wide-eyed at this scene. Helping spirit pets level up was something many junior cultivators could do, but evolving and improving quality was something even many intermediate cultivators found difficult. Just who was Ye Qianxing that he possessed such means? Probably only Xiao Yu and Sudara could maintain a normal mindset compared to what they had seen. This was simply child's play. Ye Qianxing could evolve the fire spirit sparrow into the divine beast vermilion bird. A mere elite quality was nothing. See? I told you my Qianxing has real talent, and you didn't believe it. Now you believe it, right? Sudara said, looking at Xiao Yoxing's ecstatic expression. Xiao Yoxing suddenly regained his composure from his joy, and at this moment, the gaze he directed at Ye Qianxing was free of any defiance, only filled with deep admiration. Ye Qianxing, no, brother-in-law, I believe you now. I take back my previous words and sincerely apologize to you. I hope you can forgive my previous ignorance for the sake of my sister. Hearing Xiao Yoxing call him brother-in-law, Ye Qianxing was taken aback, and Xiao Yu's face turned as red as an apple, but she did not refute. Yo, you really have thick skin. Didn't you just say that my Qianxing is not worthy of your sister? How come you're now calling him brother-in-law so eagerly? Su Tila continued to retort. Xiao Yoxing's face turned slightly red, but it quickly faded away. As for your Qianxing, let me tell you, now that he is my brother-in-law, he belongs to my family. So you need to clarify the relationship. Oh, still daring to compete with me? Let me tell you, when I met Qianxing, you were probably still playing in the mud. And I am the one who truly loves him. So what if you knew him earlier? He is my brother-in-law, and I'm the one who truly loves him. Listening to these two idiots argue, Ye Qianxing's face darkened, and he was close to losing his temper and kicking these two guys. You can argue all you want, but why drag me into this? And true love? I'm a normal guy. Okay? What if others hear you and ruin my reputation? These two kept arguing for the whole morning, and only stopped when their voices were hoarse. By the way, brother-in-law, it's all this guy's fault. I almost forgot about the important matter. After taking a sip of water, Xiao Yoxing suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, What matter? Ye Qianxing asked. wondering what kind of important matter this guy could have. It's like this: since you're so amazing, I want to ask you for a favor. My dad's spirit pet has been unwell for some time now, not eating or drinking, and constantly vomiting. My dad has consulted many people, but no one has been able to figure out what's wrong. Xiao Liuxing looked at Ye Qianxing. Brother-in-law, since you are so skilled in cultivation, you should also understand how to treat spirit pets, right? You wanted to treat your father's spirit pet? Ye Qianxing understood what Xiao Liuxing meant. Liuxing, how come I didn't know about this? Xiao Xiaoyu frowned and asked, Sister, didn't you just enter the special class of the academy? Dad didn't want you to worry about him, and even if you knew, it wouldn't help, so he didn't tell you. Xiao Liuxing explained, Brother-in-law, if you can help my dad's spirit pet recover, he definitely won't interfere with your relationship with my sister. Ye Qianxing stroked his chin. Xiao Xiaoyu and Xiao Liuxing's father was the president of the Spirit Association in Jiangnan City, and Ye Qianxing actually didn't want to get involved with these big shots. However, since it was Xiao Xiaoyu's father, Ye Qianxing couldn't just stand by and do nothing. All right, but I can only try my best. I can't guarantee success. Ye Qianxing nodded. Good. I believe that with your abilities, brother-in-law, you will definitely succeed. So when are we going? Xiao Liuxing hurriedly asked, as she felt heartbroken seeing her father getting more and more worried about this matter. Ye Qianxing could naturally see Xiao Liuxing's urgency, so he said directly, There's no time like the present. Since I have nothing to do today, let's go now. All right, then let's hurry up. We don't need to bring anything. My family has everything. Saying this, Ye Qianxing followed Xiao Xiaoyu and Xiao Liuxing towards the Xiao family, while Su Tila and the others stayed behind to guard the shop. Speaking of which, even though Ye Qianxing had known Xiao Xiaoyu for so long, he had never been to the Xiao family's house. After all, the Xiao family was a super family in Jiangnan City, while he was just a poor orphan. After getting into Xiao Liuxing's luxury car, they quickly arrived at a large estate, which covered a vast area. In the precious Jiangnan City, being able to live in a manner truly showed that the Xiao family was indeed a super family. Inside the estate were grand mansions, and, eventually, Xiao Liuxing's car stopped outside the largest mansion. This is my father's residence. Let's go. Saying this, the group got out of the car and walked into the mansion, where there were guards everywhere. However, since Ye Qianxing was brought by Xiao Liuxing and Xiao Xiaoyu, they naturally were not stopped. Miss, young master, you are back. At this moment, an elderly man dressed like a butler walked over. Grandpa Chun, where's my father? Xiao Liuxing hurriedly asked. The master is on the top floor. He just invited a few more cultivators, hoping to cure his spirit pet. I brought a skilled person who can definitely cure my father's spirit pet, Xiao Liuxing quickly said, pointing at Ye Qianxing. The old butler saw that Ye Qianxing was so young and didn't believe it at all, but since Ye Qianxing was brought by the young master, he couldn't say it outright. Let's hurry upstairs. Xiao Liuxing called out, and the three of them headed towards the top floor. Just as they reached the top floor, Ye Qianxing heard several slightly aged voices. President Xia, I'm sorry, but my knowledge is insufficient. I really can't tell what's wrong with your spirit pet. Yes, President Xia. We've really tried our best. Perhaps besides Professor Dongfang, no one in Jiangnan City can save your spirit pet. President Xia, I heard that Professor Dongfang has returned to Jiangnan City. You can invite him over. It was only when Ye Qianxing got closer that he saw that the top floor had gathered many people, most of whom were elderly men over 60, along with a middle-aged man and a gigantic wolf with silver-white fur. The middle-aged man had slightly gray hair, likely due to recent stress, but the authoritative aura emanating from him showed that he was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed that this person was indeed Xiao Liuyan, the president of the Spirit Association in Jiangnan City, and that wolf with silver-white fur was presumably Xiao Liuyan's spirit pet, the town's divine pet of Jiangnan City, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Xiao Liuyan, not only is he the president of the Jiangnan City Spirit Master Association, but he is also the #1 spirit master in Jiangnan City. It is precisely because of his spirit pet, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, that the evil spirits around dare not intrude into Jiangnan City at all. Spirit pet, Howling Moon Silver Wolf attributes, lightning and ice rating, 4-star, growth type, level, 5 abilities, 1. Moon's Frost dual attack combining lightning and ice. 2. Extreme cold domain, creates a snowy domain with a chance to immunize against opponent's attacks and freeze the opponent. 3. Wolf Clan King's Mark activates the bloodline of the Wolf King, enhancing one's explosive power, weakness, divine fire advancement conditions, evolution route, current status, poison from using theobromine. Treatment method, gastric lavage. Father. Just then, Xiao Liuxing suddenly shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone's attention turned to them. When Xiao Luyun saw his son and daughter return, he forcibly pulled a few smiles on his previously clouded face. Xiao Yu, why do you have time to come back today? Xiao Luyun asked gently, and in front of his two children, his authoritative aura instantly dissipated. Today is a holiday, no classes. Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Luyun then looked at Ye Qianxing. Bringing a friend home? You must treat him well. Father, this is Ye Qianxing, Xiao Liuxing quickly introduced. Oh, so you're the one Xiao Yu has been talking about. When Xiao Luyun heard Ye Qianxing's name, his brow furrowed slightly, but quickly covered it up. Father, Ye Qianxing is here to treat Uncle Wolf's illness this time. Xiao Liuxing hurriedly explained the purpose of their visit. Uncle Wolf, this is how they refer to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. And Xiao Luyun has regarded the Howling Moon Silver Wolf as his own brother. Treating Uncle Wolf's illness? Just him? Xiao Luyun was taken aback, and his expression clearly showed disbelief. He had some understanding of Ye Qianxing. He was an orphan whose parents went missing, taken in by an orphanage, and later adopted by kind-hearted people, only to find out that he was actually a child with a mental disability. How could such a person possibly treat Uncle Wolf's illness? Xiao Luyun thought that Ye Qianxing was merely trying to curry favor with him through his children. Forget it. With so many cultivation masters unable to understand the illness of Xiao Yu, how could a mere 15 or 16-year-old child possibly cure him? I have already invited Professor Dongfang here, and with his abilities, he should be able to heal Xiao Yu. Xiao Luyun said, in fact, he was already giving Knight Qianxing a lot of face. Otherwise, he would have directly scoffed at him. Uncle Xia, to speak frankly, the illness of the Xiao Yu Silver Wolf is likely beyond even the old professor's capabilities. Knight Qianxing spoke up at this moment, with no intention of belittling the old professor. He was just stating the truth, as the illness of the Xiao Yu Silver Wolf exceeded the curriculum of these cultivation masters. Ha, what a joke. You say the old professor is powerless, yet you can cure it? Are you really more capable than the old professor? Although children often speak without restraint, some things shouldn't be said recklessly. You, a mere kid, are qualified to comment on the old professor? Upon hearing Knight Qianxing's words, Xiao Luyun hadn't said anything yet, but the group of cultivation masters over 60 began to criticize him. Without exception, they were all disparaging Knight Qianxing, as Professor Dongfang was the top cultivation master in Jiangnan City and the most respected person among them, not someone a kid could comment on. Knight Qianxing wasn't angry about the ridicule from these cultivation masters. Instead, he looked at Xiao Luyun and said, Uncle Xia, I am confident I can cure the Xiao Yu Silver Wolf. Would you allow me to give it a try? Father, let him try. He's really capable and has even passed the Intermediate Cultivation Master certification. Xiao Liuxing hurriedly persuaded. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Luyun immediately flew into a rage. Enough! Xiao Yuyun's shout startled Xiao Liuxing, and perhaps realizing he had lost his composure, Xiao Luyun quickly adjusted his demeanor. Liuxing, I know you want to share my worries, but there is no need to fabricate lies. Father, I'm not lying. Xiao Liuxing quickly explained. There are only 5 intermediate cultivation masters in our city, besides Professor Dongfang. The other 4 are here. You say he is an intermediate cultivation master. Could he be Professor Dongfang? Xiao Luyun snorted coldly. If you're not lying, then someone must have deceived you. Xiao Yuyun's implication was clear, and Knight Qianxing wasn't foolish. He understood he was being accused of deceiving Xiao Liuxing. Knight Qianxing shook his head, not bothering to explain. Since others didn't believe him, he wouldn't push his face against a cold shoulder. He was only helping out for Xiao Yu's sake, but since they were unappreciative, that was that. Since this is the case, I shall take my leave. Knight Qianxing said to Xiao Luyun and then intended to leave. Xiao Yu and Xiao Liuxing, seeing this, thought Knight Qianxing was angry and hurried to follow him. Just then, a voice came from outside. Master, Professor Dongfang has arrived. Chapter 53. Stay for a meal quick? Please welcome him. Hearing that voice, Xiao Luyun was overjoyed and quickly said. At this moment, Ye Qianxing had already reached the door, and just then, an elderly man in his 70s walked in. The old man paused for a moment upon seeing Ye Qianxing and then smiled. "Little Yi, we meet again so soon. Are you here to treat President Xia's spirit pet?" "Yes, Professor." Ye Qianxing nodded. "Could it be that you also cannot cure his spirit pet?" The old professor was somewhat puzzled. He appreciated Ye Qianxing's abilities, and if even he couldn't do it, was the Xiaoyu Silver Wolf's illness that complicated? "That's not the case. It's just that President Xia thinks I'm too young and doesn't believe I can cure the Xiaoyu Silver Wolf," Ye Qianxing replied truthfully. "Huh?" Ye Qianxing's response caught the old professor off guard, and he had difficulty processing it. Meanwhile, Xia Luyan was surprised to see the old professor chatting with Ye Qianxing, seemingly on good terms, which astonished him greatly. Given his understanding of Ye Qianxing's identity and background, it was impossible for him to know a big shot like the old professor. "Professor, do you two know each other?" Xia Luyan asked in surprise. "Indeed. Little Yi took the Intermediate Cultivation Master assessment a few days ago, and I was his examiner. This time, he was the only one who passed the intermediate exam." The old professor nodded. Upon hearing the old professor's words, Xia Luyan was left stunned. This Ye Qianxing was not lying. He really had obtained the intermediate certificate. "Professor, could he be that 16-year-old intermediate cultivation master?" One of the cultivation masters who had previously mocked Ye Qianxing seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Just yesterday, the cultivation community in Jiangnan City was buzzing about the emergence of the first 16-year-old intermediate cultivation master. It's known that an intermediate cultivation master underage is a rare existence even in the entire Tianqiao. Thus, when a news spread that Jiangnan City had produced such a genius cultivation master, it shook the entire cultivation community there. However, since it had happened so recently, many only knew of the existence of such a genius, but had no idea who it was, which led to the several intermediate cultivation masters present not recognizing Ye Qianxing. "That's right." The old professor nodded. Suddenly, the four cultivation masters turned their gazes toward Ye Qianxing, as if observing a national treasure they had never seen before. Ye Qianxing felt a shiver run through him under their intense stares. He could accept being watched by a group of girls, but being scrutinized by a group of old men was unsettling. "Professor, did he really pass the intermediate certificate?" "But I distinctly remember there are only 5 intermediate cultivation masters in Jiangnan City." Xia Luyan still found it hard to accept. "Oh, he passed just a few days ago. I haven't had the chance to report it yet," the old professor explained. "But he is so young, and he has been mentally scarred since childhood." "Haha, President Xia, this time you truly misjudged him. To be honest, based on little Yi's depth of knowledge and cultivation, I feel ashamed. If Jiangnan City were qualified to grant a senior certificate, I would have directly made him a senior cultivation master." The old professor laughed, clearly implying that he was blaming Xia Luyan for not believing in Ye Qianxing. Xia Luyan, who was already shocked, almost fell to the ground upon hearing the old professor say he felt ashamed. Senior cultivation masters, there were none in Jiangnan City, and even across the entire Tianqiao. They were few and far between, each a leading figure in the field. Even the old professor wasn't confident he could become a senior cultivation master. Yet he was certain that Ye Qianxing could. This was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of him. If Ye Qianxing didn't have true talent and skill, the old professor would never have made such an evaluation. But he was only 16 years old. In fact, if it were anyone else, Xia Luyan would have been shocked, but would definitely not have doubted it. However, Ye Qianxing was different. After learning about Ye Qianxing's background with Xia Xiaoyu, he had specially investigated everything about him and knew that he had suffered mental trauma in his youth, even losing some fragments of memory. For someone with such a mental disability, it would be impossible to achieve great things as a spirit master or cultivation master, as mastering cultivation knowledge requires deep memory and talent. For someone with mental disabilities, these conditions clearly did not align. "President Xia, I know it's hard for you to accept this right now, but it is indeed true. I suggest you keep little Yi here for the time being. With his help, the chances of curing the Xiaoyu Silver Wolf will increase," the old professor advised. Upon hearing this, Xia Luyan looked at Ye Qianxing, but his gaze was somewhat evasive. After all, although he hadn't spoken harshly just now, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell he had a dislike for Ye Qianxing. And now he wanted him to stay and help. No matter how thick-skinned one is, it's hard to say it out loud. However, if we don't let Ye Qianxing stay, and the old professor gets angry, then the condition of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf will become problematic. The clever Xiaoyu naturally noticed her father's hesitation and couldn't help but laugh. She had never seen her father act this way. Of course, being understanding, she wouldn't just stand by. Brother Qianxing, why don't you stay and help out? Xiaoyu held Ye Qianxing's hand, her tone carrying a hint of spoiled tone. Which man could resist the charm of a beautiful woman, especially a goddess he had feelings for? However, Ye Qianxing couldn't easily compromise either. Xiao Yuyun's words had indeed made him a bit displeased. I don't mind staying to help, but I wonder if Uncle Xia will kick me out, Ye Qianxing said, causing Xiao Yuyun's face to flush red. But he knew he had to make a statement at this moment. After all, Ye Qianxing not making him apologize publicly had already given him face. Since the other party had provided him with a way out, he couldn't possibly refuse. Ahem, Qianxing, you're Xiaoyu's friend. How could I possibly kick you out? Just stay for a meal today, Xiao Luyun said, his face already red, but for the greater good. He could only say this. All right, since Uncle Xia has said so, then I'll stay. Having vented his frustration, Ye Qianxing nodded and stayed. That's more like it. Little Yi, let's go take a look at the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, the old professor said, following Ye Qianxing towards the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. The 4 breeding masters quickly followed as well. Although they were also intermediate breeders, the old professor was far superior to them. So they naturally had to follow to observe and learn. They were also curious to see just how impressive this rising star was. Chapter 54. Poisoned at this moment. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf was lying on the ground, its eyes half closed, looking as if it were on the verge of death. The old professor examined the Howling Moon Silver Wolf and frowned tighter and tighter. Ye Qianxing didn't directly reveal the condition of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. He wanted to see what the old professor could deduce first. After about 10 minutes, the old professor finally stopped observing the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. But his frown remained unrelaxed. Old professor, how is it? Is there a way? Xiao Luyun, who had been tense for many minutes, quickly asked upon seeing this. Sigh. The old professor sighed and said, President Xia, to speak frankly, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf seems to be poisoned, and this poison seems to be having a significant effect, almost cutting off its life. What? Poisoned? Upon hearing the word poisoned, Xiao Luyun's face changed instantly. Old professor, you must save the Howling Moon. Sigh. Although I can tell it is poisoned, I can't determine what kind of toxin it is, so I can't provide targeted treatment. I can only find a way to maintain its life. President Xia, you can look for an expert in detoxification. Perhaps there is still hope. The old professor sighed. The profession of a breeder mainly involves nurturing spirit pets, such as leveling up and evolving. They understand a bit about treating spirit pets, but once it comes to poison, they're helpless. After all, breeders must put in a lot of effort just to cultivate spirit pets, leaving them no time to learn detoxification. I'll send someone to find a detoxification expert right away. Old professor, how long can you maintain the Howling Moon's life? Xiao Luyun said quickly. As long as there was half a chance, he wouldn't give up. At most a week, the old professor said. Upon hearing this time, despair instantly appeared in Xiao Yuyun's eyes. It wasn't difficult for him to find an expert in detoxification through his connections, but it would take at least half a month. However, the old professor only gave him a week, which was simply impossible. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf's life is almost completely consumed by the toxin. 7 days is the old man's limit, the old professor sighed. Old professor, do your best. I will find someone skilled in detoxification as soon as possible. Although Xiao Luyun was almost in despair, he still wouldn't give up. Just as he was about to call for help, Ye Qianxing suddenly spoke up. There's no need to bother. I can cure the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's poison. As soon as these words came out, all eyes turned to Ye Qianxing, and a glimmer of hope appeared in Xiao Luyun's eyes, but quickly faded. After all, even the old professor couldn't do anything. Although Ye Qianxing had received high praise from the old professor, he still subconsciously felt that he was not as good as the old professor. At least, not at this moment. However, upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the old professor's tightly knitted brows relaxed, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Oh dear, how could I forget about you, little Yi? Are you serious? Do you really have a way to detoxify the Howling Moon Silver Wolf? The old professor quickly asked. Since Ye Qianxing could do what he could not, he believed in Ye Qianxing's claim of having a solution. Yes, and in fact, detoxifying the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is not difficult at all. Ye Qianxing nodded with a smile. How so? Actually, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is poisoned by theobromine. Theobromine is harmless to humans, but it poses a deadly risk to canine animals. Although the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is a spirit pet, its essence is still canine. So theobromine is still very harmful to it, Ye Qianxing explained. Theobromine, what is that? Xiao Yoxing, who was nearby, asked, somewhat confused. Well, let's put it this way. The chocolate we eat regularly contains theobromine. Ye Qianxing didn't know how to explain, so he gave a direct example. Are you saying that the Howling Moon is like this because it ate chocolate? Xiao Luyun said in disbelief. Not necessarily just chocolate. It could be other things too. But one thing is clear. Ordinary canine animals wouldn't die from a little theobromine, let alone the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. So, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's condition must be due to consuming a large amount of theobromine. If it weren't so strong, it wouldn't have lasted until now, Ye Qianxing said, making his point very clear. Are you implying that the Howling Moon's poisoning is man-made? Xiao Yoyun's face darkened. He was not foolish to become the president of the Spirit Tamer Association, so he easily understood what Ye Qianxing was hinting at. Exactly, Ye Qianxing nodded. Let's set aside these side topics for now. Little Yi, please tell us how to detoxify. The old professor quickly said. He didn't care why the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was poisoned. He only cared about how to detoxify it. It's simple. Just gastric lavage will do. Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile. Just that simple? Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the old professor's eyes widened in shock. Well, not exactly. If the poisoning occurred within 6 hours, gastric lavage would suffice. But clearly, it has been several days, and the toxin has spread throughout the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's body. So we need to first clear the source of the poison through gastric lavage, and then we need to remove the residual toxins in its body. And how do we eliminate the residual toxins? There are 2 methods. One is blood transfusion, but given the current condition of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, that could be dangerous. So we can only use the second method, which is to use poison to attack poison, Ye Qianxing said. Using poison to attack poison? Though it sounds strange, it is indeed effective. Different types of viruses can attack each other. As long as we clear the source of the toxin from the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's stomach, the residual viruses throughout its body will be disorganized. At that time, injecting an appropriate amount of toxin into the Howling Moon Silver Wolf will have a chance to eliminate those residual viruses. As for whether the injected toxin will endanger the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, there's no need to worry, because different toxins have different risk levels for different organisms. Theobromine is also highly toxic to canines, but not so much for humans. Similarly, some toxins are not much of a threat to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. As long as the Howling Moon Silver Wolf can be immune to these toxins, it can compete with theobromine, ultimately benefiting from the situation. The above is purely exaggerated, but it is true that theobromine is harmful to dogs. For example, foods like chocolate should not be given to dogs. If ingested by mistake, they must be taken to the hospital. How confident are you? Xiao Luyun asked seriously. 10 out of 10, but time waits for no one, so Uncle Xia, you must make a decision soon, Ye Qianxing replied. Xiao Luyun hesitated for a few minutes, then suddenly locked eyes with Ye Qianxing and slowly said, All right, I trust you. Just tell me what you need, and I will do my best to fulfill it. Chapter 55. Cured Ye Qianxing had Xiao Luyun prepare the equipment for gastric lavage, along with some toxic herbs. Xiao Luyun was indeed efficient. Within half an hour, everything was laid out in front of Ye Qianxing. Following the system instructions, Ye Qianxing first performed gastric lavage on the Howling Moon Silver Wolf and then concocted a herbal soup to feed it. After about 10 minutes, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf spat out a large mouthful of black blood. It said it felt much better. Xiao Luyun was excited. He shared a soul bond with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, allowing for seamless communication. The poison has been detoxified, but the Howling Moon Silver Wolf has suffered too much in recent days, so will need a few days to recover. During this time, Uncle Xia, you should prepare nutritious food for it, Ye Qianxing said. All right, Qianxing, I really owe you one this time. If not for you, the Howling Moon would truly be in grave danger. I apologize for my previous rudeness towards you, Xiao Luyun said, bowing to Ye Qianxing. If he had been polite to Ye Qianxing before, it was merely due to the old professor's influence. But seeing Ye Qianxing cure the howling moon silver wolf, he was left with only gratitude and admiration, no trace of his previous disdain. Uncle Xia, that's not necessary. Ye Qianxing quickly helped Xiao Luyun up. Xiao Luyun was an elder and also the father of Xia Xiaoyu. How could he accept such a bow? Uncle Xia, you are Xiaoyu's father, so it is only right for me to help you, Ye Qianxing said. Yes, yes, we're all family. No need to be so formal, Xiao Luyun laughed. However, this statement left Ye Qianxing a bit confused. How did it become family? Dad, what are you talking about? Xia Xiaoyu's face turned red, and she ran outside, causing Xiao Luyun to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Ye Qianxing remained bewildered. He was indeed clever in many ways, but in certain aspects, it would not be an exaggeration to call him naive. Ha ha ha. Little Yi, you truly have opened my eyes. Your cultivation level makes even me feel inferior. The old professor laughed. The surrounding cultivation masters nodded in agreement. If the old professor had said he felt inferior before, they would have thought he was being modest. But now, they fully agreed with the old professor's words. Ye Qianxing's abilities would not be out of place even in an advanced cultivation master examination. The old professor was overly flattering. I'm just somewhat knowledgeable in this area. In terms of true cultivation level, you are still superior, Ye Qianxing humbly replied. In fact, the old professor's cultivation level was already quite strong and probably comparable to those advanced cultivation masters. However, as the saying goes, every field has its specialization. Medicine and poison have declined in this new era. With the emergence of spirit pets, people place more emphasis on research related to them. So many common knowledge points from before the new era have now been forgotten. If it weren't for the system, along with Ye Qianxing's interest in the culture before the new era, he would likely be powerless in this regard. Ha! It's rare to see young people as humble as you nowadays. It's good. Maintaining a humble heart will indeed be important on your future path. The old professor regarded Ye Qianxing's words as humility, which only increased his appreciation for him. If an average young person could gain his recognition, they would likely be so excited they would fly up and boast about it. Many geniuses have fallen due to their arrogance. It is indeed rare for Ye Qianxing to maintain a humble heart. Little Yi, do you have time today? Let's have a meal together and discuss research on the cultivation path, the old professor asked. Hearing that the old professor invited Ye Qianxing to lunch, the four cultivation masters were envious. After all, how many dignitaries in Jiangnan City have tried to gain an opportunity to be alone with the old professor, only to be turned down? There were probably no more than 5 people in the entire Jiangnan City who caught the old professor's eye. However, Ye Qianxing wanted to decline. What did he know about the cultivation path? Wouldn't it be awkward to go? Just as Ye Qianxing was thinking of a polite way to refuse, Xiao Luyun spoke up. Old professor, you might be disappointed, but I have already booked lunch with Qianxing. First come, first served, you can't snatch him away, Xiao Luyun said. This statement really gave Ye Qianxing an out, and he quickly added, that's right, old professor, I just promised Uncle Xia to have a meal at his house. So I'm very sorry. No worries, there will be plenty of time in the future. I won't disturb you any longer, the old professor said, appearing indifferent. After chatting for a bit longer, they all left. During lunch, Xiao Luyun kept serving dishes to Ye Qianxing, calling him Qianxing on the left and Little Yi on the right, clearly treating him like a son-in-law. He was just short of directly calling him son-in-law. This meal lasted for several hours before it ended. Before leaving, Ye Qianxing reminded Xiao Luyun, Uncle Xia, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. We are all family. What is there to hesitate about? Just say it. Xiao Luyun laughed heartily. Please keep the matter of the howling moon silver wolf's recovery as confidential as possible. It's best that no one else, even some of your acquaintances, knows about it. Ye Qianxing said subtly. Sure enough, Xiao Luyun's expression turned serious. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. After leaving the Xia family, Ye Qianxing and the others returned to the shop, where Sudara and the others were still waiting for him. Qianxing, how did it go? Chairman Xia didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Sudara asked with concern. What are you talking about? My dad wouldn't make things difficult for my brother-in-law. I'll tell you, right now, my dad really likes my brother-in-law. I bet even if my brother-in-law proposed to marry my sister on the spot, My dad wouldn't refuse, Xiao Liuxing said. You talk too much, Xiao Yu said, giving Xiao Liuxing a light tap on the head, making him feel wronged. Classmate Yi, you're so skilled in spirit pet cultivation. Can you help take a look at my brother's spirit pets? At this moment, Zhou Yu walked over, pulling along a shy Zhou Lang. Of course, no problem. We're all friends. No need to be so formal. You could just call me Qianxing, or Xinggu if you prefer. Ye Qianxing smiled. After spending the morning together, he found the two siblings to be quite nice and felt they could be friends. Please summon your spirit pets. Chapter 56, Business Comes Okay. Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang summoned their spirit pets simultaneously. Ye Qianxing had seen Zhou Lang's spirit pet before. It was a Tyrannosaurus turtle with a Xuanwu bloodline. When Zhou Yu's spirit pet appeared, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but be surprised. Spirit pet. Rampaging rabbit, jade rabbit bloodline. Not activated, attributes. Wind system, lightning system rating. 4 stars, growth type. Level, 9 abilities. 1. Storm control, concentrate storm, wind system attack. 2. Wind, thunder step, physical attack. Dual effect of wind and thunder. 3. Violent straight punch, pure physical attack. Promotion conditions, evolution route. This is actually a spirit pet with a divine beast bloodline. Although it cannot compare to super divine beasts like the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and phoenix, it is still much stronger than other spirit pets. Who exactly are these two siblings? Their spirit pets are so extraordinary. If it were just one, it could be explained by good luck. But since both of them have such high-quality spirit pets, there must be something unusual. It seems their backgrounds are definitely not simple. Of course, Ye Qianxing only thought about it, but did not say it out loud. Who doesn't have a little secret? They have only just met. And if these two siblings directly reveal their identities, that would be strange. Surely you have some understanding of your own spirit pets, right? You should know they possess the bloodline of divine beasts. Ye Qianxing spoke up, and as soon as he did, he could clearly see the surprised expressions on the faces of the two siblings. They were indeed very surprised that he could tell at a glance that their spirit pets had divine beast bloodlines. It seemed Ye Qianxing was truly impressive. Yes. Do you have a way to help them activate their bloodline? Zhou Yu asked after a moment of silence. Admitting in front of Ye Qianxing that their spirit pets possessed divine beast bloodlines was also a form of trust. Many people, upon learning that someone has a spirit pet with divine beast blood, would go to great lengths to obtain it, whether through overt robbery or covert theft, using all means possible. Therefore, it is best not to disclose information about spirit pets when out and about. I know how to activate their bloodlines, but it is a bit troublesome to implement because it requires some precious spiritual herbs, which I currently cannot find. However, if it's just to help them promote, that is not a big problem. Ye Qianxing said, and what he said was indeed true. For example, Zhou Lang's Tyrannosaurus tortoise needs the blood of the black tortoise or some personal belongings of the black tortoise to evolve into a true black tortoise. Such items are extremely difficult to find. The rampaging rabbit is slightly simpler to evolve into the jade rabbit, but the required materials are equally precious. And Ye Qianxing indeed does not have them here. We are very satisfied to be able to promote, so we will trouble you, Qianxing. Zhou Yu was not too greedy. She knew the difficulty of the evolution of the Tyrannosaurus tortoise and rampaging rabbit. Just right. I have all the materials for their promotion here. So I will start now. After an hour, the Tyrannosaurus tortoise and rampaging rabbit successfully advanced to the next level, which made Zhou Yu and Zhou Lang very excited. As the higher the quality of the spirit pet, the more difficult the promotion. They had always worried about how to help their spirit pets promote, and Ye Qianxing had solved a big problem for them. After staying in the shop for a day, no one came in, but Ye Qianxing was not anxious at all, as their customers were aimed at a minority. Brother-in-law, after I go back, I will talk to my dad and let him promote our Creation God studio. With his prestige, there will definitely be many people showing support. Once your reputation is established, you won't have to worry about a lack of customers, right? In the evening, when everyone was getting ready to go home, Xiao Liuxing said, "Very good, you finally can be of use." Su Tila nodded in agreement, looking at him with a proud expression as if a child had grown up, making the father very pleased. "What use can you be?" Xiao Liuxing glanced at Su Tila and said, "These two seem like enemies from a past life, unable to be happy for even a minute without bickering." Ye Qianxing and the others were used to it, so they did not stop them. Of course, All the expenses of this studio are provided by me. Su Tila straightened up proudly. Is it just a few measly coins? Who doesn't have that? This doesn't count. Xiao Liuxing shook his head. Oomph. The supplies for the studio were also purchased by me from those mercenary groups. Can you find them? Su Tila said again. And this time Xiao Liuxing had nothing to say. Su Tila was the small lord of the mercenary city. Which mercenary group would not give him some face? Most of the materials for cultivating spirit pets came from the wilderness outside the city and could only be purchased through mercenary groups. Xiao Liuxing was still very efficient. As soon as he got home, he discussed this matter with his father. When he learned that Ye Qianxing had opened a studio, Xiao Luyun stood up excitedly. Startling Xiao Liuxing. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had mentioned the opening, I would have called those people to come and support. We must create a huge commotion for Xiao Yi. Xiao Liuxing immediately looked wronged. He only met Ye Qianxing after the opening. How could he tell you? I must help Xiao Yi. Later, I will go find those old buddies. Some of their spirit pets are also having problems, just right for Xiao Yi to treat them. The next day was still a holiday, so Ye Qianxing did not wake up too early, getting up only after 10. As soon as he got up, he found that he had received more than a dozen missed calls from Xia Xiaoyu, Xiao Liuxing, Su Tila, and others, which startled Ye Qianxing. Could it be that something happened to the studio? Ye Qianxing hurriedly called back, and soon Su Tila's anxious voice rang out. My brother Xing, you finally returned the call. Hurry and come to the store, there is business. After saying that, Su Tila hung up the phone, and after a quick wash, Ye Qianxing hurried to the store. As soon as he reached the store entrance, he heard several impatient voices inside. Old Xia, when is that little Yi you mentioned coming? Are you trying to fool us? Yeah, old Xia, we have never waited for someone this long. Even the old Professor wouldn't dare keep us waiting like this. That little Yi sure is acting quite big. Everyone, please don't be anxious. He'll be here soon. Su Tila's voice also rang out inside. Ye Qianxing pushed the door open and saw a group of people sitting in a room. These people looked to be in their 40s or 50s, each exuding an aura of superiority, clearly not ordinary people. Among them, Ye Qianxing also saw a familiar face, which was Xia Xiaoyu and Xiao Liuxing's father, Xiao Luyan. I told you not to be anxious. Look, here he is. Xiao Luyan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ye Qianxing arrive. Chapter 57. A heartbroken bear when they saw that the cultivation master who Xiao Luyan had praised was actually a 15 or 16-year-old boy. The several big shots present showed expressions of dissatisfaction. Old Xia, today is not April Fool's Day. Why are you playing tricks on us? A middle-aged man who looked to be about the same age as Xiao Luyan, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said somewhat unhappily. That's right, old Xia. You know our time is very limited. Every wasted minute is a significant loss. Someone else echoed, in response to the complaints from this group of old buddies. Xiao Luyan was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. I knew you would have this expression when you saw Xiao Yi. I can tell you, don't judge a person by their appearance. Although Xiao Yi is young, even the old professor feels inferior in front of him. As soon as Xiao Luyan said this, all the big shots present stopped complaining. They rarely heard someone receive such high praise from Xiao Luyan. What kind of genius was this young boy in front of them to make Xiao Luyan say that even the old professor felt inferior? The middle-aged man with the gold-rimmed glasses stood up and looked at Ye Qianxing. Are you really as President Xia said, even surpassing the old professor? It's just their flattery. How can I compare with the old professor? Ye Qianxing smiled brightly at the stars, wondering why these people always fixated on this point. It was impossible for him to say in front of so many people that the old professor was not as good as himself. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses stared at Ye Qianxing for half a minute before speaking again. Since old Xia admires you so much, there must be a reason for it. How about this? Let me test you first. After saying that, the man opened the portal to the contract space, and a brown bear walked out. As soon as the brown bear appeared, all the information about it popped up in front of Ye Qianxing. Spirit Pet. Rockstick Battle Bear Attribute. Earth-type Combat Type Rating. 3 stars. Growth Type. Level. 5 abilities. Mud Throw. Rolling Stone Technique. Overhead Smash Weakness. Water-type Advancement Condition. Evolution Route. Current Status. Heartbroken? What can you tell from this? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses asked. It's a Rockstick Battle Bear, dual attribute of Earth and Combat Type. Level 5, with a weakness to water type. Ye Qianxing recited the information displayed by the system. The man nodded repeatedly, as everything Ye Qianxing said was correct. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, your rockstick battle bear has recently preferred to stay alone in a corner, has a significantly reduced appetite, and pays little attention to your commands, right? Oh, you can even tell that? You really have some skills. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses showed a surprised expression upon hearing Ye Qianxing's last statement, as it was indeed true. To be able to tell so much with just one glance. Even noticing the spirit pet's recent emotional state raised the man's expectations for Ye Qianxing a bit more. Do you have a way to cure it? Well, I really can't help with that. Ye Qianxing shook his head, and the man with the gold-rimmed glasses displayed a disappointed expression. The rockstick battle bear had recently lost its appetite, preferred to stay in a corner, and was indifferent to his commands, which made the man worry that it might be sick or injured. He had also sought help from several breeders, but each one said that the rockstick battle bear was physically fine and very healthy. As for the real reason, no one knew, which had caused the man with the gold-rimmed glasses sleepless nights. However, just as he was about to leave in disappointment, Ye Qianxing spoke again. Your spirit pet has no physical issues, is heartbroken. What do you mean? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was somewhat puzzled. Simply put, it has experienced a breakup, so it is very sad. Isn't that how humans feel when they go through a breakup? That is why I said I can't help. After all, matters of the heart must rely on you, Ye Qianxing bluntly stated. You say it's heartbroken? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was stunned, and not just him. Xiao Luyun and the other big shots present also wore strange expressions. A bear can experience heartbreak? What's so strange about that? Everything has a spirit. Bears also have emotions. Moreover, spirit pets are several times more intelligent and emotionally aware than ordinary animals, so it's perfectly normal for them to experience heartbreak. Ye Qianxing shrugged. What era is this? Why is it surprising that spirit pets can have heartbreak? Now that you mention it, I remember that a few days ago, my friend brought a female bear to my house as a guest. They seemed to get along quite well, and when it was time to part, it was reluctant to leave. But I didn't think much of it at the time. Now that I think about it, it seems like it started behaving like this after that day. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses suddenly recalled the past and exclaimed, "It can't be that coincidental. I believe what Xiaoya said is absolutely correct. Otherwise, why don't you ask your friend to bring his spirit pet over? That way, all the problems will be solved." Xiao Luyan suggested. Okay, I'll call him over right now. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses nodded and took out his phone to make the call. At this moment, those big shots who initially thought Xiao Luyan was just fooling around began to look at Ye Qianxing with a bit more curiosity. If what he just said was all true, then indeed, as Xiao Luyan said, this kid has talent in breeding far surpassed that of the old professor. Everyone waited for more than half an hour, but this time no one was impatient, as they genuinely wanted to see if what Ye Qianxing said was correct. Finally, with the roar of a car engine, a middle-aged woman walked in with a pink-furred bear. "Mr. Lin, why did you call me in such a hurry?" The middle-aged woman asked. Before the man with the gold-rimmed glasses could respond, a brown shadow suddenly zipped past him. The next moment, everyone saw the rockstick battle bear hugging the pink bear and rubbing its head against her. No need to say anything more. Everyone present had already realized that Ye Qianxing was right. This guy was clearly heartbroken. Ahem, Rong, it's like this. I want to discuss something with you. You see, my big bear has a special fondness for your little pink bear, and these days it has been so distracted that it hasn't eaten or slept well. How about you sell her to me? You can name any price, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses said. As a small sum of money was nothing for the big bear. However, the middle-aged woman named Rong shook her head. I want to sell her. Hong has been with me for so long. I can't bear to part with her. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses immediately showed a disappointed expression. If the other party didn't want to sell, he couldn't force it. But I will often bring Hong to visit you, as long as you don't mind. Rong continued. Of course I don't mind. You can even live in my house, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses quickly replied. It's a deal. Then I'll move in with you, Rong said eagerly. Instantly, everyone who knew the man with the gold-rimmed glasses burst into strange laughter, as they all knew that both the man and the woman were single. Living together? This was the rhythm of them getting together. Unexpectedly, the love story between a pair of bears also entangled the red thread of their two owners. Chapter 58. The same treatment for the same kind of person, Xiaoya. Could you please take a look at my spirit pet? Xiaoya, look at mine first. Xiaoya. Having witnessed Ye Qianxing's abilities firsthand, all the big shots surrounded him, each summoning their spirit pets and asking for his help. Everyone, please don't rush. Take your time. There's enough for everyone, Ye Qianxing quickly shouted. It took a whole half-day before Ye Qianxing finally sent this group of big shots from Jiangnan City away. Without a doubt, this time the effect was excellent. These people were all significant figures in their respective fields, like the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, who was the biggest real estate mogul in Jiangnan City, with a fortune worth billions. Each of these individuals could shake Jiangnan City with a stomp of their feet. This time, Ye Qianxing showcased his abilities, and they would undoubtedly promote him widely. As a result, his fame would greatly increase, and he wouldn't have to worry about making money anymore. And indeed, as Ye Qianxing had imagined, after that day, many people came to visit every day. Ye Qianxing and the others also timely announced the operating hours and daily limit of the creation studio. Although this caused some dissatisfaction, Ye Qianxing didn't mind at all. Those who truly needed his help would be willing to wait in line no matter how long it took, and those who weren't sincere weren't worth his attention. In any case, with his newfound fame, his customer base would not be a problem. The studio got on the right track, and Ye Qianxing didn't neglect his studies. He still attended classes on time. Under the diligent practice of his mentor, Lin Jin, Ye Qianxing had learned the inch punch quite well. In just over 10 days, he could control about 80% of his strength. This meant that with his current combat power, he could completely take on a level 5 or below evil spirit or spirit pet alone. Jiang Lin was extremely surprised by Ye Qianxing's progress. From being completely dominated at the beginning to needing to exert all her strength later, Jiang Lin slowly realized that if things continued this way, she might not be able to compete with Ye Qianxing anymore. It was another weekend, and as usual, Ye Qianxing arrived at the Chuangshan studio, where business was still booming. Even though they had limited the number of customers to the minimum, the clientele continued to pour in. Qianxing, something's wrong. Just as Ye Qianxing was happily counting the money, Scepter walked in with a gloomy face. What happened? Ye Qianxing asked. Our supply has been cut off, Scepter said with a dark expression. He was in charge of the studio's supply issues. How could the supply be cut off? Do those mercenary groups dare not give you face? Ye Qianxing asked, somewhat surprised. As a small lord of Mercenary City, which mercenary group would dare to disrespect him and cut off his supply? It's the Iron Blood Mercenary Group. A few days ago, they openly declared that if any mercenary group dared to provide supplies to our Chuangshan studio, they would be opposing them. The Iron Blood Mercenary Group has a status in Mercenary City that is no less than ours, so. Scepter's eyes seemed to ignite with rage. Iron Blood Mercenary Group? Kuei Wu is already dead. Why are they still targeting us? Ye Qianxing asked in confusion. Kuei Wu has an older brother who is the vice leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, with a significant status. However, I believe their real motive for targeting us is not related to Kuei Wu, Scepter speculated, as no one knew that Kuei Wu had been killed by them. Then why is that? It should be because we have taken their business. Qianxing, you may not know that more than half of the nurturing studios in Jiangnan City are owned by the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, and our emergence has snatched away most of their customers. Hearing Scepter's words, Ye Qianxing frowned. Regardless of the reason, the fact that their supply had been cut off was already a done deal. Without materials, no matter how strong his nurturing skills were, it would be difficult to achieve anything. How about I ask my dad to put pressure on those mercenary groups? I don't believe they fear the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, but not my dad, Scepter said angrily. However, Ye Qianxing shook his head. Putting pressure on those mercenary groups is useless. The real target we need to deal with is still the Iron Blood Mercenary Group. Are you saying we should confront the Iron Blood Mercenary Group head-on? But the Iron Blood Mercenary Group is the top mercenary group in Jiangnan City. Scepter was shocked. The strength of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group was not something they could shake. Why not? But it's not a head-on confrontation. It's about using wisdom. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly. Wisdom? What do you mean? Scepter was somewhat confused. They want to cut off our supply? All right, we'll return the favor and raid their warehouse. By then, our supply issue will be resolved, and they will be severely weakened. Ye Qianxing sneered coldly. knowing that if one wanted to scheme against them, they should be prepared to be schemed against in return. That makes sense, and the Iron Blood Mercenary Group will definitely not expect us to do this, which will make them let their guard down. Sudara immediately became excited and fully supported Ye Qianxing's plan. After learning that the Iron Blood Mercenary Group had cut off their supply, Sudara was furious, and now it was time for revenge. Do you know where the warehouse is? I do, it's on the back mountain. Sudara quickly replied. Great, hurry up and inform Xiaoyu and the others. We will start our operation today. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyu, Xiaoxing, Zhou and Zhou had gathered. Originally, Ye Qianxing did not plan to include Xiaoxing, but when he learned that Ye Qianxing was going to raid the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's warehouse, he insisted on joining. Does this young master think he is going on a trip? But he insisted on following, and Ye Qianxing had no choice but to agree. As night fell, the 6 of them quietly infiltrated the back mountain wearing stealth gear. Qianxing, look ahead. That is the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's warehouse. It stores at least half of their inventory. Sudara pointed to a warehouse ahead, where several guards were stationed outside. Moreover, each guard had a spirit pet by their side, making the security quite strict. 5-level spirit pets, 7-level spirit pets. The Iron Blood Mercenary Group indeed has some depth. Ye Qianxing said, as the information about the spirit pets outside the warehouse appeared before his eyes. Qianxing, should we go in hard? Sudara asked. If we go in hard, we might win with our strength, but since we are currently in the dark, we should take advantage of our position. Brother-in-law, do you have some little scheme? Xiaoxing asked excitedly. Ye Qianxing just smiled mysteriously. Chapter 59. Raiding the warehouse, Ye Qianxing took out several medicinal herbs and fruits from the belly of the virtual Kuan, then sprinkled the juice from the fruits onto the herbs. Fire, lend me some fire. Ye Qianxing said to the fiery spirits circling around Xiaoyu. The fiery spirit's attitude towards Ye Qianxing was second only to Xiaoyu, so it naturally did not refuse his request. The flames burned the herbs soaked in fruit juice, and soon a strange aroma wafted out, drifting towards the warehouse. Qianxing, what exactly do you want to do? Stop keeping us in suspense. Sudara couldn't help but ask. Just wait and see. You'll know soon. Ye Qianxing said with a wicked smile. A few minutes later, suddenly, the sound of beast roars erupted. Sudara and the others quickly looked over, only to see the spirit pets of the guards outside the warehouse going berserk, running around wildly as if they had been severely provoked. Fat Tiger, stop right now. What are you doing, Gigi? The Iron Blood Mercenary Group's members tried to stop their spirit pets, but these ordinarily obedient spirit pets were now disobedient. They even charged at their owners. Let go of me. Cries of horror began as a rhinoceros spirit pet charged directly at its owner. Brother-in-law, how did you do this? You actually made these spirit pets rebel. Xiaoxing looked astonished. Simple. Every spirit pet retains their primal beast nature, but they are restricted because they have formed a contract with a spirit master. The scent I created can temporarily stimulate their beast nature, allowing them to break free from their spirit master's control. Ye Qianxing explained with a slight smile. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Brother-in-law, you really are ruthless. Letting them kill each other, we can reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Xiaoxing sighed. At this moment, the spirit masters of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group were being chased by their own spirit pets. They attempted to control the spirit pets using the soul contract, but they failed. These spirit pets had lost their consciousness, leaving behind only their violent beast nature. It's not as impressive as you think. The bond between a spirit master and a spirit pet is a soul connection. If the spirit master is truly threatened with death, the spirit pet will quickly regain control. Ye Qianxing Planet. Zhou and Zhou were also astonished, realizing that Ye Qianxing was indeed someone they could not offend. Otherwise, they would be left in a situation where they couldn't even die peacefully. All right, it's time to act. These spirit pets won't be in a frenzy for long. Let's quickly take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the warehouse and steal everything. Seeing that the guards were being subdued by their own spirit pets, Ye Qianxing gave the order. 6 shadows moved stealthily in the darkness, entering the warehouse, while the guards outside were still wailing. Indeed, the Iron Blood Mercenary Group is impressive. Their foundation is deep. Look at these good things. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Ye Qianxing was stunned by the dazzling array of spiritual medicines and treasures inside, many of which couldn't be bought even with money. Compared to the warehouse of the Creation God Studio, this place was like a small witch in front of a big witch, not even on the same level. With these items collected, our studio wouldn't run out of stock for at least a year. Ye Qianxing smiled and summoned the Void Kuan, instructing it to swallow everything in the warehouse. In Ye Qianxing's eyes, the space inside the Void Kuan was like a portable space, so he wouldn't have to carry bags around when going out in the future. After taking everything from the warehouse, Ye Qianxing waved his hand, and the group quietly left. Meanwhile, the guards outside the warehouse were still suffering from the pursuit of their own spirit pets. This time the Iron Blood mercenary group definitely suffered a huge loss. This room, full of spiritual medicines, was almost half of their stock. Back at the Creation God Studio, Sudara couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was just tit for tat. Who told them to be blind and try to scheme against us? This is the price they have to pay. Ye Qianxing it. He didn't have much enmity with the Iron Blood mercenary group. The matter of Kuei Wu's death was already over, but they dared to scheme against him. Then he couldn't be polite anymore. I wonder how furious Kuei Wu's brother will be, Sudara said with a smile. I heard that the warehouse of the Iron Blood mercenary group is his responsibility, and with this loss of more than half of their stock, the leader of the Iron Blood mercenary group will definitely not let him off easily. That's not our concern. All right, it's getting late. Let's all go back to our own places. Ye Qianxing waved his hand and said. After returning to the apartment, Ye Qianxing glanced at Ye Qinghan's room and found it still dim, indicating that the girl wasn't home today either. Last time, she hadn't given him the commission for resolving the Tian Tsang ancient tree. Although Ye Qianxing was no longer short of money, he still needed to get back what belonged to him. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. No, I have to go find her at the Xiaoyao mercenary group tomorrow, Ye Qianxing decided in his heart. The next day, Ye Qianxing arrived at the mercenary city. Is anyone there? As soon as he entered the mercenary city, Ye Qianxing felt someone staring at him. However, he didn't pay it much mind. Fighting was prohibited in the mercenary city, and he didn't believe anyone would dare to deal with him here. Nevertheless, Ye Qianxing deliberately took several detours until he no longer felt the sensation of being watched before heading towards the Xiaoyao library. As soon as he entered the library, Ye Qianxing saw that old man, Ye Xiaoyao, lounging in a rocking chair, holding a tattered fan to cool himself off. He looked quite leisurely. Ye Qianxing walked up to Ye Xiaoyao and called out, and only then did Ye Xiaoyao slowly open his eyes. Oh, you little brat finally know to come over. It's been so long since I've seen you. Ye Xiaoyao glanced at Ye Qianxing and then said in a teasing tone, I've accumulated quite a few tasks here. That girl Qinghan is almost overwhelmed. Ye Qianxing chuckled, but in his heart he thought, with you being so tricky and swallowing more than half of my commission, am I on my mind to come here? Of course. Ye Qianxing would never say that in front of Ye Xiaoyao. By the way, Uncle Yi, where's Qinghan? Is she here? Ye Qianxing asked, as this was his main purpose. She should be out doing tasks. I'm not sure about her whereabouts, Ye Xiaoyao said after thinking for a moment. Ye Qianxing instantly felt that this old man was too unreliable. Ye Qinghan was his daughter, yet he didn't care at all. Surround this library for me. Just as Ye Qianxing was about to ask more questions, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside the door. Immediately after, there were the sounds of hurried footsteps as a group of people in matching uniforms burst into the library. Each of them was accompanied by their own spirit pets, all above level 5, with several being high-level spirit pets. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Chapter 60. Don't judge a book by its cover. A large black eagle circled above the scar man's head. Spirit pet. Iron Feather Eagle King attribute. Flying evaluation. 2-star level. 8 ability. Iron Wing / weakness. Thunder element promotion conditions. Evolution route. You are the owner of the Creation God Studio. Ye Qianxing, right? The scar man's voice was hoarse, making it unpleasant to hear. However, Ye Qianxing could also glean some information from his words. This group of people in front of him must be from the Iron Blood mercenary group, and their appearance here was clearly aimed at him. That's right. Do you have any advice? Ye Qianxing said calmly, unafraid of these people taking action. After all, this was Mercenary City, Sudara's territory. Moreover, even if they did act, with Ye Qianxing's abilities, it was uncertain who would win. There is no advice, Just that our warehouse in the back mountain was robbed last night. Do you know about it? So what if I know and what if I don't? You've surrounded me with such fanfare. Are you suspecting me? Ye Qianxing, replied Jesuali. Exactly. I advise you to hand over everything now, and perhaps I can spare you this time. Otherwise, even if you know the young lord of Mercenary City, you won't leave here alive. The Scar Man said fiercely. In fact, he was holding back an immense anger inside. The warehouse had been robbed, and nearly half of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group's stock of spiritual medicines was gone, as the main person in charge of the warehouse. He was under tremendous pressure. His current position was highly coveted, and many people in the mercenary group were eyeing his spot. If the items weren't recovered, his future would be over. After thorough investigation, he learned that the Creation God Studio was most likely responsible for this incident. Therefore, he sought out Ye Qianxing coincidentally. As Ye Qianxing had come to Mercenary City, he sent someone to follow him. Ye Qianxing, I also heard that you had some conflicts with my brother Kuei Wu. His death is probably related to you, right? However, none of that matters right now. As long as you return everything, we can put this all behind us. The Scarred Man was primarily concerned about the spiritual medicines, so he planned to stabilize Ye Qianxing first. Once he had the spiritual medicines in hand, Ye Qianxing could be at his mercy. First of all, I don't know anything about your warehouse being robbed. Secondly, your brother's death has nothing to do with me. Ye Qianxing certainly wouldn't admit it. He had left no evidence for anything he did. Don't force me to get rough. My patience has its limits. The Scarred Man's expression began to darken. If you have evidence, I have nothing to say, but if not, then you can go back the way you came. Ye Qianxing said coldly. When have I, Kuei Shui, needed evidence to do things? Kid, I've already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me for getting tough. The Scarred Man had completely lost his patience. Everyone go. Capture him. And he must be alive. Yes. The members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group responded one after another, commanding their respective spirit pets to attack Ye Qianxing. A cold glint flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes. He now possessed 2 top-tier high-level spirit pets, and with himself, he was not necessarily outmatched by these people. However, once a fight broke out, this Xiaoyao library would probably be reduced to ruins. Watching the spirit pets closing in, Ye Qianxing sighed. Just as he was about to summon Airby Wu and Jin Gang to fight, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. What is going on? Do you not put this old man in your eyes? Are you going to fight on my territory without my consent? As soon as that voice came out, both Ye Qianxing and the Iron Blood Mercenary Group members froze. Ye Qianxing turned his head to look. The one speaking was indeed the old man, Ye Xiaoyao. And, judging by his demeanor, did he intend to stand up for him? Kuaishu also looked at Ye Xiaoyao, but after seeing that he was just a scruffy old man, the vigilance disappeared. What? Do you want to help him? Old man, don't blame me for not reminding you. Be careful of being flattened into the ground by this garbage mercenary group ranked at the bottom, Kuaishu said disdainfully. He had never heard of the Xiaoyao mercenary group and assumed it was just a third-rate mercenary group, completely disregarding it. You don't understand the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. It seems I need to teach you the traditional virtues passed down in the Celestial Empire. Ye Xiaoyao's expression immediately darkened. Old man, you're seeking death. Kuaishu roared, and at the same time, the Iron Feather Eagle King circling above his head also let out a cry. It flapped its wings, and dozens of iron feathers detached, whistling through the air and shot towards Ye Xiaoyao. Uncle Yi, be careful. Ye Qianxing exclaimed. Although Ye Xiaoyao had tricked him many times, this matter was ultimately his fault, and he couldn't let Ye Xiaoyao get hurt because of it. However, facing such a crisis, Ye Xiaoyao remained unfazed. Just as the iron feathers were closing in on him, a purple-blue shadow suddenly flashed by. In the next moment, a majestic lion crackling with lightning appeared before Ye Xiaoyao. The dozens of iron feathers that were originally aimed at him had already transformed into molten iron. Roar! The lion roared, causing everyone present to feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. Instantly, a terrifying pressure, countless times stronger than that of the Iron Feather Eagle King, enveloped the surroundings. Feeling this powerful aura, even Ye Qianxing couldn't help but shiver. This was definitely an aura that only a high-level spirit beast could possess. Spirit Beast, Thunder Lion King attribute, Lightning rating, 4 stars level, 8 abilities, Thunderstrike, Lightning Break, endless electro-punishment, lightning avatar weakness, rock-type advancement conditions, evolution route. Ye Xiaoyao, this old fox, surprisingly had a high-level spirit beast, and it was even close to the quasi-lord level. Once a spirit beast, or evil spirit, reaches the high level, it can be called a lord level. Lord-level spirit beasts are incredibly powerful existences. There isn't a single one in the entire Jiangnan city. Yet Ye Xiaoyao, an obscure and lecherous old man, actually possessed a quasi-lord level spirit beast, which completely refreshed Ye Qianxing's worldview. It truly confirmed the old saying, don't judge a book by its cover, and don't measure the sea with a ladle. The Thunder Lion King let out a furious roar, and the lightning on its body exploded with crackles as it fixed its gaze on the Iron Feather Eagle King. Filled with rage, it was this guy who dared to attack its master. It was simply unforgivable. Old buddy, it's up to you, Ye Xiaoyao said, patting the Thunder Lion King's head. After receiving its master's permission, the Thunder Lion King could finally unleash the anger it had been gathering. It opened its mouth wide, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a man's arm shot out, targeting the Iron Feather Eagle King circling in the air. Chapter 61. Mercenary Group Competition. The Iron Feather Eagle King immediately showed a look of terror. It could sense the immense power contained in this bolt of lightning. Thus, the Iron Feather Eagle King flapped its wings, trying to escape. However, the Thunder Lion King would not give it that chance. The lightning was extremely fast and instantly struck the Iron Feather Eagle King. Moreover, because it was turning to flee, the bolt of lightning hit it squarely in a sensitive area. Caw! The Iron Feather Eagle King let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell to the ground. Eagle King. Qianxing was taken aback and rushed over to check on the Iron Feather Eagle King. However, at that moment, another bolt of lightning struck the Iron Feather Eagle King. Instantly, its feathers were blown away, turning it into a bald eagle. The Iron Feather Eagle King's eyes rolled back, clearly fainting. The Thunder Lion King was already much higher in level than the Iron Feather Eagle King. Not to mention, its lightning attribute was the nemesis of flying spirit beasts. Roar! The Thunder Lion King roared, instantly scaring the spirit tamers and spirit beasts of the Iron Blood mercenary group to the ground. After witnessing the Thunder Lion King's might, they completely lost their will to fight. It was ridiculous. If even Qianxing's Iron Feather Eagle King was being thoroughly beaten, what chance did they have? If you don't leave, do you want to stay for a meal? Ye Xiaoyao said to the group with indifference. Qianxing finally came back to his senses, as if granted amnesty, and without caring about the Iron Feather Eagle King lying on the ground, he ran outside. Once the boss ran, the lackeys naturally followed. Old buddy, take this bald bird back to him, Ye Xiaoyao said, looking disdainfully at the Iron Feather Eagle King on the ground. The Thunder Lion King walked up to the Iron Feather Eagle King, raised its front paw, and then kicked the Iron Feather Eagle King fiercely. The Iron Feather Eagle King was sent flying and just happened to crash into the panicked Qianxing, crushing him and making him scream. Really? It's been over a decade since I last made a move, and everyone thinks this old man is easy to bully. Ye Xiaoyao snorted coldly before retracting the Thunder Lion King back into the contract space. Uncle Yi, you really are a man who doesn't reveal his true self. Ye Qianxing sighed, realizing that a level 8 spirit beast was probably the strongest in the entire Jiangnan city. The strongest spirit beast on the surface was Xia Luyan as Howling Moon Silver Wolf, but that was only at level 5. The Thunder Lion King was at level 8. Little Yi, since I helped you out so much this time, how do you plan to repay me? Ye Xiaoyao looked at Ye Qianxing with a grin. This made Ye Qianxing's skin crawl. This old man never meant anything good when he smiled like that. Uncle Yi, I don't have any money. Ye Qianxing hurriedly said. Look at you talking. I'm not asking for your money. However, I do have a favor I'd like to ask you, Ye Xiaoyao said. What favor? Although Ye Qianxing could tell from Ye Xiaoyao's face that the favor wouldn't be anything good, he had just been helped, so he asked. It's not a big favor. It's like this. The annual mercenary group competition in Mercenary City is about to start, and every mercenary group must participate. So, I thought I'd have you represent our Xiaoyao mercenary group in the competition, Ye Xiaoyao said with a grin. You want me to participate? But you're so powerful. Why do you want to join? Ye Qianxing asked, puzzled. With the strength of the Thunder Lion King, wouldn't it sweep everything? I'm old now. So I want to participate in these things. After all, it's the world of you young people now, Ye Xiaoyao sighed, seemingly lamenting his advancing age. All right, then I'll represent the Xiaoyao mercenary group in this competition. Ye Qianxing nodded in agreement. It wasn't a big deal. Ha ha, you're still the best, little Yi. By the way, you need 5 people to participate in the competition. Qinghan can't join recently, so you'll have to help gather the numbers, Ye Xiaoyao said. 5 people. Ye Qianxing's eyes widened. He had been schemed against again by this old man. Saying he was too old to participate was just an excuse. This guy just didn't know how to recruit people. How can I gather 5 people in such a short time? That's not my problem. You've already agreed to help me, so you can't back out. By the way, you must win first place in this competition. The reward is 1 million. Ye Qianxing was now very sure that this old man was scheming against him. Whether or not he had to participate in the competition was also questionable. Perhaps this guy just signed him up for the $1 million prize. I could find a way to gather 5 people, and I'll do my best to win first place. But I have one condition. I want half of the $1 million prize. Ye Qianxing took a deep breath and said, since it's already been agreed upon, there can be no turning back. However, Ye Qianxing just can't swallow this anger and must take revenge on that old man. Half? Are you robbing me? I've already paid 100,000 for the registration fee. Ye Xiaoyao quickly shut his mouth, accidentally revealing the truth that it was indeed he who took the initiative to sign up. However, that registration fee is indeed expensive, costing 100,000. Ahem. How about this? If you get first place, I'll give you 50,000. Fair enough? Hee. Whether it's gathering participants or competing, that's all on me. You have the nerve to mention such a small amount of money? Ye Qianxing it. That 100,000 should be enough, right? Ye Xiaoyao said with a pained expression. A fixed price of 500,000. If you can't accept it, then I'll just casually brush it off, and in the end, you won't get a single penny. Anyway, I only promised you to participate in the competition, not that I must win. Ye Qianxing shrugged. This old guy is calculating him so much. He must be taught a good lesson. Fine, 50,000 it is. Ye Xiaoyao sighed, realizing he had been threatened by this brat. Deal. When is the competition? Only then did Ye Qianxing show a smile of success in his scheme. Tomorrow. Tomorrow already? This guy is only saying it now. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but wonder what he would do if he hadn't shown up today. Would he have come looking for him? Ye Qianxing initially came to find Ye Qinghan to reclaim his share of the commission. Unexpectedly, he didn't get the commission and instead was played by that old fox Ye Xiaoyao. After leaving the mercenary city, Ye Qianxing contacted Sudara and others. The competition requires 5 people, and aside from Ye Qianxing, they still needed 4 more, so they could call Sudara and the others to make up the numbers. Chapter 62. The first match. Yes, the mercenary city indeed has an annual grand competition. Although participation is not mandatory, most mercenary groups choose to join. Besides the prize money, it's also a good opportunity to promote the mercenary group. Ye Qianxing contacted Sudara and the others to ask if they would be willing to represent the Xiaoyao mercenary group in the competition. Naturally, they would not refuse, as Ye Qianxing had helped them so much. Moreover, participating in the competition also counts as a form of training. Sudara explained the details of the competition to Ye Qianxing, as it was hosted by his family, and he was very familiar with it. Each mercenary group is ranked in the grand competition and in previous competitions. The Iron Blood mercenary group has always taken first place, which is why they are called the number 1 mercenary group in Jiangnan City. It seems that the first place of the Iron Blood mercenary group is not guaranteed this time. Ye Qianxing it. Qianxing, I'm sorry, but due to my identity, I cannot participate in the competition with you. Sudara apologized, stating that as the small lord of the mercenary city, his appearance in the competition would lead to gossip. We understand. Xiaoyu, please call Liuxing over later to replace Sudara. Ye Qianxing nodded in understanding. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. She wasn't too worried that Xiao Liuxing would refuse. He was always restless, and if he knew about this competition, he would pester them to join even if Ye Qianxing didn't say anything. With Xiaoyu, Xiao Liuxing, Zhou Lang, Zhou Yu, and Ye Qianxing, they had exactly 5 people. The next day, Ye Qianxing and the others arrived at the mercenary city's martial arts arena, where the competition was to be held. At this moment, the arena was already crowded. Such a large arena felt cramped. There are 322 mercenary groups in Jiangnan City, and 305 are participating in the competition. The competition operates on a points system, meaning that each time a mercenary group is defeated, they earn a point, while losing a match deducts a point, and the final ranking is determined by total points. Sudara explained to Ye Qianxing and the others. Because the competition is held annually, these established mercenary groups are familiar with the rules, while Ye Qianxing and his team are participating for the first time. What you said is a bit complicated. I don't quite understand, Zhou said shyly, scratching his head in embarrassment. No need to understand too much. Regardless of the points system or whatever, as long as we win every match, we will be the champions. Xiao Liuxing said. Liuxing is right. With our strength, we don't need to understand those so-called rules. Strength determines everything. If we defeat all our opponents, we will be number one. Ye Qianxing nodded in agreement. While they were talking, the host had already started announcing that the competition was officially beginning. The first match is between the Hungry Wolf Mercenary Group's Hungry Wolf team and the Xiaoyao Mercenary Group's Xiaoyao team. The host announced, and Ye Qianxing and the others were stunned. Their first match was against them. By the time Ye Qianxing and the five arrived at the arena, their opponents, the Hungry Wolf team, were already on stage. As their name suggests, the Hungry Wolf team has 5 spirit tamers, and all their spirit pets are wolves. Spirit pet, Ironback Howling Wolf attributes, combat type rating, 1.5 stars level, 9 abilities, Claw Strike Bite, Ironback charge weaknesses, Flying type and Ghost type. The abdomen is their weakest point, advancement conditions, evolution route. All 5 spirit pets of the Hungry Wolf team are Ironback Howling Wolves, lined up in a row, with drool dripping from their mouths. Ye Qianxing is very familiar with this kind of spirit pet. It was an Ironback Howling Wolf that bullied him when Zhou Wei was around. The Hungry Wolf Mercenary Group. I remember they were ranked 220 in the last mercenary competition. Although their ranking isn't high, they have a notorious reputation. Indeed, it is said that spirit tamers who oppose them have their spirit pets eaten by these 5 wolves. If it weren't for the rule against killing spirit tamers, they might even eat those spirit tamers. I've never heard of the Xiaoyao Mercenary Group. Could it be newly established? It should be some unknown, small mercenary group. They're unlucky to draw the Hungry Wolf team. Sai, just look at them. They're just a bunch of kids, probably here for training. It's such a pity they encountered the Hungry Wolf team. At this moment, mercenaries watching from below the arena were discussing, feeling sorry for Ye Qianxing and the others. They didn't know Ye Qianxing or the Xiaoyao Mercenary Group, so they naturally thought they were just newly formed and here for training. How strong could a bunch of kids have as spirit pets? Although the Hungry Wolf Mercenary Group, ISN, the strongest among all mercenary groups, they are definitely one of the most ruthless. They have participated in several mercenary competitions, and every time their opponents are drawn against them, unless they are stronger than them, they will be eaten by these 5 Ironback Howling Wolves. They have quite a notorious reputation. Status: extremely hungry. Ye Qianxing could clearly see the status displayed in the attributes of these 5 Ironback Howling Wolves. Extremely hungry. It seems that the spirit tamers of the Hungry Wolf team have kept their spirit pets hungry for several days before the competition. Wolves, being a species, will exhibit incredibly strong combat power when in an extremely hungry state. Of course, this comes at the cost of damaging their own potential. Everyone, you must have heard what those people below said, right? Since the opponent is so ruthless, we won't hold back either. Ye Qianxing said to Xia Xiaoyu and the others. They all nodded in agreement, feeling angry upon hearing what the people below the arena said. It's just a competition. Why should they harm the lives of spirit pets? The people from the Hungry Wolf Mercenary Group are too cruel. All right, my darlings, your food is here. Excited, right? The captain of the Hungry Wolf team laughed heartily, patting the head of an Ironback Howling Wolf. The 5 Ironback Howling Wolves drooled continuously, their eyes bloodshot, looking at Ye Qianxing and the others as if they were prey. Hey, little kids in the front, hurry up and summon your spirit pets. My children have been starving and are eager to go, ha-ha. The captain of the Hungry Wolf team laughed loudly with a big voice. He, like the audience below, believed that Ye Qianxing and the others were just here for training and were of no real use. Since they were eager to lose, let's help them out, brothers. Summon your spirit pets. Ye Qianxing shouted, and the 5 of them simultaneously opened their contract spaces. Instantly, 5 beams of light in different colors shone on the arena. Black, Hellhounder by red, Zhuke Hua white, Rampaging Rabbit Xiaoyu blue, Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger Zai Jingjing green, Tyrannosaurus Turtle Xiaoba. The 5 spirit pets emerged from the contract space, and powerful auras swept across the entire arena. Chapter 63. It ended before it started, children. Your food is here. Hurry and go eat. The spirit master of the Hungry Wolf team shouted, and the 5 extremely hungry ironback howlers charged towards Ye Qianxing and the others like a whirlwind. Erbai, teach them a lesson. Ye Qianxing commanded, and Erbai instantly transformed, changing from its husky form to a hellhound, instantly becoming much more imposing. Roar! Erbai let out a roar, causing the 5 charging ironback howlers to stop in their tracks. At the same time, Erbai kicked off the ground and leaped to the side of an ironback howler. It swung its claws, and in an instant, 2 ironback howlers were sent flying off the arena. What the hell, brother-in-law? Leave some for us. Xiaoyoxing shouted quickly as the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger rushed to the ironback howlers and bit down on one's neck, then flung it away, dropping it off the arena. Since Ye Qianxing said not to hold back, Xiaoyoxing naturally wouldn't be polite. Killers are always killed. Likewise, these 5 hungry wolves had killed so many spirit pets and deserved to die. With 3 hungry wolves dead, the remaining 2 finally snapped out of their shock from Erbai's intimidation. But they were no match for Erbai and Zai Jingjing, and were directly killed without any resistance. The 5 spirit pets of the Hungry Wolf team went from charging out to dying in less than half a minute. There was silence beneath the arena, and the 5 spirit masters of the Hungry Wolf team looked dumbfounded. Is it over? Did it even start? Even the host stood frozen in place, and the microphone slipped from his hand, the sound system booming, which finally woke everyone up. What the hell? What's going on? Can someone tell me what happened? This is simply a one-hit kill, and they haven't even sent out 3 spirit pets yet. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. The crowd below erupted in disbelief. Just half a minute ago, they had confidently declared that the Xiaoyao team was sure to lose. Yet, they were slapped in the face in just half a minute. Those spirit pets must be of high rank. My spirit pets are scared of them. Someone said, trembling. Spirit masters with high-rank spirit pets are already considered strong in Jiangnan City. Yet, Ye Qianxing and the others, clearly only 15 or 16 years old. How could they have signed contracts with high-rank spirit pets? They must be children from a prominent family, coming here not to train, but to play. This was what everyone thought internally. Is winning only when you kill the spirit masters? Ye Qianxing suddenly asked the host, shocking the 5 members of the Hungry Wolf team into a cold sweat. But they didn't dare to run. That terrifying canine creature and saber-toothed tiger were glaring fiercely at them. We cannot kill spirit masters, the host quickly said. Then why don't you announce the results? Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes at the guy. It had been almost a minute, and the host hadn't said a thing. With such quality, he clearly wasn't professional. Huh? Oh, I announced that in the first match, the Xiaoyao team wins and earns some points. The host finally reacted, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly announced. Only then did Ye Qianxing and the others leave the arena, and the mercenaries gathered below instinctively made way for them. This was a sign of respect for Ye Qianxing and his team. Next, it's the Tej mercenary group versus the GG mercenary group. Ha! Winning the first match so quickly, it seems that the first place in this competition is ours. Sudala walked over to Ye Qianxing and the others, laughing heartily. Although he couldn't participate, he could watch. Cut it out. It's obviously us. You didn't participate. Xiaoyoxing picked his nose, disdainfully saying, If it weren't for my status, I would have participated this time. It has nothing to do with you. Sudala coldly snorted. These 2 didn't know if they were enemies from a past life, as they always had to bicker whenever they met. All right, stop arguing. Sudala, do you have the battle schedule? Let us see when our next match is. Ye Qianxing interrupted their quarrel and asked if there was time. He planned to take these people to improve their strength first. Yes, I'll go get it. Sudala nodded repeatedly and then left. 10 minutes later, he returned with a form in hand. Here, take a look. Your second match is in 1 hour. Sudala handed the form to Ye Qianxing and said, This is the benefit of having connections. You can get first-hand information. An hour is not enough for them to leave. So Ye Qianxing and the others had to continue staying in the martial arts arena, watching the matches. Most mercenary groups in Jiangnan City generally only have low-rank spirit pets, and very few possess high-rank ones. However, Ye Qianxing also discovered a few strong mercenary groups that had spirit pets above level 5. This was something Ye Qianxing took seriously. In the next match, the Xiaoyao team would face the Tianmeng team. As the host's voice fell, Ye Qianxing and the others perked up and walked towards the arena. The Xiaoyao team was on stage again. This time, they were up against the Tianmeng team, which ranked even higher than the Hungry Wolf team. Seeing Ye Qianxing and the others on the arena, the audience erupted once more. Mainly, the shock brought to them by Ye Qianxing and the others was just too great. Ye Qianxing looked at the 5 fiery red pythons opposite him, and a light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, the attributes of the opponents appear before him. Spirit Pets, Fire Python, Attribute, Fire, Rating, 2-star, Level 2, Weakness, Water, Divine Fire, Promotion Conditions, Evolution Route. These 5 giant pythons were all level 2, which surprised Ye Qianxing a bit. A team with 5 high-rank spirit pets likely had a strong position among the mercenary groups in Jiangnan City. Xiaoyao team, to be honest, I hadn't heard of you before, but having watched your battle with the Hungry Wolf team, I must say you do have some skills. The captain of the Tianmeng team, a man in his 20s or 30s with a very magnetic voice, spoke. Thank you for the compliment. You're not bad either. Ye Qianxing replied with a slight smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complimenting you. I actually want to say that defeating trash like the Hungry Wolf team is no challenge at all. The captain of the Tianmeng team said again. So, against our Tianmeng team, you will still lose. The Hungry Wolf team is indeed trash, but in our eyes, you're not much different from them. Xiao Yoxing coldly smiled and gave the Tianmeng team the middle finger. The Hungry Wolf team expressed, you guys argue all you want. Why insult us? Chapter 64. Entering the Demon Spirit Forest again, Captain. Stop wasting words with them. Let us see the real strength under our hands. A big man shouted, clearly an impatient guy. All right, brothers, let those clueless little kids see who the real trash is. With the captain of the Tianmeng team shouting, the 5 fire pythons simultaneously opened their mouths and shot out 5 streams of flame. The waves of fire swept in, distorting the surrounding air. Xiao Jingjing, Ice Crystal Barrier. Xiao Yoxing shouted, and the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger stepped forward, creating an ice wall on the arena. The 5 flames collided with the ice wall, causing it to begin melting. Damn, Xiao Jingjing's ice attribute is suppressed by the opponent's flames. Xiao Yoxing frowned, looking quite displeased. The ice attribute is a mutation of the water attribute, and both its defense and power are stronger than that of water. But it has one drawback. It is suppressed by the fire attribute. You might as well give up. Otherwise, if you get burned to ashes, don't blame us. The captain of the Tianmeng team laughed confidently. We'll go. Xia Xiao Yu commanded, and the Zhuke let out a cry, flying into the air and shooting out hundreds of fire feathers. Blazing feathers. The fire feathers descended, targeting the 5 fire pythons. Why is the temperature of this flame so high? The spirit masters of the Tianmeng team exclaimed simultaneously. They were connected with the fire pythons and could naturally feel the high temperature brought by the fire feathers, which were several times hotter than the flames emitted by their fire pythons. Quick dodge! The spirit masters of the Tianmeng team shouted. But the hundreds of fire feathers had already surrounded the 5 fire pythons, and they couldn't escape at all. Boom! 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 The fire feathers fell like meteors, and the scene was immediately shrouded in smoke. A minute later, the smoke cleared, revealing the scene on the arena. The 5 fire pythons had collapsed on the ground, unconscious. 5 level 2 fire pythons were actually defeated in one move by Hua Hua. Impossible, this can't be. The spirit masters of the Tianmeng team shouted frantically, unable to believe that their spirit pets could be taken down in one hit. Wow, sis, when did Hua Hua become so powerful? Xiao Yoxing was equally incredulous, as it was his first time seeing Hua Hua in action. Xia Xiaoyu ignored Xiao Yoxing and spoke to the members of the Tianmeng team. Don't worry. I had Hua Hua hold back. Your spirit pets are just injured, and there's no danger to their lives. Xia Xiaoyu was right. The fire pythons were not dead, just suppressed by the divine fire and unconscious. After all, the Zhuchue's divine fire has absolute suppression over any fire-type spirit pet. The captain of the Tianmong team glanced at Xia Xiaoyu, a strange light flashing in his eyes, then put away the fire pythons into the contract space and left the arena. They likely wouldn't participate in the subsequent matches, although the fire pythons were not in danger. It would still take time for them to recover. Xiaoyao team, victory, 1 point added. The host, having learned from previous lessons, was much calmer this time. Although he was still quite surprised, he quickly regained his composure. Once off the arena, everyone's gaze was focused on Xia Xiaoyu, filled with awe. Huahua's displayed strength was truly remarkable, taking down 5 level 2 spirit pets in one hit, which was incredibly powerful. In fact, if it were any other spirit pet, Huahua might not have been able to achieve a one-hit kill, mainly because those 5 fire pythons were at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. The Divine Fire system has absolute suppression over fire types, even stronger than the water type suppression over fire. Everyone, the next match is in the afternoon. We have a few hours. My suggestion is to go to the Spirit Beast Forest to enhance our abilities, Ye Qianxing said. The schedule provided by Sudala showed that their next match was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving them with 4 or 5 hours, which was enough time for a trip to the Spirit Beast Forest. Ye Qianxing was essentially the leader of the team, so Xia Xiaoyu and the others had no objections to his suggestion. After leaving the mercenary city, they headed towards the Spirit Beast Forest. Speaking of which, the last time they entered the Spirit Beast Forest was for the school's final assessment. For this mercenary city competition, Ye Qianxing had specifically asked for leave from Mentor Jianglin. Upon learning that it was for a competition, Mentor Jianglin did not refuse, as competitions are also a form of training. Once inside the Spirit Beast Forest, Ye Qianxing and the others chose to venture deeper, as there weren't many good things on the outskirts. This is a fire spirit fruit. Ye Qianxing suddenly stopped and pointed at the bright red fruit on a tree. Information about the fire spirit fruit appeared before his eyes. Fire spirit fruit contains vast amounts of fire energy. Xiaoyu. This fire spirit fruit contains much more energy than the earth flame flower. There are 5 on the tree. Giving them to Huahua can raise her by at least 2 levels, Ye Qianxing said excitedly, clearly feeling they were lucky to find something so quickly. Roar. Just then, a fierce roar echoed. Following that, a gorilla covered in red fur emerged from the forest. Evil spirit, explosive gorilla attribute. Fire rating, 2-star level, 1 weakness. Water system, divine fire system promotion conditions. Evolution route. Sure enough, whenever there are more precious spirit herbs, there will be evil spirits guarding them nearby. Fortunately, this explosive gorilla wasn't too strong, only at the first level stage. Huahua, it's your turn, Ye Qianxing said. Huahua soared into the air, flapping its wings vigorously. Instantly, 2 fire blades flew out, crossing in a shape of a cross towards the explosive gorilla. This was one of Huahua's skills, the Flame World Slash, which has a strong single target attack. The explosive gorilla, not being a particularly strong evil spirit, was directly slain by the crossing fire blades. A phantom soul flew out and was immediately absorbed by Erbai Wu. Hellhound, Erbai Wu attribute. Demon system rating, 5-star, growth type, level. For abilities, Dread, Soul Dread, effective against targets no higher than 2 levels above it. The greater the level difference, the less effective it is. The combat capability of the subdued will be affected. Nether Flame Strike, summons nether flames to attack. Possessing both physical and soul attack effects. Soul Devour, devour souls for level enhancement. Weakness, mechanical system promotion conditions. Devour 100 souls to promote for 1100, evolution route. Consuming an inner pill of a level K9 evil spirit or spirit pet can evolve into a 2-headed hellhound, 01. For Erbai Wu to level up, it needs to devour souls, and to devour souls, it must kill evil spirits or spirit pets. So leveling up for Erbai Wu is quite slow. After all, there aren't that many evil spirits and spirit pets to kill. Killing humans could also level up. But how could Ye Qianxing indiscriminately kill the innocent? Chapter 65, Money Mouse, Treasure Hunt. After slaying the explosive gorilla, Ye Qianxing picked the 5 fire spirit fruits and also dug out the inner pill of the explosive gorilla. A level fire inner pill combined with the fire spirit fruit will have even better effects. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly, taking out a juicer from his personal space and tossing the inner pill and fire spirit fruits inside. Soon, a bowl of fiery red soup was freshly made. Hua Hua gulped down the fiery red soup, and the next moment, a wave of high temperature swept over. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger quickly released the ice crystal barrier, and the ice Qilin also released cold air, barely blocking the wave of heat. Cry. With a phoenix cry, all the birds in the spirit beast forest reacted. Phoenix, the king of all birds, with Hua Hua possessing phoenix blood. This cry startled all the birds. Hua Hua was now at level 6. Xiaoyu, I'm excited, Ye Qianxing said. He stroked his nose, realizing he had somewhat overestimated the value of the fire spirit fruit. He originally thought it would raise Hua Hua by 2 or 3 levels, but it only raised her by 1. Indeed, the higher the bloodline, the slower the level increase. If it were an ordinary fire-type spirit pet, 5 fire spirit fruits would be enough to raise them by 3 or 4 levels. Ye Qianxing thought to himself, although Hua Hua only leveled up once, its strength increased several times. Sister, among our group, your spirit pet's level is now the highest, Xiao Liuxing said enviously. Haha, you don't need to be too envious. There are still a few hours before the competition, and maybe we can find treasures for your spirit pets too? Ye Qianxing laughed. In fact, he was also thinking about whether he could find a ghost-type evil spirit or spirit herbs, but ghost types were simply too rare. So, he could only slowly upgrade his level by devouring the souls of evil spirits. Squeak! Just as the group had not walked far, suddenly, the sound of a mouse squeaking rang out. Ye Qianxing looked around and saw that a small hole had appeared on the ground. A golden-colored gopher appeared before their eyes. Evil spirit, money mouse attribute, earth rating, 2-star level, 5 ability, keen sense of smell, good at finding treasures weakness, wood and rock types promotion conditions, evolution route. Qianxing, why you keep staring at that gopher? Although it looks a bit special in color, it shouldn't be an evil spirit, right? Sutila and the others asked when they saw Ye Qianxing staring blankly at the golden gopher. Shoo! Ye Qianxing quickly signaled them to be quiet and then said softly, this is the money mouse, also a type of evil spirit, but it has no attack power. Its ability is treasure hunting. With it, our efficiency in finding spirit herbs will greatly increase. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Sutila and the others immediately became excited. After seeing Hua Hua level up, they were indeed quite envious. With this money mouse, finding those spirit herbs would be much easier, and their spirit pets could level up too. Let us quickly split up and surround it. Ye Qianxing commanded, and Sutila and the others scattered in different directions. They finally managed to surround the money mouse. Catch it! Ye Qianxing shouted, and all 6 rushed forward at the same time. The money mouse sensed danger and, with a puff, returned to its hole. Ye Qianxing and the others collided together. I forgot this is just a gopher. It can dig. Ye Qianxing slapped his forehead and sighed. Puff! Another sound of soil breaking came, and Ye Qianxing and the others looked toward the sound. They saw that the money mouse had poked its head out not far away, looking at Ye Qianxing and the others with a provocative expression. Sister-in-law, we're being looked down upon by this mouse, Xiao Liuxing said. I have a bad temper. No matter what, I must catch it. Ye Qianxing shouted again and lunged at the money mouse. However, the money mouse shrank back and went into its hole again. Ye Qianxing missed again. In the next moment, the money mouse poked its head out from another hole, looking at Ye Qianxing and the others with a challenging expression. This annoying mouse is actually playing whack-a-mole with us. Little mouse, you're asking for it. Ye Qianxing snorted coldly and then shouted to the ice Kirin, big bye. Frosty ground. The ice Kirin, receiving Ye Qianxing's command, immediately activated its skill. Instantly, icy air erupted from its body, freezing the ground. The provocative look on the money mouse's face instantly froze as it found it could no longer shrink back into its hole because the ground was frozen. Keep being arrogant. Ye Qianxing sneered and swiftly grabbed the money mouse. He held it tightly in his hand. Squeak! The money mouse finally began to panic, struggling non-stop. But as a small mouse with no attack power, how could it break free from Ye Qianxing's control? I know you can understand my words. From now on, you must help me find spirit herbs. Otherwise, I will crush you. Ye Qianxing said fiercely, scaring the money mouse into nodding repeatedly. Ye Qianxing then revealed a smile. He took out a rope from his spatial storage and tied up the money mouse, holding the other end in his hand. Let us go treasure hunting. If you satisfy me, I might consider letting you go free. The money mouse glanced at Ye Qianxing and then reluctantly started to move. 10 minutes later. Ha ha. It's a wind thunder fruit. Ye Qianxing pointed to several fruits and said, "This is perfect for Xiaoyu." Xiaoyu is a rampaging rabbit with dual attributes of wind and thunder, and the wind thunder fruit is also of wind and thunder attributes, making it a perfect match. Roar. At this moment, a wolf with purple and white fur jumped out. Evil spirit, purple moon wolf king attribute, thunder and frost rating, 3-star level, 5 weakness, divine fire promotion conditions, evolution route. Oh? It's actually a relative of the howling moon silver wolf. Ye Qianxing was slightly taken aback. Xia Xiaoyu and Xia Liuxing's father, Xia Luyan, has a spirit pet that is the howling moon silver wolf. The purple moon wolf king has some blood relation to it. Moreover, they are both dual attribute of thunder and ice. Everyone, be careful. This is a level 5 evil spirit, Ye Qianxing reminded. Let me handle it. Well, what can restrain it? And its level is higher, Xia Xiaoyu said. No, Xiaoyu, this time you shouldn't take action. Why doesn't T need to act either? Liuxing, Yu, Zhuleng, and Tila, this purple moon wolf king is up to you. For against one should be fine, right? Ye Qianxing said, taking the opportunity to train them. Of course. No problem. Xiao Jingjing, ice strike. Xia Liuxing commanded first, and the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger opened its mouth, shooting out an ice spear directly at the purple moon wolf king. Crack! The purple moon wolf king spat out a blade like lightning, directly shattering the ice spear shot by the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. Roar! The purple moon wolf king suddenly howled at the sky, instantly stunning all the spirit tamers and spirit pets present except for Airbai. Woof woof. Airbai barked a few times, waking everyone up. Damn, this guy actually knows how to intimidate, Ye Qianxing said with cold sweat. That wolf howl was one of the purple moon wolf king's skills. The wolf king's howl, which can create an intimidating effect. If it weren't for Airbai's strong resistance to soul intimidation, they would have suffered a big loss. Xiaoyu, wind, thunderstep, Zhou shouted, and the rampaging rabbit kicked off the ground, leaping up and kicking at the purple moon wolf king with both hind legs. At that moment, a cold ice armor appeared on the purple moon wolf king, and the rampaging rabbit's kick did not inflict any damage. This was also one of the purple moon wolf king's skills, ice armor. Brute force punch. Zhou did not hesitate for a moment and issued the command again. The rampaging rabbit drew back its fist, then slammed it down. Bang! The brute force punch struck the ice armor hard, and a shattering sound echoed. The armor shattered, and the purple moon wolf king was pushed back several steps. Xiaoyu's pure physical attack is quite strong, Ye Qianxing remarked. Although the rampaging rabbit looks delicate, it actually contains immense strength. This punch didn't even use the wind thunder power. Roar! The purple moon wolf king seemed to be enraged, letting out a furious roar, its body turning into an afterimage, instantly appearing before the rampaging rabbit, slashing at her with its claws. However, Zhou showed no sign of panic. Xiao Ba, Earth Guardian. A clear voice rang out, and a yellow light shield enveloped the rampaging rabbit. The wolf claws struck the yellow light shield, causing it to tremble but not shatter. These two siblings have quite a good tacit understanding. It seems they have fought together many times, Ye Qianxing said to Xia Xiaoyu. Yes. Zhou trust in Ye is evident as she showed no sign of fear just now. Xia Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Big Bai, ice pillar. Sadira shouted loudly, and immediately the chill transformed into an ice pillar that crashed into the purple moon wolf king. The purple moon wolf king had just launched an attack and had no time to defend, directly hit by the ice pillar and was sent flying backward for several meters. Although the purple moon wolf king was at level 5, the quality of their 4 spirit pets was exceptional, and if they could cooperate well, defeating the purple moon wolf king would not be a problem. Ye Qianxing said again. Soon, the reality confirmed his words. From a moment, the purple moon wolf king was knocked away by the ice pillar. Sadira and the others seized the opportunity to launch their most ferocious attack. As for defense, they could completely leave it to the Tyrannosaurus turtle. As a turtle-type spirit pet known for its defensive power, although it was a few levels lower than the purple moon wolf king, it could still withstand its attacks. Furious Bite. Under the siege of the 4 spirit pets, the Purple Moon Wolf King eventually fell, its life ending under the bite of the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger. Brother-in-law, this is its inner Dan. Xiao Liuxing handed an inner Dan to Ye Qianxing. The inner Dan of the Purple Moon Wolf King contains both ice and lightning attributes. If Xiaoyu consumes it, there is a chance to evolve an ice attribute. Ye Qianxing said, "Really?" Zhou Yu was very excited. Who wouldn't want their spirit pet to gain an additional ability? Well, however, the success rate is not 100%, so everything depends on fate. Ye Qianxing nodded. He then picked the Wind Thunder fruit and crushed it into juice with the inner Dan of the Purple Moon Wolf King to feed the rampaging rabbit. Suddenly, the wind howled, thunder roared, and soon, cold air surged from the rampaging rabbit's body. Spirit pet. Rampaging Snow Rabbit, Jade Rabbit Bloodline. Not activated. Attributes. Wind System, Lightning System. Mutated Frost System rating. 4. 5 stars. Growth type. Level. For abilities. 1. Storm Control. Concentrates a storm. Wind-based attack. 2. Wind, Thunder Step. Physical attack. Dual effect of wind and thunder. 3. Violent Straight Punch. Pure physical attack. 4. Thunderstorm Blizzard. Contains triple attributes of electricity, wind, and ice. Promotion conditions. Evolution route. It really succeeded. Zhou Yu's excitement made her cheeks flush. Perhaps too excited, she unexpectedly hugged Ye Qianxing tightly. This left Ye Qianxing somewhat at a loss. Zhou Yu was indeed quite beautiful, and if he were a normal man, being hugged by a pretty girl would certainly bring him joy. Ye Qianxing was also a normal man, but the key was that there were others nearby. He slightly turned his head and saw Xiaoyu pouting, looking at him with a resentful expression. Xiaoyu, Ye Qianxing sighed, wanting to explain. However, Xiaoyu snorted, turned her head away, and ignored Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing sighed. It seemed this girl was jealous. As for Sadaira and Xiao Liuxing, they were looking at him with mischievous smiles. Ye Qianxing found it strange. It was normal for Sadaira to smirk, but why was Xiao Liuxing also grinning? Calling him brother-in-law. Now seeing another woman hugging him, how could she still smile? Zhou Lang seemed to want to say something, but he always had a shy expression as if he was holding back. Ahem, yeah, don't be too excited, otherwise I might not be able to breathe with you squeezing me, Ye Qianxing said awkwardly. Zhou Yu was not very big, but her curves were indeed quite prominent. So as she hugged Ye Qianxing tightly, she pressed against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Zhou Yu realized what Ye Qianxing meant, and her little face turned red immediately. Xiaoyu quickly turned her head, glaring fiercely at Ye Qianxing and Zhou Yu. But then she looked down at her own chest. It seemed, compared to Zhou Yu, hers was indeed too small. Ahem, let's not waste time. Let's hurry up and continue treasure hunting. Fearing the sudden silence, Ye Qianxing quickly changed the subject. With the guidance of the Money Mouse, their treasure hunting efficiency increased several times. A mercenary group, no matter how lucky, could only find a few spirit herbs in a day, and the quality would be average. But with the Money Mouse, Ye Qianxing and the others searched for spirit herbs very quickly, and the Money Mouse looked down on low-quality spirit herbs, leading them to find high-quality ones. Ice Clear Glass. This can be given to Xiao Jingjing, at least to increase your level by 2 stages. After they killed a snowman evil spirit, Ye Qianxing successfully obtained Ice Clear Glass, which could help ice attribute spirit pets enhance their ice quality. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiao Liuxing laughed, giving the Ice Clear Glass to the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger to consume. Soon, the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger indeed leveled up to stage 4, and the temperature of the ice it released became even lower. This is Water Essence Stone, containing both water and rock attributes. It's most suitable for Xiaoba. This is 100-Year Meteorite. Konggang, this is for you. Ye Qianxing summoned the Divine Armed Golden Monkey. 100-Year Meteorite is a treasure left by outer space meteorites, rich in powerful metal elements. The 100-Year Meteorite is extremely hard, but under the divine fire of Hua Hua, it was refined into iron juice, which was swallowed by Konggang. Its level also rose to stage 6 at this time, becoming the second level 6 spirit pet after Hua Hua. Chapter 67. Ice and Fire Duality Spring. Of course, the abilities of 100-Year Meteorite are not limited to these. Kong Gang's defense was greatly enhanced. World Flower? Under the guidance of the Money Mouse, they quickly found a flower. World Flower, named after one flower, one world, containing spatial attributes. Under the eye of the system, the information of the spirit herb was revealed. It was surprisingly a rare, space-type spirit herb. Their luck was indeed extraordinary. Shukong, this is yours. Ye Qianxing gave the world flower to Shukong, directly helping it level up to stage 1. Shukong is a decent support spirit pet. Its spatial abilities can save lives in certain situations. Ye Qianxing certainly would not overlook it. It was just a pity that space attribute spirit herbs were too few. In the next few hours, the Money Mouse led Ye Qianxing and the others to find dozens of high-quality spirit herbs. The usable ones, Ye Qianxing directly gave to the spirit pets, and the unusable ones were stored in Shukong's space. These were all white silver coins. What kind of place is this? Under the guidance of the Money Mouse, they delved deeper into the demon spirit forest. Before them was a pool of spring water. But to everyone's surprise, the spring water was divided into two halves. One side was red and steaming, while the other side was cold and frosty. Ice and fire duality spring? The information about the spring water appeared in the eye of the system, and Ye Qianxing was amazed. The demon spirit forest actually had an ice and fire duality spring. What's wrong with the ice and fire duality spring? Why you seem so excited? Sadira asked curiously. The ice and fire duality spring isn't what's exciting. The key is that flower. Ye Qianxing pointed to a flower growing at the junction of the ice and fire duality spring. That flower had two colors, one red and one blue, just like the ice and fire duality spring. This is the flame frost flower, possessing both fire and ice attributes that counter each other, only able to grow in the ice and fire duality spring. This is a top-quality spirit herb. Sadira, you really hit the jackpot. Ye Qianxing exclaimed excitedly. It's a top-tier spirit herb. What does it have to do with me? Why do you say I've hit the jackpot? Sadira was increasingly confused. Of course it concerns you. Let me tell you, if this flame frost flower is consumed by Dubai, it will yield unexpected results. Ye Qianxing said with a mysterious smile. What results? Concerned about her spirit pet, Sadira became nervous. Well, you'll see for yourself later. Ye Qianxing kept it a secret. Only my Hua Hua can fly here. Let fetch the flame frost flower. Xiaoxiaoyu suggested that since the water in the ice-fire duality spring is either too hot or too cold, they could only choose to fly over. Hememe Ye Qianxing nodded. Under Xiaoxiaoyu's command, Hua Hua flew towards the center of the ice-fire duality spring, just as she had just grabbed the Yin Shuanghua. Suddenly, two heads emerged from the spring. One emitted flames, while the other exhaled frost, both shooting towards Hua Hua. Screech! Hua Hua never expected these two heads to appear and was directly hit, falling towards the spring. Hua Hua! Xiaoxiaoyu exclaimed, instinctively rushing towards the ice-fire duality spring. However, Ye Qianxing was faster. He immediately used teleportation, appearing in midair and catching Hua Hua. Then, with another teleportation, he brought her back to the shore. Phew, phew, phew. After using two teleportations in quick succession, Ye Qianxing felt his stamina waning. Hua, are you okay? Xiaoxiaoyu hurriedly walked over to Hua Hua and asked. Don't worry. Hua Hua is a vermilion bird. She will be fine, Ye Qianxing reassured, and only then did Xiaoxiaoyu return Hua Hua to the contract space to let her rest. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the figure in the ice-fire duality spring. Wow, what kind of evil spirit is this? Two heads, one red and one blue. Sutila couldn't help but swallow hard. He could feel a powerful pressure emanating from that figure. Evil spirit, ice-fire two-headed serpent attribute, frost and fire rating, 3 stars level, 2 ability, possesses dual ice and fire capabilities, with attacks containing potent poison weakness, divine fire and divine water promotion condition, evolution route. Ye Qianxing's eyes widened. This was actually a level 2 evil spirit. Run! This is a level 2 evil spirit. Ye Qianxing shouted, and everyone's expressions changed as they hurriedly retreated. Hiss! The ice-fire two-headed serpent hissed and flew out of the ice-fire duality spring, chasing after them. The Yin Shuanghua belonged to it. It could not be taken by others. Damn it! A level 2 evil spirit. It would be difficult to defeat even if we all attacked together. Ye Qianxing frowned. The ice-fire two-headed serpent was extremely fast and was about to catch up with them. Compared to the evil spirit, Ye Qianxing might be able to match its speed. But Xiaoyu and the others could not. Xiaoyu, can Huohua still fight? Ye Qianxing asked. If Huohua could still fight, then they would have a chance. After all, Huohua could fly and was of the divine fire attribute, which had a definite advantage over the ice-fire two-headed serpent. She was injured before only because of surprise attack. She can fight, but her combat power should not be fully restored yet, Xiaoyu replied. Ye Qianxing pondered for a moment and then said, summon her out. There's no hope of escape now. We can only fight to the death. Xiaoyu nodded and quickly summoned Huohua. Brothers, prepare for battle. Ye Qianxing shouted, and Su Tila and the others immediately stopped. They trusted Ye Qianxing completely. Since he said a fight, then they would fight. Hiss! Seeing Ye Qianxing and the others stop, the ice-fire two-headed serpent also suddenly halted. Serpents are often suspicious. It didn't he understand why those who were just fleeing had now stopped. Wu, King Kong, Shukuan. Ye Qianxing summoned all 3 spirit pets at once. Facing a level 2 evil spirit, he had to go all out. Huohua is the main attacker. The others, support with all your might. Ye Qianxing immediately ordered. Huohua, Inferno Slash. Huohua flew in the air, screeching. She was very angry after being ambushed by this two-headed serpent. Flapping her wings, she unleashed a cross slash towards the ice-fire two-headed serpent. The 2 heads of the ice-fire two-headed serpent simultaneously exhaled flames and frost, directly scattering the cross slash. The level difference was still too great. Ye Qianxing murmured, then shouted, King Kong, smash it to death. Roar! The divine arm golden ape roared, its body turning metallic, wielding the black gold iron rod like a pillar. It jumped up and struck fiercely at the ice-fire two-headed serpent. The ice-fire two-headed serpent spat flames and frost, but King Kong did not dodge, allowing both attribute attacks to hit him. Finally, as he landed, the pillar crashed hard onto the ice-fire two-headed serpent. Chapter 68. Evolution. Frost Flame Qilin, is the two-headed serpent dead? Xiao Yoxing gazed at the dust-filled front, unable to see the situation inside. But Ye Qianxing understood that although King Kong's power was immense, the possibility of killing a level 2 evil spirit with one blow was very low. As the dust slowly settled, the figure of the ice-fire two-headed serpent emerged. At this moment, King Kong was already entangled by the two-headed serpent. The 2 serpent heads attempted to bite King Kong, but were caught by King Kong's hands. Damn it! Wu, intimidated. Ye Qianxing's expression changed as he shouted. Wu had transformed into a hellhound. Soul intimidation, activate. The two-headed serpent's eyes instantly went blank. But Ye Qianxing knew that with Wu's current strength, it could only intimidate it for a few seconds at most. Ming Flame Strike. Ye Qianxing and Wu simultaneously unleashed the Ming Flame Strike, the black flames burning on the two-headed serpent, causing it to let out a wail. The pain in its soul made the two-headed serpent's body go limp. King Kong pushed hard, breaking free from the two-headed serpent's grasp. Then he ran back to Ye Qianxing's side. This ice-fire two-headed serpent is so powerful. Ye Qianxing fronet. Hiss! The ice-fire two-headed serpent was now enraged, with both heads exhaling flames and frost, which surprisingly combined together. The yin and yang repelled each other. Ice and fire combined, unleashing a formidable force. Ye Qianxing gasped. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus turtle released Earth Guardian, and the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger released Ice Crystal Barrier. With dual defenses, it was uncertain whether they could withstand this powerful attack from the Ice-Fire two-headed serpent. Bang! A violente explosion sounded, and the outer Ice Crystal Barrier shattered into ice shards. Meanwhile, the Earth Guardian was still holding strong, but it started to crack. Boom! Ultimately, the Earth Guardian could not hold on any longer and shattered. Fortunately, the Earth Guardian had already absorbed most of the power of the ice-fire attack, and the remaining force would not harm anyone. There's only one way left. Tila, give this Yen Shuanghua to Daba. We will try our best to hold off this two-headed serpent. Once Daba levels up, he might have the strength to fight, Ye Qianxing said. Okay. Su Tila did not hesitate. He took the Yen Shuanghua and directly fed it to Daba. Huohua, scorching feather inferno. The vermilion bird screeched. spreading its wings as countless fiery feathers shot out like a meteor shower towards the two-headed serpent. Bang, bang, bang. The scorching feather inferno continuously struck the two-headed serpent, which could only passively defend, its body covered in icy armor. Wu, Ming Flame Strike. Ye Qianxing gave the command, and Wu unleashed another black flame. This time, the two-headed serpent had learned from its previous lesson and chose not to take it head-on, but dodged the Ming Flame Strike. The rampaging rabbit and the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger attracted the two-headed serpent's attention. Shukuan used spatial transfer to send King Kong above the two-headed serpent. King Kong, remember to strike at the 7-inch position of the two-headed serpent. Ye Qianxing quickly devised a strategy. The 7-inch spot was the serpent's weak point, and even a two-headed serpent would be the same. The rampaging rabbit and the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger charged towards the two-headed serpent from both sides, prompting the two-headed serpent to release attacks. Now, Ye Qianxing shouted, and Shukuan immediately used spatial transfer, King Kong's figure vanishing from its spot. The next moment, he appeared above the ice-fire two-headed serpent. Roar! King Kong roared, raising the pillar high and smashing it down at the 7-inch position of the ice-fire two-headed serpent. However, the ice-fire two-headed snake seemed to be well prepared, its tail whipped down like a whip, striking fiercely at the diamond. Although the diamond had incredible defense and wouldn't be easily harmed, it was still knocked back by this immense force. The ice-fire two-headed snake was very good at protecting its vital points. Ye Qianxing sighed. With such a defense, it would be impossible to rely on a sneak attack. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from behind. Immediately, a gust of frost energy erupted, mixed with waves of heat. The alternating cold and hot made everyone present feel very uncomfortable. Big White had successfully evolved. Sudala's excited voice rang out, and Ye Qianxing quickly looked back to see Big White's figure appearing before him. The original light blue Big White had now transformed into a blue-red mixed form, looking even cooler than before. Spirit Pet, Frost Flame Qilin subspecies, attributes, mutated frost and fire rating, 5 stars, growth type, level, 7 abilities, Ice Fire Heavenly Might, 0 degree explosion weakness. Divine Fire type, it actually jumped directly from level 2 to level 7. Even Ye Qianxing hadn't expected the effect of the Zhuyin Frost Flower to be this good. Moreover, Big White was now almost completely free from weaknesses. The Divine Fire type was exceedingly rare, and the chances of encountering it were very low. Hiss! The Ice Fire two-headed snake warily stared at the newly evolved Big White. Although Big White's level was still lower than that of the Ice Fire two-headed snake, it possessed the Qilin bloodline, which definitely suppressed the Ice Fire two-headed snake in terms of bloodline. Big White, Ice Fire Heavenly Might, Sudala shouted, and Big White stomped its hooves, causing frost energy to rise from the ground. At the same time, flames began to fall from the sky. Xia Yuan, have Hua Hua help it out, Ye Qianxing said. Xia Yuan nodded and signaled Hua Hua to unleash the scorching feather heaven. Suddenly, the flames in the sky transformed into numerous fiery feathers. These were feathers transformed from divine fire. Fear began to show in the eyes of the Ice Fire two-headed snake. It reluctantly glanced at Ye Qianxing and the others before turning to leave. Don't chase. Seeing the Ice Fire two-headed snake wanting to flee, Xia Liuxing hurriedly tried to pursue, but was stopped by Ye Qianxing. We don't have time to waste here, and even if we really fight, we might not be able to take on the Ice Fire two-headed snake. Ye Qianxing Ape-Linet. ISNT Sudala's Big White already evolved? And that two-headed snake clearly seems to be afraid, Xia Liuxing questioned. It's not that it's afraid, but it saw that the Yin Frost Flower had already been consumed by Big White, and there's no need to continue fighting. Evil spirits possess a certain level of intelligence. It knows that continuing the fight would be futile, Sudala said. As Big White's master, he understood this well. Although Big White had evolved, defeating that Ice Fire two-headed snake would still be very difficult, even with Hua Hua's help. After all, the level gap was too significant. The Ice Fire two-headed snake has wasted too much of our time. We should finish leveling up and head back to Mercenary City, Ye Qianxing said, noting that they only had 1 hour left until their match. Everyone nodded, and they began to walk towards the edge of the Spirit Beast Forest. Ye Qianxing looked back at the spirit beast forest. Even the place where they encountered the ice-fire two-headed snake was definitely not the deepest part of the forest. So, what kind of existence would be in the deepest part of the spirit beast forest? Chapter 69. The Tactical Berserk Team, Mercenary City, Training Ground. In the next match, the Xiaoyao team versus the Berserk team. These two teams have not experienced a defeat from the first match until now. Now that they meet, which side's undefeated record will be broken? Let's wait and see. The host shouted from the stage. Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao. Berserk team, Berserk team. The crowd below cheered. Some supporting the Xiaoyao team and others supporting the Berserk team. Now, please welcome both teams to the stage. As the host's words fell, 5 figures stepped onto the arena. The 5 stood shoulder to shoulder, with the leader of the Berserk team, Qianxing, standing in the center. To Qianxi's left and right were a frail young man and a flamboyant woman. On the far ends were 2 middle-aged men who appeared almost identical. They were likely twins. Please welcome the Xiaoyao team to the stage. The host shouted again, but there was still no response. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Ha ha. Could it be that those little kids heard they're facing our Berserk team and got scared off? Qianxing laughed loudly, his voice booming and audible to everyone present. This sparked a flurry of discussions among the audience. The Xiaoyao team wouldn't really be too scared to come on stage, would they? That shouldn't be the case. I've watched every battle of the Xiaoyao team, and their strength is not weak, even if they're not as strong as the Berserk team. They shouldn't be afraid to come on stage, right? So what is going on? At this moment, the host was also a bit confused, searching for the Xiaoyao team among the crowd. But with so many people, he couldn't see clearly. Stop looking, in my opinion. Those little kids are just afraid to face our Berserk team. Hurry up and announce us as the winners, Qianxing said impatiently, as it would be best to avoid a match and save energy. All right, since the Xiaoyao team is not showing up, I declare this match. The host was just about to announce when a shout suddenly rang out. The Xiaoyao team is here. As the voice sounded, everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance of the training ground. At that moment, several figures appeared there. It was Ye Qianxing and his group. They walked towards the arena, and the crowd instinctively made way for them. Oh, it turns out they weren't scared off by me after all. Qianxing rubbed his nose, a bit disappointed. Sorry, we're late. Let us get started, Ye Qianxing said to the host. The host quickly nodded at Ye Qianxing. He already knew the relationship between Ye Qianxing and Sudala, so naturally, he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. I declare the match between the Xiaoyao team and the Berserk team officially begins. The host shouted loudly, and Ye Qianxing and the others simultaneously summoned their spirit pets. Tear them apart. Qianxing roared, summoning his spirit pet first, and his 4 teammates followed suit, summoning their spirit pets. Qianxi's spirit pet, true to its name, was a rhinoceros. Spirit pet. Mighty rhinoceros attributes. Strength rating, 2 stars level. 6 abilities. Incredible strength. Horn charge weakness. Flying type promotion conditions. Evolution route. Besides Qianxi's mighty rhinoceros, the other 4 teammates had different spirit pets. The flamboyant woman's spirit pet was a spider named the Mysterious Spider, a level 5 spirit pet with the ability to entangle with webs. And its webs contained toxins that could paralyze nerves. The frail young man's spirit pet was a monkey named Little Spirit Monkey, a level 4 spirit pet that was very agile. As for the twin brothers, their spirit pets were the same. Rock Giant Beast, a rock-type spirit pet, level 3, with extremely strong defense. The Berserk team is quite tactical. The mighty rhinoceros takes the lead. The mysterious spider is responsible for control. The little spirit monkey serves to maneuver and disrupt, while the 2 rock giant beasts are in charge of defense. Ye Qianxing. This Berserk team was the strongest they had encountered among the several teams. Go! Qianxing shouted, and the mighty rhinoceros charged forward towards Ye Qianxing and the others. The little spirit monkey also moved, attempting to leap around for a surprise attack. The 2 rock giant beasts followed closely beside the mighty rhinoceros, ready to block any incoming attacks. Horn charge. The mighty rhinoceros charged towards the ice crystal saber tiger with its horn. Coming right up, Xiao Yoxing was not the slightest bit panicked and let out a cold laugh. In the demon spirit forest, his little Jingjing had already reached level 4. Although it was 2 levels lower than the mighty rhinoceros, he was not intimidated at all. Ice crystal barrier. A wall made of ice crystals blocked the mighty rhinoceros. The rhinoceros's horn slammed hard against the ice barrier, instantly creating a crack. This force was indeed quite strong. Xiao Yu, violent straight punch. Zhou Yu issued the command, and the rampaging rabbit charged up for a punch, smashing towards the mighty rhinoceros. At that moment, the two rock beasts transformed into shields, merging into one, and positioned themselves in front of the mighty rhinoceros. The violent straight punch struck the rock shield, but caused no damage at all. The shield opened in the middle, and the mighty rhinoceros immediately charged towards the rampaging rabbit. The two rock beasts' turned shield were quite troublesome, acting like a door that could close for defense and open for attack at will. Just as the mighty rhinoceros was about to collide with the rampaging rabbit, a yellowish light barrier appeared, blocking the rhinoceros. At this time, the little spirit monkey had already attacked from behind, targeting Wu. Perhaps in its eyes, the untransformed Wu was just a little husky. Hua noticed the little spirit monkey's sneak attack and breathed out a flame. But the little spirit monkey dodged and continued charging towards Wu. Hua wanted to attack again, but was suddenly entangled by spider silk. The strange spider wanted to pull her down, but Hua suddenly burst into flames, burning the spider silk to ashes. Why doesn't my paralysis toxin work on this little bird? The seductive woman questioned. Of course it doesn't work. Hua is a vermilion bird. Her blood is filled with divine fire. As soon as the toxin enters her bloodstream, it gets burned up, someone replied. However, the strange spider's control still had some effect. As the little spirit monkey had already appeared behind Wu, its sharp claws swiping down fiercely. End it. The skinny young man sneered. However, the next moment, his sneer froze on his face. The little spirit monkey suddenly came to a halt, and that little husky unexpectedly transformed into a hellhound engulfed in black flames. The hellhound pressed the little spirit monkey down with one paw. Wu howled at the sky, triggering a shockwave that stunned the mighty rhinoceros and the rock beasts. Although it was only for a split second, it was enough. The rampaging rabbit suddenly leaped over the rock beasts, stomping down on the mighty rhinoceros. Chapter 70. Final Battle. Iron Blood Battle Team. The rampaging rabbit's critical hit was completely disproportionate to her size. Her small body contained immense power. The wind thunder stomp struck the mighty rhinoceros, sending it flying. Hua, give it the final blow. Ye Qianxing shouted, and the vermilion bird soared into the air, flapping its wings to unleash the flame world slash. The fiery cross slash hit the mighty rhinoceros. Although it had tough skin, it was not a defensive creature, and under the explosive damage of the flame world slash, it lost its combat ability. Mighty, the rampaging rhinoceros exclaimed, feeling the state of the mighty rhinoceros through their soul connection. He was severely injured and unable to fight. With the main combatant of the rampaging team incapacitated and the roaming spirit monkey pinned down by Wu, only the two rock beasts and a strange spider remained. It could be said that the rampaging team had already lost half of the battle, with no chance of turning the tide. Surrender. You have no chance of winning. Save your strength for other teams, Ye Qianxing said to the spirit tamers of the rampaging team. Losing once did not mean elimination. The competition was point-based, and as long as they could still fight, they still had a chance. However, the seductive woman was very stubborn. The mighty rhinoceros has lost its combat ability, and we don't need to participate in the next battle. But even if we lose, we will not let you have it easy, the seductive woman said fiercely, and surprisingly, none of her teammates contradicted her. This showed that the seductive woman held a significant status within the rampaging team. Spider web bind, the seductive woman shouted, and the strange spider spat out a web towards Hua, who was flying in the air. Hua breathed out divine fire, immediately turning the web into ashes. How is that possible? My web has a high fire resistance, the seductive woman said in disbelief. However, she had no idea that Hua's fire was not ordinary fire. It was the divine fire of the phoenix, with a temperature dozens of times higher than regular flames, easily incinerating the web. Stop wasting time. Let's finish this quickly, Ye Qianxing said. Immediately, the rampaging rabbit, ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, tyrant turtle, Hua, and would charge towards the strange spider. The rock beasts combined into a stone wall. attempting to block the 5 spirit pets. Wu, Nether Flame Strike. The hellfire erupted from Wu's mouth, striking the stone wall. The wall, which could withstand divine fire, began to tremble under the black flames, and then it split apart, reverting back to the rock beasts. Hellfire was not something that could be blocked by ordinary defenses. It burned the soul. Without the rock beast defense, the strange spider faced 5 spirit pets at once. The outcome was already determined. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger launched a freezing strike, directly freezing the strange spider. The rampaging rabbit quickly appeared beside the frozen spider and kicked it out. The 2 rock beasts rolling on the ground, seeing the strange spider fall off the stage, rolled off as well. At this point, only Ye Qianxing and his 5 spirit pets remained on the stage. The arena fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into applause and cheers. Congratulations to the Carefree Battle Team for achieving 3 consecutive victories. The host shouted into the microphone, and the cheers grew even louder. There were others who achieved 3 consecutive victories in the competition, but the Carefree Battle Team was undoubtedly the most eye-catching one. Because the Carefree Battle Team was a dark horse, no one had known of them before, and all 5 spirit tamers in the team were underage kids. Facing a group of adults, these kids managed to achieve 3 consecutive victories. How could that not be astonishing? Under everyone's gaze, Ye Qianxing and his team stepped down from the stage. As the competition continued, Ye Qianxing's team went on stage several more times. But their opponents were even weaker than the rampaging team, so they won easily. The competition continued until midnight, finally nearing its end. Everyone, the competition is coming to an end. The scores of each mercenary group are now displayed on the screen. Please take a look, the announcer said. A large screen appeared, showing the scores of each team. The top 2 names were particularly eye-catching. Iron Blood Battle Team, 32 points. Carefree Battle Team, 32 points. 2 teams had the same score, both ranking first, but there could only be one first place. The Iron Blood Battle Team was a subordinate team of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, a veteran mercenary group that had won first place in every mercenary competition. The Carefree Battle Team, an obscure team, had risen as a dark horse in this competition. Which would win the title of champion in this mercenary contest, an old veteran team or a dark horse team? The next match would be the comparison between the mercenary groups with the same scores, and the first to compete would be for our first place position. Let's invite the Iron Blood Battle Team and the Carefree Battle Team to the stage. As the host's passionate words fell, cheers erupted from the audience, with supporters of the Iron Blood Battle Team and the Carefree Battle Team evenly matched. Everyone, this is the final match. As long as we defeat the Iron Blood Battle Team, our mission will be complete, Ye Qianxing said to everyone. Don't worry, we've charged all the way here. When have we ever backed down? No matter if it's the Iron Blood Squad or the Hot Blood Squad, they all have to play second fiddle when they meet us, Xiao Yoxing said nonchalantly. Qianxing, the Iron Blood Squad, is a subordinate team of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, our old rivals. It's a pity I can't go on stage. Otherwise, I would definitely beat them up, Su Tila said resentfully. Don't worry, I'll beat them up for you. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly, glad to see that the team members were all so confident. Confidence is a good thing. Let's not say that excessive confidence belongs to arrogance. How can young people not be a little arrogant? Upon stepping onto the arena, Ye Qianxing saw the members of the Iron Blood Squad. 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, all around 25 years old, considered to be some young individuals. Presumably, the Iron Blood Mercenary Group sent them to participate in the competition to train them. Before going on stage, Su Tila had already informed Ye Qianxing and the others of all the information about these 5 individuals. Captain Ling Tian, level 7 lightning-type spirit pet Lei Kuai, possessing purple lightning that is several times stronger than ordinary lightning. Vice Captain Xue Xue, level 6 poison-type spirit pet Bamboo Leaf Green, possessing a powerful toxin that can induce hallucinations in the target. Team member Gongzi, level 5 rock-type spirit pet Crystal Giant, fully crystallized with extremely strong defense. Team member Feng Han, level 6 wind-type spirit pet Hurricane Eagle, agile in movement and able to manipulate hurricanes. Team member Luca, level 5 ghost-type spirit pet Shadow Chameleon, capable of becoming invisible by changing its color. Chapter 71. There's a trick. All 5 spirit pets are above level 5. In contrast, on Ye Qianxing's side, aside from Hua being level 6, Bai being level 5, the other 3 are all level 4. In terms of high-end combat power and average level, they seem to be lacking compared to the opponent. However, this is only on the surface. As soon as they arrived on the arena, the chameleon vanished. Clearly, it had become invisible, planning to launch a sneak attack when necessary. The hurricane eagle flew in the air, its keen eyes fixed on Hua, who was also in the air, filled with vigilance. The phoenix is the king of all birds. Any flying creature faces bloodline suppression from her. If Hua's phoenix bloodline were not very pure, the hurricane eagle would not dare stare at her. Ling Tian's spirit pet Lei Kuai is a bull-like creature, but has only one horn, with thunder swirling around it. The crystal giant stood at the forefront, followed closely by Lei Kuai. While bamboo leaf green coiled around Lei Kuai, its eyes emotionless as it gazed at Ye Qianxing and the others. Frenzied bite, Xiao Liuxing shouted, and the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger's eyes instantly turned blood red. In a frenzied state, its combat power surged several times. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger let out a roar, leaping into the air with all 4 paws, pouncing above the crystal giant. Its claws struck fiercely toward the crystal giant's head. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger itself also possesses strong combat power. With this claw, even rock would shatter. However, the crystal giant merely raised its arms to protect its head. The tiger's claws struck its arms, but left no scratch at all. The crystal giant's defense can even withstand attacks from level 9 spirit pets. You, a mere level 4 little kitten, dare to act recklessly? Gongzi, the owner of the crystal giant, sneered, finding Xiao Liuxing's actions quite laughable. Xiao Liuxing was instantly enraged, but before he could speak, a purple lightning bolt appeared before the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. Almost at the moment the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger charged forward, Lei Kuai had already launched an attack, as if everything had been calculated beforehand. Xiao Jingjing, ice crystal barrier. Fortunately, after several days of competitions and training, Xiao Liuxing's reflexes had improved significantly. He quickly issued the command. An ice crystal protective shield enveloped the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, and the purple lightning struck the barrier, instantly making a cracking sound. The ice crystal barrier was broken so quickly. Luckily, the ice crystal barrier also provided the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger with a moment to catch its breath. It sidestepped and avoided the purple lightning. The purple lightning struck the arena, creating a decent-sized hole. Is this purple lightning this powerful? Ye Qianxing and the others were astonished. Even with the ice crystal barrier absorbing a significant portion of its power, it could still create such a large hole. Quick, call it back. Ye Qianxing, vispidit. And Xiao Liuxing hurriedly issued the command. The ice crystal saber-toothed tiger quickly retreated, but at that moment, another purple lightning bolt shot out. Just as the purple lightning was about to hit the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, a cross slash made of flames suddenly appeared. The purple lightning and flames collided, instantly producing a powerful shockwave. It turned out that Hua had activated the world-devouring flame slash at a critical moment to block this attack for the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. Sister, thanks, Xiao Liuxing said, breaking out in a cold sweat as he looked at Xia Xiaoyu. Don't be careless, Xia Xiaoyu replied. In fact, if Xiao Liuxing hadn't been careless, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger wouldn't have been in such danger. Go! Ye Qianxing shouted, and the rampaging rabbit and ice crystal saber-toothed tiger spread out from the sides, trying to bypass the crystal giant and enter the back of the Iron Blood squad. The crystal giant swung a punch at the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, while Lei Kuai shot several bolts of purple lightning at the rampaging rabbit. The rampaging rabbit's movements were too flashy, making it impossible to hit. Just as Lei Kuai was about to get furious, the bamboo leaf green that was coiling around it suddenly darted out like an arrow, shooting toward the rampaging rabbit. Xiaoyu, storm control, Zhouyu shouted, and a gust of wind blew, sending the bamboo leaf green that was aimed at the rampaging rabbit back. At that moment, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had already approached Lei Kuai from behind, directly lunging at it. Lei Kuai did not dodge or avoid, not even shooting out purple lightning. Don't you want to struggle uselessly? Xia Liuxing sneered, but the captain of the Iron Blood Squad, Ling Tian, had a wicked smile on his lips. Not good, Liuxing. Be careful, it's a trick. Ye Qianxing hurriedly reminded, but it was too late. The contract space appeared, and a monkey wrapped in flames emerged, positioned right next to the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger. At that moment, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had no time to dodge or defend. Spirit Pet, Crimson Flame Monkey Attribute, Fire Rating, 3.5 stars level, 6 abilities, Blazing Fire Fist, Furious Smash Weakness, Water, Divine Fire, Divine Water Advancement Conditions, Evolution Route. The information about the fire monkey appeared before Ye Qianxing. This guy was actually a level 6 spirit pet as well. Chapter 72. When the diamond appears, who can compete? What? Ling Tian actually contracted 2 spirit pets. My god. And both are level 6, he's only in his 20s? How can his mental strength be so strong? No one could guess that Ling Tian had 2 spirit pets, because contracting spirit pets requires powerful mental strength. If one's mental strength is not strong enough to force a contract, it would only backfire. Moreover, to contract more spirit pets, one's mental strength needs to be sufficiently strong. After all, each contract requires establishing a connection on a soul level. If the mental strength is not powerful enough, the soul will naturally be weak and unable to support connections with many spirit pets. The strength of mental power is innate, although there are ways to enhance it later. Such methods are definitely rare and not very effective. Thus, it is clear that Ling Tian is definitely a genius. At this moment, the Crimson Flame Monkey appeared next to the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger and unleashed a punch covered in blazing flames. This was one of its skills, the Blazing Fire Fist. At that moment, the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had no time to dodge or even defend, and just as the punch was about to hit, the latter suddenly vanished into thin air. How is this possible? Ling Tian's eyes widened. He quickly looked towards Ye Qianxing and the others, only to see that the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger had returned to Xia Liuxing's side. At this moment, another creature appeared next to Ye Qianxing, a large blue fish floating in the air. You thought you were the only one who contracted 2 spirit pets? Ye Qianxing sneered. He had summoned the Void Koan as soon as he sensed something was off, just in case. Sure enough, it came in handy. Just as the Crimson Flame Monkey's Fire Fist was about to hit the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger, the Void Koan used spatial transfer to bring the Ice Crystal Saber-Toothed Tiger back. Another spirit pet. My god, 2 people who contracted 2 spirit pets appeared. The audience gasped again. They could accept that Ling Tian was strong. After all, he was also from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. But Ye Qianxing actually had 2 spirit pets. He seems to be underage, right? I can't believe it. You actually have 2 spirit pets. And it looks like this big fish is of the space attribute. Ling Tian's eyes showed a greedy glint. Space attributes are extremely rare. Hearing Ling Tian's words, the people in the audience looked at the Void Koan with a hint of greed. But just thinking about the combat power of Ye Qianxing and his friends made that greed quickly vanish. Survival is more important. Are you sure it's 2? Open your eyes and take a good look. Ye Qianxing sneered, and behind him, another contract space door appeared. Then, a monkey covered in gold walked out of the contract space. Although it was also a primate like the Crimson Flame Monkey, everyone present could feel that, both in appearance and the aura it exuded. This golden monkey completely surpassed the Crimson Flame Monkey. 3. He actually contracted 3. The scene instantly erupted. Contracting 3 spirit pets is on a completely different level from contracting 2 spirit pets. Every additional spirit pet contracted increases the pressure on the soul exponentially. They had no idea that as long as Ye Qianxing could gather materials to create spirit pets, he could contract as many as he wanted. After all, this is a system benefit that allows unlimited contracts. I originally wanted to have a fair duel with you, but since you broke the rules first, don't blame me for being rude. Ye Qianxing sneered, then said to the diamond, Diamond, crush them. Roar. The diamond pounded its fists on its chest, producing a huge sound that nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. Suddenly, the diamond leaped high into the air, gripping a dark iron rod, and smashed it towards the crystal giant. His target was actually the crystal giant, known for its incredible defense in the Iron Blood team? Is he too arrogant, or does he really have confidence? Bang! Facing the Diamond's attack, the Crystal Giant did not dodge. Of course, he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to because his feet were frozen. The Crystal Giant raised its arms and slammed down, causing its legs to bend, and even the arena floor sank down directly. Roar! The Diamond roared, exerting more force, and the Crystal Giant sank another several centimeters. How can his strength be so great? Zhang Zi was incredulous. He was very confident in the Crystal Giant's defense, yet it was still knocked down by this suddenly appearing monkey. How much strength does this take? Crackling, Lei Kuai released a purple lightning bolt that struck the Diamond. The area hit by the purple lightning turned charred, but this only further enraged the Diamond. The Diamond's true strength wasn't just its power, but its defense. A single bolt of purple lightning could not harm it. However, it did provoke its anger. The Diamond raised its iron rod and smashed it down towards Lei Kuai. Just then, Qianxing expelled a stream of green mist, causing the Diamond to stop its movements immediately. Is this hallucinogenic toxin? Ye Qianxing was startled. He almost forgot about Qianxing. The Diamond's strength and defense were incredible, but its weakness was its lack of strong mental power, making it unable to resist such hallucinogenic skills. 250. Soul Shock. Ye Qianxing hurriedly said. Soul Shock not only can stun others, but can also awaken someone in a hallucinogenic state. At this moment, the Diamond regained consciousness. Qianxing wanted to expel another hallucinogenic toxin, but the Berserk Rabbit had already appeared, punching Qianxing on the head, sending it flying. When it hit the ground, it lay limp and motionless. Qianxing's defense was very low. Being hit by the Berserk Rabbit's powerful punch, it was a miracle it wasn't dead. The Diamond swung the iron rod, sending Lei Kuai tumbling off the arena. The Crimson Flame Monkey once again targeted the Diamond with a blazing fire fist. The Diamond also threw a punch. The two fists collided, and the Crimson Flame Monkey was sent flying off the arena, while the Diamond only took 2 steps back, blowing on its charred fist. The battle situation directly fell to an end with the appearance of the Diamond. The only ones left on the field were the Crystal Giant, who had been knocked down, and the Hurricane Eagle, which was being suppressed by Huohua. The Hurricane Eagle's wind could blow back Huohua's flames, but if that's the case, then there's no need for flames. Just go head on. How could Huohua, who has a phoenix bloodline, allow an eagle to bully it? The Hurricane Eagle was quickly caught by Huohua, turning into a featherless eagle. Wait, there seems to be one more. Ye Qianxing's expression suddenly changed. They had forgotten one thing. There was still a spirit pet on the field. The Shadow Chameleon that can become invisible. Ye Qianxing suddenly saw the owner of the Shadow Chameleon reveal a cold smile. And he knew something was wrong, quickly turning around. Chapter 73. Ambush. Diamond's fury. A claw rushed towards Ye Qianxing's face. Qianxing, brother-in-law. Xia Xiaoyu and the others exclaimed in shock. Enter by, and the Diamond rushed over immediately, but was already too late. The chameleon's claw was only a few centimeters away from Ye Qianxing. Since you can't get first place, then die. The owner of the chameleon revealed a sinister smile. Although there are rules in the competition prohibiting harm to spirit tamers. So what? When did the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps ever need to follow these rules? If you dare to compete with them for first place, then just go die. Ye Qianxing reacted immediately, subconsciously activating Soul Shock, and an invisible wave of energy radiated from his body. The chameleon's claw suddenly stopped just a few centimeters away from Ye Qianxing, but it only paused for less than a second. However, that brief moment was enough. Ye Qianxing instantly flashed to the side, and the chameleon's claw missed. Just as it attempted to attack Ye Qianxing again, a piercing whistle sounded through the air. Following that, a dark iron rod struck the chameleon's head fiercely. The chameleon's head exploded instantly, and its headless body fell from the arena, marking the first spirit pet to die on the stage. Naturally, the one who killed it was King Kong. King Kong was furious. His master had nearly died right before him. Roar! King Kong slammed its chest and let out a furious roar. Suddenly, it turned its head sharply to look at the chameleon's owner, Luca. It knew that the chameleon had attacked Ye Qianxing under the command of its spirit trainer. He was the real culprit. King Kong pushed off with its legs and leaped in front of Luca, roaring at him. Luca was so frightened that he fell to the ground, not even considering escape. Under his master's signal, the crystal giant charged toward King Kong, but King Kong merely turned its head, glaring at the crystal giant with its crimson eyes. It seemed to say, "I'm really angry right now. Don't provoke me, or I'll kill you too." The crystal giant's steps halted instantly, hesitated for a moment, and then returned to the pit, lying down. King Kong grabbed Luca with one hand. With just a slight exertion, Luca would be crushed into a meat pie. Ye Qianxing, quickly call off your spirit pet. The competition rules state that spirit pets must not harm the spirit trainers. Captain Ling Tian of the Iron Blood Squad shouted at Ye Qianxing. "Oh, so you know the rules? Then why did he send the Shadow Chameleon to assassinate me?" Ye Qianxing scoffed, not stopping King Kong's actions. He was angry too. Unless it was a life-and-death battle, spirit pets were not allowed to harm humans. And this was accepted by everyone. Yet Luca had violated the rules. No matter what, you're still fine, right? Quickly let your spirit pet release Luca. We could discuss things slowly. Ling Tian could only try to calm Ye Qianxing down. "Heh." Ye Qianxing didn't respond, only sneered coldly. "King Kong, crush him." A killing intent flashed in Ye Qianxing's eyes as he gave the order to King Kong. King Kong's killing intent could no longer be contained. It roared and exerted its strength. Luca didn't even have a chance to scream before being crushed to death, just like squashing an ant. Luca. The members of the Iron Blood Squad were instantly enraged, but dared not approach. King Kong's combat power was simply too formidable, and with their own losses, they were no match. Ye Qianxing and you, the Free and Easy Squad, you've gotten yourselves into trouble. Dare to kill a member of my Iron Blood Mercenary Corps? Prepare your coffins. Ling Tian threatened angrily. Fine. I'm waiting for your revenge." Ye Qianxing showed no fear. They had already clashed with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps before, so what did it matter to offend them again? The members of the Iron Blood Squad left directly, and after a few minutes of shock, the host announced the final result. The first place in this Mercenary Corps competition goes to the Free and Easy Squad. Free and easy. Free and easy. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers. The Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, which had dominated the first place for over a decade, had finally been dethroned. Amidst everyone's cheers, Ye Qianxing and the others also left the arena. "Qianxing, my dad is looking for you." As soon as they stepped down, Sudala approached. "Your dad? The Lord of Mercenary City?" Ye Qianxing was taken aback. What did the Lord of Mercenary City want with him? Though puzzled, they still followed Sudala. They entered a large building, and under Sudala's guidance, arrived outside a private room. Sudala knocked on the door, and a voice quickly came from inside. "Come in." Sudala opened the door, and everyone entered. The private room was not very large. It looked like a study, with many books on shelves. At a desk sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Looking at him, he resembled Sudala to a considerable extent. "Please take a seat. Tiara, pour tea for the guests." The middle-aged man spoke. Ye Qianxing and the others took their seats, and Sudala poured them some tea. When pouring tea for Xiao Yoxing had a smug expression, as if to say, "Look, you finally have to serve me." Sudala's mouth twitched as he suppressed the urge to retort. Ye Qianxing took a sip of tea. The value of tea in the new era was even higher than before, as the arrival of evil spirits had caused many plants and animals to mutate, enhancing the medicinal value of tea. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Hong, the Lord of Mercenary City, and also Tiara's father." The middle-aged man spoke again, and Ye Qianxing and the others had already guessed his identity, so they were not surprised. "Thank you for taking care of Tiara these days." "Su uncle, you're too polite. Tiara is our friend, and we look out for each other." Ye Qianxing quickly replied. Su Hong's gaze fell on Ye Qianxing. "You're Ye Qianxing, right? Tiara has mentioned you. He rarely gives such high praise to anyone, but he speaks highly of you, saying you have an extremely high talent for spirit training and that you're also very skilled in nurturing spirit pets. Even his Ice Kirin was evolved into a Frost Flame Kirin with your help." Su Hong looked intently at Ye Qianxing, making Ye Qianxing feel a bit shy. Tiara always likes to exaggerate. "It's really not that impressive," Ye Qianxing humbly said. "I don't think he is exaggerating. I watched your match. At such a young age, you managed to contract 3 spirit pets. There are probably not many in the younger generation of Jiangnan City who can do that. let alone that all three of your spirit pets are so strong. Ye Qianxing was at a loss for words, and the atmosphere started to become awkward. Cough, cough. Everyone doesn't need to be too formal. Actually, I just wanted to meet you. Nothing else. Su Hong coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. By the way, I saw that you killed a spirit trainer from the Iron Blood Squad at the end, right? Su Hong suddenly asked. Yes, he wanted to kill me. So I had to kill him. Ye Qianxing nodded and replied. Well, they did violate the rules first, so you killing them is not a problem. But they're still members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, so there might be some trouble. Su Hong adjusted his glasses and said, I've had some contact with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. It's not really a problem, Ye Qianxing casually replied, as his previous battles with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps had ended in their defeat. No, you still underestimate the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. To dominate the title of the #1 mercenary group in Mercenary City for so long, they do have certain strength. Su Hong shook his head. But you don't need to worry too much. You are all TRS friends, and I definitely want to stand by and watch. Moreover, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps won't be able to last much longer. As he spoke, a glint of light flickered in Su Hong's eyes. Suunkle, what do you mean by that? Ye Qianxing asked, puzzled. Ha ha, this involves too much confidential information. I can't say. But you'll find out soon enough. Su Hong left at that. Ye Qianxing and the others couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't possibly press him to speak, right? After chatting about some trivial matters, Ye Qianxing and the others left, having collected the prize for first place before they departed. Tila, chatting with your old man is a bit awkward. Huh? Xiao Liuxing said, shaking his shoulders. Isn't it a feeling of discomfort all over? It's normal. My old man has been the lord of the mercenary city for so long. He inevitably has some traits of a high-ranking person. Not to mention you guys. Even I feel uncomfortable facing him. Su Tila shrugged and said, By the way, Qianxing, what are we going to do next? What else can we do? Head back to school. We only took a day off, if we're late. The punishment from Mentor Zhonglin won't be pleasant, Ye Qianxing replied. Just thinking about Mentor Zhonglin punishing them to run around the playground for dozens of laps made Su Tila and the others' calves feel weak. While Ye Qianxing and the others were returning to school in a tavern within the mercenary city, the Iron Blood team's Ling Tian and his 3 companions were lined up with their heads down. In front of them stood a middle-aged man in his 40s with an eagle-hook nose. This tavern was the headquarters of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, and the eagle-hook nose man in front of Ling Tian was the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Captain, I'm sorry. We not only failed to hold on to first place, but Luca also died in the arena. Ling Tian's voice rang out. All right, I understand the ins and outs of the situation. That little kid, named Ye Qianxing, actually has 3 spirit pets. You lost fairly, the eagle-hook nose man spoke, his voice rough and uncomfortable to listen to. But Captain, are we just going to let it go like this? Luca is dead. We must avenge him. Ling Tian suddenly raised his head, tears welling in his eyes. Let it go. Of course not. The eagle-hook nose flashed with a cold glint. Are we from the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps just anyone they can kill? We just have very important things to do now and can't waste time on them. Let them live for a few days. Once that matter is completed, not just them, but the entire mercenary city, even the whole Jiangnan city, all lives will be at our command. The eagle-hook-nosed man showed a wildly fanatical expression. In the following days, Ye Qianxing and the others continued their usual routine, shuttling between school and the studio. Under Mentor Zhonglin's guidance, Su Tila and the others' coordination with their spirit pets grew stronger, and Ye Qianxing had fully mastered the inch punch. His control over power had reached 100%. If combined with the abilities he obtained from his spirit pets, his strength could rival that of typical level spirit pets. Bang! In the training room, Ye Qianxing punched out, causing Zhonglin to retreat several steps instantly. Mentor Zhonglin, are you all right? Ye Qianxing asked. Zhonglin brushed off the dust on her clothes, shrugged, and sighed. Your control over power is already very strong. There's nothing more I can teach you. Zhonglin looked at Ye Qianxing as if he were a monster. This guy's talent is truly high. He learned the inch punch in less than a month. Moreover, he even contracted 3 spirit pets, each with a compatibility rate over 70%. This resulted in Ye Qianxing's overall strength being significantly greater than Zhonglin's. Even though each of his spirit pets was of a lower individual level, Boom! Just then, the door of the training room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Ye Qianxing and the others looked towards the door simultaneously. A group of students in matching uniforms walked in, led by a boy around 16 or 17 years old with dyed yellow hair, strutting in a swaggering manner. You guys are the special class? The yellow-haired boy glanced at Ye Qianxing and then picked his nose, speaking disdainfully. Who are you? Sutila stepped forward to ask. We're from the top elite class. This is our class leader, Zheng Zhe. The yellow-haired boy didn't speak. Instead, a follower behind him did. Top elite class? What are you here for? Sutila asked again. We're here to find someone. Among you, who's the strongest? The yellow-haired boy asked while digging in his ear. Sutila and his friends' gazes unanimously fell on Ye Qianxing, as they all believed he was the strongest. The yellow-haired boy noticed their looks and then turned to Ye Qianxing. Are you the strongest in the special class? He pointed at Ye Qianxing and asked. I guess so. What do you want with me? Ye Qianxing shrugged. I want to challenge you. The yellow-haired boy shouted loudly, pointing at Ye Qianxing. The scene suddenly fell silent, and Sutila, Zhou Yu, Zhou Lang, and Xia Xiaoyu all looked at the yellow-haired boy as if he were a fool. You want to challenge me? Ye Qianxing pointed at himself, incredulous. That's right. I've defeated everyone in our grade, and now I'm very lonely. I just seek a defeat. They told me if I have real skill, I should challenge the special class. So here I am. The yellow-haired boy suddenly raised his head and sighed towards the sky, as if he had truly reached the pinnacle and become the lonely seeker of defeat. Chapter 75, A Kick to Knock Out. Three-school friendship match. Sutila and the others looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Where did this Chinibu kid come from? Sutila couldn't help but ask. Who are you calling a Chinibu? You're the Chinibu. Your whole family is Chinibu. The yellow-haired boy was instantly furious at Sutila's words, pointing and cursing. Sutila's expression darkened immediately. That's enough. Just leave. Don't disturb our training. Ye Qianxing waved his hand to the yellow-haired boy. You want me to leave? Accept my challenge. The yellow-haired boy insisted. You're not my opponent. There's no need to waste time. Ye Qianxing shook his head. How do you know if you haven't fought? Ye Qianxing realized that the yellow-haired boy was just stubborn. He wouldn't leave until he got his way. Let me handle it. Hurry up and summon your spirit pet. And after we're done, get lost, Sutila impatiently said. I'm not fighting you. I want to fight the strongest person in your special class. The yellow-haired boy shook his head. Haven't you heard the saying? Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? If you want to fight Qianxing, you have to get through me first, Sutila said disdainfully, looking at the yellow-haired boy. The saying deeply hurt the yellow-haired boy's heart, and his expression darkened. Fine, then I'll take you on first. Let's go to the arena. No need to be so troublesome. We can settle this right here. It won't take long anyway. The yellow-haired boy realized Sutila was even more arrogant than he was. Fine, defeating you won't take much time, so let's do it here. Summon. The yellow-haired boy struck a super Chinibu pose, and a portal to a contract space appeared behind him. The next moment, a lion with golden fur walked out. Spirit pet, golden mane lion attribute. Light rating, 4-star level, 9 abilities. Light speed charge, solar dash. Light energy release weakness, grass-type promotion conditions, evolution route. Looking at the attributes of this golden mane lion, Ye Qianxing was slightly taken aback. It was actually a light-type spirit pet. Spirit pets of this attribute were quite rare. Moreover, this golden mane lion was a 4-star spirit pet. No wonder it could enter the top elite class. When Sutila saw the golden mane lion, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! Your yellow hair and its golden mane. You two match quite well. You're the yellow hair. My name is Zheng Zhe, and its full name is Golden Mane Lion, not just Golden Mane. Don't you have any culture? The yellow-haired boy began another round of cursing. All right, enough with the banter. Let me show you what true domination looks like. Sutila chuckled coldly. Opened a contract space, and Big White appeared. Instantly, the suppression of its bloodline made the Golden Lion King's 4 legs start to tremble. After all, the Qilin is the king of terrestrial beasts. Not to mention Big White's level is much higher than that of the Golden Lion King. Lion King, don't be afraid. He just looks impressive at the start. Yes, just a vase, Huang Mao shouted to the Golden Lion King, cheering it on. Roar! The Golden Lion King let out a wild roar and charged towards Big White like a streak of golden light. However, Sutila didn't even spare a glance, and didn't issue any commands. He completely let Big White fight on its own. Big White turned around, kicked with its hind legs, and struck the golden light directly. With a loud bang, the golden light shot out in the opposite direction. Lion King, Huang Mao exclaimed in shock, quickly looking in the direction where the golden light had flown. He saw the golden Lion King lying on the ground with its 4 legs in the air, half of its tongue hanging out. It had actually been knocked out by Big White with a single kick. The group of people brought by Huang Mao was completely stunned. What was happening? It was just one kick, and the golden Lion King was defeated? Was this a joke? Sudala had a calm expression. This outcome was within his expectations. If even a level spirit pet couldn't be taken down in one hit, then Big White had no reason to be around. All right, hurry up and get back to what you were doing. With this little time, instead of thinking about improving your strength, you come here to mess around. Sudala waved his hand at the group. At this moment, Huang Mao looked utterly despondent. The feeling of being kicked down from the peak to the foot of the mountain was hard for him to accept. The top student in everyone's eyes had actually been knocked out with one kick. Huang Mao felt as if the gazes of those around him were filled with mockery. In the end, Huang Mao and the Golden Lion King were carried away by his lackeys, for Ye Qianxing and the others. This incident was just a small episode and didn't matter at all. By the way, I've registered you all for the 3-school friendship competition happening in a week. But to represent Jiangnan No. 1 High School, you first need to pass the school as preliminary round, Jiang Lin suddenly said to Ye Qianxing and the others. What is that 3-school friendship competition? Ye Qianxing asked in confusion. It's a competition among the 3 top academies in Jiangnan City, ostensibly for friendship. But everyone knows it's really to test which school has the stronger talents and to gain some face, Jiang Lin shrugged and explained. Jiang Lin, you didn't ask for our opinion before signing us up. That is quite disrespectful to our rights, Sudala said with a resentful look at Jiang Lin. Oh, rights, huh? How about you run 10 laps around the playground first, and then we'll talk about rights. Jiang Lin revealed a wicked grin, scaring Sudala into shaking his head repeatedly. Let's not talk about it anymore. You could decide, Sudala said. Jiang Lin, you know her strength. Participating in the school competition would just be bullying them. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but chuckle. They had at least participated in the mercenary competition and even won first place. School competitions were just a bunch of students. How could they compare to mercenaries who fight on the edge of a blade? ISNT that also to give the school some face. I've heard that the talent from the other 2 schools are quite strong. If you don't step up, our school might end up embarrassed this time. Also, don't underestimate those students. Anyone labeled as a genius by their respective schools should not be taken lightly, Jiang Lin said with slight seriousness. But Ye Qianxing and the others still showed no signs of worry. They're just a bunch of students in an ivory tower. They're not worth our attention. Plus, if we can bring glory to the school this time, there will be rewards, Jiang Lin said. Upon hearing the word reward, Ye Qianxing and the others' eyes instantly lit up. What rewards? Ye Qianxing quickly asked. I'm not sure yet, but for such a large school, the rewards given 1 TB small, Jiang Lin shrugged. Cough, cough. Actually, whether there are rewards or not doesn't matter. Mainly, as part of the academy, we need to contribute to the academy, right? Ye Qianxing said, shamelessly. Exactly. I don't care about any rewards. I only care about honor, Sudala immediately echoed. Chapter 76 Lin, Ruoshi Jiang Lin's mouth twitched. She really didn't want to admit that these 2 were her students. Jiang Lin, when does the preliminary round start? Xiao Yu asked. Tomorrow, Jiang Lin replied. So soon, Ye Qianxing and Sudala exclaimed in unison. In fact, the preliminary round had already begun. But I applied for a privilege for you. Skipping the cumbersome processes, you only need to defeat the winning team of the preliminary round. Tomorrow is the last day of the preliminary round, and the 5 winners will form a team, and your job is to defeat them in a team match. Jiang Lin explained, and Ye Qianxing and the others finally understood. Ye Qianxing looked thoughtfully at Jiang Lin. She was able to apply for such a significant privilege. It seems that Jiang Lin's identity was not just that of an ordinary instructor. Early the next morning, Ye Qianxing arrived at school, and Xiao Yu and Sudala arrived just in time. Under Jiang Lin's lead, they headed to the school playground. At this time, the playground was surrounded by students. And when they saw Ye Qianxing and the others, those students began to discuss among themselves. Are these the 5 first-year students from the special class? Our school has only ever had first-class elite classes, second-class elite classes, and regular classes. This special class seems to be the first. I heard that the people from this special class have privileges and can directly challenge the winning 5-person team from the preliminary round. If they succeed in the challenge, they can represent Jiangnan number 1 high school in the 3-school friendship competition. So what if they have privileges? The winning team from the preliminary round consists entirely of seniors from the first-class elite class in their 3rd year. No matter how strong they are, they're still just first-year students. They can't win. This preliminary round is open to all grades, so regardless of whether they're 1st, 2nd, or 3rd-year students, anyone can participate. In this case, the 3rd-year students have a significant advantage since they have spent more time training and are definitely stronger than those in the 1st and 2nd years. So the top 5 from this preliminary round will undoubtedly be students from the 3rd-year elite class. Did you see the 5 in the center of the playground? They're the top 5 from the preliminary round. Your task is to defeat them and then take their place, Jiang Lin said. You must not underestimate them. All 5 are students from the first-class elite class in the 3rd year, with considerable talent and strength. Upon hearing this, Ye Qianxing and the others looked toward the center of the playground, and sure enough, there were 5 figures there. When Ye Qianxing's gaze fell upon one of the women, his expression changed slightly. This was a familiar face. Go ahead, if you lose. Come back and run 50 laps around the playground, Jiang Lin said. Ye Qianxing and the others then walked into the center of the playground under the watchful eyes of all the students. They stood directly opposite those 5. The 5 individuals in front of them, 3 men and 2 women, were all around 18 years old, in the prime of their youth. At this moment, their spirit pets had already been summoned and were beside them. Spirit pet, Shadow Tiger attribute, Shadow rating, 4.5 stars level. 4 ability, Magic Sound, Soul Interference. Shadow Clone, Illusionary Clone, Weakness, Light Advancement Condition, Evolution Route. In front of them was a tiger with dark black fur. Under the system's eye, all its information was displayed before Ye Qianxing. It was actually a Shadow-type spirit pet. It seemed that Jiang Lin's warnings were not exaggerated. The Academy indeed harbored hidden talents. Ye Qianxing sighed. The Shadow attribute is quite rare, and dealing with such spirit pets can be very troublesome. Even more so than with ghost types. On either side of the Shadow Tiger were 4 other spirit pets. Rock Armored Pig, Rock Type, 3, 5 stars, level 3, with defensive abilities. Phantom Bee, Flying Type, 3, 5 stars, level 4, with a tail spike poison sting ability. Wild Golden Bull, Combat Type, 4 stars, level 3, with a powerful charge ability. And the spirit pet at the far end, Ye Qianxing didn't need the system's eye to recognize, as this spirit pet was very familiar to him. They had lived together for more than 10 years. Flower Spirit, Grass Type, 4 stars, level 4, with the ability to control plants. And her owner was naturally Ye Qianxing's former sister, Lin Ruoxi. Ye Qianxing saw Lin Ruoxi, and she naturally saw him too, her pupils slightly contracting at that moment. Hey, Ruoxi, look at that little boy. He looks a lot like your adopted little brother, said the girl beside Lin Ruoxi, her close friend, who had seen Ye Qianxing a few times. But having heard that Ye Qianxing had a mental disability and was destined to never become a spirit master, she subconsciously thought that the Ye Qianxing before her was not the one she believed him to be. Lin Ruoxi did not respond to her friend, but stepped forward to look at Ye Qianxing. We all misjudged you. We thought you would never become a spirit master. But unexpectedly, not only have you become one, but you also entered the school's first special class. Lin Ruoxi said self-deprecatingly, recalling how she and her parents looked down on Ye Qianxing, believing he could never become a spirit master. But now, Ye Qianxing stood before her and was about to become her opponent. Wasn't this a huge irony? At this moment, all the students watching widened their eyes at Ye Qianxing and Lin Ruoxi, as if they recognized each other and seemed to have a story. The few thousand yuan you gave me before, I will pay you back, Ye Qianxing said. He had long had the ability to repay that money. He just forgot due to too many things happening. Seeing Lin Ruoxi again reminded him of it. No need, just consider it my apology to you for my parents. Lin Ruoxi shook her head, not knowing what her parents would think if they found out about this. They had wanted to drive Ye Qianxing away. But now he had not only become a spirit master, but also an exceptionally talented one. All right, now it's a competition. Let's talk about our matters after the match. Ye Qianxing no longer dwelled on this and nodded towards the referee, indicating that the match could begin. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath and adjusted her state. The match begins. With the referee's announcement, the owner of the Shadow Tiger spoke first. Shadow Tiger, go. Roar. The Shadow Tiger's massive body trembled, letting out a roar that shook the entire arena. Its nearly 3-meter-long body charged towards Ye Qianxing and the others, its momentum overwhelming. Almost simultaneously, the wild golden bull and rock-armored pig followed closely behind, while the phantom bee raised its rear, shooting out a tiny poisonous needle. The Shadow Tiger was the first to reach Ye Qianxing's camp, its terrifying black claws fiercely clawing at the frost-fire Qilin. Chapter 77, We Lost. Here it comes. Su Tila laughed heartily. Since Big White evolved in a frost-fire Qilin, he hadn't truly fought yet. Facing the Shadow Tiger's claw attack, Big White also raised its paw, colliding with the Shadow Tiger's 2 claws, instantly creating a massive shockwave. What the heck is that, a Qilin? Someone pointed at Big White and shouted, a Qilin? That's a mythical beast from legends. Although many creatures from mythology had descended to the world, students who had always been in an ivory tower had never seen such an existence. Roar. Big White let out a roar. The powerful pressure from the Qilin swept out, and the Shadow Tiger's eyes clearly showed signs of fear. Just that moment of fear allowed Big White to seize the opportunity, shooting out an ice spike towards the Shadow Tiger. Shadow Tiger, be careful, the owner of the Shadow Tiger shouted, but fortunately, the rock-armored pig had already arrived. It directly blocked in front of the Shadow Tiger, taking the ice spike head-on. Ow! The rock-armored pig let out a mournful cry, flying out and rolling on the ground. There was no helping it. Although the rock-armored pig had strong defenses, Big White was now level 7, significantly higher than the rock-armored pig. Whoosh! A whistling sound rang out. It was the phantom bee's poison needle that had reached Big White. However, with a bang, the poison needle was blocked just a few meters from Big White by a yellowish light shield. It was Xiao Ba's Earth Guardian. Moo! At this time, the wild golden bull had also charged in front of Airbai, fiercely ramming its sharp horns towards it. This guy must have thought Airbai was easy to bully, so it chose to attack. What the heck? What am I seeing? Isn't that a husky? A husky can also be a spirit pet? This is refreshing my worldview. The students watching from the periphery were stunned to see that Airbai was actually a husky. Xiao Ba, Earth Guardian. Zhou Lang ordered the Tyrannosaurus turtle. Xiao Ba was just about to release the Earth Guardian when several vines suddenly grew from the ground, wrapping around the Tyrannosaurus turtle. It was the flower spirit's vine entanglement. As a grass-type spirit pet, the flower spirit focused on control. It didn't need to enter the battlefield, just hiding behind and using entanglement to control the enemy. Without Xiao Ba as protective shield, the wild golden bull successfully charged in front of Airbai, its 2 massive horns crashing down. Airbai, transform! Ye Qianxing sneered and shouted loudly. Airbai let out a roar, its body instantly growing larger, surrounded by black flames. It had transformed from a silly husky into a cool dog king. What the heck? It can transform. So cool. The transformation of Airbai stunned the watching students. Even the wild golden bull was frightened by the sudden, powerful aura released by Airbai. It wanted to stop, but it couldn't halt in time. Airbai leaped up, directly jumping several meters high, and the wild golden bull passed underneath it. Xiaoyu, powerful straight punch. Zhou Yu shouted. The rampaging rabbit gathered energy for a strike, delivering a punch that hit the wild golden bull squarely in the mouth. Blood mixed with several teeth flew out. The wild golden bull was sent flying, crashing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Although it wasn't dead, it had lost its combat ability. They actually eliminated a spirit pet so quickly. Gasps of astonishment came from the crowd. At this moment, the vines on Xiao Ba had been burned to ashes with the help of Huahua. Lin Ruoxi and the others looked very grim. As the 5 strongest spirit masters in senior year, they were actually outmatched by these first-year students. Huahua, Inferno Slash. Xia Xiaoyu issued an order, and Huahua executed a fiery cross slash targeting the phantom bee. The phantom bee immediately emitted a terrified sound, and under the pressure of the phoenix's aura, It didn't even dare to think of dodging. However, at that moment, a vine bound the phantom bee, pulling it away and avoiding the fiery cross slash. It was Flower Spirit again. Phantom bee, attack, urged its master. Under the command, although the phantom bee was very scared, it still shot out a few poisonous needles. But they were easily blocked by Xiao Ba. You no longer have your main combat power. You can't win. Ye Qianxing said. Their main combat power was the Wild Golden Bull and Shadow Tiger, but both had been eliminated. As long as we haven't lost, there will always be a chance. Lin Ruoxi said stubbornly, glancing at the owner of the rock armor pig. That person nodded and ordered the rock armor pig to launch an attack. The rock armor pig was not purely defensive. It also had offensive capabilities. Earth Spike. The rock armor pig stomped its 4 feet on the ground, causing spikes to shoot up from the ground toward Ye Qianxing and the others. Xiao Ba, Earth Guardian. The Tyrannosaurus turtle activated Earth Guardian, creating a yellow protective shield in front of the spikes, preventing them from breaking through. Let us end this quickly, or by soul shock. Ye Qianxing shouted, and an invisible wave emanated from Erai's eyes, the soul pressure descending upon the flower spirit, rock armor pig, and phantom bee, causing them to lose consciousness. The rampaging rabbit did a somersault and kicked the phantom bee away. Hua executed a hellfire slash on the rock armor pig, directly breaking through its defenses and sending it flying. Erai instantly ran in front of the flower spirit, but did not strike. When the flower spirit came to its senses, it was startled by the suddenly appearing Erai. It instinctively activated the vines to entangle, but they were burned to ashes by Erai's hellfire. Wow, we lost. Lin Ruoxi's sigh echoed, knowing that just now, Erai had a chance to injure the flower spirit. But it didn't, clearly having received Ye Qianxing's command. Thank you. Lin Ruoxi nodded at Ye Qianxing. Among the 5 of them, only her flower spirit was uninjured. Ye Qianxing said nothing, only calling Erai back. Chapter 78. Principal Wang's promised the students of the Special Class 1. They defeated the top 5 seniors from the 3rd year. Does this mean that their 5 are the most powerful team in our academy? The surrounding students were discussing animatedly, truly deserving to be in the special class. In their 1st year, they completely defeated the strongest 5 from the 3rd year. If they wait until their 3rd year, they probably won't need to wait. With their talents, they can directly participate in this year's college entrance examination. The 5 seniors from the 3rd year, except for Lin Ruoxi, all had bitter expressions. As dignified 3rd-year students, they couldn't even compare to 5 first-year juniors. Where could they hide their faces? Ha ha. It seems my decision to create a special class for you 5 was well worth it. You truly did not disappoint me. A loud laugh suddenly rang out, and all the students immediately fell silent, looking towards the speaker. Ye Qianxing and the others looked over as well, seeing a middle-aged man walking towards them. Accompanied by 2 familiar faces, one was Mentor Jiang Lin, and the other was the director, Zhou Zhengze, who was Zhou Wei's uncle. At this moment, Zhou Zhengze had a gloomy face. Zhou Wei was dead, and he was harshly reprimanded by the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Wei's father, and was almost killed himself. If it weren't for someone in the family pleading for him, he really wouldn't have survived. Although there was no evidence to prove that the murderer was Ye Qianxing, he was certain that the murderer must be him. However, Jiang Lin publicly stated that she would protect Ye Qianxing. Others might not know Jiang Lin's identity, but he knew that Jiang Lin was not just a small mentor at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Even the Zhou family wouldn't dare to easily offend Jiang Lin. Ye Qianxing, you won't be able to bounce around for long. Sooner or later, I will personally skin you alive to relieve my hatred. This was Zhou Zhengze's inner monologue at that moment. Principal Wang? Ye Qianxing recognized the identity of the middle-aged man. He was indeed the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Wang Jianlin. Today, I am announcing directly here that you 5 will be promoted to 3rd-year students and participate in this year's college entrance examination. Principal Wang laughed heartily. He was very happy that the school had such a genius-level talent. Promoted to 3rd-year students? Ye Qianxing and the others looked at each other in surprise at this sudden decision. However, none of them refused. With their strength, not to mention being promoted to 3rd-year students, even graduating directly wouldn't be a problem. Being promoted to 3rd year now would save them a lot of time. In a few days, representing our school in the 3-school friendship competition will depend on you. If you can achieve good results in the competition, I will reward each of you with a piece of spirit equipment. Principal Wang said. Spirit equipment. Hearing these two words, Ye Qianxing and the others were stunned, followed by excitement. The surrounding students were even more filled with envy and jealousy. Spirit equipment is specifically used to equip spirit pets, including defensive armor and combat weapons. It can be said that spirit equipment can provide at least a 50 increase in combat power for a spirit pet. This is just the lowest grade spirit equipment. If it is of a higher grade, it can even multiply the combat power several times. The pillar held by the King Kong is also considered a type of spirit equipment, a combat type, and a very high-level one at that. The reason why King Kong's combat power is so strong is largely due to the pillar. With the pillar, King Kong's combat power can completely rival that of a level 9 spirit pet, even when facing that level of ice and fire two-headed snake. King Kong had the strength to fight back. If it weren't for the snake entangling King Kong, in a direct confrontation, King Kong would definitely not back down. Therefore, spirit equipment is very precious, the kind that money cannot buy. It's no wonder the students' emotions would be so intense when Principal Wang publicly announced he would reward them with a piece of spirit equipment each. We promise to bring glory to the school. Ye Qianxing and Sudara almost shouted in unison, making Jianglin beside them twitch her lips again. I don't know them. I don't know them. With this reward from Principal Wang, Ye Qianxing began to take the so-called three-school friendship competition seriously. Although he had a lot of confidence, he still needed to strengthen his own strength just in case. Ye Qianxing thought to himself, Erbai was only level 4 now. Although it could challenge higher levels due to its powerful quality and hellfire, it was still not enough. King Kong is a trump card. Ye Qianxing would not easily bring it out unless necessary. So, he still needed to find a way to properly enhance Erbai's strength. Hellhound, Erbai attribute, demon type rating, 5 stars, growth type, level, 4 abilities, dread, soul shock, effective against targets no higher than 2 levels above it. The greater the level difference, the less effective it is. The combat power of the stunned target will be affected. Nether Flame Strike summons Nether Fire for attack, having both physical and soul attack effects. Soul Devour, devour souls for level advancement. Weakness, mechanical type advancement conditions. Devour 100 souls to level up for 1100. Evolution path. Consuming a level 5 canine evil spirit or spirit pet's inner core can evolve into a 2-headed hellhound. 01. Opening Erbai's attribute panel. Ye Qianxing focused on the advancement conditions and evolution path. To advance, it needed to devour souls, and strong ones at that. Devouring small ants or insects would not be effective no matter how many. To evolve, one needs a high-level inner elixir. Therefore, a trip to the Spirit Beast Forest is necessary. But this time I want to bring them along, Ye Qianxing thought. Whether it's devouring souls or looking for high-level inner elixirs, I must go to the Spirit Beast Forest. After witnessing that high-level ice and fire two-headed snake, Ye Qianxing didn't dare to bring Xia Xiaoyu and the others into the Spirit Beast Forest. He has his own means of survival, and even if he encounters danger, he can use spatial transfer to escape. Bringing them along would feel burdensome, to put it bluntly. After making this decision, Ye Qianxing asked Minter Jianglin for leave, and she did not refuse. Just as she said before, she had nothing more to teach him. Ye Qianxing first returned to his apartment to grab some food and water, then went to the market to buy a tent. With a few days left until the inter-school friendship competition, he planned to spend these days in the Spirit Beast Forest. Upon entering the Spirit Beast Forest, Ye Qianxing headed in one direction. He had been to the Spirit Beast Forest 3 times already, so he felt no sense of unfamiliarity. He planned to search the outskirts for weaker, evil spirits. If he didn't find any, he would venture deeper. After all, his current goal was to find souls for the simple-minded one to devour. Unless it was a ghost-type evil spirit, high-level and mid-level souls were essentially the same. Chapter 79. Third entry into the Spirit Beast Forest. Ye Qianxing had been walking in the Spirit Beast Forest with the simple-minded one for over an hour. Aside from spotting a few birds, rabbits, and squirrels, he encountered a single evil spirit. Ye Qianxing found it strange. Logically speaking, this was the new era, and evil spirits occupied most of the world. Other than in cities, the wilderness was generally very dangerous, let alone in mountains and forests, which replaces evil spirits favored. But why had he not found many evil spirits in the spirit beast forest after 3 visits? Just as Ye Qianxing pondered this, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Meow. Almost simultaneously with the sound, a chill swept from Ye Qianxing's neck. Almost instinctively, he dodged to the side, feeling a gust of wind brush past his neck. When he looked, a black wildcat had appeared where he had just stood, and the chill he felt before was caused by the wind from its paw swipe. Damn, I really can't let my guard down in the wilderness. Ye Qianxing patted his chest. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, his neck would have been severed just now. This indicated that his wilderness experience was still lacking. Seasoned mercenaries would be fully alert and focused on their surroundings upon entering the wilderness, unlike Ye Qianxing, who was still lost in thought. You beast! How dare you ambush me? Ye Qianxing shouted angrily at the wildcat, but the black wildcat merely stared at him with its cold eyes, as if it were looking at a corpse. It let out a low growl, ready to fight at any moment. Woof! The simple-minded one barked at the black cat, furious that it dared to ambush its master. However, just as the simple-minded one was about to attack, Ye Qianxing stopped it. I can handle this minor character myself, Ye Qianxing said, and under the analysis of his system eye, he discovered that this wildcat was a level 5 evil spirit. In his eyes, anything below level was a minor character. Ye Qianxing was eager to practice his skills, so he decided to take on the wildcat. Come on, little beast. Let's spar. Ye Qianxing waved at the wildcat and made an obscene gesture, his face filled with provocation. Evil spirits do not belong to the Earth Star's biological classification, so they cannot be viewed from that perspective. If it were an ordinary wildcat, it wouldn't understand human provocation at all. But the intelligence of evil spirits is much higher than that of ordinary animals. Ye Qianxing had even heard that high-level evil spirits had intelligence levels not lower than humans. Of course, this was just hearsay, and he wasn't sure if it was true. But there was no doubt that the wildcat recognized Ye Qianxing's provocation. It showed a human-like anger and leaped at Ye Qianxing to attack. The wildcat's claws were extremely sharp, gleaming with a cold light as they swiped towards Ye Qianxing's neck. It seemed to have a particular preference for clawing at necks. Previously, Ye Qianxing had been distracted and managed to dodge the wildcat's strike. Now that he was fully focused, he easily avoided the attack. The wildcat's eyes widened in shock. The first time it missed could be attributed to luck, but this time it was clearly Ye Qianxing's deliberate action. How could this human have such quick reflexes and speed? In the eyes of evil spirits, humans were weak creatures, without the help of spirit pets. They cannot possibly contend with evil spirits. Surprised? This is just the beginning. Ye Qianxing sneered, summoning a dagger that glinted with a cold light into his hand. This was a military combat dagger he had purchased before coming here. It was extremely sharp and could easily kill a non-defensive level evil spirit. Ye Qianxing shouted, lunging at the wildcat with the dagger. The wildcat used all 4 legs to propel itself, leaping several meters high in an attempt to evade Ye Qianxing's attack. However, in the next moment, its expression suddenly became dazed, and by the time it regained awareness, a cold light had already flashed across its neck. The wildcat didn't even have time to realize what had happened before its consciousness began to fade. From Ye Qianxing's perspective, the wildcat had already become a headless corpse, dead beyond recovery. A phantom shadow drifted out from the wildcat's body. But before it could float away, it was swallowed by the simple-minded one in one bite. Ye Qianxing tossed the wildcat's corpse into the belly of the virtual Kuan, as both the corpse and the inner elixir were quite valuable. Now the virtual Kuan's belly had become Ye Qianxing's treasure trove, containing all valuable items. Even items that were not valuable but needed, like clothes and food, were tossed in. After all, the space was large enough, so why not use it? Looking at the simple-minded one's attribute panel, the level had changed from 41 to 42. This indicated that a level wildcat evil spirit's soul counted as 1 soul. If only he could encounter a ghost-type evil spirit. Ye Qianxing thought, recalling how the last time he met that vengeful ghost, it had provided over 40 souls for the simple-minded one. However, ghost-type evil spirits were indeed rare, so far. The only ghost-type evil spirit Ye Qianxing had encountered was that vengeful ghost. After killing the wild cat, Ye Qianxing continued searching for evil spirits. This time, he had learned his lesson and no longer let his mind wander. Previously, he had been lucky. The ambusher had only been a level wild cat. If it had been a more powerful evil spirit, he might have ended up paying the price. Their movement. After wandering around the outskirts of the spirit beast forest for several more hours, he finally detected some activity, moving towards the source of the sound. He discovered a wild boar, which he easily killed, but it only provided one soul for the simple-minded one. This isn't going to work. There are simply too few evil spirits in the outskirts. I need to go a bit deeper. Ye Qianxing thought, and he began to venture further inside. After walking for several more hours, the sky started to darken. Yet Ye Qianxing still hadn't encountered any evil spirits. This was strange. He had already begun to delve deeper into the spirit beast forest, and if he continued, he would reach the ice and fire two-headed snake's territory. At the current depth, he shouldn't be unable to find a single one, right? Continuing to search with confusion. Half an hour later, he finally spotted a scorpion evil spirit, but unfortunately, it was only at the mid-level, and he easily killed it. By this time, the sky was completely dark. Helpless, Ye Qianxing had no choice but to find a place to set up his tent. He summoned the diamond, who had been resting in the contract space during the day, to keep watch at night. With the giant guarding him at night, there was no need to worry. Entering the tent, less than half an hour later, Ye Qianxing fell into a beautiful dream. In his dream, he was not an orphan, and his mental powers had no barriers. His family lived happily and joyfully. His parents doted on him greatly, yet he could never clearly see their faces. Ye Qianxing used all his strength to try to see his parents clearly. But at that moment, a loud roar from outside startled him awake. Chapter 80. The Five-Person Team Roar. A sudden roar jolted Ye Qianxing from his sleep. Recalling the warmth of his dream, he even felt a momentary urge not to wake up, shaking his head to cast aside those unrealistic thoughts. Ye Qianxing got up and walked out of the tent. The roar he had just heard came from the giant. Upon opening the tent, Ye Qianxing was taken aback by the scene outside. A group of crimson scorpions appeared from all directions, surrounding Ye Qianxing's tent. These scorpions were as large as calves, with iron tails held high, the venomous stingers glinting with a chilling light. Evil Spirit, Vengeful Scorpion, Group Type, Attribute, Poison Rating, 2 stars level, ranges from 1 to 5 ability, attacks using the venomous stinger on its tail weakness, Rock, Ghost. Mechanical Advancement Conditions, Evolution Route. Ye Qianxing thought to himself, how familiar they looked. It turned out to be the companions of that scorpion he killed a few hours ago. He hadn't expected this type of evil spirit to be as vengeful as their name suggested. Roar. At this moment, the giant was fighting against this swarm of scorpions. Although there were many scorpions, most of them were low-level and couldn't withstand a single blow from the giant. In just a few minutes, 5 or 6 vengeful scorpions had already died under the giant's club. Air, come out for a midnight snack. Ye Qianxing summoned Air, who had just woken up and was still a bit grumpy, but once it caught the scent of nearby souls, it perked up immediately. It opened its big mouth and devoured all the souls of the vengeful scorpions that had been killed by the giant. By sheer coincidence, so many vengeful scorpions had been attracted here. There were at least 50, which could be considered a big meal. Ye Qianxing thought and joined the battle with Air. Just as Ye Qianxing was using a dagger to reap the lives of those low-level scorpions, a sudden sense of danger gripped his heart. Before he could turn around, Air pounced forward and swatted at something. Bang! A metallic sound echoed as Ye Qianxing turned to see a scorpion much larger than the vengeful scorpions coldly staring at him. The earlier feeling of danger was from the scorpion's tail stinger that had struck at him. If Air hadn't acted in time, he might have been hit. Evil Spirit, Vengeful Scorpion King Attribute, Poison Rating, 3 stars level, 6 ability, attacks using the venomous stinger on its tail weakness, Rock, Ghost. Mechanical Advancement Conditions, Evolution Route. This was actually a Scorpion King with a level 6 strength. No wonder Ye Qianxing almost fell into its trap. Giant, Ye Qianxing shouted, and the giant, who was sweeping through the scorpion swarm, leaped directly to Ye Qianxing's side. The vengeful Scorpion King's eyes flashed with hatred, and its tail stinger, twice the size of those of ordinary vengeful scorpions, shot towards Ye Qianxing. Roar! The giant roared, raising its club to meet the stinger. With another metallic clash, the stinger was knocked back by the club, and the giant didn't retreat an inch. When it came to brute strength, the giant was unbeatable. Giant, no need to play with it. Just send it to hell. Ye Qianxing urged the giant. Among its peers, the giant, wielding the club, had no rivals. Upon hearing this, the giant withdrew its playful demeanor and swung the club toward the Scorpion King fiercely. The club flew out like a sharp arrow aimed at the Scorpion King, which hurriedly met it with its stinger. The stinger blocked the club, but the giant had already charged in front of the Scorpion King, revealing a human-like cold smile as it threw a punch. Super strength punch. Miracles happen with strength. Bang! The giant's punch landed heavily on the Scorpion King's head, followed by a crisp sound. The Scorpion King's head exploded, foul substances and blood gushing out, making the giant feel nauseous, prompting it to ask the spirit to spray water for a wash. The Scorpion King's soul flew out, promptly devoured by air. Without their leader, the remaining small, vengeful scorpions scattered in all directions. Don't let them escape. Ye Qianxing quickly commanded, leading air, and the giant in pursuit. After about 10 minutes, Ye Qianxing wore a bitter expression. Although they managed to catch up to a dozen or so, the rest had all fled. In the end, air only managed to consume the souls of more than 20 vengeful scorpions. Spirit Pet, Hellhound Air. Attribute, Demon Rating, 5 stars, Growth Type, Level, 6 Ability, Dread, Soul Intimidation, effective against targets not exceeding 2 levels above it, the greater the level difference. The weaker the effect, the combat ability of the intimidated will be affected. Ghost Flame Strike, summons Hellfire for attack, with both physical and soul damage effects. Greater damage to souls. Soul Devour, devours souls for level advancement. Weakness, mechanical advancement conditions. Consume 100 souls to advance, 67100, evolution route. Consuming a level demon-type spirit or pet's inner pill can evolve into a 2-headed hellhound, 01, at least air. Had reached level 6, which was a considerable gain. It was now the early hours of the morning, and the giant had guarded for most of the night, having been the main force in the recent battle. So Ye Qianxing decided to call it back. Air would guard for the rest of the night. Just as Ye Qianxing was about to enter the tent to continue sleeping, more noises arose. Ye Qianxing's ears perked up. Could it be more evil spirits coming? That would be great. He was currently wishing for more evil spirits. After a while, the sounds grew louder, but Ye Qianxing felt disappointed. The flashlight's beam illuminated from deep within the woods, accompanied by a rough voice. Captain, there's a bloody smell up ahead. Be careful. Another voice echoed. Ye Qianxing. It turned out to be people, which was a shame. Shortly after, a 5-person team arrived at Ye Qianxing's tent, visibly stunned to see someone had set up a tent in the spirit demon forest. However, their vigilance diminished considerably upon seeing that Ye Qianxing was merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Kid, who are you, and how did you end up here? Asked the person at the front of the 5-man team, who appeared to be the leader. I'm here to explore the spirit demon forest, but I got lost. Ye Qianxing feigned a frightened expression, unsure of who these people were, so he couldn't reveal his true self. Showing weakness first, even if they were enemies, would make them let their guard down. Chapter 81. From the military. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the 5 individuals twitched their mouths. You little brat are quite bold to come exploring in the spirit demon forest. Did you kill all these scorpions on the ground? The leader asked again. Ye Qianxing timidly nodded. He had already collected the Scorpion King's corpse, and the ones on the ground were merely low-level scorpions. He had left them behind to see if he could lure out other evil spirits. However, instead of attracting more evil spirits, he had drawn these 5 people. My dog did it. Ye Qianxing pointed at the side and said to Wu, who understood Ye Qianxing's thoughts and used his acting skills, which were good enough to win an Oscar. He pretended to be a husky cough. He was originally a husky. At this moment, Wu had not transformed. So to the 5 people, he looked like a little dog, and the scorpion corpses on the ground were actually just some low-level scorpions. A dog could kill a few scorpions if it was lucky, so the 5 people had no major doubts. Alas, it's a pity we have an important mission and no time to take you out, the captain sighed. Ye Qianxing's eyes suddenly sparkled. Mission? He became curious and wanted to see what this group was up to. If there was something good, maybe he could benefit from it. So, Ye Qianxing hurriedly said to the captain, "Can you take me with you? I promise not to slow you down." Ye Qianxing put on a pitiful look, and to be honest, his acting was just as good as Wu's. Seeing Ye Qianxing's eager, watery eyes, the captain hesitated for a moment. "Captain, I think we should take him with us. Otherwise, a kid like him will definitely be in danger in the demon spirit forest," said a slightly plump man behind the captain. "What a kind-hearted uncle." Okay." The captain finally nodded in agreement. He didn't want to see such a flower of the motherland die in the demon spirit forest. Ye Qianxing quickly packed up his tent and followed the 5 people. After a few minutes of interaction, Ye Qianxing learned the names and identities of the 5. The captain was named Chu Xiong, and the kind uncle who spoke for Ye Qianxing was named Lu Hong. Besides the 2 of them, the other 3 included 2 middle-aged men and a young man around 18 years old. They were all from the military of Jiangnan City. The 4 middle-aged men were part of a special operations team, while the young man named Deng Rong was a student at the Jiangnan City Wolf Academy. The Wolf Academy was also a high school, similar to Jiangnan High School, but the difference was that it was directly affiliated with the military. Students who entered the Wolf Academy would directly enlist in the army after graduation, without needing to take university entrance exams. It is worth mentioning that one of the 3 schools participating in the inter-school friendship competition was this Wolf Academy. "You don't seem very old. You should still be a student, right?" Chu Xiong asked with a smile. "Yes, I'm a first-year student at Jiangnan High School." Ye Qianxing nodded, not needing to hide that. Jiangnan High School? Chu Xiong and the others did not say anything, but Deng Rong glanced at Ye Qianxing. "Have you heard about the upcoming inter-school friendship competition?" "I've heard." Ye Qianxing nodded, not understanding what Deng Rong wanted to say. "Who is your school sending to participate in the competition?" Deng Rong asked. Ye Qianxing understood that this guy was trying to dig for inside information. But would Ye Qianxing say that he was the one participating in the competition? "I can't say. It's a school secret," Ye Qianxing said with an honest smile. "TCH, if you don't say, you don't say. Anyway, I don't need to know. Our Wolf Academy will definitely take first place in this competition. Let me tell you, I'm one of the contestants, and I can tell you without reservation that my spirit pet is a level 4. Deng Rong had a proud expression, while Ye Qianxing just smiled and said nothing. "All right, there are always people better than you. The geniuses of Jiangnan High School may not be inferior to you," Chu Xiong said, giving Deng Rong a light slap on the head. Deng Rong immediately protested. "Little brother, tell me, what level is your spirit pet now?" Just a beginner level," Ye Qianxing said with a twitch of his mouth. If it weren't for hiding his identity, he would definitely want Wu to transform and scare him. "Beginner level isn't anything special. I have 2 level 6 spirit pets. Just a beginner level, and you can enter Jiangnan High School, which shows that Jiangnan High School isn't that strong." Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Deng Rong looked even less concerned. Ye Qianxing felt this guy was a bit too pretentious, and if this continued, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back. So he quickly changed the topic. "By the way, what was the mission you just mentioned?" "That's military confidential. You don't have the right to know," Deng Rong said seriously, then patted Ye Qianxing on the shoulder. "But you don't have to be too discouraged. When your strength improves, you can also try to get into our Wolf Academy, and then you'll have the qualification to deal with these things." Ye Qianxing decided to remain silent. Otherwise, he would really lose his patience. As the team continued to advance, when they reached a hillside, Chu Xiong suddenly waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. "What's wrong, Captain?" Lu Hong, the slightly plump uncle, quickly looked around warily and asked. "There's a problem. By now, we should have gone deep into the demon spirit forest. Why haven't we encountered any evil spirits?" Chu Xiong said seriously, which was also Ye Qianxing's doubt. Chu Xiong looked around warily, and beside him was a black wolf. Spirit pet, brave wolf attribute, combat type rating, 2 stars level, 6. Not only Chu Xiong, but Lu Hong, Deng Rong, and the 2 big men also had brave wolves as their spirit pets. It seemed to be a unified spirit pet of the Jiangnan City military. Roar! Suddenly, without warning, A large lion jumped out from behind a massive rock, exuding a powerful aura. "That's a level 9 golden giant lion," Chu Xiong exclaimed. "Prepare for battle." Instantly everyone took a battle stance, and Lu Hong grabbed Ye Qianxing and pulled it behind him. "Young man, be careful during the battle. We can't guarantee we can take care of you." "Okay." Ye Qianxing nodded. He had a good impression of this kind uncle. He. Just then, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed in the darkness. In no time, a figure shrouded in a black robe walked out, standing next to the golden giant lion, stroking its head. And the giant lion actually showed an expression of enjoyment. Could it be that this giant lion was a spirit pet, and this black-robed person was a spirit master? Chapter 82. Mysterious black-robed person. At this moment, the 5 special forces soldiers from the military thought the black-robed person was a spirit master. But from the perspective of Ye Qianxing, who possessed the system eye, it was different. Evil spirit, golden giant lion attribute, rock type rating, 3 stars level, 9 ability, lion's roar, rock transformation weakness, water type promotion conditions, evolution path, under the system eye. Ye Qianxing could clearly see that this golden giant lion was actually an evil spirit. In fact, humanity's definition of evil spirits and spirit pets was still somewhat uncertain. The birth of spirit pets was caused by ordinary plants and animals using the inner core of evil spirits to mutate. In a sense, spirit pets and evil spirits did not differ much in essence. One could even say that spirit pets were a second-generation evil spirit. People distinguish between evil spirits and spirit pets simply based on whether they have signed a soul contract with humans, determining whether they are foes or friends. Those who have signed a contract with humans are spirit pets, while those who have not are evil spirits. Therefore, in the eyes of Chu Xiong and others, the golden giant lion was not an evil spirit, but a spirit pet. Ye Qianxing was somewhat puzzled. Since the system indicated that this golden giant lion was an evil spirit, it certainly had not formed a contract with the black-robed person. If so, why could they coexist so peacefully? "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Chu Xiong did not let his guard down just because the other party was a spirit master. Who am I? I'm not human, but I'm here to kill you." The black-robed person let out a harsh laugh, and just as his words fell, the expression of enjoyment on the golden giant lion suddenly changed. Roar. The golden giant lion let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Chu Xiong and the other 4 special forces members simultaneously covered their ears, kneeling on the ground in pain. This was the ability of the golden giant lion, the lion's roar. This ability was not simply intimidating. It was a powerful sound wave attack. If it continued for too long, Chu Xiong and the others' eardrums would likely shatter. Ye Qianxing also frowned. The lion's roar did affect him. But because his physical quality was comparable to that of a typical level spirit pet, he did not suffer as much as Chu Xiong and the others. However, since he was pretending to be young, he decided to continue the act and feign pain, kneeling on the ground. "Howl!" The 5 brave battle wolves howled, sensing their master was in danger, and rushed toward the golden giant lion. "A few little dogs dared to be arrogant in front of my golden giant lion? Bite them to death." The man in the black robe issued the command, and the golden giant lion charged directly at the 5 battle wolves. The first to bear the brunt was Chu Xiong's battle wolf, the strongest one among the 5, which lunged for the golden giant lion's neck. However, the level difference was evident. Chu Xiong's brave battle wolf was only level 6, while the golden giant lion was level 9, and the gap in levels was likely not far off. The golden giant lion swiped a paw at the brave battle wolf with incredible speed, sending it flying and rolling several times on the ground. At this moment, the other 4 battle wolves also charged in, biting at the golden giant lion. However, the golden giant lion's defense was not something these wolves could break through. Biting it was like biting in a hard rock, causing no damage at all. Roar! The golden giant lion roared angrily, and the 4 battle wolves were sent flying by a powerful force. The 5 battle wolves could not even last a minute before being defeated. The golden giant lion continued toward Chu Xiong and the others, its eyes revealing a bloodthirsty glint. "Fire!" Chu Xiong shouted, and all 5 of them simultaneously produced submachine guns, starting to spray bullets at the golden giant lion. Unfortunately, these ordinary human firearms might have some effect on lower-level evil spirits. But against the nearly level 9 golden giant lion, it was like a mere tickle. The golden giant lion's body began to petrify. The bullets merely sparked off its body, causing no harm at all. Suddenly, the golden giant lion let out a roar and charged at Qianxing. Bullets rained down on it like raindrops, but they could not stop its advance. "Captain, be careful," Lu Heng shouted, actually rushing in front of Qianxing. Bang! The golden giant lion swiped a paw, sending Lu Heng flying and crashing into a small tree. "Lu fatty," Qianxing shouted, his eyes turning crimson. "You beast, I will kill you." Saying that, Qianxing threw down his submachine gun and pulled out a metal dagger from his calf, fiercely stabbing at the golden giant lion's neck. The golden giant lion dodged, and the metal dagger struck its back, surprisingly embedding itself. A stream of golden blood began to spray out. This metal dagger could actually injure a level 9 rock-type evil spirit. However, the strike was ultimately off target. It did not kill the golden giant lion, but instead provoked its ferocity. The golden giant lion roared and swiped its sharp claws at Qianxing. Despair filled Qianxing's face. Was he really going to die here? The golden giant lion's claws loomed larger in Qianxing's view, just as they were about to hit him. The golden giant lion suddenly stopped, its eyes going blank. "What are you still doing? Get out of the way!" A cry rang out from behind. Although Qianxing did not know what had happened, having lived on the edge of life and death for so long, he quickly reacted and took a few steps back. The golden giant lion quickly regained its senses, but instead of attacking Qianxing, it warily looked around. Just now, an unknown force had attacked its soul. Qianxing looked at Ye Qianxing in surprise, as well as the silly dog beside him. He naturally knew that it was Ye Qianxing who had shouted for him to get out of the way. Does that mean the one who stopped the golden giant lion's attack was him? But wasn't he just an ordinary kid? How could he have such powerful abilities? However, he soon believed his guess. "Oh, so there's a master among you." The man in the black robe exclaimed in surprise, looking at Ye Qianxing. "I've always been curious. How can you control evil spirits?" Ye Qianxing asked calmly. At this moment, he stopped pretending. He revealed his hand. He was indeed the master. Deng Rong looked at Ye Qianxing in shock. "Henti, he just said he was only a first-year student from Jiangnan #1 High School? I want to know." "Join me, and I will tell you everything," the man in the black robe said with an evil smile. "But I prefer the second option." Ye Qianxing still maintained a calm demeanor. "Oh, what option?" the man in the black robe asked with curiosity. Chapter 83. Ye Qianxing's Battle. What is the second option? The man in the black robe asked, now somewhat interested in the kid. "Defeat you, and then torture you for information." Ye Qianxing answered as he pleased. "Hee, little kid, who gave you the courage to speak so boldly? Is it because of that silly dog beside you?" The man in the black robe laughed maniacally. But this time, Ye Qianxing could clearly hear the anger in his laughter. "If it's just bravado, you'll find out soon enough." Ye Qianxing sneered. "Since you're seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. Golden giant lion, tear him and that silly dog apart," the man in the black robe commanded, and the golden giant lion charged toward Ye Qianxing. "Silly dog, this guy actually looks down on you. Show them what you're made of," Ye Qianxing said to the silly dog, which displayed a typical disdainful expression. Then it transformed, its size rapidly increasing. It morphed from an ordinary silly dog into a hellhound, surrounded by black flames, exuding an impressive aura. "Wow, his silly dog can transform?" Deng Rong rubbed his eyes, incredulously. The golden giant lion was clearly taken aback. But after a moment, it regained its composure. "So what if it transformed? It's still just a dog. Watch as I tear you apart." The golden giant lion swiped a paw at the silly dog, but the silly dog swiftly dodged, giving it a fright. The golden giant lion's eyes went blank again, but having learned from the previous lesson, it quickly recovered. But even a second was enough. A stream of black flames erupted from the silly dog's mouth, directly hitting the golden giant lion. "Humph, such a tiny spark thinks it can hurt the golden giant lion?" The man in the black robe scoffed, but the next moment, his expression changed. As soon as the black flames touched the golden giant lion, it let out a horrified scream and began to roll on the ground. Hellfire. It targets not just the body but the soul as well. No matter how strong the golden giant lion's defense, its soul is still fragile. Although the silly dog was not yet strong enough for the Hellfire to kill the golden giant lion outright, causing it some pain was sufficient. Silly dog, pursue the victory. Ye Qianxing shouted, and the silly dog lunged at the golden giant lion, slamming a paw into its body. However, the golden giant lion was still rolling on the ground. Even if your flames can hurt the soul, what does it matter? You still cannot break through the golden giant lion's defenses. Once it recovers, it will be your turn to be torn apart. The man in the black robe sneered, though he was surprised that the silly dog's flames could scorch the soul. He still had great confidence in the golden giant lion. Are you sure it can't break through its defenses? Ye Qianxing said with a sinister smile as he walked toward Chuxiong. Chuxiong, big brother, can I borrow that alloy dagger you just had? Although Chuxiong was shocked by why Ye Qianxing was so powerful, he knew that this was not the time to ask those questions. Without hesitation, he handed the alloy dagger to Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing took it and walked over to the rolling golden giant lion, raising the alloy dagger and stabbing it fiercely towards its neck. The black-robed man was immediately startled. He had just witnessed the dagger pierce the golden giant lion's body. If Ye Qianxing's dagger were to stab down, the golden giant lion would probably really die. Kid, stop! The black-robed man shouted angrily and unexpectedly charged towards Ye Qianxing, looking for death. Ye Qianxing sneered and abandoned the attack on the golden giant lion, instead stabbing towards the black-robed man. However, what shocked him was that the black-robed man's speed was beyond his expectations. He instantly dodged his attack and then grabbed Ye Qianxing's wrist. You're dead. The black-robed man sneered, exerting force in his hand, intending to twist Ye Qianxing's hand. However, Ye Qianxing was quicker, kicking the black-robed man. The black-robed man staggered back a few steps, while Ye Qianxing stared at him warily. The brief exchange made him realize that the black-robed man's strength was not at all inferior to his. But he was only using 1/10 of the power inherited from 3 spirit pets to be this strong. Could it be that this black-robed man also entered an awakened state? Ye Qianxing was surprised, and the black-robed man was equally astonished. Impossible! How could a human possess such immense power? The black-robed man's voice was filled with disbelief. It seemed he did not know that spirit tamers could enter an awakened state. Ye Qianxing also picked up on something from his words. Human? Could he not be human? Want to know? Defeat me. Ye Qianxing beckoned to the black-robed man. Although I don't know why your strength is so great, don't think you can match me. Just now, I was merely underestimating you and didn't use my full strength. The black-robed man said coldly. Then let's stop the nonsense and show our true skills. Ye Qianxing said impatiently. The black-robed man shouted, his body instantly turning into an afterimage as he charged towards Ye Qianxing. His fist, covered by his sleeve, slammed towards Ye Qianxing fiercely. Ye Qianxing's eyes burst with intense fighting spirit. Since gaining his powerful strength, he hadn't truly used it many times. He hoped this black-robed man wasn't too weak. Facing the black-robed man's incoming punch, Ye Qianxing made a slick sidestep to dodge it, then slashed the alloy dagger towards the black-robed man's neck. The black-robed man was very wary of the alloy dagger and quickly dodged. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Qianxing kicked out, landing a direct blow to the black-robed man's abdomen. The black-robed man only stumbled back a few steps, seemingly unaffected. Your strength is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. You can't break my defense. The black-robed man sneered. Ye Qianxing frowned secretly. The black-robed man's defensive power was astonishing. That kick felt like hitting a steel plate. But this dagger can break your defense, can it? Ye Qianxing. As this alloy dagger could pierce even the golden giant lion's defense, let alone this black-robed man. The black-robed man said nothing further, seemingly acknowledging this point. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Consider yourselves lucky this time, but next time we meet, kid, I will make you pay. The black-robed man spat a harsh word before running away. The golden giant lion, whose soul was burned by hellfire, had also recovered somewhat. Seeing its master flee, it naturally could not continue fighting and hurriedly chased after the black-robed man. We can't let them escape. Chuxiong shouted, but Ye Qianxing did not pursue. That black-robed man is very strong. I cannot truly defeat him. Chapter 84. The matter of spirit equipment. Ye Qianxing sighed. This was a formidable opponent he had encountered, and if it weren't for the threat posed by the alloy dagger in his hand, the black-robed man might not have chosen to retreat. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong calmed down as well. He had just been too agitated over his teammate's situation. The group hurried to check Lu Heng's injuries. Fortunately, Lu Heng was wearing a very strong protective armor, so although he was injured, he was not in danger of death. Ye Qianxing was curious at this moment. Both the alloy dagger that could break through evil spirit defenses and the life-saving armor were incredibly powerful. Brother Yi, this time we truly owe you. Otherwise, all 5 of us would have been wiped out here. Chu Xiong said with lingering fear. Brother Yi, you really are a hidden gem, being such a strong spirit tamer. Lu Heng also gave Ye Qianxing a thumbs up. At this point, they were no longer unclear that Ye Qianxing was not just a lost adventurer. However, they did not press further. Since Ye Qianxing did not reveal his true identity, it indicated that he did not want to. Ye Qianxing saved them, so they naturally would not force him to disclose his identity. You 2 big brothers don't need to be polite. You've taken good care of me along the way, so helping you is the least I could do. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly and said casually. Ye Qianxing's sincere and straightforward words moved Chu Xiong and the other Special Forces team members. No matter how you say it, you saved our lives, and in the future, if you need anything from us, as long as it doesn't go against our principles, we will never hesitate. Chu Xiong patted his chest and said, Hee, brother Chu Xiong, since you've said that, I do have one thing. Ye Qianxing suddenly showed a sly expression. What is it? Speak. Chu Xiong waved his hand grandly. Can you give me that alloy dagger? Chu Xiong was instantly taken aback by Ye Qianxing's request. Ahem, brother Yi, it's not that I'm stingy. I would agree to anything else you trade, even if it costs my life, but this alloy dagger I really can't give you. Because this alloy dagger doesn't belong to me. It's military property, and I was just temporarily allowed to use it for this dangerous mission, including the armor that Fatty Lu is wearing. Chu Xiong said awkwardly, having just claimed he would agree to any conditions, only to contradict himself now. Ye Qianxing nodded upon hearing this and did not blame Chu Xiong. It's fine, brother Chu Xiong. You don't need to feel guilty. I was just joking. Ye Qianxing laughed. Then to ease the awkwardness, he asked, So brother Chu Xiong, tell me what this dagger is. How can it break through the golden giant lion's defenses? This can actually be told. It's not a secret. This dagger, along with Fatty Lu's armor, is actually a spirit equipment, also known as spirit gear, Chu Xiong explained. Spirit gear can also be called spirit equipment. Both refer to the same thing, just different names. What shocked Ye Qianxing was that spirit gear was supposed to be usable only by spirit pets, right? He voiced this doubt, and Chu Xiong laughed heartily. Actually, this question is one many people have. Spirit gear is indeed generally used by spirit pets, but it doesn't mean it can only be used by spirit pets. The reason people generally think this way is that spirit pets using spirit gear are more effective than us humans. After all, most humans do not have very strong physiques, and using spirit gear would greatly reduce its effectiveness. Comparatively, there are more people in the army using spirit gear because our combat experience is much stronger than ordinary people. In fact, many in the army actually prefer not to fight with spirit pets. They like to confront evil spirits directly with spirit gear. After hearing Chu Xiong's explanation, Ye Qianxing felt relieved. It turned out the reason was so simple. In other words, he could actually use spirit equipment. His combat power was even stronger than some high-level evil spirits. And if he had spirit equipment, his strength would increase significantly. Hee, brother Chu, do you have any special channels if I want to buy spirit equipment? Ye Qianxing asked with a grin. No, and even if I did, you definitely couldn't afford it. The control over spirit equipment in our heavenly dynasty is very strict now, just like the gun control before the new era. However, if you really want to purchase spirit equipment, I do have a way, and it won't cost you a penny. Chu Xiong suddenly smiled mysteriously. How do I buy it? Ye Qianxing hurriedly asked. It's simple, join the military. As long as you earn enough military merit, you can exchange it for spirit equipment. Not just spirit equipment. As long as you have enough military merit, there are things you can exchange for that you can't even imagine. What do you think? Are you tempted? Want to consider it? Chu Xiong said with a smile, looking like a creepy uncle trying to deceive a young girl. However, Chu Xiong genuinely wanted to recruit Ye Qianxing into the military. After all, Ye Qianxing looked like he wasn't even 18 yet. A minor with such powerful strength has limitless potential for future achievements. If he could recruit him for the military, it would be great for both the military and the entire heavenly dynasty. After hearing Chu Xiong's method, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt like he'd been tricked by this guy. Joining the military means losing freedom, right? Ye Qianxing asked. Chu Xiong hesitated for a moment and sighed. That's right. I don't want to deceive you. Once you join the military, you have to obey military orders, freedom, and all that. Ye Qianxing also fell silent for a moment but still said, Brother Chu, I value my freedom a lot, so I probably won't join the military. But you don't have to worry. Even if I don't join, I know I'm a citizen of the heavenly dynasty, and if the military needs me, I won't refuse. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit off, Chu Xiong quickly laughed and changed the subject. Ha ha, Brother Yi, having you say that is enough. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We need to hurry back. I still have to report on this mission. As for purchasing spirit equipment, I heard there are black markets that sell such things. But I don't recommend you go because the black market is too dangerous. People can be treacherous. When I report the mission, I will speak well of you. Maybe my superior will agree to give you a chance. Chapter 85. Gathering of big shots after leaving the Demon Spirit Forest with 5 Special Forces team members. They returned to the city. Just as they were about to part ways, Deng Rong from the Wolf Academy walked up to Ye Qianxing with a bitter expression. I apologize for my disrespect towards you earlier. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart, Ye Qianxing casually replied. He could tell that Deng Rong was just a bit young and impetuous, and he didn't mean any harm, so there was no need to hold a grudge. After chatting for a bit, the groups separated. Ye Qianxing returned to his apartment and, after washing up, realized that the sun was already up. So he decided not to rest and headed straight for the school. Today was the day of the inter-school friendship competition among the 3 schools. As soon as Ye Qianxing arrived at the school gate, he noticed many students gathered there. He immediately spotted Minter Jianglin, Principal Wang, and Xia Xiaoyu among others. Huh, you actually came. We just said if you didn't show up, we would find another student to replace you, Jianglin said angrily as soon as she saw Ye Qianxing. Didn't he know that a whole bunch of people had been waiting for him for hours? Cough. Minter Jiang, please don't be angry. I'm here now. Ye Qianxing smiled brightly, not daring to provoke the grumpy tiger. That's good. Let's set off, Principal Wang said with a hearty laugh, showing no impatience. The venue for this inter-school friendship competition was at the Jiangnan Nobility Academy, and the 3 schools involved were Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Jiangnan Nobility Academy, and Wolf Academy. Among them, Wolf Academy was a military-affiliated academy, while the Nobility Academy, as its name suggested, only admitted the rich and privileged. Jiangnan No. 1 High School, on the other hand, was much simpler. Anyone with decent talent could enroll. In previous inter-school friendship competitions, it was usually the Nobility Academy and Wolf Academy that took the first place. The last first place was the Nobility Academy, so naturally, the venue was set there. This time, Ye Qianxing and the others were heading to the Nobility Academy for the competition, and the momentum was quite strong, with the principal leading the group, the director of education, several mentors following, and even nearly 100 students accompanying them to watch the event. When they arrived outside the Nobility Academy's gate, Ye Qianxing and the others looked at the magnificent entrance and compared it to Jiangnan No. 1 High School's gate, feeling that the latter seemed like a pig pen. Cough. Fellow students, a school is a place for teaching and nurturing talent. The splendid decorations are not important. They're just superficial, Principal Wang coughed and said. He wasn't blind. He could see the students' eyes shining as they looked at the school gate. Not just the students, even some mentors looked enviously. But Principal Wang couldn't do anything about it. The Nobility Academy only accepted nobles, and their tuition fees were naturally much higher. Meanwhile, Jiangnan No. 1 High School charged according to the normal standards. All right, let's go in. Principal Wang didn't even believe his own words anymore and could only let everyone enter. Inside the school, compared to the entrance, it was even more impressive, leaving Principal Wang speechless. Since we can't compete with them in terms of appearance, let's outshine them in strength. After all, it's still all about who has the stronger fist, right? Ye Qianxing spoke up, and Principal Wang immediately showed gratitude towards him. Yes, having money is useless. They will still be crushed by us, Su Tila echoed, instantly boosting the student's confidence. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Ha! The students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School are quite spirited. But while it's good for young people to be confident, they shouldn't be blindly so. Your Jiangnan No. 1 High School has been last place in every inter-school friendship competition. Hearing this voice, Principal Wang's face immediately darkened. Ye Qianxing quickly looked towards the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man, about the same age as Principal Wang, leading a few young men dressed in luxurious clothing approaching. No need to guess, this guy was definitely the principal of the Nobility Academy. Heroes do not dwell on the past. I don't care if Jiangnan No. 1 High School was last place before. All I know is that this year, Jiangnan No. 1 High School will definitely be the most eye-catching one in this inter-school friendship competition. Ye Qianxing said with a faint smile, showing no courtesy just because the other guy was the principal of the Nobility Academy. Presumptuous. You dare to speak to our principal like that? A boy about 16 or 17 years old behind the Nobility Academy's principal immediately yelled angrily. What's wrong? Is your principal a three-eyed monster or a four-legged creature? Why can't we talk to him? Sutila retorted fearlessly. Currently, it seemed that aside from Xiao Liuxing, no one could argue with Sutila. Well, Ye Qianxing is an exception. The noble youth was instantly left speechless. The students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School can only rely on their mouths? Whether you're a dragon or a worm, it still depends on strength. Let's go. The War Wolf Academy has already arrived. The principal of the Noble Academy sneered and walked in one direction, with Ye Qianxing and the others closely following. That was the principal of the Noble Academy, Ruo William. And the students following him were likely the competitors from the academy, but unfortunately, it was hard to gauge their strength. Principal Wang said to Ye Qianxing and the others, "It doesn't matter, no need to know, because no matter how strong they are, they can't be stronger than us." Ye Qianxing and Sutera almost spoke in unison. Principal Wang could only smile, hoping they truly had strength and weren't just boasting. Soon, they arrived at the plaza of the Noble Academy, which was significantly larger compared to Jiangnan No. 1 High School. At this moment, many people were seated in the plaza, including students from the academy, as well as students from the Wolf Warrior Academy who came to watch, and the student from Jiangnan No. 1 High School also found their seats. Ye Qianxing noticed that on a high platform, there was a row of seats. The principals of the three schools were sitting there, and besides the principals, there were many prominent figures from Jiangnan City also watching. More than half of them were familiar faces, including Xiao Luyun, the president of the Jiangnan Spirit Association, Su Hong, the lord of the mercenary city, and several big shots from various fields who had sought his help at the Creation God studio. Even Chu Xiong, whom he had seen just yesterday, was there. But considering that the Wolf Warrior Academy was affiliated with the military, it was reasonable for Chu Xiong, as the captain of a special operations team, to have come from the Wolf Warrior Academy. Sitting next to Chu Xiong was an elderly man in his 60s. Although he was nearing his 60s, he exuded an aura that rivaled that of a middle-aged man, radiating a certain presence. Ye Qianxing had felt this kind of presence from Chu Xiong before. It was a unique aura of soldiers. This elder should be the commander that Chu Xiong mentioned. The seating arrangement on the high platform seemed to be based on status, with the most central position representing the highest status. Sitting in the middle was Xia Luyun, undoubtedly the highest-ranking individual as the strongest in Jiangnan City. On his left and right sat a middle-aged man and an elderly man, the latter of whom Ye Qianxing guessed was a big shot from the military, the commander mentioned by Chu Xiong. As for the middle-aged man, Ye Qianxing didn't recognize him, but his status was certainly not low. The principals of the Noble Academy and Jiangnan No. 1 High School were seated at the relatively edge positions. After all, they were just the heads of their respective schools. Dear students and mentors from the three academies, I am Ruo William, the principal of Jiangnan Noble Academy. Thank you all for being here today, and I would like to express my special gratitude to all the distinguished guests for taking the time to attend this event, Ruo Williams said, bowing to the prominent figures on the platform, who merely nodded in response without saying anything. The reason they were willing to come and watch was also to see the current younger generation and perhaps try to recruit some talents to join their forces. The indifferent attitude of the prominent figures did not make Ruo William show any signs of displeasure. He still maintained a self-satisfied smile. Now that everyone is here, let's not waste any time. I will first explain the process and rules of the competition. He continued, the competition is divided into 3 rounds. In the first round, each academy will send out their strongest participant for a 3-person free-for-all. The last remaining participant will belong to their academy, allowing that academy to skip the second round and directly advance to the final team competition. Although Rual William was not very reputable, he spoke in a way that was easy to understand. Since there are 3 academies, one academy must have a team that gets a bye, thus not participating in the second round. Therefore, the first round is to determine which team gets the bye, making it relatively fairer if it were a random draw. There would inevitably be some complaints. Now let me explain the rules. Aside from the well-known prohibition against harming spirit tamers, we must also try to avoid serious injuries among spirit pets. The competition is secondary, friendship comes first. After explaining the process and rules, Rual Williams saw that no one stood up to ask questions. So he continued, "Since no one has any questions, I hereby officially announce that the annual 3-school friendship competition now officially begins." With Rual Williams' passionate declaration, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Who are we going to send for the free-for-all? The 4 began discussing who would go first in the first round. It goes without saying, among the 5 of us, you and Xiaoyu are the strongest, but it's not appropriate for a girl to go into a free-for-all. So it has to be you, Sudara said with a shrug. He and Zhouyu spirit pets were still at a relatively low level, and while they were confident they could win, it was safer to let Ye Qianxing go. Despite rarely taking action in normal team battles, he was the type who, when he did act, determined the outcome directly. Let us face it, if your mind suddenly shorts out during the competition, how can you fight? The intimidation skill of the 250 was an absolute crush against spirit pets of lower levels, not to mention the Hellfire skill that burns souls. Okay, I also think Brother Xing should go. Zhouyu nodded in agreement, while Zhoulang silently agreed with a nod. Xiaoyu naturally had no objections, as she didn't like fighting. All right, it's decided then. I'll go for the first round. Ye Qianxing nodded, and with that decision made, after the other teams finalized their choices, the 3 of them went up to the arena. Ye Qianxing stood on the arena, looking at the 2 opponents in front of him. He had seen both of them before. The one from a noble academy was the noble young man who had clashed with Sudara, but couldn't win. As for the one from a wolf warrior academy, he was even more familiar. Ye Qianxing looked at the gloomy-faced Deng Rong and couldn't help but chuckle. The wolf warrior academy actually sent him. What brings you to the 3-school friendship competition? Isn't this bullying us? Deng Rong said with a wry smile. After learning about Ye Qianxing's strength, he had guessed that Ye Qianxing would likely participate in this match. He had been praying that Ye Qianxing wouldn't care to join, but unfortunately, his prayers had failed. I have no choice. I have to bring glory to my school. Ye Qianxing shrugged. Come on, Deng Rong, what is wrong with you? You're actually scared by young kid? He's just a nobody from Jiangnan No. 1 high school, the noble young man said disdainfully. Deng Rong completely ignored the noble young man. At first, he had also looked down on Ye Qianxing like the noble young man. So he believed that soon this noble young man would no longer be able to laugh. Don't worry, I'll give you some face and let him go down before you. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly at Deng Rong, but in the ears of the noble young man, that was pure arrogance. I hope you can still say that later. Come out, iron-armored crocodile, the noble young man shouted, and a huge crocodile covered in black scales emerged from the contract space. Spirit pet. Iron-armored crocodile attributes. Rock water rating, 3. 5 stars level. 5 ability. Huge bite force weakness. Divine water ice advancement conditions. Evolution route. Aren't you going to summon your spirit pet? The noble young man snorted coldly. I already summoned it, didn't I? Ye Qianxing. The noble young man looked around, but couldn't see anything. Are you messing with me? He said, furious. I'm not messing with you. Look, my spirit pet is right here. Ye Qianxing innocently pointed to the 250 beside him, saying, how can you not see such a large fool here? The noble young man was instantly speechless. Is your spirit pet that? Of course. The noble young man saw the 250, but he thought it was just Ye Qianxing's pet. After all, who would use a husky as a spirit pet? That's right. Is there a problem? Ye Qianxing said calmly. Ha ha ha. The noble youth couldn't help but laugh. You actually used a husky as a spirit pet. Are you a fool brought in by a monkey? Hearing the noble youth's words, Deng Rong next to him sighed and shook his head, quietly moving aside to avoid being affected later. Sigh, another fool is going to be finished. In the audience, Sutter also looked at the noble youth on stage with a sympathetic gaze. 250. Did you hear that? Another blind guy is looking down on you. Ye Qianxing showed no signs of displeasure and instead patted the head of 250. Chapter 87. Do you admit defeat, or should I help you? Is this the young man you told me about who repelled the golden giant lion and the cultists? The old general asked Chu Xiong beside him. Yes. If it weren't for Brother Yi last night, all 5 of us would have been wiped out. Chu Xiong nodded, recalling it still sent shivers down his spine. Just based on him and that husky beside him, the old general's tone was somewhat doubtful. Chu Xiong immediately smiled bitterly. Old general, don't say it's you. I also find it hard to believe, but the fact is true. It's useless for me to explain more. You should see it for yourself. Oh, President Xia. Isn't that Xiaoyi? Isn't he a nurturing master? Why is he participating in the 3-school friendship match? A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sitting a few tables away from Xia Luyun asked curiously. He was none other than the business magnate who had asked Ye Qianxing for help with his bear's breakup issue at the God Creation Studio. Haha, he hasn't just achieved success in nurturing. He is also a powerful spirit master. Xia Luyun laughed heartily. He heard it from his daughter and son. At that time, he was also very surprised, but then he thought that since Ye Qianxing's nurturing skills are so impressive, he would surely have cultivated a powerful spirit pet for himself. I don't believe a person can cultivate 2 different paths at once and be proficient in both. The one Xiao Yi is fighting against now is my nephew. He is a very talented spirit master, the man with gold-rimmed glasses said. He had no doubts about Ye Qianxing's nurturing abilities, but he couldn't believe he was also a powerful spirit master. After all, mastering both nurturing and spirit mastery is extremely hard, let alone being proficient in both. Then just wait and see. Xia Luyan laughed heartily and offered no further explanation. Head of the family, he is the one who killed Zhou Wei, Ye Qianxing. At that moment, the director of Jiangnan No. 1 High School walked up to the middle-aged man sitting next to Xia Luyun and whispered, "Are you sure he is the killer?" The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. "Although there was no evidence, I assure you it is him. He had a conflict with Zhou Wei just before," the director of education said with certainty, and the middle-aged man's face darkened completely. He fixed a fierce gaze on Ye Qianxing on stage. "Humph, regardless of whether you're the killer or not, Xiao Wei is too lonely down there. I must make you go down to accompany him." At this moment, more than half of the big shots in the judging panel were paying attention to Ye Qianxing. Yet, Ye Qianxing was completely unaware of this. Under his signal, 250 directly transformed, its size suddenly increasing, covered in black flames, striking fear into hearts. "How is this possible?" the noble youth exclaimed, and the audience gasped. They had never seen a spirit pet that could transform. "Ironclad crocodile, don't be afraid. He is definitely just pretending. Even if he transforms, he is still just a husky. You are a powerful ironclad crocodile." The noble youth cheered for the ironclad. The trembling body of the ironclad crocodile calmed down significantly. "Go, bite that husky to death," the noble youth shouted loudly. And the ironclad crocodile suppressed its fear and charged at 250. Roar! 250 opened its massive mouth and let out a thunderous roar. The ironclad crocodile's body suddenly froze, its eyes losing their luster. 250 leisurely walked to the ironclad crocodile's side. But the ironclad crocodile didn't move an inch. For an opponent weaker than itself, 250's intimidation could leave it dazed for several minutes. During those few minutes, the ironclad crocodile was practically rendered useless. Suddenly, 250 placed its hind foot on the back of the ironclad crocodile. And then it actually urinated. "Ironclad crocodile, what are you doing? Hurry up and tear it apart." The noble youth was furious, shouting endlessly, but the ironclad crocodile ignored him, remaining motionless. What on earth is happening? Confused murmurs arose from the audience. Deng Rong, however, understood that 250's intimidation could even control the golden giant lion. Although it was only for a moment, it proved its strength. Could a mere ironclad crocodile compare to a golden giant lion? "All right, 250, stop playing around. Finish this quickly." Ye Qianxing waved his hand in boredom. 250 had no choice but to kick the ironclad crocodile, whose massive body flew directly off the stage and landed below. The noble youth stood there in shock, still unable to comprehend what had just happened. So, do you admit defeat, or should I help you? Ye Qianxing asked Deng Rong. I admit defeat. Deng Rong smiled wryly and ultimately chose to concede. If it were someone else, even if he had no chance of winning, he would never give up. Losing is losing, but one cannot be cowardly. However, facing Ye Qianxing was different. The outcome was already obvious, and continuing would only bring more suffering. It was better to conserve strength and prepare for the upcoming battles. Deng Rong, along with his brave wolf, also left the stage. The first match lasted less than a minute before it ended, until Ye Qianxing stepped down. The noble youth still wore a look of disbelief. How could this be? Luo William was equally incredulous. Jiangnan No. 1 High School, which had always ranked last, actually turned things around in this first match. Ha! The facts are right in front of you. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Principal Wang laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he felt so pleased in front of Luo William. Ye Qianxing did not disappoint him. Don't be too happy. I just underestimated him and didn't send out my strongest. When it comes to the finals, I'll still knock you down. Luo William snorted coldly, then shouted at the dazed noble youth on stage. Aren't you coming down yet? The noble youth trembled and finally came back to his senses, trembling as he climbed down from the stage. This blow would likely distract him even in the next match. However, this was the territory of the Noble Academy, and Luo William could easily find someone else to replace him. After all, there were no rules against finding a substitute. Old General, do you believe me now? Chu Xiong smiled slightly at the old general. I believe it. He really is a super genius. We can't find anyone in our Wolf Academy with a talent that can compare to him, and I doubt the entire Jiangnan city can either. The old general said, his admiration for Ye Qianxing evident in his tone. The 3 schools participating in the friendship match are already the top 3 schools in Jiangnan city. If we can't find anyone stronger than Ye Qianxing here, then without a doubt, he is absolutely the strongest young genius in Jiangnan city. Not just among the young generation. Even many veteran spirit masters might not be his match. Chapter 88. The 3-tailed spirit fox of the super energy system. It's just a pity that this person is unwilling to join our military. Otherwise, with his strength and talent, he might even inherit my position in the future. The old general sighed, and Chu Xiong expressed his helplessness as well. The first match ended. Jiangnan No. 1 High School had a bye, and in the second match, the Noble Academy and the Wolf Academy would compete. This match would still be a personal competition. Please send out your respective representatives, the host announced. Soon, a student from the Wolf Warrior Academy stepped onto the stage, and it was not Deng Rong this time. In fact, neither the Wolf Warrior Academy nor the Noble Academy brought out their strongest fighters for the first match. After all, the final match is the main event. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Jiangnan No. 1 High School emerged. Thus, the second match became an elimination round between the 2 academies, and they had to present their strongest students. The representative from the Wolf Warrior Academy was a dark-skinned youth named Suju. The representative from a Noble Academy was a typical pretty boy, a fresh-faced young man who elicited screams from the girls from all 3 schools watching from below. Xiaozhan, I love you. Xiaozhan, you're so handsome. Xiaozhan, I want to have your babies. Even though Ye Qianxing had forcefully defeated those 2 in the first match, he did not receive such a high level of adoration. Wow, can looks really overshadow everything? Su Tila said, her eyes wide in disbelief. No, it's looks and money that can overshadow everything, Zhou Lang replied weakly. How come I feel he is not even half as handsome as I am? Ye Qianxing retorted, only to be met with the disdainful glances of those around him. Instructor Jiang Lin, don't you think that Xiaozhan isn't as handsome as I am? Ye Qianxing asked Jiang Lin beside him, only to see her eyes seemingly sparkle. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's question, she immediately expressed her disdain, saying, although we are from different camps, I have to say, Xiaozhan is really handsome. Jiang Lin's eyes were practically shining with admiration. Not just Jiang Lin, but Zhou Yu and Xia Xiaoyu were the same. I now hope that the Noble Academy can make it to the finals, so I can vent my frustrations on the stage, Ye Qianxing said fiercely, clenching his fists tightly. At this moment on the stage, Su Zhu summoned his level 5 Brave Wolf, and it seemed that the unified spirit pet of both the Wolf Warrior Academy and the Jiangnan military was indeed the Brave Wolf. Xiaozhan, you seem quite popular. I wonder if I defeat you in front of your fans later, will they drown me in spit? Su Zhu said with a smirk at Xiao Zhan. Don't worry. You won't have that chance, Xiao Zhan replied with a poker face, but it stirred excitement from the audience below. Ah, Zhan's tone is so domineering. I love it. Zhan is the best in the world. He will definitely defeat that black hole. Su Zhu's face darkened immediately, though it was already quite dark. Why do you have to attack me while you're fawning over your star? What is wrong with being dark? Is it bothering you? Besides, this is not black. It's a healthy wheat color. Stop wasting time. Quickly summon your spirit pet, so we can finish this. I still have to go back to training. Su Zhu said bitterly, while Xiao Zhan leisurely opened the contract space door. The next moment, a snow-white fox with luxurious fur walked out gracefully. Spirit pet. Three-tailed spirit fox attribute. Supernatural rating. 4.5 stars. Growth type. Level. 6 abilities. Foxtail. Spirit sealing technique. Charm weakness. Demon type. Ghost type promotion condition. Evolution route. When everyone saw the three-tailed spirit fox, they were captivated by its beautiful appearance. So why'd it look so noble? Look at that black hole. Compared to it, he's even darker. Su Zhu was rendered speechless. You can fawn over it. But why compare me to it? As others expressed their surprise at the appearance of the three-tailed spirit fox, Ye Qianxing was even more astonished by its attributes. It's actually a supernatural type. A supernatural type means it possesses special super abilities, and spirit pets with this attribute are quite rare. For example, this three-tailed spirit fox has some really overpowered abilities. Charm is even more disgusting than intimidation, effective against all opposite sexes. Of course, for spirit pets with strong mental powers like ghost or demon types, the effect would be lower. Once an opponent is successfully charmed, they will follow the commands of the three-tailed spirit fox. Intimidation merely keeps them still, while charm effectively turns an opponent into an ally. Aside from charm, the spirit sealing technique is also quite overpowered, allowing for a temporary sealing of a spirit pet's abilities. However, the spirit sealing technique does not work on combat-type spirit pets, as their ability is simply to fight. Let us finish this quickly, Xiao Zhan said softly to the three-tailed spirit fox, which nodded and then approached Su Zhu's brave wolf. Just a little fox. How dare you bring out? Are you looking for defeat? Su Zhu sneered, patting the brave wolf's head. Old buddy, just don't go too hard. Oh woo. The brave wolf nodded and howled, rushing towards the three-tailed spirit fox. Sigh, it's over, Ye Qianxing said from below. Isn't it just starting? How can it be over? Su Tila asked in confusion. Although that fox doesn't seem very strong, it should lose instantly, right? It's not the fox that will lose, but the wolf. Ye Qianxing shook his head, and Su Tila looked even more puzzled. You're right, I didn't expect Xiao Zhan's spirit pet to be the three-tailed spirit fox. This could be troublesome. Instructor Jiang Lin sighed as well. It seemed she recognized the identity of the three-tailed spirit fox and understood its capabilities. Don't worry, Instructor Jiang Lin. It's just a three-tailed spirit fox. It's not a big deal, Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile. For some reason, when Jiang Lin saw Ye Qianxing smile, her feeling of worry immediately vanished. It was as if she subconsciously believed that Ye Qianxing could indeed deliver on his words. While the two were talking, the two spirit pets had already begun to battle. The brave wolf lunged at the three-tailed spirit fox, striking with its claws. However, the three-tailed spirit fox did not dodge. Instead, it suddenly emitted a strange scent. The scent reached the brave wolf's nose, causing its movements to freeze instantly. Then, it walked over to the three-tailed spirit fox, licking its fur like a little dog. This behavior, whether in a wolf pack or among dogs, signifies affection and admiration. Su Zhu was stunned. What is going on? Has my brave wolf betrayed me? Chapter 89. The final squeak, squeak, squeak. The three-tailed spirit fox made some sounds towards the brave wolf, and then the brave wolf directly walked towards the edge of the stage. It leaped down and jumped off the stage. How was this possible? Su Zhu et Galim, as he had been trying to wake the wolf using the soul contract. But he failed. The wolf seemed to have betrayed him. What did you do to my wolf? Su Zhu angrily asked Xiao Zhan. However, Xiao Zhan's expression was as flat as a poker face, showing no emotion at all, only saying calmly, "You lost." He then hugged his three-tailed spirit fox and walked off the stage, leaving even the host somewhat dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and announce it. Luo William shouted at the host, frustrated. This is a student from our academy. Why are you in a daze? I announced that in the second elimination match, Jiangnan Noble Academy wins. The host hurriedly declared, and a wave of cheers erupted, mostly from girls shouting. Instructor Jiang Lin was right. This inter-school competition is indeed full of hidden talents, and a rare spirit pet, like the three-tailed spirit fox, actually appeared. Ye Qianxing said solemnly from below. Although he was quite displeased that Xiao Zhan was so popular with the girls, there was no denying that his spirit pet was indeed very strong. Qianxing, what just happened? Su Tila asked in confusion, while Xia Xiaoyu, Zhou Yu, and Zhou Lang also looked at Ye Qianxing, waiting for his answer. Ye Qianxing did not keep them in suspense, as they were about to engage in a team match with the Noble Academy soon. At that time, they would definitely encounter the three-tailed spirit fox. So it's somewhat helpful to let them know about the situation of the three-tailed spirit fox now. The three-tailed spirit fox is a psychic-type spirit pet with some special abilities, such as spirit sealing technique and charm technique. In the previous match, the three-tailed spirit fox used the charm technique on the brave wolf. By releasing a special scent, it paralyzes the opponent's nerves, making them like a due to this smell, thus allowing it to manipulate the opponent. Ye Qianxing explained to them, is it that perverse? Then the three-tailed spirit fox is invincible, able to control other spirit pets at will to deal with everyone. Who can compete with that? Su Tila said in astonishment. This ability is simply cheating. You don't have to exaggerate it. It's actually not that powerful. The charm technique has its flaws. First, it only works on the opposite sex. It has no effect on the same sex. Secondly, as long as one's mental strength is strong enough, they can remain unaffected. Moreover, even if someone is controlled by the charm technique, if the commands involve the controller's bottom line, the controlled might forcibly regain their will. So using this ability to make a spirit pet devour its master is unrealistic. Ye Qianxing smiled slightly as he explained. Jiang Lin looked at Ye Qianxing in surprise. This guy actually knows so much about the three-tailed spirit fox. She, as a teacher, considers herself quite knowledgeable about many spirit pets and evil spirits, and has done some research on the three-tailed spirit fox, but she certainly doesn't understand it as thoroughly as Ye Qianxing. For example, she really didn't know about the flaws of the charm technique. However, Jiang Lin didn't directly ask Ye Qianxing how he knew these things. After all, their main task now is still to win the championship in the competition. So Qianxing, do you mean the three-tailed spirit fox isn't that powerful after all? Su Tila immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that simple. The three-tailed spirit fox is still quite perverse. Even if it can't control spirit pets to devour their masters, a spirit master without spirit pet assistance is not far from death. Especially since the three-tailed spirit fox has another ability, the spirit sealing technique, which can disable the victim's abilities for a short period of time. Ye Qianxing shook his head again, and Su Tila immediately rolled her eyes at him. You say it's powerful, and you also say it's not powerful. So is the three-tailed spirit fox strong or not? The three-tailed spirit fox is indeed strong. If I let you and Zhou Lang deal with it, you would definitely lose. Even if Hua is unaffected by the charm technique, the spirit sealing technique can still disable her abilities for a short time. So, dealing with the three-tailed spirit fox will be left to me and Ye. Ye Qianxing explained with a slight smile. Ye Xiaoyu is a female, the same gender as the three-tailed spirit fox, so she won't be affected by the charm. Moreover, Xiaoyu's combat power is also quite strong, so the impact of the spirit sealing technique on her won't be significant. As for the other one, the 250, the three-tailed spirit fox poses little threat to him. However, explaining that is somewhat troublesome, so I won't go into it. Just know that dealing with the three-tailed spirit fox will be handled by me and Ye. While Ye Qianxing and the others were talking, the host on the stage spoke again. Next, we will have the final segment of this three-school friendly competition, the finals, which is also a team match. Now, please welcome the team from Jiangnan No. 1 High School and the team from the Noble Academy to the stage. Let's go. Ye Qianxing said to Xia Xiaoyu and the others, and the group walked onto the stage. 5 people came towards them, just like Ye Qianxing's side. 3 men and 2 women, one of whom was Xiao Zhan. As for the noble youth who was knocked off the stage by Ye Qianxing in the first match, he was indeed replaced, as Ye Qianxing guessed. Seeing Ye Qianxing and his team on the stage, the big shots on the high platform took notice and focused on him. Principal Wang was also filled with excitement and nervousness. Although losing would still mean getting second place and not being at the bottom, every fish has dreams of turning over, let alone him. He also wanted to see Jiangnan #1 High School make a comeback in this friendly competition. Please have both teams summoned their respective spirit pets, the host said, and immediately 10 contract space doors appeared on the stage, creating a cool atmosphere. Ye Qianxing looked at the opposing lineup. In addition to Xiao Zhan's three-tailed spirit fox, the other 4 were Stone Spirit Lion, Level 4 Rock type, Fire Wing Crane, Level 4 Fire Wing type, Mechanical Bear, Level 3 Mechanical type, Fighting Kangaroo, Level 4 Fighting type. These 4 spirit pets were relatively ordinary compared to the three-tailed spirit fox. The only one that caught Ye Qianxing's attention was the Mechanical Bear. Mechanical type spirit pets are relatively rare, but they don't have any special abilities. I now officially announce that the final match of the 3-school friendly competition has officially begun. The host waved his hand and announced the start. Almost instantly, the 4 spirit pets from the Noble Academy charged towards Ye Qianxing's team. Zhoulang, Tila, don't worry about the three-tailed spirit fox. Just fight as you normally would. Ye Qianxing said to Zhoulang and Su Tila, and the two nodded and began to direct their pets. Chapter 90. The competition ends. An unexpected change. The rampaging snow rabbit faced the fighting kangaroo. Hua faced the fire wing crane, and Dabai faced the mechanical bear. As for the tyrant dragon turtle and the stone spirit lion, they were ready to defend for their teammates at any time. Spirit fox, let them kill each other. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly, and the three-tailed spirit fox began to emit that strange scent. Dabai and the tyrant dragon turtle both became dazed, but at that moment, a dog bark sounded. Woof, woof, woof. Dabai and the tyrant dragon turtle suddenly snapped to attention, while their opponents, under the intimidation of the 250, experienced a momentary dizziness. Dabai seized the opportunity. 0-degree explosion. Su Tila shouted loudly, and an energy wave of ice and fire instantly formed in Dabai's mouth, attacking the mechanical bear. Bang! The mechanical bear was directly knocked down by the energy wave. The mechanical bear's defense is not much worse than that of the rock type. Your attack can't hurt it. The owner of the mechanical bear sneered, but the next moment his smile froze, because the mechanical bear began to tremble on the ground, as if it were having a seizure. Why? The owner of the mechanical bear exclaimed, completely incredulous. Why do you think I'm fighting the mechanical bear? Dabai's attack contained dual energies of ice and fire, one cold and one hot. Do you think your tin can withstand that? Su Tila sneered. This is too easy to win. Dabai's level is much higher than that of the mechanical bear. Not to mention that the ice and fire dual type attack increased its power by at least twofold. At the same time, the fighting kangaroo, which was battling the rampaging snow rabbit, also experienced a moment of dizziness under the intimidation skill. Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and threw a powerful straight punch, sending the fighting kangaroo flying off the stage. Why doesn't he the spirit fox's charm work on them? Xiao Zhan panicked, but his face still showed no expression. Ye Qianxing then realized, this guy isn't pretending to be aloof. This guy really has a poker face. Hua, Inferno Slash. Xiaoyu shouted at Hua, as Hua was about to unleash the skill with a swing of its wings. At that moment, a halo suddenly hit Hua, and Hua immediately went out. Ye Qianxing looked at the three-tailed spirit fox. Sure enough, it was the one that had just cast the spirit sealing technique. Although I don't know why you guys are not affected by the charm, the spirit sealing technique can still prevent you from using your skills. What are you waiting for? Have your fire wing crane attack quickly. Xiao Zhan shouted at the owner of the fire wing crane. The owner of the fire wing crane was startled and hurriedly gave instructions to the fire wing crane. The fire wing crane flapped its wings, and 2 flames struck Hua, igniting its entire body. Oh no, the fire has intensified. What if that bird gets burned to death? The fire feather crane's owner was startled. Killing spirit pets was not allowed in the competition. However, she could not see any trace of panic on Xiaoyu's face. Wasn't that her spirit pet? Why didn't she seem worried at all? But soon she understood. As the flames gradually extinguished, the fire still had no effect on Hua, who was under the sealing technique. The flames burning on her were, as if they were illusory, having no real effect. This was too unbelievable. Everyone gasped in astonishment. On the judge's platform, the old general smiled at Xia Luyan. That young girl must be your daughter, right? She truly is a tiger's daughter. And she might surpass you in the future. Xiao Yu's talent is indeed top-notch. It's normal for her to surpass me, Xia Luyan said without a hint of modesty. And with a cultivation master like Ye Qianxing by her side, Xiao Yu's future would only leave him far behind. Huahua, attack! Xiao Yu shouted at Huahua. As the restrictions of the sealing technique were lifted, the three-tailed spirit fox was planning to use the sealing technique on Huahua again when the rampaging snow rabbit Inda rushed toward it. Bang! The stone spirit lion transformed into a massive stone lion, blocking Xiao Yu and Dabai. Intimidation. The fool gave a single intimidation to the stone spirit lion, which directly fell victim and fainted. Xiao Yu was the fastest, landing a thunder tread kick on the three-tailed spirit fox, interrupting its skill. Whoosh! A gust of cold air spewed from Dabai's mouth, freezing the three-tailed spirit fox into an ice block. Meanwhile, Huahua's infernal flame slash was also unleashed, directly eliminating the fire feather crane. At this point, only the frozen three-tailed spirit fox, the mechanical bear having a seizure, and the stunned stone spirit lion remained on the Noble Academy's side. We lost. Xiao Zhan's expression did not change, but his eyes were filled with despair. Their Noble Academy had actually lost to Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Even losing to the War Wolf Academy Wunti have made him feel this hopeless. Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, which had been at the bottom in previous years, had actually risen. Ha! Principal William, I'm sorry, but this time, Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School unexpectedly secured first place in the tri-school friendly competition. Principal Wong suddenly laughed and said to Luo William. He emphasized the word first several times. Luo William's face darkened as if water could drip from it, but with so many bigwigs present, he couldn't explode in anger. He could only grit his teeth and force a smile. Then congratulations to Principal Wong for finally getting first place. I hope you can maintain it next year. Luo William said with a forced smile. His meaning was clear. Once Ye Qianxing was gone, let us see how Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School could still get first place. Principal Wong, however, was completely unconcerned and laughed heartily. We'll talk about next year when it comes. At least we got first place this year, and I'm very happy. Meanwhile, the host also announced that Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School had won the competition. I announce that this year's tri-school friendly competition is officially over. Please exit in an orderly manner, Luo William declared. In previous years, when their Noble Academy won first place, they would invite everyone to a meal at the school after the event. But this time, they clearly had no such intention. The old general and Xia Luyan began to rise, planning to walk over to congratulate Ye Qianxing. But at that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out in the air. I'm afraid you all can't leave yet. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. Ye Qianxing was no exception. He saw more than a dozen flying spirit pets appear in midair. And on the backs of these spirit pets sat people. Ye Qianxing clearly saw a familiar spirit pet, the Iron Feather Eagle King. And sitting on the Iron Feather Eagle King was Kuei Shui. Kuei Shui also spotted Ye Qianxing, revealing a cruel smile. He formed a knife shape with one hand and slashed across his neck. The meaning was obvious. Ye Qianxing, you're dead for sure. Chapter 91. The traitor appears. Is it the Iron Blood Mercenary Group? The Iron Blood Mercenary Group is quite well known in Jiangnan City, and at this moment, the bigwigs on the judge's platform recognized them. Lin Scorpion, what do you want? Su Hong stood up and asked in a deep voice. Lin Scorpion was the leader of the Iron Blood Mercenary Group, and his mount was a lion with wings. Spirit Pet, Spirit Feather Lion King Attribute, Flying Type Evaluation, 3.5 stars level, 2 ability, Holy Feather Strike Weakness, Rock Type, Lightning Type Promotion Conditions, Evolution Route. The leader of this Iron Blood Mercenary Group actually has a level Spirit Pet. It's rare for the bigwigs of Jiangnan City to gather here. How can we not hold an event? Lin Scorpion clapped his hands, and immediately the sound of footsteps surrounded the area. In the next moment, hundreds of spirit tamers appeared within the school, heavily surrounding the entire playground. These spirit tamers were all dressed in uniform, clearly all from the Iron Blood Mercenary Group. Lin Scorpion, are you trying to rebel? Xiao Luyan frowned and slammed the table. The contract space door opened, and the howling moon silver wolf appeared, releasing a powerful level 5 aura that intimidated the crowd. You're just a mere mercenary group, and you dare to act recklessly in front of us. Xiao Luyan snorted coldly. As the #1 spirit tamer in Jiangnan City, he was that formidable. Ha ha! If I didn't have any assurance, how would I dare to act recklessly in front of you? President Xiao? Unfortunately, this time, we are not just here from the Iron Blood mercenary group. Lin Scorpion was not intimidated by Xiao Luyan. Instead, he laughed. Lin Scorpion, I know what you want to say. Do you think we don't know about your collusion with the cult? In fact, our gathering here is not to watch the battle, but to draw you out. However, at this moment, Su Hong laughed heartily. He clapped his hands, and hundreds of spirit tamers emerged from the nearby teaching building, all loyal to Su Hong. Together, they were enough to counter the Iron Blood mercenary group. The old general also stood up and said, "We already knew about the cult you hid in the spirit demon forest. If I'm correct, your backup is them, right? Unfortunately, your conspiracy has long been known to us. The city defense army is already stationed at the city gate, fully blocking the spirit god cultists. You have no reinforcements. What the hell? Is this an undercover operation?" Ye Qianxing and Su Tilo whispered together. He finally understood why Chu Xiong and the others went to the spirit demon forest yesterday. It turned out they were investigating these so-called spirit god cultists. But what exactly were these spirit god cultists? Ye Qianxing did not know. My old man has been keeping this from me. He always said the Iron Blood mercenary group wouldn't last long, so this was the meaning. Su Tila said, realizing it suddenly. Back in the day, Su Hong had told Ye Qianxing and the others that the Iron Blood mercenary group wouldn't last long and that they should not worry. This was the meaning. Truly, the higher the skill, the greater the devil. The Iron Blood mercenary group's conspiracy had long been known, and their gathering at Jiangnan Noble Academy was to draw Lin Scorpion out. Now, the one wanting to cry was Luo William. If you want to play undercover, why do in my school? If this escalates, won't my school be ruined? At this moment, Lin Scorpion, flying in the air, slightly changed his expression, but then laughed again. Do you really think things are that simple? What do you mean? At Death's Door, you still want to play tricks? Su Hong said coldly. Soon you'll know who is at Death's Door. Lin Scorpion merely smiled mysteriously and said nothing further. Just then, the old general's communicator rang. The old general quickly answered, and seconds later, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. Old general, what happened? What's going on? Chu Xiong asked beside the old general, having never seen such a bad expression on the general's face. The old general did not answer Chu Xiong, but suddenly slammed the table, pointing at the middle-aged man sitting next to Xiao Luyan and berating him furiously. Zhou Xian, you traitor! Why did you help the spirit god cultists open the city gates? Now, the spirit god cultists have invaded the city, killing indiscriminately. Do you know how many people have died unjustly? What? The spirit god cultists have invaded the city? Upon hearing this, Xiao Luyan, Su Hong, and other influential figures exclaimed simultaneously. Ha! City Lord Zhou, at this point, you don't need to pretend anymore. The Lin Scorpion in the sky also let out a cold laugh. All eyes focused on City Lord Zhou. Zhou Xian was the city lord of Jiangnan City. Anyone could be suspected, but no one would suspect him. How could a city lord let cultists invade his own territory? You call me a traitor, but wasn't I forced by all of you? At this moment, Zhou Xian could no longer hold back. Why are you doing this? You are the city lord, the ruler of Jiangnan City, the father figure for millions of people. Xiao Luyan asked. He and Zhou Xian were considered friends, and he cannot believe Zhou Xian would do such a thing. You all know I'm the city lord, but this position is merely a decoration. Whether it's the military or your spear association, they all suppress me. Even a mere mercenary city lord can be on par with me. What is the point of being a city lord? But now it's different. The big shots of the spirit god cult have already invaded Jiangnan City. Soon, the entire Jiangnan City will be our territory. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xian finally erupted in wild laughter. Hurry and leave here. If we don't take control of the situation, Jiangnan City is finished. The old general said in a deep voice. Want to leave? You have to get past me first. The Lin Scorpion in the sky laughed heartily. Listen up. Eliminate all the traitors of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. Suhon Kemandi loudly. And hundreds of spirit masters from the mercenary city summoned their spirit pets to engage in battle with the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps. "Zhou Xian, you traitor! I will kill you!" Xia Luyuan shouted angrily, and the howling moon silver wolf beside him howled and charged at Zhou Xian. "Good! Let me see how powerful you, the so-called #1 spirit master of Jiangnan City, really are." Zhou Xian snorted coldly and summoned his spirit pet. It was a giant beast engulfed in flames, with a huge wolf-toothed club resting on its shoulder. As it stepped out of the contract space, a terrifying wave of heat swept across the area. Spirit pet, flame giant beast attribute, fire rating, 3.5 stars level, 3 abilities, critical shot, fire vortex, demon flame instant strike weakness, divine water, divine fire. Rock advancement conditions, evolution path, chapter 92 spirit god cult, anti-human organization howling moon, extreme cold domain. Xia Luyuan gave the command, and immediately, centered around the howling moon silver wolf, the area turned into a snowy domain. The body of the flame giant beast began to freeze. Your ice attribute is just right to be countered by my fire attribute." Zhou Xian sneered, and the flame giant beast erupted with a surge of flames, melting the ice on its body. "Unfortunately, my howling moon silver wolf is not just ice attribute. Howling moon, frost of the moon." Boom! A chill surged forth, and a thunderclap erupted. This was an attack containing both lightning and ice attributes. Zhou Xian's expression changed instantly. If the howling moon silver wolf were purely ice attribute, even if his spirit pet was lower in level, it could still fight. But he did not expect the howling moon silver wolf to also have lightning attributes. This meant his flame giant beast would have no chance against it. "Demon flame instant strike," Zhou Xian commanded, and the flame giant beast, wielding the wolf-toothed club, instantly appeared beside the howling moon silver wolf and smashed down hard. The howling moon silver wolf dodged with a movement and then countered with a claw swipe. Zhou Xian and Xia Luyuan fought fiercely. Although Xia Luyuan had the upper hand, the flame giant beast could still block the howling moon silver wolf. "Lin Scorpion die!" Su Hong shouted angrily and summoned his spirit pet, a powerful panda. Spirit pet, berserk panda attribute, combat rating, 3 stars level, 2 abilities, chain kick, strong physique, 7 injury, fist weakness, flying, rock advancement conditions, evolution path. "Can you hit me?" Lin Scorpion sneered. The advantage of flying is that many spirit pets that cannot attack from a distance simply cannot reach it. "Bao, go!" Su Hong snorted and shouted at the berserk panda. The berserk panda produced a bamboo stick and slammed it down hard on the ground. The tremendous recoil, sending it leaping into the air. Then the berserk panda hurled the bamboo stick fiercely towards Lin Scorpion. The bamboo stick shot like an arrow, piercing through the air towards the Holy Feather Lion King beneath Lin Scorpion. The Holy Feather Lion King quickly dodged, but the creature behind it was not so fortunate. It was directly struck by the bamboo stick, crashing to the ground and dying instantly. The bamboo stick returned to the berserk panda's hand. Watching the chaotic scene in the academy, Ye Qianxing and the others were at a loss for what to do. Even Ye Qianxing, who is usually calm, was somewhat at a loss in this situation. "Ye Qianxing, D." Just then a sharp shout rang out, and Ye Qianxing quickly looked over to see Kuei Shui and the director Zhou Zheng charging at him on their spirit pets. The Iron Feather Eagle King and the Double Blade Mantis were both level 8 spirit pets, making them quite difficult to deal with. Prepare for battle. Ye Qianxing shouted, and Xia Xiaoyu, Su Tila, Zhou Lang, and Zhou Yu immediately got ready for combat. "Fire, fire, hellfire slash!" Xia Xiaoyu commanded, and fire slashed its wings, sending a fiery cross slash towards the Iron Feather Eagle King. The Iron Feather Eagle King flapped its wings, shooting out many iron feathers to meet Fire's attack. The fiery cross slash swept through a row of iron feathers, continuing towards the Iron Feather Eagle King, while the remaining iron feathers shot towards Fire. Fire remained unperturbed, unleashing countless fiery feathers to block the iron feathers. Fiery feather burned the heavens. Boom! The Hellfire Slash struck the Iron Feather Eagle King, which let out a scream, and its iron feathers caught fire. Divine Fire cannot be resisted by ordinary iron feathers. Fire had not been outstanding before. It was merely because Xia Xiaoyu had instructed it to restrain its power during the competition. Otherwise, the spirit pets it faced would have likely been cleaved in half by the Hellfire Slash. The Divine Fire Phoenix bloodline of the Zhuke was not to be trifled with. Big White, 0-degree explosion. Meanwhile, Su Tila commanded Big White to launch an attack. The fusion technique of ice and fire was several times more powerful than pure ice or fire. The double-blade mantis slashed at the 0-degree explosion, resulting in an extremely loud explosion. The double-blade mantis was sent flying, charred all over, but still exuding cold air. In less than half a minute, the two level 8 spirit pets were both killed, without Ye Qianxing needing to make a move. This was the true strength of Big White and Fire. Their previous battles were either in competitions where they could not use lethal force or against lower-level opponents where they did not need to go all out. At this moment, these two clueless guys actually harbored murderous intent towards Ye Qianxing and Xia Xiaoyu, and Su Tila naturally would not let them off easily. What's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Ye Qianxing looked coldly at Zhou Zheng and Kuei Shui, both of whom had shown very obvious murderous intent moments ago. Don't come over. The two immediately huddled together, their faces showing fear. Kill them. They're traitors anyway. Their deaths are not a loss. Ye Qianxing coldly said. Air Bai Wu directly pounced on the two, and with two claws down, Zhou Zheng and Kuei Shui immediately died. Air Bai Wu devoured the souls of the two and the two deceased spirit pets, and his level directly rose to level 7. Yeah, Bai Wu. There's so many dead people and spirit pets here now. You can enjoy it well, but you can only devour the souls of enemies. Do you understand? Ye Qianxing said to Air Bai Wu, the enemies are all traitors. Their deaths are not to be regretted. But the others are heroes, and even in death, we must not let their souls scatter. Air Bai Wu solemnly nodded and then went to devour the souls. The academy was like a battlefield, where people were dying every moment. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and a group of mysterious people cloaked in black robes appeared on the playground. Ha ha, the adults of the spirit god cult have arrived. You are all doomed, Zhou Xian and Lin Xiezi said in unison, and the battle instantly stopped, all eyes focused on the group of black-robed figures. What exactly is the spirit god cult? Ye Qianxing murmured. At that moment, a female voice rang in his ear. That is one of the anti-human organizations. With the arrival of the new era and the descent of evil spirits, some people believe that the new era should have a new order. Only through destruction can there be new birth. These people collude with evil spirits to gain immense power, but they also lose their identity as humans. Ye Qianxing turned to look, and the speaker was Minter Jianglin. She had suddenly appeared after being absent for a while, truly coming and going without a trace. These people are simply insane. After hearing Minter Jianglin's words, Ye Qianxing sighed, not expecting that such people still existed in the world. Chapter 93, Battlehumph. Calling them insane is an insult to the insane. Our Tianchao country has many cities that have suffered millions of casualties because of these anti-human organizations. The spirit god cult is merely one of the sects within these organizations, which are spread all over the world with tens of thousands of members. Many countries have even been destroyed by this organization. Minter Jianglin seemed to have a strong aversion to this anti-human organization, her tone filled with hatred. Our Tianchao country has a shoot-on-sight policy for these anti-human organizations. Yet Zhou Xian, this parasite, still appears, colluding with the cult and harming our compatriots. Just as the two were discussing the spirit god cult, one of the black-robed figures stepped forward. He removed his black robe, revealing his true form. Upon seeing his appearance, Ye Qianxing gasped in shock. This could no longer be called human, as half of his body had transformed into something non-human. His entire body was covered in black scales. A horn grew from his head, and his arms had turned into beastly claws. This was simply a hybrid of human and evil spirit. This is what I just mentioned. They have gained the power of evil spirits while losing their identity as humans. I personally call them monsters, Jiang Lin said. They don't need spirit pets to possess the power of evil spirits. Ye Qianxing felt this was the true intention of these anti-human organization members. After all, immense power is the most attractive thing. You're the top batch of people from Jiangnan City, right? GGG, very good. You are all gathered together, which allows me to catch you all in one net. The monster who had removed his black robe spoke, still using human language. You anti-human cultists deserve to die. The old general shouted angrily. Despite his old age, his imposing manner was still present. GGG, you ignorant humans. You do not know that we are actually doing this for your own good. But it doesn't matter. Once our spirit god cult truly completes the order transformation, you will be liberated. The monster said with a strange laugh, walking straight towards the old general. Protect the old general. Chu Xiong shouted loudly, and the special forces quickly surrounded the old general. Monster, don't be too arrogant. As long as I, Xia Luyun, am here, I won't let your scheme succeed. Xia Luyun shouted angrily, commanding the howling moon silver wolf to attack the monster. Oh, so you're the strongest in the city, huh? Then let me liberate you first. The monster said indifferently. At that moment, the howling moon silver wolf had already charged in front of it, and the wolf claws struck fiercely. You spirit pets, clearly possessing the power of evil spirits, yet you choose to serve these ignorant humans. How foolish. The monster sighed and did not evade the attack of the massive wolf claws. Instead, it raised its arm covered in scales to collide with the howling moon silver wolf's claws. Instantly, a huge sound erupted, and the shockwave knocked everyone around to the ground. The ground cracked with fissures, and it surprisingly fought evenly with the howling moon silver wolf. Not bad. You actually blocked 70 of my strength. The monster nodded, clearly satisfied, while Xiao Liuyun's expression darkened. The monster had only used 70 of its strength, while the howling moon had used all its power. The difference was clear. This monster likely possessed strength exceeding level 5. Children, go help these ignorant humans achieve liberation, the monster said to the black-robed figures behind it. And immediately those black-robed figures began to shed their robes, revealing their half-human, half-evil spirit forms, which were utterly disgusting. These monsters charged towards the students, and screams erupted. Many spirit tamers in the academy began to fight against the monsters, and even Jiang Lin summoned her spirit pet. Spirit pet, eclipsing sun heavenly wolf attribute, fire type rating, 4.5 stars, growth type, level, 4 ability, flame claw, armor of flames, eclipsing sun's terrifying howl, heavenly fire scorching the world weakness, divine fire type, divine water type promotion conditions, evolution route. Mentor, Jianglin's spirit pet was actually level 4, which was only one level lower than the howling moon silver wolf. With such strength, how could she be just an ordinary teacher at Jiangnan No. 1 High School? Everyone, we need to act. We cannot just sit back and watch these monsters harm our compatriots. Ye Qianxing said seriously. That's right, the monsters must be exterminated. Even Su Tila put away her usual frivolity and said solemnly. The 5 of them split up and charged towards the monsters. And Ye Qianxing also brought Air by Wu to attack the monsters. At this point, Air by Wu had already risen to level 9 after devouring many souls, and was only a few souls away from leveling up again. Kid, I told you, we'll meet again. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him, and Ye Qianxing turned around to see 2 monsters staring at him. One was a half-lion man, and the other was a half-werewolf, with the lion man being the one speaking. Ye Qianxing recognized its voice. It was the black-robed figure he had chased off in the demon spirit forest yesterday, and unexpectedly, it turned out to be a monster and a half-lion man at that. No wonder the golden giant lion was so close to it. They were actually from the same family. A defeated foe. How dare you come find me? Ye Qianxing sneered and mocked him harshly. If it weren't for the unsuitable conditions for battle back then, would I have run away? This time, just watch me tear you to pieces. The half-lion man shouted angrily and charged at Ye Qianxing. Air by Wu let out a furious howl, but was blocked by the werewolf. Little puppy, your opponent is me. Air by Wu bared its teeth in anger, knowing that in order to help Ye Qianxing, it first needed to deal with this half-werewolf. However, this half-werewolf possessed combat power at level 5, making it not easy to deal with. The lion man charged at Ye Qianxing, delivering a powerful punch. His arm was that of a normal human, but his fist was a lion's claw, equipped with sharp talons. Ye Qianxing dodged with a quick sidestep, and then punched the lion man's face. The lion man merely twitched the corner of his mouth and did not seem to sustain much damage. Without that dagger from yesterday, you can't possibly be my opponent, because you can't even hurt me. The lion man sneered coldly and kicked towards Ye Qianxing with incredible speed, making it impossible for him to evade. But he didn't need to dodge. Let's see if you can hurt me. At this moment, Ye Qianxing was completely unrestrained, with life and death at stake. He was willing to expose some of his abilities. The lion man's kick landed heavily on Ye Qianxing, but instead of the expected result of him spitting blood and being sent flying, it felt like he had kicked a steel plate with a faint metallic clanging sound. Ye Qianxing let out a roar, his shirt ripping apart, revealing his skin that glimmered like gold. Chapter 94. Evolution, Two-Headed Hellhound from the skill of the diamond. Indestructible. With this skill, Ye Qianxing's defense was greatly enhanced. He could withstand even the attacks of the diamond. The power of the lion man before him was even less than that of the diamond. How could he possibly hurt Ye Qianxing? Impossible. The lion man exclaimed in shock, having never seen a human with such a peculiar ability. Did he also possess the power of the evil spirit? But he was clearly still human. Take this punch. Ye Qianxing shouted, his golden fist smashing down. The lion man quickly swung his claws. Their fists and claws collided, and both Ye Qianxing and the lion man stepped back a few paces. Kid, you forced me. The lion man roared, his eyes suddenly turning blood red, exuding a chilling aura. His speed surged, becoming a blur as he appeared before Ye Qianxing. A punch was thrown, aiming directly at Ye Qianxing's forehead. Spatial shift. Ye Qianxing muttered. And just as the lion man's attack was about to land, his body suddenly vanished into thin air. The lion man's fist hit nothing but air, and he looked stunned. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, Ye Qianxing's voice came from behind him, and the lion man hurriedly turned around, only to be met by an ever-growing golden fist. The lion man didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Ye Qianxing gasped for breath. Skills couldn't be used recklessly. They consumed his mental energy and the energy within his body. Continuously using indestructible and spatial shift was starting to take its toll on him. After all, his strength was still too weak. I'm going to kill you. The lion man suddenly stood up, one of his eyes closed, surrounded by a purplish hue. Ye Qianxing's punch had landed right on its right eye, nearly blinding it. The lion man was furious, its killing intent intensifying. After all, it possessed near-legendary combat power. Ye Qianxing, relying on the abilities aimed at spirit pets, might be able to contend with it to some extent, but a prolonged battle was inadvisable. His endurance couldn't compare to that of the lion man. Diamond. Ye Qianxing shouted, opening the portal to the contract space. The diamond let out a fierce roar and suddenly jumped out. At that moment, the lion man had already rushed in front of Ye Qianxing, throwing a punch at him. The diamond appeared right behind the lion man and raised its pillar, smashing down hard on the lion man. Boom! The pillar struck the lion man's back, and the diamond's immense strength shattered the lion man's spine. How is this possible? How could you still have a spirit pet? The lion man collapsed to the ground, incredulously saying, why hadn't he summoned this ape during their battle last night? He had mistakenly believed that Ye Qianxing only had one spirit pet, which led him to act recklessly and allowed the diamond to successfully ambush him. The diamond's strength was already incredible, and with the pillar being a spirit weapon, it broke through the lion man's defenses and left it crippled. You parasites should disappear from this world. Diamond, destroy him. Ye Qianxing didn't waste any more words with the lion man. After hearing Jiang Lin's introduction to these anti-human organization members, he felt a deep hatred for them. Moreover, witnessing this group of monsters slaughtering ordinary students filled him with rage. The diamond sensed the anger within Ye Qianxing, raised the pillar, and smashed it towards the lion man's head. No, no! The lion man screamed, ultimately unable to escape death. Its head was smashed to pieces, and an inner core burst forth. Oh, these monsters actually have inner cores. Ye Qianxing was slightly surprised, but still picked up the inner core. This was equivalent to a level evil spirit's inner core. It was of the rock type and could be used for the diamond. Ye Qianxing thought for a moment. The diamond was only at level 6 and needed to be properly nourished, or it wouldn't keep up with his pace. With that in mind, Ye Qianxing took out several spirit herbs from the universe within the virtual Kuan and combined them with the inner core. Soon, a bowl of broth was freshly made. Ye Qianxing fed it to the diamond, and 1 minute later, the diamond erupted with a terrifying aura that struck fear into the hearts of those around. Spirit Pet, Divine Armed Golden Ape, possessing the bloodline of the Universal Armed Golden Ape, activated 50, attributes, mutated gold combat type rating, 4-star, growth type, level, 1 abilities, 1. Indestructible, body forged by the diamond, extremely strong defense, 2. Godly strength fist, charged attack, can unleash 150 of its own strength, 3. Overhead smash, attack using the spirit weapon pillar, advancement conditions, evolution route. The diamond successfully advances to level 7, and with the pillar. Its combat power is many times stronger than an ordinary level 1 spirit pet. Woof! Wu let out an angry roar, spewing black flames that struck the werewolf. The werewolf immediately clutched its head with both claws, howling in pain. Wu leaped and pounced on the werewolf, smashing its paw down and directly shattering the werewolf's head. An inner core burst forth. Wu, well done. Ye Qianxing praised Wu. Without his command, Wu was still able to single-handedly take down a werewolf with level combat power. Ye Qianxing picked up the werewolf's inner core and suddenly thought of something. Wu needed a level canine inner core to evolve, and since wolves are also canines, he wondered if the werewolf's inner core would work. Although uncertain, Ye Qianxing decided to give it a try. He took out several level inner cores, all from wolf-type evil spirits, and just in case, he fused these inner cores together and fed them to Wu. Half a minute passed. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Just when Ye Qianxing thought it had failed, Wu suddenly howled to the sky. Suddenly, a lump of flesh appeared on its neck, rapidly expanding and then bursting open. The next moment, a second dog head appeared, identical in appearance to Wu's original head. Now, he actually had 2 heads. Spirit Pet, Hell, 2-headed hound, Wu attributes, demon type rating, 6-star, growth type, level, 1 abilities, 1, double intimidation, soul intimidation, effective against targets no higher than 2 levels above. Effectiveness decreases with greater level differences. The affected's combat power will be influenced. 2. Double Nether Flame Strike, summons Nether Flames for attack, possessing both physical and soul attack effects. 3. Double Soul Devour, devours souls for level advancement. 4. Abyss Summon, demon guarding hell, has the privilege to summon abyss evil spirits. As the Hellhound's strength increases, the summoned evil spirits will also grow stronger. Weakness, mechanical type advancement conditions, absorb 1,000 souls to advance for 1100, evolution route. Using a level canine inner core, can evolve into a hell 3-headed hound. Chapter 95. Atoning for my parents' evolution successful. Wu evolved into the hell 2-headed hound, and not only did the effects of all skills double, but it also gained an additional skill, Abyss Summon. It could summon evil spirits from the abyss of hell. At this moment, the 2 heads of the fool were simultaneously looking at Ye Qianxing. Although their appearance was somewhat frightening, Ye Qianxing still felt that they had become cooler. Fool, Abyss Summon, Ye Qianxing said in a deep voice, watching as a human and a spirit pet died every second around him, feeling a pang of compassion. Howl! The fool let out a wild howl, and immediately the earth split open, with hundreds and thousands of black mist rising from the cracks. Some were black gas, some were eerie white bones, and some were even just rotting flesh with maggots. Under the command of the fool, these evil spirits from the abyss rushed towards the traitors of the demon clan and the Iron Blood mercenary corps. What on earth are these disgusting things? Get away! Suddenly, the group of demons and the Iron Blood mercenary corps members let out screams, some fighting back to slay the evil spirits, but at the same time, countless evil spirits crawled out of the cracks. Once infected by the evil spirits, those demons and Iron Blood mercenary corps members were directly devoured, leaving only dry bones behind. The death was extremely brutal, but Ye Qianxing felt no compassion. The kindness he showed to these demons might lead to the death of more of his compatriots. Such kindness was, in fact, a greater sin. Boom! The demon leader, who was fighting with the howling moon silver wolf, punched the wolf back, shocked at the heavy casualties among his followers and a swarm of evil spirits. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, the demon leader looked toward Ye Qianxing and the fool. He could tell that these various forms of evil spirits were summoned by that two-headed monster dog. Dare to ruin the good deeds of my spirit god church, die? The demon leader roared angrily and charged towards Ye Qianxing. Its speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right in front of Ye Qianxing. Such speed, Ye Qianxing's pupils soudain contracted. If it had been before, he could have escaped using spatial transfer. However, the recent battle with the lion had drained too much of his energy, and he could not perform spatial transfer now. Vine binding. Just as Ye Qianxing felt he was about to meet his end, a delicate voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, countless vines bound the demon leader, and Ye Qianxing realized that Lin Ruoxi had appeared beside him at some point. Those countless vines were released by her flower spirit. Before Ye Qianxing could speak, the demon leader roared, and the vines on its body shattered. Two ants, seeking death. The demon shouted angrily, its claws suddenly extending like steel knives, stabbing towards Ye Qianxing and Lin Ruoxi simultaneously. Roar! At this moment, King Kong had arrived, letting out an angry roar and swinging a stick. But it only blocked the demon leader's claws aimed at Ye Qianxing. The other claw pierced through Lin Ruoxi's heart without obstruction. No! Ye Qianxing screamed, his eyes instantly turning blood red. Although Lin Ruoxi and her parents had always treated Ye Qianxing poorly, and he thought he hated them, it was only at this moment that he realized there wasn't that much hatred after all. After all, they had spent over a decade together, and he had called this woman sister for many years. At this moment, seeing Lin Ruoxi's body fall, Ye Qianxing felt his mind go blank. He instinctively rushed to Lin Ruoxi's side and held her, not allowing her to fall. Woo-woo. The flower spirit walked to Lin Ruoxi's side, tears streaming down its eyes as it continuously made whimpering sounds. As Lin Ruoxi's contracted spirit pet, it could sense Lin Ruoxi's waning vitality. Let this be my parents' atonement to you. I hope you can forgive them. Lin Ruoxi looked at Ye Qianxing, forcing out these words before closing her eyes. No, I won't let you die. Absolutely not. Ye Qianxing shouted frantically. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, a glimmer of hope igniting. Yes, I still have the life source. Ye Qianxing suddenly remembered that after killing the celestial ancient tree, he had obtained the life source. The life source contained powerful life force, and the system's analysis indicated that it could save a life. Such a precious thing. Yet Ye Qianxing hesitated not at all, taking it from his inner world and sending it into Lin Ruoxi's body. The life force within the life source rapidly circulated in Lin Ruoxi's body, replenishing her vitality and simultaneously repairing her injuries. At the same time, the life source replaced her shattered heart. Lin Ruoxi's vitality began to stabilize, starting to recover, even surpassing her previous state. One could say that Lin Ruoxi was now experiencing a fortune from his fortune. The life source had replaced her heart, greatly extending her lifespan. It was not impossible for her to live for hundreds of years. Only when the energy of this life source disappeared would she truly meet her end. Sister. Ye Qianxing shook Lin Ruoxi's head, but she showed no signs of waking. What is happening? Ye Qianxing quickly opened the system's eye to analyze the situation, and his expression darkened. Name, Lin Ruoxi race, ordinary human status, vitality abundant, soul nearing collapse. In a state of sleep remedy, the one with the highest affinity to her soul can awaken her. Merging the two souls can heal the soul. Nearing collapse? Can the demon leader's attack actually harm the soul? But Ye Qianxing knew this was not the time to think too much. Lin Ruoxi's soul was continuously collapsing. If it continued like this, even if her body did not die, she would become a vegetable. Vegetable? Soul? Ye Qianxing suddenly focused on the flower spirit. In a sense, the flower spirit was also a spiritual entity. Moreover, the flower spirit had signed a soul contract with Lin Ruoxi, and their soul affinity was absolutely the highest. Flower spirit, do you want to save your master? Ye Qianxing suddenly asked the flower spirit. The flower spirit nodded vigorously. If saving your master means you will disappear, would you be willing? Ye Qianxing asked again. At this moment, the flower spirit hesitated. But just a moment later, It showed a determined expression and nodded vigorously. Lin Ruashi had always treated it well, never regarding it as a mere pet, but as family. Now Lin Ruashi needed her, and she would definitely choose to help without hesitation, even if the price was her own disappearance. Ye Qianxing's expression became serious. Okay, don't resist later. I will definitely bring your master back to life. The flower spirit nodded, choosing to trust Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing closed his eyes and began to activate the power of the system. System's hand, power of creation, turned the gears of fate. If it were someone else, even if they knew this method could save a life, they would not be able to operate it, because they could not make two souls compatible. But Ye Qianxing could, because he had the system. Under Ye Qianxing's manipulation, Lin Ruashi's body floated in midair, and the flower spirit also took to the sky. Since he was going to let her be reborn in the form of a spirit pet, he might as well go all out. A golden scepter filled with an aura of majesty appeared out of thin air in the void. This was a material obtained from the system's treasure chest before, which could be used for creation. Combine, Ye Qianxing shouted. The flower spirit, the scepter, and Lin Ruashi's body merged into one, instantly bursting forth with a dazzling light. Everything happening here drew the attention of everyone present to Ye Qianxing, but Ye Qianxing did not care about them at this moment. He was focused on the ball of light before him. Boom! The light burst apart, and Lin Ruashi's body appeared before everyone. Looking at Lin Ruashi's current appearance, Ye Qianxing's expression brightened. He succeeded. At this moment, although Lin Ruashi still looked the same as before, some aspect had changed. Her hair had turned green, her ears were pointed, and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings had grown from her back. With these wings, she could fly in the air. Lin Ruashi held a scepter in her hand, which added a noble and domineering aura to her presence. Facing her felt like standing before a noble queen, making it hard for people to look her in the eye. Such a look was indeed reminiscent of the legendary elves, wasn't it? At this moment, under the analysis of the system's eye, Lin Ruashi's personal information was displayed before Ye Qianxing. Pet, Elf Queen Attribute, Nature Rating, 5.5 stars, Growth Type, Level, 4 abilities. 1. Revitalization, Area Healing Skill. 2. Nature's Guardian, Single Target Healing Skill. Can resolve target's negative status and instantly restore 50% of health. 3. Nature Magic. The Elf Queen can manipulate the 7 natural elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder to cast magical attacks. 4. Immortal Body. The elf possesses ageless beauty and a lifespan close to eternity. With extremely powerful self-healing abilities, weakness, ghost-type advancement conditions, evolution route, as expected, just as I thought. Ye Qianxing suddenly became excited. The figure in his mind was indeed that of the Elf Queen. Moreover, reality seemed even more perfect than Ye Qianxing had imagined. Nature type was a rare attribute comparable to space type. With the nature attribute, it was almost equivalent to possessing the powers of the 7 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. This might be the benefit brought by that scepter. However, what excited Ye Qianxing the most was her extraordinary healing ability. She was simply the strongest support. Lin Ruashi gracefully landed and walked up to Ye Qianxing. I have been resurrected. Was it you who did it? I can feel that there seems to be an indescribable connection between us, Lin Ruashi asked. It was I who did it, but it was the flower spirit that saved you, Ye Qianxing sighed. To save you, it sacrificed itself. No, it didn't sacrifice itself. I can feel it. I am in my body and soul. Lin Ruashi shook her head. The flower spirit had merged with her. In a sense, the flower spirit still existed. Lin Ruashi was the flower spirit, and the flower spirit was Lin Ruashi. Someone seems to have been telling me in the dark to establish a soul contract with you. Lin Ruashi continued. Ye Qianxing knew this was the doing of the system. Any pet created through the system would be 100% loyal to Ye Qianxing. You don't have to worry about this. I won't force you. Ye Qianxing shook his head. Although signing a contract with Lin Ruashi would allow him to gain 1/10 of her power and 1 ability, as he said, he wouldn't insist if Lin Ruashi was unwilling. After all, his goal was just to bring Lin Ruashi back to life. Lin Ruashi hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. You gave me a new life, and our fates are destined to be connected. Therefore, I agreed to sign a soul contract with you and become your pet. Ye Qianxing was surprised. Lin Ruoxi actually preferred to lose her freedom and become his pet. However, Ye Qianxing did not refuse. He respected Lin Ruoxi's choice. Ye Qianxing cut open his palm and dripped his blood onto Lin Ruoxi's forehead. Suddenly, a strange force began to closely link their souls together. Ding! Pet creation completed. The host can gain 1/10 of the pet's power and 1 skill. Ye Qianxing immediately felt a surge of power within him. Although the Elf Queen's power was not outstanding, 1/10 of it could still be comparable to a level pet. Please choose one shared skill. The system prompt sounded again, and Ye Qianxing began to think. Both the Elf Queen's nature magic and immortal body were skills Ye Qianxing desired. The former would grant him the ability to use 7 types of magic, while the latter would allow him to possess an ageless, immortal body. He had to choose one. I choose the immortal body. Ultimately, Ye Qianxing chose the latter. The temptation of immortality was simply too great. With this ability, as long as he was not killed by external forces, he would essentially never age or die. Moreover, his recovery ability was also very strong. Unless he was completely killed, he could recover from even the heaviest injuries given time. This skill could be said to be incredibly overpowered. Ding! Skill solidification complete. With the system notification, Ye Qianxing felt a vast life force surge within him, cleansing his limbs and organs. This was the immortal body. Suddenly, Ye Qianxing looked sharply at the demon leader who was entangled with the Titan and Wu. Sister, it's time for revenge. Lin Ruoxi also looked at the demon leader and nodded. She waved the scepter in her hand and activated nature magic, causing vines to grow from the ground and entangle the demon leader's legs. Nature magic with element magic, vine entanglement. Damn it! The demon leader cursed loudly as he tried to break free from the suddenly entangling vines. At this moment, the Titan seized the opportunity and swung the pillar of heaven down hard at the demon. Salt! Wu also activated the shock at the same time, and the demon leader, caught off guard, froze in place. The pillar of heaven smashed down hard on the demon leader's head. Chapter 97. Killing the Jiao Man. Crisis averted the Titan's current power. With a full force strike, could kill even a level 5 non-defensive pet or evil spirit. However, the demon leader only had the horn on his head broken. How dare you destroy my dragon horn? I will kill you all. The demon leader suddenly became furious. It seemed that the horn was very important to him. At this moment, Ye Qianxing quietly opened the system's eye to analyze the demon leader's information. Jiao Man swapped the power of the evil spirit dragon with his soul, becoming a half-dragon, half-human being, possessing the abilities of the dragon. This was actually a Jiao Man. A Jiao Long is a creature with dragon blood, infinitely close to a dragon. In the record of evil spirits, people ranked it among the top 10. It could be said that a Jiao Long even had the ability to easily destroy a country. Humans have a special term for this powerful and highly threatening evil spirit, disaster level. Because once such an evil spirit appears, it would mean disaster for a country or even the entire world. No wonder this demon leader was so formidable. He possessed the power of a Jiao Long. No wonder he became so enraged after losing that horn. That horn was a symbol of his identity as a Jiao Long roar. The Jiao Man let out a deafening roar, and all his garments exploded, revealing a body covered in black scales. Moreover, there was a long tail behind him. The Jiao Man's arms were covered in scales, and his sharp claws glimmered like 10 blades, shining with a chilling light. Soul Claw Strike! The Jiao Man roared, slashing at the Titan with both claws. The Titan swung the pillar of heaven to block. Upon collision, the Titan let out a cry of pain, clutching his head. Soul Attack? Wu you go. Ye Qianxing's expression changed. No wonder Lin Ruoxi had suffered soul damage after being pierced through the heart by a claw earlier. It turned out that the Jiao Man's attack was also accompanied by a soul attack. Wu's 2 heads simultaneously spewed out hellfire, and 2 hell flames struck the Jiao Man from both sides. The Jiao Man could not dodge. He blocked one flame, but was hit by the other hellfire. But he forcibly suppressed the burning sensation brought by his soul. At this moment, he had entered a state of madness and was not afraid of pain at all. Sister, heal the Iron Guardian, said Ye Qianxing. Lin Ruoxi nodded, and green energy flowed from the staff into the Iron Guardian's body. Nature's Guardian can treat both internal and external injuries and can also remove negative effects, so it can alleviate the pain in the Iron Guardian soul. Roar. As soon as the Iron Guardian recovered, he let out an angry roar, wanting revenge. However, he was stopped by Ye Qianxing. Iron Guardian, your soul is weak, and you're good at close combat, so you're not suited to fight it. Leave it to the fool, Ye Qianxing said, and the Iron Guardian reluctantly retreated to Ye Qianxing's side. At this moment, Xia Xiaoyu, Su Tila, and Zhou Yue Zhoulang also arrived next to Ye Qianxing. The demon followers of the Spirit God Church and the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps were all held back by the abyssal evil spirits summoned by the fool, so they returned to Ye Qianxing's side, hoping to see if they could help. The attacks from the serpentine creature can harm souls, so Ye and Zhoulang cannot fight. Xiaoyu, you can let fire harass from a distance, but be sure to keep the serpentine creature at bay. And Tila, Daba's ability, can also attack from a distance, but make sure it doesn't get close. Ye Qianxing said to them. Xia Xiaoyu and Su Tila nodded in unison and began to issue commands to their respective spirit pets. At this moment, the fool was battling the serpentine creature. The serpentine creature had a combat power of level 5 or above, although the fool had the ability to challenge beyond levels. The serpentine creature was in a state of madness, so the fool's soul attacks had little effect on it. Therefore, the fool could only keep moving around to interfere. Fire. Infernal flame slash. At this moment, Fire had already flown into the air, slashing with its wings, sending out a fiery cross slash. The serpentine creature, in its mad state, did not dodge at all, and the infernal flame slash hit its scales, only causing it to take a few steps back. Meanwhile, Daba's 0-degree explosion was also ready. The attack containing the dual powers of ice and fire hit the serpentine creature, but only caused it to take a few steps back as well. Daba and Fire's levels were still not enough. Ye Qianxing frowned. These two explosive skills could not harm the serpentine creature. The serpentine creature's defense was too strong. Sister, does your Nature's Guardian have any effect on the enemy? Can it remove its mad state? Ye Qianxing suddenly asked. Yes, the skill does not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as there is a negative state, my skill has a chance to remove it, but if the opponent resists, the success rate will decrease, Lin Ruoshi replied. Let's give it a try. Use your Nature's Guardian to remove the serpentine creature's mad state, Ye Qianxing said. Lin Ruoshi nodded and waved her staff. Another wave of green energy flew out, and the serpentine creature did not dodge at all, allowing the green energy to enter its body. In the next moment, the serpentine creature's crimson eyes began to fade slowly. It worked, sister. Give it a few more, Ye Qianxing said with delight. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly waved her staff again, sending more green energy into the serpentine creature's body, accelerating its recovery process. Finally, the serpentine creature's eyes returned to clarity, and Ye Qianxing immediately shouted, Fool! Dual Netherflame Strike! The fool obeyed the order and spat out 2 hellfire strikes, which crashed into the serpentine creature. The serpentine creature let out a painful screech. Iron Guardian, it's time for revenge. Ye Qianxing smiled at the Iron Guardian, who was already consumed by anger and could no longer hold back. He jumped high with a push of his feet, raising his staff to smash down hard on the serpentine creature's head. Boom! With a thud, a cloud of dust rose, obscuring everyone's view. Half a minute later, the dust settled, revealing the scene inside. The Iron Guardian stood proudly, his chest heaving, clearly exhausted from the effort. In front of the Iron Guardian lay a headless corpse, blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground, and a core burst forth. The Iron Guardian picked up the core, walked to Ye Qianxing's side, wiped it clean of dirt, and then handed it to Ye Qianxing, wearing an expression as if he had found a penny on the road and was waiting for praise for the police officer. Ye Qianxing couldn't help but laugh, patting the Iron Guardian's head and praising him as he wished. The Iron Guardian immediately covered his face with his hands, looking shy like a child. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu Yun, the old general, and others stared in astonishment at this scene. The crisis in Jiangnan City was resolved just like that. And the one who resolved it was merely a 15 or 16-year-old student. Chapter 98. The End. The reward with the death of the serpentine creature. The remaining Spirit God Church followers began to scatter and flee. Listen to my orders. Search the city for Spirit God Church followers. Not a single one is to be spared. If you encounter resistance, kill without mercy." The old general shouted angrily, issuing orders. "It's over." Zhou Xian was completely stunned. He had planned for years for this day. Everything had been arranged, and he was on the brink of success. The Spirit God Church had already invaded Jiangnan City, and they had surrounded the prominent figures in Jiangnan City. Yet, in the end, they lost. With this defeat, Zhou Xian had effectively lost everything, his position as city lord. And even the entire Zhou family could not escape. A single misstep had plunged him into a desperate situation. The fire beast was directly killed by the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, and Zhou Xian was escorted to prison by several soldiers. Damn it! The Lin Scorpion in the sky cursed angrily, but unlike Zhou Xian, he did not surrender. He urged the Holy Feather Lion King to retreat quickly, believing that as long as he was alive, he could take revenge someday. However, at that moment, Su Hong let out a stern shout. "Want to leave? Did you ask me?" The rampaging panda hurled the bamboo stick in his hand at the Holy Feather Lion King. The bamboo stick shot out like an arrow, piercing through the Holy Feather Lion King's right wing. Roar! The Holy Feather Lion King let out a miserable cry, losing its balance and falling toward the ground. "No! No! Lin Scorpion cried out unwillingly, but in the end, he could not escape death. The Holy Feather Lion King, relying on its strong body, could barely survive. But Lin Scorpion was just an ordinary person. Even with the Holy Feather Lion King as a cushion, the height was enough for the rebound force to shatter his organs. With the leader dead, the surviving members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps no longer resisted and chose to surrender. Thus, the Iron Blood Mercenary Corps, which had dominated the mercenary world of Jiangnan City for many years, collapsed. Looking at the casualties in the academy, this was just within the academy. Outside in Jiangnan City, thousands of residents must have suffered heavy casualties in this disaster. "Sister, how large can your all things revive range be?" Ye Qianxing suddenly asked. "It can cover the entire Jiangnan City, but if I do that, I won't be able to fight for a while." Lin Ruoshi understood Ye Qianxing's thoughts and said directly. Ye Qianxing fell silent, but Lin Ruoshi smiled slightly. She flapped her wings behind her and floated into the air. She waved her staff, and the green energy representing vitality began to gather in the energy source stone in the middle of the staff. Everyone looked at her in confusion. 5 minutes later, green energy erupted from the staff, shooting straight into the sky. In the next moment, it started to rain. The raindrops fell to the ground, and those flowers, grasses, and trees damaged by the battle began to sprout anew. The injured students, after being drenched by the rain, also began to heal their wounds. Outside the Noble Academy, there was originally a scene of crying and wailing, but as the life-giving rain fell, it instantly became much quieter. As long as they were still alive, even if their vitality was about to fade, they began to revive under this sweet rain. Thank the heavens. Thank the heavens for saving us. Those saved by this sweet rain and their relatives all knelt down and worshipped the sky. They did not know who sent this rain, so they could only regard it as a gift from the heavens. With this extraordinary release of the revival of all things, Lin Ruoshi's face turned pale. Jiangnan City is a large city with a population of millions, yet Lin Ruoshi's skills were able to cover the entire Jiangnan City. One could imagine how much energy she had expended. "Go back and rest," Ye Qianxing said with concern, opening the door to the contract space. As Lin Ruoshi entered the contract space, she disappeared from everyone's sight. "Young man, on behalf of the millions of people in Jiangnan City, thank you." At this moment, the old general walked up to Ye Qianxing and actually bowed at a 90-degree angle. Startled, Ye Qianxing hurriedly helped him up, a man over 60 years old, and an old general, bowing to him. Wasn't he that asking for his own lifespan to be shortened? However, Ye Qianxing didn't seem to fear a shortened lifespan. He was basically immortal by now. "Old general, this is not appropriate. I'm also a part of Jiangnan City. This is what I should do," Ye Qianxing quickly said, helping the old general up. The old general looked at Ye Qianxing with even more admiration. "Xiao Yi, this time it really is thanks to you. As the so-called strongest in Jiangnan City, I basically didn't play any role in this battle, Xiao Luyan also stepped forward and said with a bitter smile. In fact, in terms of levels, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was not much worse than that Jiao person, but the Jiao person had the ability to attack the soul, which was the most disgusting. Moreover, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was not only facing the Jiao person, but also Zhou Xian's traitorous flame beast. It's no wonder the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was defeated in a one-on-two fight. Uncle Xia, you're being too modest, Ye Qianxing said shyly. Suddenly being thanked by so many big shots made him feel a bit embarrassed. Moreover, this time, in order to deal with the Spirit God sect and Zhou Xian, as well as those traitors like Lin Xiezi, Ye Qianxing had also exposed quite a bit of his abilities, even using the power of the system on the spot. He didn't know if anyone had noticed. If they did, it was very likely that they would become covetous. Anyway, this disaster in Jiangnan City was all thanks to you. I have important matters to attend to now, but once all the aftermath is settled, I will not skimp on the rewards you deserve, the old general said with a smile, patting Ye Qianxing on the shoulder before leaving. Ye Qianxing and the others followed Principal Wang back to Jiangnan No. 1 High School. You five, come with me, Principal Wang said, keeping Ye Qianxing and the other five behind, then mysteriously took out 5 boxes. As the boxes opened, the items inside were revealed. Each one shimmered with colorful light. They were all spirit equipment. I promised before that as long as you fought for the academy, I would reward each of you with a piece of spirit equipment. Now the promise is being fulfilled. You can choose, Principal Wang said. These are specially selected for your spirit pets, based on their characteristics. Hearing this, Ye Qianxing and the other 5 rushed to the 5 treasure chests like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. The 5 pieces of spirit equipment included a pair of steel claws, a pair of gauntlets, a pair of shoes, a set of battle armor, and a red gemstone pendant. The steel claws were made from the claws of the level evil spirit diamond wolf as the main material, combined with some special metals, giving them powerful cutting ability. The gauntlets were also made from high-quality materials, providing over a 50% increase in combat power to the wearer. The shoes could significantly boost the speed of spirit pets. The battle armor offered defensive capabilities. The red gemstone pendant was made from a fire-type inner core, containing very rich fire energy when worn by a fire-type spirit pet. It could ensure sustained output and provide energy support. Principal Wang explained to everyone, and as he said, these were prepared specifically for their 5 spirit pets. Thus, the 5 quickly made their selections. Zhou Yu naturally chose the gauntlets for her little Yu, which could provide over 50% combat power increase for her powerful punches. Zhou Lang chose the shoes, as Xiao Ba's defense was already extraordinary, able to withstand attacks even from level spirit pets. The battle armor would only be an embellishment for it, but the shoes were very suitable. Xiao Ba's flaw was its slow speed, so the shoes were a timely help, increasing its speed. Xia Xiaoyu chose the gemstone pendant for Hua Hua, as both the Flame World Slash and the Blazing Feather Flame relied on Hua Hui's energy consumption, making the pendant very suitable for it. Ye Qianxing chose the Steel Claws. Since the 250's combat power was not strong enough, he usually attacked the enemy's souls in battle. After wearing the Steel Claws, his physical combat power would likely increase several times. Finally, the battle armor went to Dabai, and Su Tila had no objections to this, as the appearance of the battle armor was very cool. Dabai, as a Yin Shuang Qilin, was already very handsome, and wearing the battle armor instantly added several points to its appearance. Haha! Then thank you, Principal Wang. Ye Qianxing and the others expressed their happiness. But Principal Wang suddenly said, "Don't be too happy too early." Ye Qianxing and the others were instantly stunned. What happened? Was there still something wrong? There's even better news ahead. They were speechless. Principal Wang, this old rascal, actually scared them. What is it? Ye Qianxing asked impatiently. Consider it a reward for the tri-school friendship competition. Each academy has quotas for direct admission to university, and as the 5 strongest students in this school, you will naturally have this privilege. Direct admission to university? Ye Qianxing and the others froze simultaneously. To be honest, they hadn't even considered going to university yet. After all, according to the normal process, they were still in their first year of high school. Although Principal Wang had directly promoted them to their 3rd year. That was only a short while ago. They didn't expect to graduate so quickly. I have seen your strength, to be honest. There's nothing more our school can teach you. Principal Wang sighed. The combat experience and strength of Ye Qianxing and the other 5 had far surpassed the graduates and even the instructors of the school, and there was indeed nothing left to teach them. However, there is one issue now. We only have one direct admission quota for the top 5 universities in the Tianqiao Kingdom, which means you 5 can only choose different universities. Principal Wang said somewhat apologetically. Everyone fell silent. They had fought side by side for so long, and suddenly saying they had to part ways was really hard to accept. Chapter 99. Inner Heart suffered several thousand crits after a few minutes of silence. Su Tila weakly spoke up. Ahem, actually, my dad has already got me a pass to the Imperial Capital University through connections. What? Ye Qianxing was instantly shocked, looking at Su Tila. The Imperial Capital is the capital of the Tianqiao Kingdom, and the Imperial Capital Academy is naturally the top academy in the Tianqiao. Su Tila's dad was able to get a pass to the Imperial Capital University through connections. That was quite impressive. If that's the case, I also have a pass to the Imperial Capital University, Xiaxiaoyu said at that moment. My father got the help of the Spirit Association over there in the Imperial Capital. Ye Qianxing felt like he was about to spit blood, and he turned his gaze back to Zhou Lang and Zhou Yu. He still didn't know their background. Actually, my brother and I are from the capital city. So Zhou Yu said, although she didn't finish her sentence. Ye Qianxing understood what she meant. At this moment, Ye Qianxing felt like his heart had been hit by tens of thousands of points. After all this time, it turned out that he was the last one to obtain the pass to the capital university. Indeed, having connections is nice. How many people have worked hard for over a decade without being able to get into the capital university, while they could directly obtain the pass? Ye Qianxing let out a long breath, which helped him calm down. Although he felt a bit unfair about this matter, being able to attend university together made everything else irrelevant. In that case, Principal Wang, there's nothing more to discuss. I choose the recommendation qualification for Capital University. Ye Qianxing shrugged. Principal Wang was also stunned by the backgrounds of these 4, and finally he could only sigh. Well, if I give all 5 recommendation spots to you, the other students in the school will probably gossip, and the 4 spots saved can be given to others. After saying this, Principal Wang left. A few days later, Ye Qianxing received a call from an unknown number. After answering, a familiar voice rang out. Guess who I am? The one who can laugh so terrifyingly must be you, Brother Chu Xiong. Ye Qianxing rolled his eyes. This Chu Xiong looked serious during missions, but now he was playing a childish game of guess who. As for how Chu Xiong got his contact information, Ye Qianxing didn't find it strange. As the captain of a special operations team in the military, it would be strange if he couldn't even handle such a small matter. Ahem, hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the other side immediately coughed a few times. Ye Qianxing could imagine the twitching of Chu Xiong's mouth. You little brat, you're so disrespectful. The old general is looking for you. Come over. Chu Xiong said. The old general is looking for me? What is the matter? Ye Qianxing felt a bit puzzled. What else could it be? Good news, of course. Have you forgotten that the old general said he would reward you? Chu Xiong's voice rang out again, and Ye Qianxing raised his eyebrows. The word reward touched his heart. Military rewards are definitely better than what Principal Wang offered. All right, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Ye Qianxing rushed towards the military district without stopping. At the gate of the military district, a few soldiers were guarding, and when they saw Ye Qianxing trying to enter, they immediately stopped him. This is a restricted military area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. I am Ye Qianxing. The old general sent me. Ye Qianxing quickly said, thinking that Chu Xiong would have notified the guarding soldiers. However, upon hearing Ye Qianxing's name, the 2 soldiers were taken aback, and then their expressions changed drastically. You are Ye Qianxing? The one who saved Jiangnan City? One of the soldiers exclaimed excitedly. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be me, but saying I saved Jiangnan City is a bit exaggerated. It was everyone's effort. Ye Qianxing said somewhat embarrassedly. It seemed that these 2 soldiers were really his fans. Not exaggerated at all. The old general has said every time he returns that we should learn from you. Yes, you vigorously killed the cultists, and your spirit pet brought down that sweet rain, saving so many dying people. You are the hero of Jiangnan City. The 2 soldiers said firmly. And can I go in? Ye Qianxing weakly asked, Since these two were his fans, it should be fine, right? However, he was wrong. I'm really sorry, hero. Public and private are separate. We still need to follow the proper procedures. Please wait while we confirm. One soldier said, and was about to open the intercom. Just then, Chu Xiong's figure appeared in front of Ye Qianxing. No need to call, Ye Qianxing said. And at this moment, Chu Xiong also arrived at the gate. Brother Yi, why did you rush so much? I was going to come and pick you up. Chu Xiong looked at Ye Qianxing with a resentful expression. If the old general knew you came by yourself, he would definitely scold me. Ha! It's fine as long as he doesn't know. Brother Chu, let us hurry in. I can tell the old general is already eagerly waiting. Ye Qianxing smiled and said, It's the desire for a reward that's eagerly waiting, right? Chu Xiong bluntly pointed out Ye Qianxing's true thoughts. With Chu Xiong there, the two soldiers naturally would not stop Ye Qianxing anymore. After turning left and right in the military district for more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a small courtyard. Along the way, Ye Qianxing noticed that the military district was indeed strictly guarded, with two soldiers guarding every few meters. Moreover, Ye Qianxing's keen perception also detected many snipers hidden in the surroundings. It was clear that it was impossible to forcefully break in or launch a surprise attack on the military district. Entering the courtyard, there was a small pavilion where the old general was sitting on a chair, basking in the sun and reading the newspaper. Ha! Our little hero is here. Upon seeing Ye Qianxing, the old general laughed. How dare I call myself a hero in front of the old general? Ye Qianxing quickly waved his hand, which was his heartfelt words. Being able to become the highest rank in the Jiangnan military must have earned countless merits. His little achievements compared to the old general were probably just a small witch seeing a big witch. Not bad. Young people like you who are capable yet not arrogant are rare. I didn't misjudge you. The old general laughed heartily, appreciating Ye Qianxing even more. You should also know why I called you here, right? I said before that after handling the aftermath, I definitely wouldn't treat you unfairly, and I keep my word. Saying this, the old general nodded at Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong quickly took out a tablet and handed it to Ye Qianxing. Ye Qianxing took it and saw many photos inside, with prices listed below. However, this price wasn't in money, but in merit points. Chapter 100. Merit exchange. This is our military's treasure trove. Everything inside can be exchanged for merit points. Without merit, no amount of money would be useful. So the items here are priceless. The old general took a sip of tea and explained to Ye Qianxing. I don't know what kind of reward you want, so I decided to let you choose from here. As long as it's under 100 merit points, you can select whatever you want, which is equivalent to giving you 100 merit points. After hearing the old general's words, Ye Qianxing was overjoyed. Although he hadn't looked yet, he knew that military treasures were all good stuff, many of which couldn't be bought on the market, like spirit equipment. Besides, they could only be obtained from the military. Even the spirit equipment that Principal Wang gave them was obtained from the military. Ye Qianxing quickly focused his gaze on the tablet. The dazzling array of items made him dizzy. There were basic firearms, such as the Desert Eagle and AK-47, as well as new technological weapons like ion laser cannons and combat robots. Of course, there were also the spirit equipment Ye Qianxing had been longing for. Besides that, there were some spirit pet cubs, evil spirit inner elixirs, high-level spirit medicines, and other items related to spirit tamers. After all, even the military values the role of spirit tamers and spirit pets on the battlefield. 100 merit points? Ye Qianxing murmured. 100 merit points isn't too much in this treasure trove. For example, the top few items require nearly 100,000 merit points. Brother Yi, don't think that 100 merit points is small. How many soldiers would take years to earn that many merit points? Chu Xiong noticed the change in Ye Qianxing's expression and said softly. Ye Qianxing then realized that the old general's reward was indeed substantial. He directly chose to skip over the items with more than 100 merit points and focused on those with less than 100. Soon he spotted an alloy dagger, identical to the one Chu Xiong had borrowed him before, priced at 50 merit points. Now you know why I said I couldn't give it to you back then, right? I've been the captain of this special operations team for 10 years, and I've accumulated less than 50 merit points, so I can't afford it. Unlike you, kid. As he spoke, Chu Xiong looked at Ye Qianxing with envy and jealousy. No way, Brother Chu, you actually don't even have 50 merit points? Ye Qianxing said in surprise. Of course, Our Jiangnan city is considered a relatively central city in the Celestial Empire, so significant incidents are rare. The recent invasion by the spirit god sect can be said to be a once-in-a-100-year event, Chu Xiong replied. Without incidents, they don't need to take on missions, and naturally, they can't earn merit points. All right. Ye Qianxing looked at Chu Xiong with sympathy and continued to select his rewards. In the end, he chose an alloy dagger, a piece of inner armor, and 10 alloy bullets, which added up to exactly 100 merit points. The alloy dagger was naturally the same as the one Chu Xiong had borrowed him last time, sharp enough to pierce through the defenses of level evil spirits. As for the inner armor, it was made from special materials, capable of withstanding attacks from evil spirits below level. Most importantly, it was incredibly lightweight, providing no sense of burden when worn, and even felt cool during hot weather. Ye Qianxing chose the female style because he intended to give this to Xia Xiaoyu. As for himself, with an indestructible body and immortality, he didn't need this inner armor at all. You brat, I told you to choose something under 100 merit points, but you managed to gather exactly 100 points for me, the old general scolded with a smile. Hey, you didn't say that earlier. Besides, I've already made my choice, and you wouldn't have the heart to take it back, right? Ye Qianxing chuckled. The old general was just joking and didn't take it seriously. They chatted for a while longer when a soldier came over with a box. After opening the box, it contained the 3 items Ye Qianxing had selected. Brother Yi, I understand why you bought this alloy dagger and inner armor, but why did you buy 10 bullets? You don't even have a gun, Chu Xiong asked, thinking Ye Qianxing didn't understand these things and wanted to remind him. Of course, I don't need these 10 bullets. They're for you, Brother Chu, and the other brothers in the special operations team, Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile. Chu Xiong was momentarily stunned, unable to believe what he heard. You say these are for us? Of course. Every time you face the toughest missions in Jiangnan City, these alloy bullets might save your life at a critical moment. Of course, I hope that day never comes, Ye Qianxing said with a slight smile, as he had a particularly good impression of these members of the special operations team. Moreover, Chu Xiong treated him well, so he naturally wouldn't shortchange them. Hearing Ye Qianxing's words, Chu Xiong's eyes instantly turned red. As a soldier and the captain of the special operations team, he had long forgotten what it felt like to want to cry, even when injured or facing death. He wouldn't frown, but at this moment, his eyes were red and tears were welling up. Brother Yi, we can't accept this. Chu Xiong was so moved that he couldn't speak. 10 bullets represented 10 merit points. He understood the preciousness of merit points, so he dared not accept them. All right, you're a big man. Stop being so sentimental. This is a kind gesture from little Yi. If you refuse, it would make him feel awkward. The old general spoke up. In fact, when Ye Qianxing chose those 10 bullets, he had already suspected this. But when he truly heard Ye Qianxing's words, he had to admit that he was also moved. That's right, Brother Chu, just accept it. Besides, this isn't just for you. It's for Fatty and the others too. You can't refuse on their behalf, right? Ye Qianxing quickly persuaded. Chu Xiong wiped his tears fiercely and finally fixed his determined gaze on Ye Qianxing. All right, I accept it. I'm a rough man, and I won't say much. In short, if you ever need something, as long as it doesn't violate principles or harm the country, Chu go. We'll go through fire and water for you. Chu Xiong patted his chest, and Ye Qianxing knew this was from the heart. Brother Chu, don't worry. If I ever need your help, I definitely won't keep it to myself. Saying this, Ye Qianxing handed the box to Chu Xiong, who didn't refuse again this time. After chatting for a while longer, as they were about to leave, the old general called out to Ye Qianxing. Little Yi, do you really not want to join our military? The old general still didn't want to give up. He could foresee that if Ye Qianxing joined the military, he would surely achieve greatness in the future. Chapter 101. Is there really such a thing as peace? Ye Qianxing smiled bitterly. He had just accepted the old general's kindness and immediately rejected his request, and even he felt embarrassed doing so. But it was impossible for him to lose his freedom because of that. Old general, I'm someone who can't stand being controlled. I just like freedom. A short-term stay isn't a problem, but if I have to stay in the military for a long time, I might go crazy, Ye Qianxing said with a bitter smile, trying to be as tactful as possible. Oh, you mean you'd be willing to join the military for a short time? To his surprise, the old general didn't seem disappointed upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words. Instead, he appeared a bit excited. Huh? Ye Qianxing was momentarily confused, not understanding what the old general was so excited about. But he felt like he had fallen into a trap. Hee, a short-term stay is fine. I have a few intern slots available for you. This way, you only need to stay in the military for 2 months, and after that, you can leave freely. Of course, even during those 2 months, if you want to leave, you can do so without any problem, the old general said with a smile. Interns? The military has interns too? Ye Qianxing was dumbfounded, looking incredulous. Of course, and these intern slots are quite valuable. Once you complete the internship period, even if you leave the military, your record can still remain with them, and you can continue to enjoy the military's preferential policies, Chu Xiong added, noting that such slots were extremely precious, and the old general was willing to offer one to Ye Qianxing. It seemed he truly valued Ye Qianxing. Generally speaking, these slots were only available to the children of influential families, who would send their younger generation to the military to gain experience and enjoy military benefits, potentially making more connections. After hearing Chu Xiong's explanation, Ye Qianxing began to take an interest in this intern slot. 2 months wasn't too long, and he could completely accept it while not rejecting the old general's request. Most importantly, he could enjoy the military's benefits. Did that mean he could directly exchange for good items with the military in the future? So, little Yi, are you willing? The old general asked with a smile. A bit anxious. Old general, if it's only for 2 months, then I'm naturally willing, but upon hearing the earlier part, the old general was ready to be very happy, but upon hearing Ye Qianxing's his heart sank again. But what? But, old general, since it's for military experience, I don't want to stay in the Jiangnan City military. This is not because I look down on Jiangnan City, Ye Qianxing quickly explained. As Brother Chu said, Jiangnan City is located in the central region of the Celestial Empire, and it is too comfortable. Since this is a training experience, I would prefer to go to a relatively dangerous place, as that is the only way to truly achieve the effect of training. Upon hearing Ye Qianxing's words, the old general fell silent for a moment. Just when Ye Qianxing thought the old general was unhappy, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, little Yi, you really are growing on me. Indeed, Jiangnan City is too comfortable. Only by constantly facing danger can one break through their own limits. There is a border post called Jinnan Pass, which guards the southern part of our Celestial Empire, and I happen to have an old comrade there. I can recommend you to him, said the old general. Jinnan Pass? Ye Qianxing was taken aback, as he did not know what a border post was. After all, having lived in Jiangnan City all his life, he had never learned about these things. Sigh, little Yi, do you know why our Celestial Empire is relatively peaceful compared to other countries? Do you know why Jiangnan City is so comfortable? It is precisely because of the existence of those border posts. The soldiers at the border guard our Celestial Empire, preventing those evil spirits or anti-human organizations from entering our country. It is because of the border posts that we can enjoy relative peace. Even the invasion of the spirit god sect we encountered last time was almost a daily occurrence at the border. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is just that someone is carrying the burden for us. At this point, the old general's originally cheerful face became serious. Hearing the old general's words, Ye Qianxing felt a surge of respect. The phrase "there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It is just that someone is carrying the burden for us" struck a chord in Ye Qianxing's heart, making him feel a bittersweet taste. Jinnan Pass, as the name suggests, guards the southern part of our Celestial Empire. The cities in the south can be so comfortable precisely because of the existence of Jinnan Pass. Old General, I have made up my mind. I want to go to Jinnan Pass, Ye Qianxing said firmly. Previously, he was only thinking about himself, wanting to gain better training and earn more military merit points. Now, he had another reason in his heart, to do what he should do. A citizen of the Celestial Empire should do things for the country, for the people, for family and friends, and also for himself. Great. I will contact my comrade right away. You go back and wait for news. It shouldn't take long, the old general said, patting Ye Qianxing on the shoulder. At that moment, he felt Ye Qianxing's patriotism. He was pleased, although Ye Qianxing had only agreed to temporarily join the military. So what? As long as he had a patriotic heart, even if he wasn't a soldier, the old general believed that when the Celestial Empire faced danger in the future, Ye Qianxing would definitely step forward. After leaving the military district, Ye Qianxing returned home. He contacted Xiaoyu, Sutila, and others to gather and told them about his plan to go to the border post for training in the next 2 months. Since he already had a pass to the Imperial Capital Academy, he didn't need to attend classes now. He just needed to go there with the pass when school started. Upon hearing that Ye Qianxing was going to the border post, Sutila and the others quickly expressed their desire to go with him. Well, not everyone can go. There is a limited number of spots. How about this? I will ask the old general, and if possible, he can give you a spot too. Saying this, Ye Qianxing directly called the old general in front of everyone. After explaining the request, the old general surprisingly agreed without hesitation. The spots I have were originally meant for you. You can bring whoever you want. I have no objections. This was the old general's exact words, which showed that he had a high opinion of Ye Qianxing. Chapter 102. Heading to Jinan Pass, knowing that he could also go to the border post for training. Sutila and the others were very happy. They ordered a table full of drinks and insisted that they wouldn't leave until they were drunk. Ye Qianxing also relaxed and drank. At the dinner table, Ye Qianxing took out a box containing inner armor and handed it to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is a gift for you. Wear it, and you won't have to worry about encountering attacks from level evil spirits in the future, Ye Qianxing said. Xiaoyu was immediately touched. Brother Qianxing, I can't accept this. It's too precious. Xiaoyu waved her hands repeatedly, as she was not without insight being the daughter of the Xia family. The inner armor that could withstand attacks from level evil spirits must be extremely valuable. Something that money couldn't buy. No matter how precious it is, it can't compare to your life. If you listen to Brother Qianxing and accept it, or else I will be angry. Saying this, Ye Qianxing suddenly put on a serious face. Xiaoyu was so moved that she was almost in tears. At this moment, Sutila hurriedly joked to lighten the mood. Ahem, Qianxing, you can't be so biased for getting your friends just because you see a pretty face. You only prepared such a good gift for Xiaoyu and didn't prepare anything for us. Well, I am indeed forgetting my friends because you have no charms. Ye Qianxing shrugged and said, Actually, Qianxing, if you don't mind, I don't mind either, Sutila said, pretending to be shy and winking at Ye Qianxing, nearly making him spit out his leftover food. However, this playful banter helped Xiaoyu regain her composure, and she no longer acted coy. Ensuring my own safety is the greatest way to repay Brother Qianxing. All right, to be honest, I actually wanted to prepare something for all of you, but my strength doesn't allow it. However, it doesn't matter. Once we reach the border post, we can earn military merit points, and then we can exchange for these treasures. Let me tell you, the military has plenty of good stuff, Ye Qianxing explained, and everyone showed expressions of anticipation. They didn't think about how dangerous going to the border post would be. Instead, they were very much looking forward to what experiences awaited them. Ye Qianxing did not want to discourage them. Once they went, they would naturally feel it. For now, it was better to give them a beautiful fantasy. A few days passed, and during this time, Ye Qianxing and the others did not go to school, spending most of their time at the Qianxing studio. This made the customers very happy. The original restrictions of studio had made them uncomfortable, often requiring several days to make an appointment. Now, with Ye Qianxing and the others having more time, the restrictions were relaxed a bit. More and more customers came, and in just a few days, Ye Qianxing and they made a considerable amount of money, until the old general called, stating that he had already contacted his old comrade at Jinan Pass. They could head there today. So after packing their bags, Ye Qianxing took Xiaoyu and the others to the military district. Chu Xiong had been waiting outside for a while, but this time he was not alone. A young man was with him. At a glance, he looked somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Deng Rong from the Battle Wolf Academy. Little Yi, you finally made it. Che Uviong greeted Ye Qianxing. Noticing he was staring at Deng Rong, and quickly explained, It's like this, little Deng also intends to go to Jinan Pass, but he is different from you. You are going as an intern, and he is directly choosing to join Jinan Pass. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's words, Ye Qianxing looked at Deng Rong with a bit of respect. No matter his character or strength, at least his willingness to join Jinan Pass was worthy of respect. Once fully enlisted, unless one reaches retirement age or suffers serious injuries, they are not allowed to leave. Otherwise, it is considered desertion. The fact that Deng Rong was still willing to join showed his determination. Zhenangwan is not like Jiangnan City, where dangers lurk at every moment. One moment, you could be chatting happily with your teammates, and the next, you might lose your life. Since we are in this together, we should look out for each other. Ye Qianxing reached out to Deng Rong, and the two shook hands, putting aside any past grievances. Let's go. The old general's comrade has sent someone to pick you up. It should be about time, Chu Xiong said, leading the group into the military district, which had a designated helipad for fighter jets. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived, Ye Qianxing and the others spotted a very cool helicopter. Although it was a helicopter, it was equipped with all the necessary gear for a fighter jet, and even had many new technological weapons like laser cannons, which were incredibly powerful. Are you six? Just a bunch of kids. A middle-aged man in his 30s with a buzz cut and in a distinctive uniform stepped out of the helicopter. His dark skin and strong muscles indicated his formidable combat ability. Kids, are you sure you want to go to Zhenangguan? Let me tell you, no one will give you special treatment just because you're young, whether you are the son of a high-ranking official or a descendant of nobility. When you get to the border, you only have one identity, and that is a soldier. In the face of life and death, you are all equal. The middle-aged man said to Ye Qianxing and the others. Don't worry, these few have directly experienced the recent invasion war. They understand, Chu Xiong spoke up, and the middle-aged man nodded. All right, since none of you want to back out, let us set off. I must tell you, I hate deserters the most. Once you're on my plane, if you change your mind, I'll throw you out. I mean it, the middle-aged man continued. Seeing that no one spoke, he nodded and boarded the helicopter. Ye Qianxing shook hands with Chu Xiong and asked him to say goodbye to the old general before boarding as well. Soon, the helicopter took off, flying through the air. As they looked down at the buildings growing smaller until they became mere dots, Ye Qianxing couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. This was his first time on a plane and his first time leaving Jiangnan City for another city. Although he had thoughts beyond his years, he was still a minor, and amidst the excitement, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. There is water and bags on the plane. If you feel nauseous, just use the bag. But if you really do get airsick, I advise you not to go. If your body is too weak, you'll just suffer, the middle-aged man said as he piloted the helicopter. Although his tone was rough, Ye Qianxing could tell he meant well. Perhaps these men from the military were just too straightforward and didn't know how to speak gently. However, Ye Qianxing actually preferred people with such blunt personalities. He found it tiresome to deal with